Strong sunlight shone through the window onto the large carved bed, awakening the dreamer. Zixu opened her eyes suddenly, only to feel her body sore and weak, which made her nerves, which had been tense for years, begin to ache. What caught her eye was a fat face with facial features squeezed together, and his fat lips like a pig were pouting towards her face. Zixu turned her head to avoid it, but was pinched by the man's big hand and twisted away. "Scream! Scream! The more you scream, the more excited I am." She suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, and then she smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. It was the smell on her body, so heavy that it was almost like alcohol poisoning. Her head was also very dizzy, and she raised her hand and knocked it hard a few times. She took advantage of the moment of sobriety and kicked the man off her body. The man was hit right in the middle, and he curled up at the foot of the bed, his mouth wide open but unable to scream in pain. Zixu rolled off the bed quickly and looked around. The carved sandalwood bed, the wall-mounted beauty paintings, and the wooden door with a strong antique color, everything was unfamiliar. Her heart trembled fiercely. At this moment, a wave of memories suddenly flooded into her brain. She traveled through time and space. In her previous life, she was assassinated and killed in a bombing while performing a mission. Fortunately, she was still alive. The tragedy was that the original owner of this body was destined to have a hard time surviving. As a noble and a legitimate lady, her family was confiscated. After being exiled here, the poor tribesmen were still worried. In order to live comfortably, they actually wanted to sell the original body to the lustful Valley Master and force her to drink a lot of strong liquor. Just now, she almost lost her virginity. "No, I have to escape. I'll make plans later." She opened the door, but saw two strong men guarding the door. When they saw that it was Zixu, they were all startled, but they quickly pounced on her. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. Zixu gritted her teeth and returned to the house. Her eyes fell on the candlestick on the table. She picked up the candlestick, pulled out the candle, and ran into the room. When she reached the bed, she grabbed the fat man, grabbed the back of his collar with one hand, and pressed the spike of the candlestick against his fat neck with the other hand. "Don't come over, or I'll kill him." The two strong men who rushed in stopped instantly and didn't dare to move forward. Zixu didn't care why she appeared in a strange place. She just wanted to leave this hell. "Go!" The fat man covered the pain with his hand, took a difficult step, and cursed. "Little bitch, your family has sold you to this valley owner, and it cost 300 kilograms of wheat. If you dare to hurt me, I will drive your whole family to the mountains to feed the Fae, wolves." When Zixu heard this, some fragments flashed through his mind. Confiscation of property, exile. No, this is not his memory. What's going on? She had no time to think about these things at the moment, and dragged the fat man out of the door. All she saw were winding corridors, and she had no idea where the main entrance was. "You? Take me out!" She pointed her chin at the strong man on the right. The strong man looked at the fat man and hesitated. "Hurry up!" Zixu stabbed the candlestick down, and the fat man immediately screamed like a ghost. The strong man shuddered and shook his hands. "No, no, no. Don't kill me. I'll take you there." "Little bitch, you can't escape. This Sinner Valley belongs to me, Pons. If you dare to hurt me, I will send you to the military camp to be a military prostitute and let you ride on thousands of people, tens of thousands of people." "Shut up. I don't mind dragging someone down with me." Zixu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the candlestick in his hand pierced into his flesh a little more. The fat man didn't dare to speak nonsense this time. He was afraid of death. Zixu was sweating on her forehead and her body was shaking. She didn't know if she could hold on until she got out of the door. She was a Special Forces soldier who had been fighting for 18 years. When had she ever been so weak? She was inexplicably hot and had an urge to be intimate with a man. This was not normal at all. Her brain was in a trance, and she quickly bit the tip of her tongue. The severe pain made her sober up a little. No, she couldn't fall down. If she fell down, then only death would be waiting for her. After finally dragging the fat man out of the winding corridor and coming to the empty martial arts field, she found that she was about to give up. She spent all her strength to walk out of the door, but there was a group of soldiers standing outside the door. Was this going to kill me? Rather than being abused by such disgusting people and being sent to be a military prostitute, it would be better to die quickly. Her eyes were cold, and the candlestick in her hand was about to stab her neck. She wanted to die cleanly. An old lady with gray hair stumbled and ran while shouting, "Schwer my schwer." Zixu was shocked. Was he calling her? Are these people here to save her? She pushed the fat man away and rushed towards the old lady. The old lady opened her arms and hugged her into her arms. "Schwer, My poor Shuer. The fat man was free and roared, "Come here, bring that little bitch back to me. I want to kill her." A chuckle came from behind the old lady. "Oh, fat man, you are so fat. Aren't you afraid of crushing the little girl to death?" This man was wearing a feather fan and a white robe with a jade belt. He was actually a handsome young man with a hint of cynicism on his face. The fat man looked at the person who was speaking gloomily. "Mr. Mingjing, don't rely on the fact that you are the general's military advisor to manage the affairs of our valley. You are not worthy. Does this general deserve it?" The cold voice was like a sharp sword piercing the valley master, and his whole body froze. "How did you invite this deadly guy here? Didn't the ghost-faced general say that he would not come into the valley?" In a split second, his mind had turned several circles. Bailey Han took a few steps forward, and Zixu looked up and met a pair of eyes full of disgust and impatience, as well as a hideous, evil ghost mask. He was tall and strong, with bronze skin and a cool and thin aura of a great hidden person. The silver armor reflected the sunlight, dazzling and sacred. Bailey Han's cold gaze did not linger on Zixu's face, but looked at the valley master. 400 kilograms of wheat. This general will buy it." The fat man didn't want to give up the fat meat he had got and struggled again. "Everyone knows that she is my 18th concubine." Bailey Han's aura was surging, and he crushed over directly. "Don't forget that this general is in charge of your life and death. If this general is unhappy one day, he will just burn down the Valley of Sinners." You can't do this. The court didn't say it wants to kill us." The fat man's legs trembled and he refuted a little unconfidently. "Who is the ghost-faced general? That was the killing god who single-handedly rushed into an army of 100,000 and plucked off the head of an enemy general. It is said that his face was destroyed in that battle, so he used a ghost mask to cover it, but his true face was actually more terrifying than the ghost mask." Bailey Han stared at him coldly, his big hand already tightly gripping the hilt of the sword. Mr. Mingjing immediately said, "Have you forgotten that this is a chaotic world? The court is busy with its own affairs. Who cares about the lives of you exiles?" The fat man's face turned pale. When he heard this, his eyes rolled, and he had another idea in his mind, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. "Since the general likes it, you can take it away." Bailey Han waved his hand. "Take it away." The old lady gritted her teeth and carried Zixu's arm, one hand around her waist, dragging her to follow. At this moment, Zixu felt very aggrieved. "Dead fat pig, Valley Master, right? When the effect of the medicine on me wears off, I will definitely beat you into a dead pig." But now she was so weak that she couldn't even resist. She couldn't help but look at the ghost-faced general in front of her. Was this man disfigured, or did he learn from Lanling King? Bailey Han seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw the embarrassed look of the grandfather and grandson. His eyes glanced at Mr. Mingjing. Mr. Mingjing understood and stepped forward to help them, but the old lady pulled Zixu to kneel on the ground. She said, "Please marry Shuer. Long as you take her out of the Valley of Sinners, you can write a divorce letter and let her leave on her own." Zixu was dizzy now. Not to mention scolding, she didn't even have the strength to look at people. She could only lean on the old lady to catch her breath. The air around her condensed, and the soldiers stared at the ghost-faced general. The chill emanating from him became heavier and heavier. Mr. Mingjing came out to smooth things over. "People from the Valley of Sinners cannot be the wife. They can only be concubines. Even if they are concubines, they are still slaves. Change the conditions." Although Zixu could not see the expressions of these people clearly, she could feel that the ghost-faced general was furious at the moment, as if he would draw his sword and chop off this troublesome person in the next second. Zixu looked at him unyieldingly. She didn't dare to speak now, for fear that she would embarrass herself by making strange moans and groans. Bailey Han saw her almond-shaped eyes wide open, and her whole body exuded an aura of never giving up. She was completely different from Zixu, who had been escorting him all the way. Could she be a spy arranged by the enemy? Was she lurking beside him and waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him? Thinking of this, Bailey Han said coldly, "I promise you, but from now on, the Bailey family will no longer owe the Z family any favors." The old lady hurriedly said, "Thank you, General. Our Z family has just arrived in the Valley of Sinners and is temporarily staying by the river. Please send us there." Bailey Han nodded. What he wanted to do was to repay the favor quickly and go back to live a quiet life. Mr. Mingjing shook the feather fan in his hand with an expression of watching a show on his face. He pointed at Zixu, who couldn't stand up. "Do you want me to do it for you?" Unexpectedly, Bailey Han actually carried Zixu to the riverside in his arms. There were many people sitting here. When they saw Zixu being carried back, their eyes were full of disgust. Zixu was devastated. She didn't want to be a concubine after getting out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Bailey Han's eyes swept around, taking in everyone's expressions. He put the person down and turned away, with a suspicious light in his eyes. The old lady quickly hugged her granddaughter and said, "Thank you, General. We must gather 400 kilograms of food as soon as possible." Bailey Han paused, left without looking back or saying a word. Mr. Mingjing shook his feather fan and said, "Now your granddaughter is our general's concubine. Take good care of her and send her to the general when she is well." "Yes, yes, yes," the old lady responded quickly. The sun went from noon to the setting sun. The unconscious Zixu was awakened by the sound of people talking around her, but she did not open her eyes. Being unconscious for so long did relieve the effect of the medicine and the alcohol. Otherwise, she would be the first person to die of drunkenness after traveling here. Zixu felt that she was lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, she could live again after death, but unfortunately, she had to live in this unknown dynasty. Life without a water heater, a computer, or a mobile phone was worse than death, and she had to face a group of hungry wolves. After struggling for a while, she finally accepted the reality. She opened her eyes and saw the kind-looking old lady looking at her in surprise. "Grandma?" Zixu couldn't help but call out. "Hey, Grandma is here. Don't be afraid." Zixu hugged the old lady tightly. "Grandma, you are still alive. I miss you so much." The old lady thought that the child was frightened and talking nonsense and gently comforted. "Grandma is fine. Don't worry." "Bah, a scumbag still has the face to cry?" The discordant voice came. Zixu raised her head and looked around. She wanted to remember all the people who united to sell her, so that she could settle the score in the future. Before she fainted, she didn't see the old lady's appearance clearly. Unexpectedly, the grandmother in this body looked exactly like her grandmother in her previous life. The grandmother in the previous life picked her up from the garbage dump, and then raised her by scavenging until she was 10 years old, and then died of exhaustion. What did she regret most? It was that she didn't let her grandmother in the previous life live a good life. Now looking at this grandmother who loves her just as much, she found the motivation to live in this world. She swore in her heart, "I will protect Grandma and let her live a good life without worries about food and clothing." Her body suddenly relaxed, as if the big stone pressing on her heart disappeared. Could it be that the original owner left after feeling her oath? Thinking of this, she stood up and looked around coldly. "Where is the food sold? To me?" A group of people were silent, and some even covered the bag under their buttocks with the hem of their clothes. "Humph, you want to eat the food sold to me. Aren't you afraid of your intestines and stomachs being ruptured?" Grandma said. "Take it out quickly. We still have to send it to the general, and now we owe 400 kilograms of food." A middle-aged woman with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks stood up. "The food is owed by you, not us. If it weren't for your first room, our second room wouldn't have been dead." The old lady's face showed sadness. The Queen's family rebelled and seized the throne, so the original royal family's women and children under 10 years old were exiled to the Valley of Sinners, and all men over 10 years old were beheaded. There is no question of who implicated whom. The only thing to blame is her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. Zixu saw the sadness on her grandmother's face and she felt sad. She immediately grabbed a kitchen knife that someone had put there and chopped it hard at the box next to her. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and the box was split in two, and the sundries inside were scattered all over the floor. "Hand over those who took the food to me, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless with the knife in my hand." At this moment, she had one hand on her waist and pointed the knife at the person in front of her with the other hand, exuding an inviolable and fierce aura. Her pair of almond eyes had no warmth, flashing a cold light. Everyone shrank back, but now the food was their life, and they didn't want to return it at all. The woman with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks roared, "You little hoof dare to threaten people if everyone comes together? Can't we beat a little kid like her?" The three strong women exchanged glances with each other and rushed over together to catch Zixu. Unexpectedly, Zixu was like a god possessed. With a sweep of the kitchen knife in his hand, he chopped off the hair bun of the fat and strong woman, hit another person with a palm and made her spin on the spot, and then kicked the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced woman away. He knocked those women down in a few rounds. If it weren't for the fact that they were all women, she really wanted to see blood. She smiled coldly. Who else is not convinced? Everyone was shocked. The young lady who would cry for a long time, even if she stepped on an ant, dared to hit people, and knocked down 3 people alone. Could it be that she was possessed by a ghost? The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced woman stood up, holding her stomach. Everyone, come together. She is not Zixu, but a lonely ghost. If we don't burn her to death, we will all be sucked away by her soul. Seeing that everyone stood up and looked at Zixu with unfriendly eyes, the old lady immediately blocked her in front of her. Let's see who dares to touch my granddaughter. Although they were already down and out, the aura of the princess in the past was still there, and everyone was shocked. The woman with a pointed face and monkey cheeks also shrank for a moment, but soon straightened her back again. You are no longer the high and mighty princess. Don't try to scare us with that. No one is more noble than the other now. Let's go together. Are we waiting to give her the food? These words touched everyone's heart, and they shamelessly surrounded the old man and the young man in the center. Because the old lady's princess's power was still there, they did not rush over immediately. Zixu frowned. The medicinal properties in her body had already retreated, but her body was too weak. She should not be soft-hearted. She should just chop down the 2 and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It gets dark early in the valley, and she must take advantage of the dark sky to make a surprise attack. Just when she made up her mind, a group of aborigines ran over. They lit torches and illuminated the surroundings. Soon they separated into another path, and the fat pig-like valley master walked in front of everyone with a gloomy face. His eyes fell on Zixu, full of possessiveness and regret. You criminals are restless. Now I will give you 2 choices. One is to work for this valley master, and the other is to roll over to the other side of the river. A few wolf howls came from the mountain on the other side of the river, which frightened everyone. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced woman rushed over and knelt down. We are willing to work for the valley master, and we only ask for a bite of food from the valley master. The valley master tried to open his eyes, and the fat on his face trembled. Z is the surname of the royal family of the previous dynasty. This valley master can't afford you. He said this deliberately, just to make the surname Z disappear from then on. I don't know if it was the intention of the above, or he did it on purpose. My surname is not Z, my daughter. My daughter has the same surname as me, and we don't have the surname Z. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced woman can abandon everything to survive. The valley master chuckled. So, those who are willing to change their surnames come over, and this valley master will give you land so that you can live well in the future. After saying this, the group of people ran to the valley master and knelt down to lick him. Zixu saw a little girl with 2 buns, about 5 or 6 years old, struggling to crawl towards her. Some memories emerged in her mind. This was the doll that her third uncle exchanged for his own child from the palace. It should be a princess. When her third aunt learned that her child was sent to the palace to exchange for this child, she wanted to throw her to death. In the end, she was stopped by her grandmother, but she broke a leg. It was a blessing to be alive here. She looked down at the child. You don't want to change your surname? The child looked up at her firmly. No, I won't change it even if I die. For some reason, Zixu believed her words when she met her beautiful and determined phoenix eyes. She reached out and picked up the person and stuffed her into the old lady's arms. When the valley master saw that Zixu was not coming, he snorted coldly. Come on, build a bridge and throw them to the other side of the river. Someone carried a thick wood and put it on the river's surface, which was only 2 meters wide. Zixu knew that if she didn't want to succumb to the valley master's lewdness and power, she could only live on the other side of the river. The old lady took a look around and said solemnly and coldly, Now you have betrayed the Z family and your ancestors. From now on, we are strangers. Zixu's mind was in a mess. She didn't care about living on the other side of the river, but she couldn't just take nothing, right? The old man and the child might not be able to stand the cold at night, and they couldn't go without food. She narrowed her eyes, clenched the kitchen knife in her hand, walked to a backpack next to her, put the bag of grain on the ground into it, and pulled a torn quilt into it. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced woman rushed over in a hurry. Put it down, it's our family's stuff. Zixu stared at her coldly, raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Come here and try. The woman didn't dare to step forward for a moment. The valley master snorted coldly. You are not allowed to take things. Zixu would not listen to him. He put the backpack on his back and weighed the kitchen knife. I will die sooner or later anyway. I don't care about dragging a few people down with me. The fat on the valley master's face was trembling. He never thought that he would make a mistake. The person who looked like a little lamb turned out to be a fearless and bold person. Zixu also knew that she couldn't take anything else. Otherwise, she would not be able to withstand the beating. In her heart, temporary concession is not incompetence, but hiding one's strength and biding one's time, and then killing with one blow when the time comes. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren supported each other and walked onto the single-plank bridge. Everyone was watching them, and no one dared to step forward to grab the backpack. Although the river is not wide, the water flow is very turbulent. It should be a man-made channel to prevent wild wolves from the mountains from entering the valley. Just when they reached the other side, those people actually removed the single-plank bridge. The valley master's cold and fierce voice came. "One day you will come to beg me." Zixu said loudly, "Listen, people on the other side. You have abandoned your family and ancestors. God is watching you. Be careful that your ancestors will come back and scold you when you sleep." This voice drilled into the minds of those people, tightly wrapped around their hearts like a spell. The valley master snorted coldly and led his people away. Both sides of the river were plunged into darkness, and even the moon did not come out today. The people on the other side of the river quickly put what happened just now behind their minds and were cooking something in full swing. The smell of food made their stomachs growl. Without the pressure of life and death, Zixu stood up. "You wait here for me, I will go find some food." She didn't believe that the backer could still starve to death. "Wait a minute," Grandma called her. "Grandma, I still have 2 cakes here, just eat them." Grandma took out 2 cakes and a bamboo tube the length of a finger from her arms. She continued, "Here are some fire starters. Find some dead branches." Zixu nodded, and she quickly found some dead branches to light a bonfire. The dry and hard coarse grain cakes were like stones. Zixu felt very distressed when she saw her choking grandmother, but there was nothing for them to boil water at the moment, so she could only use leaves to scoop up some river water to wash the cakes down. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren had nothing, so they hugged each other to keep warm. Their bodies were cold, but their hearts were warm. Zixu watched the old man and the child fall asleep, but she had no sleepiness, so she took the burning dead branches to find dry firewood. Her stomach growled. She was so hungry she really couldn't eat the dry and hard cakes, and gave them all to the old man and the child. Now she was starving. She cursed in her heart. God, when they traveled through time, they were either queens or princesses. But when she came here, she became a prisoner whose property was confiscated and exiled. When he was talking to himself, he tripped and fell to the ground, hitting his head hard on a stone. Ding, ding, ding. Human DNA detected, system binding. Binding failed, soul damaged, extract points to repair soul. Zixu was dizzy now and thought she was dreaming, so she didn't take it seriously. "Host, please complete the task as soon as possible to replenish the deficit points. Otherwise, this system will determine that the host does not meet the conditions and force it into sleep mode and will not open for 100 years. Then you sleep. I want to sleep too. This dream is too real. Host, please bind to the farming plane trading system as soon as possible. Get 10 points to repay the deficit and you can get a first-level welfare package." How do I get points? The system also plays temptation. 1 point for planting a grain seed, 1 point for harvesting a fruit. How can I farm when I can't even tell the difference between seedlings and grass? This is simply forcing a duck to climb a tree. She touched her chin. Should I go steal some? The host has evil intentions. I will give her an electric shock as punishment. The moment the thought came up, Zixu was electrocuted, and her outside was burnt and her inside was tender. She opened her mouth and blew out a puff of white smoke. What a broken system, can't you just think about it? Insult the system. Stop, if you dare to electrocute me again, I won't do the task. You can sleep if you want. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. Even a system in a dream threatens her. Do you think she is a soft persimmon and easy to pinch? System. The host is so fierce. Seeing that the system didn't speak, Zixu smiled coldly. The system is a computer operation program. AI is definitely not the same as people, and its emotions are not as rich as yours. So I don't care where you are from. Don't try to scare me. I was scared. After she finished speaking, she got up and carried the firewood back to the fire. After adding some firewood, continued to sleep. When it was dawn, Zixu rubbed her eyes and sat up. She suddenly remembered the ghost thing last night. She touched her forehead and there was no scar. He ran to the river to take a look. There was no blood on his face. It was just a dream. A sudden voice suddenly came out. Host, hurry up and farm and make up for the deficit as soon as possible. Zixu was so scared that she almost fell into the river. What happened? That ghost is still pestering her? When she was in shock, the original electronic sound took on a hint of human emotion. Host, I am parasitic in a meteorite. I absorbed your blood to bind to you. Brain freeze. I am the farming plane trading system developed by Temia Star. The host must rely on farming to exchange points and then exchange them with me for seeds suitable for the growth of this planet. Zixu's brain finally went through the process of freezing and restarting and resumed normal operation. She smiled bitterly. Now I have no food seeds and can't grow anything. You should leave. She felt that since she could be soul-crossed, there must be a ghost. She ran into a difficult guy. The deficit of points can only last for one day. Only when you make up for the deficit can we be truly bound. I can teach you how to farm. Don't you want to keep your grandma well-fed and clothed? As long as you are bound to me, there will be thousands of acres of fertile land in the future. Thousands of acres of fertile land, to be honest, she was moved, and the voice full of grievances and pleading made her unable to refuse. She was a typical person who would not take hardship, but only take softness. Regardless of whether it was true or false, or something she imagined, let's try it. As long as it is edible, it is considered food? Yes, host, act quickly. Only farming can make a fortune. The system is a bit stupid. She looked at the sky. The morning sun gradually rose and the surroundings were hazy. She gently got up and came to the foot of the mountain with a kitchen knife. It was a pity that she didn't know many wild vegetables. Fortunately, she found a mature dandelion, carefully picked the seeds, dug a hole and buried it. Ding! Successfully planted 18 dandelions, 18 points as reward, a first-level welfare package. Do you want to receive the package and activate the transaction page? Receive! Receive! Since they had already started, they might as well experiment to the end. Zixu's eyes lit up, and a translucent panel appeared. On the left was her own three-dimensional portrait, and on the right was a mall with many seed graphics, but they were all gray. In the upper right corner it said 8 points, which should be the deduction of the 10 points of deficit. There was a warehouse button in the lower right corner, and she pressed it. The warehouse had 8 grids, and the first grid contained a red square gift box. She said excitedly, "How do I take it out?" You need to open it with your mind, and the items that appear can be taken out automatically with your mind. Zixu took a deep breath, and her hands were wet with sweat. Open! The bow on the box was automatically pulled open, and then 2 things appeared with a snap. She looked over and saw a first-level sweet potato seed and a first-level random treasure box. Zixu was confused. No food? You need to plant it yourself. Rise up, host. She was still going to starve to death. She was so hungry that she lay on the ground and didn't want to move. The sweet potato seeds in her hand rolled into a small pit. Zixu now felt like she had lost all hope in life. Host, don't you want to take a look at the random treasure box? If you are lucky, you can get food. The system lost its confidence when it spoke. Zixu immediately revived when she heard the word food. She took the random treasure box with her mind, expecting a lot of food. As a result, the object that appeared in her hand almost made her curse. Fuck, what the hell is a black and white capsule? I want food. This thing is not enough to fill my teeth. No matter what, she closed her eyes and swallowed the capsule. After the capsule went down her stomach, a warm current flowed through her body and she was sweating all over. Zixu quickly hid in the reed marsh by the river to take a battle bath, and then she became even hungrier. What kind of pill is this? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical enhancement capsule. Zixu asked dissatisfiedly, "Why didn't I report my name before taking it?" The system replied, "The host didn't ask. The sweet potatoes are ripe. Do you want to collect them?" Zixu was already exhausted after hearing this. "I didn't plant them, and I don't know where the sweet potato seeds fell. Besides, it takes 3 months for sweet potatoes to mature." The system said, proudly, "There is a reward for the first planting. It will mature within 10 minutes, but there will be no more after that." Zixu returned to the hillside listlessly and found a kitchen knife. There was a bunch of green vines next to the kitchen knife. Is this a sweet potato? She used a branch to dig a few times and really dug out a big sweet potato. Host, you don't have to dig it yourself. Don't dig it yourself? Yes, you can use the system to collect the things you planted and put them directly into the warehouse. Why didn't you say it earlier? Collect! She could feel the sweet potatoes in the field entering the warehouse. When she opened it, she saw that the sweet potatoes could be stacked, and there were 8 in one grid. She now had food in her pocket and was not worried, so she opened the trading panel and took a closer look. There were a total of 17 points, which was so few. She immediately took out a sweet potato, half a foot long, as thick as a fist, and clean, and she ate it directly. It was sweet and juicy. After eating a sweet potato, she felt that she could finally survive. At this moment, she began to face the system. Maybe if she accepted it, she could really have thousands of acres of fertile land. System, can I afford food? The cheapest item at the moment is the daily special, detection technique, which requires 30 points to buy. The detection technique can detect creatures within a 1-meter radius of itself and analyze the other party's attributes. Zixu sighed to the sky. She couldn't afford anything with her current points. The system said weakly, "Host, do you want to open the loan page? Can you still borrow? How much do you have to pay back for 100? Borrow 100 and pay back 200. What? How can there be such a high interest rate? Moreover, borrowing means a deficit, and the deficit must be repaid within 12 hours. Are you kidding me?" The system said quickly, "Borrowing is different from that deficit. Now that we have successfully bound, the grace period is 10 days. Borrow less and buy a book. This special price is 10% off, which is equivalent to giving it away for free." Zixu touched her chin. 10 days? It seems feasible. Lend me 13 points to buy detection technique. Great, I will process the loan for you immediately. Zixu listened to the excited voice of the system. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt like she had fallen into a trap. Zixu exchanged for detection technique and took out the detection technique from the warehouse. The result directly turned into a ray of light and entered her mind. Various information came to her mind. Dandelions are non-toxic and edible. Sweet potato vines are non-toxic and edible. Wild wolves are non-toxic and edible. Wild wolf? Zixu was confused for a while and suddenly came to her senses. Isn't there a wild wolf not far in front of her? It was staring at her with a fierce look. It bared its teeth fiercely. Its fur was gray and there were bloodstains on its body. It was a lone and injured wild wolf. Awoo! The wild wolf pounced on her without hesitation, trying to eat this piece of tender meat into its stomach. Zixu rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Seeing the kitchen knife, she quickly got up and pounced on it and grabbed the kitchen knife in her hand. The wild wolf pounced on her again. She couldn't avoid it. She used her left arm to block it. The severe pain aroused her will to survive. She chopped the wolf's neck with the kitchen knife in her hand. Blood sprayed all over her head and face. She kept swinging the knife and slashing. The wild wolf lost its life under her attack. Zixu thought her arm was broken. She rolled up her sleeves and saw 2 shallow blood holes on her arm, but the bones were fine. She breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to kick the wild wolf. It looked like it weighed about 50 or 60 kilograms. Even if it was skinny, it had some meat. She took it back. The sweet potato vines on the ground were edible, so she took them back. "Shuer, where are you?" It was Grandma's voice. Why did it sound like she was crying? Was she bullied? Zixu pulled the wolf's tail and ran back with a bunch of sweet potato vines. "Grandma." "Shuer?" Grandma rushed over and hugged Zixu. Zixu found that her body was shaking. Who scared Grandma like this? Grandma was startled by the blood on her face. "Are you injured?" Zixu shook her head. "No, it's wolf blood. We're eating wolf meat today." "Grandma, what happened?" Grandma really felt the heat from Zixu and finally felt relieved. "It's okay. I just saw that you were not here and I was afraid that you would be upset." Is she the kind of person who would be upset? Grandma's attitude was a little strange. "Look, I killed a lone and injured wild wolf and went back to eat meat." Grandma looked at her with a strange expression and finally said nothing. Zixu's heart skipped a beat. Grandma was beginning to doubt her. How could she explain it? What if she thought she was a demon like those people and wanted to burn her to death? Grandma felt the stiffness of Zixu's body, and her face returned to normal. She smiled softly. Shuer is really capable. She watched the original owner grow up. How could she not notice anything unusual? But she didn't want to break that window paper. The two of them had some tacit understanding, and Zixu let Grandma take the sweet potato vines in her hand, but how to cook without a pot now? Back to the river, Zixu found that Baili Han was actually there, and his hideous ghost face rushed into her eyes. Gudong. Zixu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This person was so cold, and his whole body exuded an aura that kept people away. Baili Han's eyes flashed when his eyes fell on the wild wolf. This girl was definitely not Zixu. Who was she? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zixu simply treated him as invisible and dragged the wolf to the river to clean it. The kitchen knife was very blunt and not easy to use. Baili Han couldn't stand it anymore, so he came to her side and threw a dagger to her. "Here you go." Zixu didn't pretend, grabbed the dagger and started to peel the skin and asked lightly, "How did the general get here?" "Last night, I thought about going to the other side to get food, but the river was very turbulent at night, so I didn't take the risk." "Of course he flew here." "I don't believe it." Unexpectedly, Bailey Han touched the ground with his toes, and his body flew across the river like a rock, and then flew back. Zixu tightened his grip. How could such a powerful martial arts master be relegated to being a small general here? And why did he want to demonstrate to her? What exactly did this man want? Was he trying to intimidate her? She silently asked, in her heart. System, can I learn his move? Host, Qinggong, learn about it? Zixu gritted his teeth. I don't know if I should say MP or not. The book is so expensive, I can't afford it at all. Bailey Han did not see surprise and admiration in Zixu's eyes, but saw a trace of resentment, and was more certain that this person was in disguise. Zixu ignored him and continued to deal with the wolf corpse. After cleaning it, he took it back and roasted it on the fire. Looking back, I saw Grandma staring at the sweet potato vines in a daze. Grandma, we don't have a pot, so we can't eat this sweet potato vine. Grandma smiled and said, This leaf is very fresh. I wonder if I can plant it in the forest. There will be a harvest in 3 months. Zixu's eyes lit up. Grandma can farm? Grandma shook her head. The tenant farmer in the village once said I haven't planted it myself, and it feels like planting flowers. Zixu was very happy. If it works, the sweet potatoes in the warehouse can be used as food instead of seeds. The second-generation fruit cannot be used as seeds. System, are you here to spoil the fun? Host, you must remember this rule, otherwise you will lose a lot of money. Thank you for reminding me. Zixu realized that there were only 2 ways to plant in the future. One was to buy seeds from the system, and the other was to find seeds in the outside world. This was too difficult. What a broken system. At most, it could keep her from starving to death. When would she be able to grow thousands of acres of fertile land? Host, rise up and grow thousands of acres of fertile land. Get lost, system. The host was not civilized at all. Swear? Seeing her in a daze, her grandmother called out worriedly. Zixu came back to her senses and met her grandmother's worried eyes. She felt warm in her heart. I'll go plant and dig up the sweet potatoes, by the way. I'll go with you. Her grandmother was worried that she would fail. No, just watch the meat so it doesn't burn. I know how to plant it. Just dig a hole and bury it, right? Grandma nodded. Yeah, don't let the soil get too dry. Okay. Seeing the cute little girl looking at her with admiration, Zixu couldn't help but ruffle her hair, then ran into the mountains with the sweet potato seedlings in her backpack. Bailey Han was sitting by the fire, helping to turn the meat. Grandma went over and bowed deeply. Thank you, General, for telling you about Shu'er. Bailey Han shook his head. The General is just reminding you, don't be fooled. Grandma smiled. Now only the 3 of us, the grandparents and grandchildren, depend on each other. If she is really what you think, will you kill her? Bailey Han nodded. If she was a spy, of course he would kill her. Grandma couldn't help but add, we have never been apart along the way. Bailey Han looked at her. It can be said that this is where he is suspicious. No, one can do anything under his nose. At this moment, Zixu was struggling with the sweet potato seedlings. The seedlings had lost water and were drooping, so she propped them up with a stick. The system couldn't bear it any longer. Host, I suggest you buy the sweet potato planting guide. How much? 300 points for a single skill. What if it's not a single skill? 3,000 points for a planting encyclopedia. This book contains the planting techniques of all crops from ancient times to the present. Zixu asked depressedly, Can't I get a discount? No. Now not only do I have no points, but I'm also in debt. How can I buy it? I can't afford it. I don't want to live. She was very depressed when she looked at the sweet potato vines that she had buried in the soil with only a few leaves left. She was too lazy to think about it. She took out the sweet potatoes and put them in the backpack and walked back. Who are you? A cold voice exploded in her ears. Zixu looked up and saw Bailey Han leaning against a tree and staring at her coldly. I'm Zixu. What do you want? She really couldn't figure out what this person was going to do. He shouldn't have seen her take out the sweet potato out of thin air. Bailey Han quickly reached out and pulled her face. The smooth touch made him dazed. There was no disguise mask. Zixu was teased and got so angry that she grabbed Bailey Han's arm and tried to throw him over her shoulder, but she forgot the height difference. Bailey Han quickly pulled out his grabbed arm and pushed Zixu away. The soft touch on his hand made him shudder all over. You dare to fight back? Zixu was furious. Her growing breasts were almost in tears from the pain of such a push. Bailey Han's face was flushed under the mask. He had never touched a woman before, so it seemed a little small. Zixu narrowed her eyes. She wanted to test how good this guy's kung fu was. Anyway, this guy was suspicious of her. Instead of letting herself suffer, it was better to have a good fight. She took an attacking posture and punched the ghost mask on his face. Bailihan's eyes were stern. It was impossible for an ordinary woman to take such a perfect fighting posture. He was sure that this Zixu was a spy who came to kill him. He also wanted to test her depth. He opened his big palm and grasped the other's small fist. He wanted to crush her hand bones, but he found that the small hand was so soft and boneless that it slid out like a spirit snake. Then he felt a pain in his abdomen, and his body was instantly paralyzed. He was puzzled. If Zixu was a spy who came to kill him, the punch just now should have filled his spleen with internal force. But his body was only numb for a moment, and he was not hurt. Didn't she have internal force? Zixu was horrified to see that he was stiff for a moment and then regained his flexibility. If an ordinary person was hit by this, he would definitely fall to the ground and couldn't get up. Bailihan's figure was like a pine tree, tall and straight. At this moment, he looked down at Zixu, making Zixu feel like a mountain was pressing on her head. She looked back at him unyieldingly. "I tell you, I will never be someone's concubine, even if I die." Bailihan was not the kind of person who talked nonsense. He moved as fast as lightning and directly grasped Zixu's pulse gate, and a strong internal force penetrated into it. Zixu's alarm bells rang loudly. She couldn't move. She could even feel a huge amount of energy entering her body, passing through her wrist and entering her dantian, and then circling around her body before leaving. Bailihan frowned. He was actually a person without any internal strength. He had just probed all the acupuncture points and found that there was no golden needle blocking the internal strength. He couldn't help but ask directly, "Who are you?" The eldest daughter of the Z family is a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken. Zixu's mind was racing, and he immediately chose a plot. Anyone who has experienced life and death will change. Bailihan sneered. Personality can change, but the kung fu you have cannot be practiced without 10 or 8 years. Where did you, a girl in the boudoir, learn all this? Zixu raised an eyebrow. Why? Can't girls in the boudoir have a master? My master taught me for 10 years, and he always lamented that I was a girl in the boudoir and couldn't use his teachings. But I am very grateful to my master now. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have come to this damn place alive. Bailihan seemed to be thinking about something. If what she said was true, it was true that she had learned it for 10 years. But how could he dispel his doubts just because of a few words? What else did he teach you? Why didn't he teach you internal strength? Zixu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk nonsense seriously. Master said that I am a girl, and I only need to know some boxing and kicking. The rest is military tactics, camouflage and hunting. Of course, I don't have much chance to go hunting, so I just learned the basics. Bailihan's eyes flashed with a gleam. Military tactics? What is it like? If you can tell me a little, I will believe you. Zixu felt that the murderous aura on him had faded a lot. She was very happy and immediately said, "All is fair in war," which means to use illusions to confuse the enemy as much as possible in battle to win. Bailihan was shocked after carefully savoring this sentence. There is actually someone in this world who can explain the method of using troops so concisely. This person is very wise. What else? He couldn't help but ask. Zixu knew that she had successfully aroused his interest. I know 36 strategies. Do you want to hear them? Speak. Why? You wanted to kill me just now, so I won't tell you. Bailihan weighed the pros and cons and said, I won't kill you. Teach me what you know later. Zixu asked tentatively, the 400 kilograms of food. Bailihan's eyes flashed with a smile, but his tone was cold. That's two different things. This is just a condition for not killing you. Thank you all, family. Zixu had no other choice. She knew that she needed a backer. At present, this guy was the best candidate, so she had to give him some sweetness. Okay, I'll teach you, but you have to promise me one thing. She had no choice but to seek the skin of the tiger. Oh? Tell me. Bailihan crossed his arms and looked at her deeply. I want to learn internal skills. This thing she has longed for. Okay, I'll teach you the formula now. Whether you can understand it is your business. Bailihan didn't care. It was a foolish dream for a 13-year-old girl to want to learn internal skills. Zixu listened carefully and recited it. Bali's eyes flashed. This girl has the ability to remember what she has heard. Okay, I remember it. As for the strategy, 1 a day. Today's strategy has been finished. Please come early tomorrow. Zixu ran down the mountain with the sweet potato in her arms. Bailihan looked at her back steadily and thought, I will find out whether you're Zixu soon. At this moment, Zixu went back with the sweet potato. Seeing the worried eyes of the old and the child, her heart was warm. She put down the sweet potato and took 3 and put them next to the fire. The wolf meat exuded a meaty aroma, but she knew that the meat of this kind of lone old wolf must be not delicious. Zixu sighed. Although they were not starving to death, they had no place to shelter from the wind and rain. If it rained heavily, the old and the child would definitely get sick. Without medical treatment and medicine, getting sick would mean waiting to die. Looking up, she found someone looking at the other side of the river. It was a thin woman. She didn't know whether she was looking at her grandmother or the meat on the fire. Grandma also saw the person opposite and said, "That's your third aunt. She's probably looking at this child. She's already possessed." Zixu was silent for a moment, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Grandma specifically introduced the person opposite and pointed out her identity. Was it? Sure enough, the next moment, Grandma asked, "What's your name?" "Zixu." She simply didn't hide it. It had come to this point. What else could she do? It was a good opportunity to test her attitude. The shoe of Willow Catkins? The old lady was a little surprised. The shoe of the rising sun. The old lady was silent. She was crying silently. Zixu felt mixed emotions. Would Grandma hate her for this? Was she afraid of her? She gritted her teeth and said, "I am your granddaughter, and this will not change. I will let Grandma live a life without worries in the future. If you are afraid, I will live in the mountains." The old lady didn't speak. She exuded a strong sense of sadness, as if she had lost her attachment to the world. Zixu gritted her teeth and knelt in front of her. "I, Zixu, swear that no matter what happens, I will not abandon Grandma. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning." She didn't want to lose Grandma. The old lady cried for a long time, and the last tear returned to normal. "Forget it. Now there are only 3 of us to rely on each other. Shu'er, what are your plans?" Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady was considerate and did not continue to ask any questions, but she must have known in her heart that she was a person who had changed her heart. At the same time, she also understood that she was not a princess for nothing, and her knowledge was broad. She said, "I am thinking about building a thatched house by the river, or building a treehouse on the sunny hillside over there." "Can you do it?" the old lady asked. Zixu nodded. "I can." The old lady was silent for a moment. "You decide." She used a wooden stick to dig out a sweet potato. The sweet potato is very fragrant. Zixu looked over. Who would have thought that someone who had been a princess for decades could hold a sweet potato and chew it sweetly? But seeing her satisfied look, her mood was much better. She took a bite of wolf meat. There was no salt, and there was a strong smell of earth. It was dry and hard to chew. But people who had been special forces in their previous lives were not afraid of these. They filled their stomachs and began to observe the terrain. The beach is semicircular, with a radius of more than 10 meters. The outer edge is sandy land. There is a large area of sandy land. If you look up at a 30-degree angle for 100 meters, you can see the forest. The mountain is very high, and it looks like it can be close to the clouds. There is fog on the upper part of the mountain, probably miasma, and it is impossible to escape over the mountain. The other side of the river is very wide, with many wooden houses, but the specific area cannot be calculated. While thinking about how to settle them, the other side of the river began to make a commotion, and someone carried wood to build a bridge. The fat valley master came over with a group of people. Zixu stared at the single log, hoping that it would break. The valley master swaggered to the fire, and his face changed when he saw the wolf skin next to him. "Did you kill the wolf?" Zixu clenched the dagger in his sleeve and stared at him. "So what?" The valley master's squinting eyes flashed with calculations. The person next to him was hunched over, with a half-finger-long scar on his face across the bridge of his nose. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and looked familiar. He looked at the valley master flatteringly. "The blood jade is on this girl." The valley master waved his hand, and a group of people behind him immediately rushed up and surrounded Zixu. The old lady said angrily, "Zixu, how can you harm your cousin's granddaughter?" Zixu said contemptuously, "Now my surname is not Z. The valley master gave me his surname. Now my name is Pongbukshui." Zixu held the dagger in his hand and held it across his chest. "I don't know what you are talking about." The valley master naturally didn't believe it. Catch her and strip her naked. If you can't get her, it's better to take a look. Bailihan knew that his woman had been seen and touched by so many men, and he would definitely not want her again. By then, this person would still be his. Zixu's eyes were stern. She knew what this person was up to. Stealing the blood jade was just an excuse. She thrust the dagger in her hand and stabbed a bloody hole in the neck of the person who rushed over. The man covered his throat with both hands and retreated with horror. While the others were stunned, Zixu mercilessly stabbed the throats of 2 people again. He would not let them die, but he could make them live a life worse than death. The valley master widened his eyes and stepped back repeatedly. Who could have thought that a delicate and soft little girl would actually use a killing move? How could she survive with a hole in her throat? You dare to kill people? Zixu sneered. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. If you don't give me a way to live, can't I drag a few people to take the blame? Pa pa pa. Someone applauded. Mr. Mingjing came at some point and stood behind the bloated valley master so that Zixu didn't see him. This is the woman our general likes. His handsome eyes flashed with admiration. Zixu pondered for a moment and said, "They want to strip me naked. This is a provocation to the general's authority. How will Mr. Mingjing deal with them?" "Fatty, I'll put some eye drops on you." Mr. Mingjing raised his eyebrows. "What do you want?" "Of course, compensate with food and soothe my frightened mind." The corner of the valley master's mouth twitched. Frightened? I'm the one who's frightened. Although he didn't take Mr. Mingjing seriously, he still had to save face. "She stole my blood jade, which is priceless." Mr. Mingjing waved his fan, smiling like a fox. "I said that the valley master is challenging the general's patience?" How could he not know that the blood jade was just an excuse? Zixu sneered. "If you don't compensate me with 300 kilograms of food today, don't even think about crossing the river." She bent down and picked up the kitchen knife, which was still stained with wolf blood, and looked murderous. The valley master's eyes flashed with anger, and he kicked Zibudushui. "Useless thing, you will bear the consequences." Zibudushui knelt down with a plop, and he knelt to the old lady. "Sister-in-law, please have mercy. Now we don't have 300 kilograms of food in total. If we take it all, how can the people of the clan survive?" After saying that, he began to cry loudly. Zixu didn't have any feelings for these people. Those who could unite to sell the original owner were not worthy of sympathy. But the old lady couldn't bear to do it. "Bring 100 kilograms, and from now on the bridge will be the bridge and the road will be the road." Zixu knew that it was impossible to ask them to spit out 300 kilograms, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The original owner was killed by these people. Her life was worth 100 kilograms of food. Besides, she still owed Bailey Han 400 kilograms of food. Although she was dissatisfied with the old lady's behavior, she didn't say anything. The valley master could only vent his anger on Zibukshue and kicked him over. "Why don't you go and get the food?" Zibukshue hurriedly got up, not daring to fart. There was a burst of crying and shouting on the other side of the river, but Zibukshue still brought the food over. The valley master snorted and took his people away. This time he didn't take the single plank bridge away. Zixu narrowed his eyes. This guy was definitely not kind, nor did he forget, but was calculating. Mr. Mingjing also saw the master's thoughts, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Do you want me to help you retreat?" Zixu shook his head. "No need. There is only a 1,000-day thief who can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If you want to steal food, you have to see if you can return alive." Mr. Mingjing looked at Zixu. Why is this girl's temperament so different from the intelligence he received? Can experiencing life and death really change a person's character? What did the general ask him to do? That's right. Test? What are you testing? They are not the same person at all. Seeing the suspicion flashing in his eyes, Zixu said generously, "I am like this by nature. It was my master who asked me to pretend to be a quail." "Heh? Really?" Mr. Mingjing threw a nonsense remark and left with 2 personal soldiers. Zixu came to the old lady with a bag of food. "The pills were good. My body was much stronger. 100 kilograms of food was still light in my hand." The system's voice suddenly popped up. "Grain seeds have been found. For the sake of your vast fertile land, the host should plant the fields quickly." Zixu was speechless. She didn't know how to plant. When she opened the bag, she saw a mixture of corn, millet, and beans, but no rice or wheat. I don't know if there is no such thing in this era, or if they are unwilling to give it. Seeing Zixu's gloomy face, the old lady also understood that she was dissatisfied. "Shuer is gone. Even if you ask for more food, it won't save anything. You don't have to worry about General Shangwen's 400 kilograms of food. He doesn't plan to take it." Zixu glanced at her and sighed. The resentment in her heart dissipated a little. If he said he didn't want it, he wouldn't pay it back. She didn't want to live in debt. The old lady continued, "If you ask for more food, it will cause the dog to jump off the wall. Grandma doesn't want you to get hurt again. I can fight, kill one by one. You are very skilled, but you are not a murderer. Now is a chaotic world, and it is not easy to survive. The officials force the people to rebel, and the people rebel and become bandits. But they are just ordinary people who can't survive." Zixu felt as if she was poured with ice water when she heard this. Yes, she is not a murderer, so how could she have such a strong murderous intention? She suddenly ran from peacetime to another world, and all the bad things happened one after another. forcing her to breathe. She just wanted to kill all the people who bullied her. She closed her eyes tightly and looked at the old lady with gratitude. If it weren't for her, she would have become a murderer. The system didn't understand what the host was thinking. It screamed in Zixu's mind, "Host, plant the seeds quickly. Those are all points." Zixu frowned and yelled back in his heart, "Why are you yelling? I don't know how to do it. Why don't you tell me how to plant it?" The system said faintly, "Dig a hole and bury it." Zixu rubbed his eyebrows, got up, and spread the quilt on the clean sand. "Grandma, help me sort the food inside. I'll see if I can plant it." The old lady nodded. "Okay. I'll help too." The little dumpling raised his hand with a smile. Zixu finally smiled. "Okay, I'll find a place to build a house and try to get it done before dark. If the people on the other side come to grab food, don't stop them. I'll make them spit out double the amount they grab." The old lady still had that kind of smile that was calm in the face of danger. "Okay, don't worry." Zixu nodded, carrying a kitchen knife up the mountain. Life had to go on. She deliberately climbed higher, but encountered miasma halfway up the mountain and couldn't go up. From a high point, only part of the valley can be seen. The houses are clustered together, and each cluster represents a family. The system began to urge again. For the sake of 10,000 hectares of fertile land, host, rise up. Farming is the way to go. Zixu was startled by the sudden voice and almost slipped down the hillside. She gritted her teeth and said, "Such a broken valley is estimated to be less than 10,000 hectares. Tell me, how can I create 10,000 hectares of fertile land?" System, then do. Zixu thought it had a way and hurriedly asked, "What can I do?" "Do. Dream on." "Fuck you." Too lazy to care about it, Zixu went to cut down some medium-sized trees and then found 4 sturdy trees as pillars to build a treehouse directly. The house is not high or big, and 3 people can lie down side by side. The gable roof is covered with many large leaves, which extend all the way to the walls like fish scales. This can block wind and rain, but it is a bit rough. Time is tight, and she can't build a better one. She can build a fire under the treehouse so that the house will not be too cold. It was already afternoon, and her stomach was rumbling. When she returned to the river, her grandmother and Xiao Baozi had already sorted the food. Zixu was depressed. It was inconvenient without a pot. There was no bamboo here, and supplies were really scarce. Grandma smiled and said, "You must be tired. I'll roast some sweet potatoes for you." Zixu shook her head. "You eat the sweet potatoes and I'll just eat some meat. Wolf meat is rough and dry. The old and the young can't digest it, so she has to finish it." She dug a small hole next to the fire and then put a handful of corn kernels in it. Soon the corn kernels burst open. Zixu picked up one and bit it. It didn't burst completely. It was probably because the corn kernels were not mature enough. Such things can't be used as seeds at all. Xiao Baozi became interested and went to pick up popcorn. He picked up a handful and handed it to Zixu. Seeing her well-behaved appearance, Zixu couldn't help pinching her slightly chubby face. "You eat it?" Xiao Baozi smiled and squinted his eyes. He ate like a little squirrel and didn't forget to feed the old lady a few. After filling his stomach, Zixu said, "Let's move. It looks like it will rain tonight." The old lady nodded and began to pack up. She wrapped the food with large leaves and stacked them layer by layer. Anyway, there were not many things, so they could move them all at once. The treehouse was covered with hay and leaves, so the 3 of them would not feel cold at night. At this time, Zixu began to check the assets. In addition to the food compensated to her, there was also a small bag of powder that was robbed that night. It was definitely not flour. She didn't know what it was. "Grandma, what is this?" "This is cassava flour. In the past, in the palace, it was a precious thing that only your grandfather and I could eat. I didn't expect them to still have it." Zixu was confused. "What is cassava?" The system immediately came out to show its presence. "Host, kava is a good thing, high in calories, but in this era it should be a precious thing. I have seeds here, do you want them?" "You are trying to trick me into opening a loan again. Get out." Zixu gritted her teeth. She was angry, but still asked, "What's the benefit of me opening a loan?" The system said weakly, "It will help you pay off your debts. Every point is my experience of upgrading. There will be more functions after upgrading." Zixu touched her chin. "The current situation is not optimistic. What should I do if I run out of food? Go to the other side to rob? It's okay once or twice, but if you do it too many times, you will definitely be killed. It seems that Baili Han is a thigh that is not easy to hold, and you have to rely on yourself. So the first thing to do is to exchange that planting encyclopedia. Otherwise she, a vegetable melon, will have difficulty in getting enough food and clothing, let alone getting rich by farming." Time passed quickly as she thought about her worries. It really rained at night. The people on the other side of the river didn't care about the intimacy between men and women, and they all huddled together under the trees to avoid the rain. Zixu raised her lips and sneaked to the other side, not caring whose pots, bowls, and buckets they took, and ran. She didn't take the food, but they still had the pots. If they lost the food, they would definitely come to cause trouble. After returning to the treehouse, she went back again, wanting to borrow something from the owner of the valley, but found that there were secret guards, so she had to give up the idea. When she went back, she borrowed clothes from someone else with the idea of not leaving empty-handed. After returning, she found that Grandma had gotten up and burned the bonfire under the treehouse more vigorously. "Grandma," Zixu felt embarrassed as if she had been caught, but the old lady said, "Come and take off your wet clothes quickly, otherwise you will catch a cold." Zixu hurriedly did as she was told, roasting by the fire, and her body became warm. However, from the other side of the river came waves of women's screams, the scolding of the elderly, and the crying of children. The old lady opened her eyes wide and her lips trembled. "They are insulting women." Zixu looked at her steadily. "Do you want me to save people?" To be honest, she didn't want to go and didn't want to be a saint. If it was her grandmother's request, she wouldn't refuse. But the old lady said decisively, "No, you can't go. If they want to live, they must put down their past pride." Zixu felt relieved and warm. As expected of a princess, she could judge the situation and not make unnecessary sacrifices. She didn't think it was cold-blooded at all. It was just the retribution for them selling out the original owner. The rain fell until the second half of the night, and the sounds on the other side of the river gradually stopped as the rain stopped. Zixu in the quilt pricked up her ears and listened, and curled her lips in disdain. From the initial resistance and screaming to the current enjoyment of moaning and groaning, they accepted the reality. Didn't women in ancient times regard chastity as their life? Now it seems that we can't believe everything in books. She couldn't sleep, so she just recited the formula Baili Han gave her, 5 hearts facing the sky, and eliminating distracting thoughts. She didn't know if it was because of the pills she had taken, but soon she felt a stream of air running around in her body. She quickly trapped the air according to the formula. She recalled that Baili Han had used his internal force to make a circle in her body, so she just followed that trajectory. But the airflow didn't run smoothly at all, just like a car driving on the road, with a red light coming out in a while, and she had to wait for a while before she could continue. She didn't know that this was the internal force opening up the acupoints in the body. There are 409 acupoints in the human body, and she didn't know how many she had opened up. She just felt that the airflow was still very strong, so she didn't relax. When the roads in her body became unobstructed, she suddenly had the idea to try if there was any traffic jam in her head. As a result, she found that her head was definitely seriously blocked. Could it be that her brain was damaged by water? She refused to admit defeat and used all her strength to concentrate all the airflow and transport it to her head. As a result, all her perceptions disappeared in her head. What happened? Did I turn myself into an idiot or a vegetable? Regret and frustration filled her body and mind. If she had to do it again, she would never do it again. Just when she imagined herself as a vegetable and being taken away to be a doll, she found that she could open her eyes and her limbs gradually regained strength. The airflow that had disappeared just now began to condense again. She hurriedly gathered her mind. This time, the airflow did not need her to guide it. It started to move automatically and even turned around from her head and entered her body again. When the airflow settled in her dantian, she found that her whole body was full of strength. Seeing an old man and a child still sleeping, she quietly got down from the treehouse. The sun was rising outside. There was a large blue-black stone next to the treehouse, covered with moss. She sank into her dantian and hugged the half-man-high boulder with both hands. "Get up!" The half-man-high, 1-meter diameter boulder was actually picked up by her. The old lady and the little bun heard her shouting, and they stuck their heads out and saw Zixu holding the boulder effortlessly. The little bun clapped. "Sister, you are so amazing!" The old lady's mouth twitched. Can this granddaughter still get married? Zixu scratched her head. She didn't expect that she was so amazing, and recalled that it seemed that the airflow in the dantian entered her arms and became so powerful. Until now, she still didn't understand that she had the internal force equivalent to that of others who had learned for 3 years. After she put down the boulder, she called out in her heart, "System, is the pill you gave me a powerful pill? No, it's definitely not." The system trembled. "Violent girl, too scary." "Are you trembling? Aren't systems emotionless things?" Zixu doubted that this system had a soul. A cold electronic voice sounded, "You are right, I am a system, without emotions. Pretend, just pretend. Sooner or later I will dig out your true identity." System. At present, it is safer to pretend to be dead. Zixu was too lazy to pay attention to it. She went to the river to clean the pot and put in the messy grains to make porridge. The wolf meat had been roasted by the fire and now it was jerky. She chopped it up with a kitchen knife and put it in the porridge. It didn't taste good, but at least it was nutritious. She slapped her thigh fiercely. Without salt, people can't live without salt for a long time. System, do you have salt? No. Do you have anything to replace salt? The fruit of the salt tree is very salty. How much? The system was a little broken. Host, hurry up and farm to save points. Without points, I can't upgrade. If I can't upgrade, I can't buy seeds that don't exist in this world. Zixu, I can buy it after upgrading? How many points? Apprentice merchant, accumulate 1 million points to open the item trading of this planet. Junior merchant, accumulate 5 million points to open the item trading of alien planets. So you are an apprentice merchant now? System, amateur merchant, host, hurry up and farm. I can upgrade after accumulating 1 million points. Zixu was autistic. Damn it, just pretend you didn't hear it. Where are the points I earned from planting sweet potato vines last time? 13 seedlings survived, not enough to pay off the loan. Zixu was depressed. Points were actually awarded based on the survival rate. Her eyes fell on the bags of food. She took the corn and began to select it. As long as it looked plump and not damaged, she would put it aside as seeds. She didn't want to plant it with all her effort and not get any points. The old lady and the little bun finished washing up and came to the fire. They spontaneously helped to select seeds. Breakfast was solved like this. Zixu took the small bag of seeds and found a gentle slope with black soil and started digging a hole. The system can exchange for a hoe, but she is still a poor woman and can only use branches to dig the ground. The old lady also came to help and asked the little bun to watch the fire. Shuer, throw 2 or 3 in a hole. In case some can't grow, there are others that can grow. Zixu nodded. There were not many seeds, only 3 handfuls, and she couldn't fill the gentle slope after planting them all. She took the wooden bucket she had brought last night to fetch water and watered the plants, then asked herself, when will I get the points? They were given right away when I planted the dandelions. System. It needs to germinate before it can be counted. Zixu sneered. The dandelions didn't germinate, so why did you count the points? System. There are privileges for the first planting. Speaking of privileges, she broke out in a cold sweat. She remembered that when she planted sweet potatoes, they matured in a short time. This corn. There was a grandmother next to her. She wouldn't think of herself as a monster, right? The system said lazily, Host, you think too much. Only seeds produced by the system have rewards for the first planting. There are no rewards for local seeds. Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say. Back to the fire. The porridge left over from the morning had already rotted, and the 3 of them ate some to fill their stomachs. Zixu looked across the river, where the smoke from cooking was curling. Those people must have accepted their fate. Grandma, I'll go to the mountain to check. The remaining food won't last long. Grandma nodded. Be careful. Don't do anything reckless just because you're strong. Got it. Zixu picked up the basket, took only the dagger and the head, and ran up the mountain, not knowing that someone was watching her in the dark. She came to the mountain and climbed up while the fog was not so thick. Host, be careful. Shu felt something coming through the air and immediately rolled forward to avoid it. Looking back, she saw a sharp arrow 3/4 into the ground, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling. The person who shot the arrow was actually thinking of killing with 1 shot. She looked up and looked around but didn't see anyone. Only the guards around the Valley Master had such a sophisticated hiding technique. For some reason, she didn't doubt that the person who came to kill him was sent by Bali Han. Did the Valley Master ask you to kill me? What benefits did he give you? It's useless to get promoted and get rich in this place where no one lives. The other party was very alert and didn't say anything. Zixu continued, If it's for food, I can give it to you. A faint sneer came from the tree in front of her left. Zixu looked over with her peripheral vision. The cold arrow refracted the sunlight and flashed a little white light. The dagger in her hand was thrown out at lightning speed. Ah! A scream came, followed by a heavy object falling to the ground. Zixu ran over and couldn't help but mourn for this person. Her dagger pierced the man's shoulder, but when he fell to the ground, his head hit a rock and died. She endured her disgust and touched the man's body and found a flint, a redstone, and 2 cakes. The most valuable thing is the longbow and 5 arrows. As for the body, dig a hole and bury it. Fortunately, she was strong and quickly dug a hole and threw the body in to bury it. After covering up the traces, she went to get the bow and arrows, but found a small pendant on the ground. She picked it up and looked at it. It was a cute little monkey holding a peach in its hand. The peach was pink, and in the shape of a natural peach. The jade pendant was already covered with patina, which showed that it had been worn for a long time. But why did it look so familiar? A memory of the original owner popped up in her mind. The pendant was a gift from her mother when she was 6 years old. Later, it was snatched away by her cousin Zixu, who was the same age as her. The original owner was weak and did not dare to tell anyone, so no one knew about this. Zixu, you actually want to kill me? Let's wait and see. She did not plan to find Zixu immediately. Only when she had the capital to survive could she be qualified to settle old accounts. When she left, Bailihan came out of the woods. He checked the place where the body was buried. It was covered very carefully. It was estimated that no one would notice anything unusual in a day. Mr. Mingjing's lazy voice came. The young lady is quite bold. She killed people and buried the bodies without shaking her hands. Bailihan's sharp eyes fell on his face, making him hold back the words he was about to say. She can't die before getting the 36 stratagems. Mr. Mingjing looked at him with strange eyes. This is not in line with your style. If you want to get something, just capture her and torture her. Bailihan said indifferently, this general has all the time. Mr. Mingjing rolled his eyes. Okay, you have the final say. He looked at Bailihan's sword-like figure and thought to himself, what kind of woman can turn your steel into something soft? Zixu didn't know that her burial was discovered. She was now exploring a cave with great interest. If possible, it would be nice to be the head of the family here. But after going in and taking a look around, she was very disappointed. This cave was very shallow, and the stones on the wall were loose, the same as those found on the killer, but the color was closer to earth yellow. She took a few pieces and put them in her backpack and walked down the cave. There was a gentle slope here, with many shrubs growing, and some of the shrubs had fruits of different colors, green and red. What is this? Can I eat it? The detection technique was automatically activated, and a paragraph of words appeared in Zixu's mind. Green pepper has the effects of aromatic stomach, warming the middle and dispelling cold, removing dampness and relieving pain, killing insects and detoxifying, relieving itching and removing fishy smell. Taking pepper water can remove parasites. For more details, please ask for keywords. Zixu's eyes lit up. Apart from being used as medicine and food, are there any other uses? It can be used as bait for drunk fish. Zixu almost jumped up. It's a good thing. It can be used as a seasoning and as bait. She happily grabbed a handful of it, but ended up getting pricked by small thorns. She gritted her teeth and picked them carefully. She also picked some leaves and went back to boil water to drink as tea. After picking the green pepper, she picked the raspberries next to it. There were not many, and there were not many on the ground. They might have been eaten by small animals. She was picking them seriously when the system issued another warning. There is danger. Zixu was startled and twisted her upper body left and right, but did not see the danger. Don't scare me, there's no danger? Up there! She looked up and met a pair of cold eyes. She was not scared, but happy. What a fat snake, there's snake soup to eat. System. Count me as redundant. The snake saw that its prey had discovered it and immediately bit it with its big mouth. Zixu held the basket with her left hand and quickly grabbed the wrist-thick python with her right hand. She squeezed it hard and it didn't move. I'm so lucky. There's meat and seasoning. She hummed a little song happily. I smile triumphantly. Fame and wealth are nothing. You can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. I smile triumphantly again and again, hoping to live a happy life. But I didn't know how shocking this incompatible tune was to the other two people. Mr. Mingjing praised, this girl's mind is broad and unimpeded. Bailihan said in a cold voice, you want to say she is heartless? Mr. Mingjing coughed dryly. No, I'm just a little envious. Bailihan didn't say anything. He was also a little envious. If he fell into such a situation, would he still have the heart to sing? Impossible. He would have fought to the death with the enemy long ago. Regardless of who this person is, he gave up the idea of killing Zixu. Perhaps keeping him could bring him more surprises. Ah! A scream interrupted the two people's thoughts. They were like arrows from a bow, whizzing and following the sound. It was Zixu who screamed. What did she see? She saw a large piece of bamboo. This was a Buddha belly bamboo, not tall, thick and fat, with short and irregular bamboo joints. Although it was not the best choice for making utensils, it was not bad. She immediately rushed in and started chopping bamboo. Women are always startled, annoying. Bai Lihan walked away with a dark face, and Mr. Mingjing hurriedly followed him. The two of them forgot about the woman who was chopping bamboo enthusiastically. Zixu's eyes were full of bamboo now, and she muttered, "This one makes a water bottle, this one makes a cup, and I can make a few jars." She chopped 5 bamboos and was about to move out when she saw a bamboo rat hole. She happened to have a flint in her hand, so she smoked out a nest of bamboo rats. She only caught the largest one, which was about 6 or 7 pounds and super fat. Now the sky was already dark. She didn't delay, carrying the bamboo rat, bamboo and basket, and started to go down the mountain. When she returned to the treehouse, she found that her grandmother had cleaned the surroundings very well, and there was sand under the treehouse. She was in a good mood and took the bamboo rat to the river to wash it. There was a person standing on the other side of the river. When she saw Zixu, her eyes flashed with suspicion. Zifei? Did she come to see if she was dead or not? Zifei was very beautiful. The 13-year-old girl had a well-developed figure, but there was a teardrop mole on the right corner of her eye, which was a face that would bring bad luck to her husband. Zixu ignored her, and she just looked at him from a distance, with an inexplicable expression on her face. After washing the bamboo rat and python, she returned to the treehouse, filled the snake skin with sand, and propped it up to make a leg or arm guard, which would be more convenient when going up the mountain. The blood hole on her wrist bitten by the wolf was red and a little inflamed, but unfortunately there was no medicinal material available here. As for bamboo rat skin and wolf skin, she propped them up with branches to dry. She didn't know how to process them. After they dried, they were very hard and could only be used for flooring. The snake meat was cut into pieces with a knife and simmered with green peppercorns. Then the green peppercorns were removed and cooked with grains. The temperature in the valley is not low now, estimated to be 25 or 26 degrees, so the bamboo rats must be roasted and left without salt. Puh, so salty. The little bun was spitting. Zixu looked over and found that she was playing with the stones she found. When she saw the meat in the pot, she couldn't help but lick her fingers. She grabbed the stone and licked it. It was salty. This turned out to be a salt mine. God bless me. Little bun, you are awesome. Zixu hugged the little bun's face and smacked it. The little bun blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at her. Her cute look made her heart soft. This is salt, but it can't be eaten like this. It needs to be refined. Unfortunately, there was only one pot and something was cooking. She simply found some larger pebbles to break up the salt mine so that it would be easier to separate the salt. There was a shortage of salt in the valley. She could use the salt to exchange for seeds or something like that, but doing so would definitely not escape the sight of the valley master. If that guy knew there was a salt mine on the mountain, he would definitely take it for himself, and then she would be left with nothing. "What are you doing?" A cold voice came. Zixu tilted her hand holding the stone and almost hit her hand. She looked up and met the ghost face. The distance was very close and she could even see his dark and deep icy eyes. He was wearing an ink-colored satin robe with silver cloud lace inside the robe, and the belt buckle was a ferocious tiger head. The whole person was like a soul-snatching judge who would not allow you to resist or deceive. Zixu pursed her lips, as if Bai Lihan was a trustworthy partner. Although the profit she got was definitely not much, it was better than being taken alone by the fat guy. "Is there a shortage of salt in the valley?" Bai Lihan didn't expect that she would ask such a question after changing her expression several times, so he didn't deny it at the moment. "Yes, it's very chaotic outside. The court's supplies were robbed by the rioters twice, so they stopped." "Stopped? So the court wants us to fend for ourselves?" Zixu sneered. A trace of praise flashed in Bai Lihan's eyes. If other women knew that they were abandoned by the court, they would definitely cry in despair. She was actually mocking, and there was a hint of expected meaning, which was quite smart. Zixu thought for a while. Why did the general stay? The court has abandoned this place. Why do you have to suffer here? Bai Lihan lifted up his robe and sat down on the big rock next to him. His posture revealed a hint of laziness, but it did not lose any nobleness. He looked at Zixu. His thin little face was only the size of a palm, with a small nose and a small mouth. Only the pair of big, clear, and watery almond eyes looked at him like a curious little deer. Inexplicably, he asked the question in his heart, "Are you not a spy? Aren't you here to kill this general?" Zixu finally knew what the problem was. She raised her hand and pointed to the other side of the river. "There is a hungry wolf over there, and you are a fierce tiger. I am still thinking about living by relying on the power of the tiger. Speaking of which, you have done me a favor. Unless I am stupid, I will kill you. Bailihan looked into her eyes and was very honest. Could it be that he guessed wrong? She really has a very powerful master? In this case, let's talk about this stone. Is it salt? Zixu was shocked. This person should not be so smart. I am so passive. It is salt, but my master only mentioned it at the time. I don't know the details. I have to test it before I can know whether salt can be extracted. Bailihan nodded. This is right. It is impossible for someone to know everything. It is good to know what it is. What do you need? Zixu tried to calm herself down. This big tiger would not eat her for the time being. I need a pot, fine gauze, and a wooden barrel. That's all for now. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver them. I hope you can succeed. Zixu watched him fly across the river like a rock, feeling envious and jealous. Grandma came to the river with a cloth bag. Seeing Zixu staring at Bailihan's back in a daze, she smiled and said, "The men in the Bailey family are all outstanding." Zixu came back to her senses and said faintly, "Even if he looks like a god, I won't be his concubine." Grandma hesitated and said, "The world outside is big. You are still young and shouldn't be trapped here." Zixu smiled lightly and said casually, "It's a mess outside. It's better to be quiet here. Besides, I have Grandma and Xiaobaozi to accompany me here. If I go out, I will have no relatives." Grandma sighed and took out the wild vegetables from the cloth bag to wash. There were not many, just a few dandelions and plantains. It is estimated that she only knew these two. Zixu collected the salt mine debris. If salt can be extracted, the debt of 400 kilograms of grain can be paid off. "Host, you still owe me 13 points. Zixu gritted his teeth. "It's not time to pay back yet. Won't the seeds sprout in a few days?" "Host, don't you want to take a look at the daily discounts?" Zixu quickly opened the panel to check them all. Today's discounted item turned out to be a herbal medicine encyclopedia, but it was not 10% off, but 30% off, which means that it would take 90 points to buy it. She closed the panel with a snap and tried to trick me into opening a loan again. Seeing that she was not interested, the system said a little discouraged, "This is such a good book. If you take it, you will know what herbs are. When you get sick, you can treat it yourself." Zixu was not fooled. I have the exploration technique. Can't I just ask when I see a plant? System. The host is too rational and not easy to deceive. Seeing that the system was silent, Zixu felt happy. It was just a plug-in to assist her life and could not be relied on as a fundamental survival. After holding it in for a long time, the system said unwillingly, "Do you want to know the history and current situation of this world?" "No." Decisive rejection. System. "I want to break up with you." The heart suffered 100,000 points of damage. Zixu ignored it and invited Grandma and Xiaobaozi to eat. The snake meat was boiled in green pepper water, so most of the earthy smell was removed. This pot of porridge was the best delicacy they had ever eaten here. The three of them ate too much by accident. Zixu washed the pot, put in the crushed salt ore and water, and started heating it. Suddenly she slapped her forehead. "Oh, how could I forget the most important thing?" Xiaobaozi laughed. "Sister, are you stupid? You hit yourself." Zixu rolled her eyes at her. "Are you full? Go pick up pebbles for me. They should be smooth and as big as your fingernails. Pick up half a bucket." "Okay." Xiaobaozi limped to pick up the wooden barrel. Zixu frowned. "Come here. I'll take a look at your legs." The little girl walked over and Li Yaotiao touched it with her hand. It turned out that the femur was out of the socket, that is, dislocated. Because no one helped to move it back, it caused the leg to be in trouble. This situation has been going on for 2 or 3 months. The pain of bone dislocation is unbearable for adults, but this child actually gritted his teeth and endured it. Fortunately, it was still in time to repair it, otherwise it would never be put back when the flesh grew in the bone socket. "Little guy, your leg can be cured, but it hurts a lot. Can you bear it?" The little girl's delicate face showed joy, and her round phoenix eyes were shining with stars. "I'm not afraid of pain." Zixu brought over the basket, which contained some berries. "Look, oh, there are fruits." The little girl's attention was all on the fruits. Zixu quickly grabbed her leg and straightened the leg bone. The little girl screamed, and the old lady who was resting in the house almost fell down when she crawled out. "What happened?" "Nothing, I was treating her leg. It took a while, so it hurts." The old lady climbed down the wooden ladder and held the little bun in her arms. Poor child. The little bun's face was pale, and he forced a smile. "Grandma, I don't feel any pain." Zixu was ready to hear the little bun crying loudly, but the child gave her an accident, which really made her feel distressed. She stood up and rubbed the little guy's hair. "My sister is so strong. Good job, sister is proud of you." The little bun's eyes lit up. She could feel that Zixu regarded her as his own, would never abandon her in the future. The old lady saw that the little bun's face looked better and asked, "Does it still hurt?" The little bun moved her legs. Although it still hurt, she could feel that the uncontrollable weakness in her legs disappeared. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It will be better soon." Zixu was depressed. She would be treated later, and now she had to pick up stones by herself. After picking up the stones, she chiseled a hole in the wooden barrel, laid a layer of larger pebbles at the bottom, then smaller ones, and then laid a layer of fine sand in order, and the simple filter was ready. After doing all this, she dug some charcoal from the fire, which had to wait for the fine gauze to be delivered before it could be used. The water in the pot had already boiled, and the water was very turbid. She poked it with her hand and put it into her mouth, and her mouth was immediately filled with salty, bitter, and astringent taste. "It's so unpalatable." "What's unpalatable?" Mr. Mingjing's clear and teasing voice came. Zixu looked up and saw that he was carrying a big bag, holding 4 wooden barrels in his left hand and 2 iron pots in his right hand. The feather fan was stuck on his belt at the moment, looking a little funny. "Why did you deliver it?" Mr. Mingjing put the things down. "The general asked me to supervise you. If you damage anything, you have to pay for it." Zixu was furious. "Stingy guy, you have to pay for such a small thing? You are a stingy person. You are so greedy." Seeing Zixu's red face and angry eyes, Mr. Mingjing wanted to laugh. This fierce look was quite cute. Although Zixu was angry, he still patiently sorted out his things. The big bag contained fine gauze of several kinds, cotton cloth, cotton yarn, silk yarn, and the most amazing thing was a 3-foot square piece of cloth that emitted moonlight. No one knew what it was made of. She picked out the cotton cloth. The mesh of the cotton yarn was a bit large, but it could be used to make a mosquito net. She put the other 2 back. "I can't use this one. It's such a waste." Mr. Mingjing asked in surprise. "You don't want it? The moonlight yarn can be kept to make clothes. It's warm in winter and cool in summer." Zixu glanced at him. "It's worth a lot of money." Mr. Mingjing had a pair of smiling peach blossom eyes, which were flashing with surprise at this moment. "Are you a woman? Every woman who sees this moonlight yarn would want to take it for herself." Zixu glanced at him. "What kind of place is this? Dressing up brightly can only feed wolves. If you want to please me, you might as well make me some suitable men's clothes." Mr. Mingjing couldn't understand the woman in front of him. Did she say that she didn't want to be a concubine, not to retreat, but really didn't want to? Zixu no longer paid attention to him. Endless temptations were annoying. She took the cotton cloth and sewed it into a pocket, put charcoal in it, broke the charcoal inside and put it into the wooden barrel with a hole, and then pressed it with fine sand. She tied the wooden barrel filled with pebbles to the tree, with a charcoal barrel below and a clean wooden barrel at the bottom. The water in the pot was very turbid. She moved the pot away from the simple stove with disdain. After the water boiled, she slowly poured it into the wooden barrel on top. The pot of water looked like it had 15 liters, but after filtering through layers of filtration, it was only 5 liters. Because of the charcoal, the water at the end was a little black. She filtered it several more times with cotton cloth. Although the water was not crystal clear, it looked much better. She put the less than 2 liters of water into the pot and began to boil it. She kept stirring to speed up the evaporation of the water. Mr. Mingjing was shaking his fan while observing the scene in the pot. When the white color appeared, surprise appeared on his cynical face. He pinched a little bit and put it into his mouth, regardless of the heat. It was salty with a slight bitterness. It was actually high-quality white salt. Zixu also tasted a little. "Pah, it's really unpalatable." She didn't know that in ancient times this kind of salt had reached the qualification of tribute, but she still disliked the bitter taste. Mr. Mingjing held the handle of the fan tightly, his mind racing. Could it be that Zixu was from another country? Had she eaten better salt? But this didn't make sense. If she was from another country, she wouldn't easily reveal the method of making salt. The general said that she had a powerful master, so who was her master? Who was he using? Zixu looked up and saw Mr. Mingjing's unpredictable face, and she felt nervous. "What are you thinking? Of course, salt is unpalatable if it's not in the dishes." Mingjing was relieved when he heard this. The information couldn't be false. She wouldn't have eaten better salt. Zixu felt the murderous aura on him disappear, and she shed wide noodles in her heart. Damn! What kind of world is this? Step by step, a little carelessness will lead to eternal damnation. Take me to see where you found the salt mine. Mr. Mingjing returned to his unruly look. Zixu looked at the salt in the pot. It was too little. She had to get more salt from the mine. "Okay, I'm going to get more." The two of them went up the mountain, each carrying a backpack. On the way, Mr. Mingjing suddenly asked, Now that treacherous ministers are in power and the royal family is in turmoil, the other two countries have repeatedly attacked the border and are about to be divided. What do you think? Zixu kept her mouth shut. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. If she didn't answer well, this guy would definitely break her neck. Mr. Mingjing saw that she didn't speak, so he smiled and said, "This is what the general asked me to ask. He said that if you answer well, you can waive the money for the items you brought this time." Scam. I'm just a girl in the boudoir. How can I know the situation in this world? Really, I've never seen a girl in the boudoir who can kill a wolf or stab a person's throat. I don't want to talk to you. Seeing that she was playing dumb, Mr. Mingjing decided to use a ruthless trick. If what you said is useful, the general will give you a talisman that will allow you to travel freely in the valley. This talisman is really tempting, but she is not stupid. If she really talks too much, people will kill her like a monster. Mr. Mingjing's eyes flashed with a smile. This girl is very cautious. If she can't pry it open now, there will always be a chance. Zixu took him to the salt mine. She used a dagger and a knife to pry some salt mines and found that there were some crystal-clear crystals here. These are relatively pure salt. Mr. Mingjing asked, "What are these?" "These are relatively pure salts. They can be used directly after grinding. If you want a better taste, you should wash them with water, filter them, and boil them again. How much mineral capacity do you think there is here?" Zixu shook his head. "I don't know, and I don't know how to explore, but I think this land contains a lot of salt, so most plants will not grow. You can observe the plant species here carefully and slowly find the boundaries." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "That makes sense and is simple. You really don't know how to survey?" Zixu rolled his eyes. "If you don't understand, you don't understand. What's the difference between this and raising flowers and plants? Different lands grow different flowers and plants." Mr. Mingjing glanced sideways. "You are indeed a lady from a noble family. You take care of flowers and plants so carefully. You want to say that I'm idle." This time Zixu dug some transparent crystals, but unfortunately the number was not large, so he finally carried a basket of salt ore back. Mr. Mingjing smiled as he watched her go down the mountain. When he could no longer see her, he put away his smile and said, "Perhaps your status is not that important anymore." Zixu returned to the treehouse and began to boil salt. In the end, he actually produced 3 pounds of salt. The salt content of the salt mine was still very high. The old lady smiled and said, "That's good. It can be used for a long time." Zixu put the salt into a bamboo tube and hung it under the treehouse. "Now we can make bacon out of the meat we hunt and eat it slowly." The old lady said, "Don't be stubborn. It doesn't matter what you eat, okay?" Zixu smiled and said, "I know. I will protect myself. I said I would make sure Grandma has enough food and clothing." The old lady smiled and didn't take it seriously. It was good enough that she didn't starve. Zixu looked at it and found that there were too few seasonings in his hand. He had to go up the mountain to find some. There should be some, such as cinnamon and star anise. The old lady asked, "What should we do with these fine fabrics?" Zixu then remembered that Mr. Mingjing was still on the mountain and had not come down yet. "Pack them separately and wait for the big fox to come down the mountain and let him take them away. Okay?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Mingjing paused. Big fox? The little girl was quite brave. He was about to go over, but he saw a flash of red light in the sky. His face changed. Someone actually broke into the Valley of Sinners. Zixu saw Mr. Mingjing running and shouted, "Take those fabrics away. Give them to you." Mr. Mingjing's kung fu was not high, but his light kung fu was good, and he ran very fast. Zixu curved his eyebrows and said, "Thank you." He said this was a gift for me, so it would be a waste not to take it. But the old lady said, "Keep it for now. If he doesn't admit it one day, you can give it back to him." Okay. Zixu didn't think this would happen. She found a piece of cotton yarn, cut down a straight tree, cleaned the trunk and tied it into a cross, and then tied the 4 corners of the gauze to the trunk. In addition, she found a long tree trunk and tied it firmly to the field. Of course, this large scoop net cannot be placed directly in the water. She found a Y-shaped branch to poke the shore and put the net on it. Of course, it also needs to be tied up, otherwise it will fall into the river. She sprinkled a mixture of green pepper and coarse grains in the net, and then placed it in the water. There was a rope at the end of the tree trunk, and she could pull it up by pulling the rope. The fishing trap was ready, and the rest was to wait. If there were fish in the river, then there would be one more source of food, and it should be able to survive at present. There was a sudden noise on the other side of the river. From a distance, she saw a group of people surrounding someone walking in the valley. Zixu watched with a nonchalant attitude, but she didn't expect that group of people to come to the river. The person being surrounded was a very beautiful woman with willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a face like peach blossoms, a red gold butterfly hairpin on her head, and a butterfly peony pleated skirt. The belt embroidered with gold and silver threads outlined her graceful curves. Such a person is said to be a noble lady, so how could she appear in the Valley of Sinners? The woman also saw Zixu. The 13-year-old girl had not grown up yet, but her face already revealed the charm of a stunning beauty. Jealousy flashed in her eyes very quickly. Although she concealed it very well, Zixu still caught it. What kind of woman is this? Saint? Green tea? White lotus? The woman glanced at the maid beside her. The maid looked ordinary. She raised her upper lip and shouted, "Are you Zixu?" Zixu raised an eyebrow. It was actually directed at him. Interesting. Why do you call me aunt? The maid was so angry that she fell backwards. Little hoof, why don't you come to pay homage to my wife? You said that she is your wife? What does it have to do with me? Zixu was stupid and listened to her. The maidservant was angry and cursed with her hands on her hips. You say you are a noble lady from Kyoto, but I think you are not even as good as a country girl, so rude. Zixu crossed his arms and laughed. They say that the maidservant is the face of the master. You can tell what kind of master you are by looking at you with your hands on your hips and cursing like a shrew. You. The maidservant was so angry that she glanced at the rushing river and the single-plank bridge. She wilted and dared not walk. The noble lady's face twisted for a moment, and she said in a voice like a yellow aureole, "The general has mentioned you to me many times. Since you are the general's concubine, you naturally have to serve me, the mistress. I wanted to take you with me and take good care of you so that you don't suffer, but you don't seem to want to go to the general, so you can't blame me for not helping you." Zixu sneered. "I don't need your help. Besides, I, Zixu, will not be a concubine. Go back to where you came from." The noble lady sighed. "This is decided by the general. If you don't want to be a concubine, you can only tell the general." I said, "You don't have to worry about this." Zhu curled her lips. The ancient system of wives and concubines was so annoying, she wanted to go back to peacetime. No, she couldn't leave. What would happen to her grandmother if she left? The noble lady said, "Come on, bring her here. No matter what, she is the concubine designated by the general. She can't be so vulgar all the time. This lady will take her back and teach her, well." A group of soldiers in tight clothes stepped onto the single-plank bridge. It seemed that this woman was determined to take Zixu away. Zixu was afraid that they would damage her fishing net, so she simply waited on the other side of the bridge. However, the leading soldier suddenly shook twice and fell into the water. The water was turbulent, and the person who went down was washed away. The maid scolded, "Useless thing! You can't even walk properly. Why don't you hurry up?" The soldiers continued to walk and speeded up the bridge. At this time, another soldier fell down. He grabbed 4 or 5 people with his hands. The remaining 8 on the bridge were dumbfounded. Zixu found that the soldiers did not fall down because they slipped, but someone hit their knees with stones. She looked at a big tree on the other side with suspicion. The person was hiding very deep. Who could it be? The 8 soldiers gritted their teeth and ran to the other side. Zixu didn't want to use a dagger or a knife because she wanted to try her fists and feet. "Go on! What are you waiting for?" The maid yelled. The soldiers rushed forward, but they did not grab randomly. The points of their hands were shoulders and arms. But Zixu didn't want to be touched by them, so she grabbed the nearest person and swung him away, knocking down 2 of them. The 2 people behind her grabbed one of her shoulders, and she crossed her hands over her chest, grabbed their wrists, and threw them forward. The 2 people behind her were slapped to the ground like dead fish. She knocked down 5 of them with one move, and the remaining 3 stopped and looked at her with horror. The maid on the other side was so angry that she jumped up and down. "Waste! Are you all eating for free? If you can't catch them, go and clean the toilet." The 3 soldiers were also in pain. One of them looked at the soldier who fell to the ground, but found that the soldier blinked at him repeatedly. In just a moment, he returned to his painful wailing appearance, and the soldier suddenly woke up. He punched Zixu in the face, and Zixu threw him over her shoulder. She wanted to kick him again, but saw that the soldier's eyes rolled up and fainted. This force definitely won't make him faint. The other 2 were also stunned. They looked at each other and rushed towards Zixu, but Zixu dodged. The 2 fell straight to the ground and didn't move. Are the soldiers so good at acting now? The maids on the opposite side were still shouting, but no one dared to come over. Zixu curled her lips and found that her fishing net was shaking. If she continued, it would break. She hurried over to lift the net. There were many big fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds and crucian carp as big as a palm in the net. There are fish to eat. She put the fish into the backpack, but saw the soldier pretending to be fainted looking at her eagerly, or, to be exact, looking at the fish. You want to eat fish, but it's a pity that you followed such a woman. I don't like her. I really don't know if your general's brain was kicked by a donkey. How could he marry such a woman as his wife? The soldier's eyes were full of tears. He couldn't eat fish. Zixu saw that they were just 13 or 14-year-old boys, so he didn't blame them. Don't say you can't eat fish. Your general can't eat it either. You made such a thing to disgust me, hum. Ahem. The person hiding in the tree finally showed up. It was Mr. Mingjing, the big fox. Didn't he run away in a hurry? He still had the leisure to watch the show here. That? You can leave now. The two women actually saluted him, as if they were afraid of him. Zixu sneered, What do you want to do? Also, don't let that general's wife appear in front of me in the future, otherwise I will not be able to help but beat her into a pig's head. The big fox chuckled. There is no such thing as a general's wife, she is just a cousin. The woman's face was pale, biting her cherry lips and didn't speak. The maid said, There was a verbal engagement. The big fox looked sideways. What's the use of a verbal engagement? My general didn't agree. You are short-sighted and ran to the valley of sinners to cheat. The two women turned pale and had no face to stay. The soldiers who were wailing and pretending to faint stood up and surrounded Zixu. A baby-faced man asked, Can you sell this fish to us? We will exchange it with our own rations. Humph! Mr. Mingjing snorted coldly, and the soldiers immediately dared not say a word. Zixu looked at him with disdain. You want to take it for free? You said you would give me those fabrics yourself. Mr. Mingjing shook his head. There were rioters who broke into the valley. Although they were driven away by the general was also injured. These fish can just help him recover. Zixu curled her lips. Injured. People should not eat fish. She walked a few steps with the basket and turned back and said, Don't try to test me again in the future. Just say it directly. Mr. Mingjing? She was seen through. It's all the general's fault. He said that Zixu was reluctant to be his concubine. He found someone to provoke her and she would obey. Now, who is obeying whom? He returned to the barracks in a huff. The general was reading a book. The sun shone on him, giving him a layer of mystery. Mr. Mingjing threw himself on the chair and slumped lazily. Don't think about her being your concubine. Although the girl is young, she is not easy to control. If you want her to be loyal to you, you'd better speak your mind openly. Huh? Is this the result of the test? Bailihan was a little surprised. Mr. Mingjing nodded. She is not an ordinary woman. Not ordinary? This general thinks that any woman who falls into such a predicament will envy and yearn for people wearing gold and silver. Is it wrong? Mr. Mingjing grabbed the cold tea on the table and took a sip. When she fought with the soldiers, her moves were not from our side, nor from other countries. It can be said that they are very simple and effective. It is impossible to use them so skillfully without 10 or 8 years of hard training. So we can only accept the statement that she has a master? Bailihan always felt that this was not the case. What else can we do? Don't test it in the future. Just speak directly. She will give you advice if she understands, and she won't say anything if she doesn't understand. You think so highly of her? She's just a 13-year-old girl. Bailihan shook his head. Mr. Mingjing showed a half-smile. If she were your age and had learned what you have learned, she would definitely not lose to you. Bailihan was a little surprised. Mr. Mingjing looked young, but he was actually over 30 years old. He had seen countless people and had a keen eye for gold. Otherwise, he would not have stayed by his side. To be favored by him, that girl was really not simple. Mr. Mingjing smiled and said, You'd better coax the little girl. Otherwise, don't think about getting the art of war out of her mouth. She is a man who would rather die than live in disgrace. The art of war is a transaction, she will tell you. Coax a woman? How is it possible? The thing he disdained most in his life was to coax a woman. He changed the subject. Is the salt mine deal settled? Almost. She didn't hide the refining method. You should learn her kung fu if you have the chance. It's very useful. Bailihan's eyes flashed. Martial arts are profound and extensive. The little girl only knows fancy moves. As soon as he finished speaking, Bailihan's figure had disappeared in the room. Mr. Mingjing chuckled, as if he had seen Bailihan being slapped in the face by his own words. Zixu brought the fish back, and the old lady looked at her, worriedly. Did you go into the water? No, I made a fishing net and it's quite useful. We won't have to worry about eating fish in the future. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. We can get by now, don't take risks. Zixu smiled and went to see the little bun. She recovered well and could stand up with the help of a branch. When she saw the person coming, she raised her delicate little face and smiled sweetly. Sister is back. Well, let's eat fish today. Great. Zixu smiled, and her heart was soft. In her previous life, after her grandmother died, she was sent to an orphanage, and soon she was taken away and trained as a special forces soldier. In fact, she longed for a home and the warm smiles of her family. Now she has it, so any suffering is nothing to her. What's your name? The little bun looked strange, and after hesitating for a while, he said, My name is Zijunrui. It's strange for a girl to have this name. Do you want to pee? I'll help you. Zixu was quick and pulled off the little bun's pants in a flash. Huh? What is this? Ah, this thing is real. You are a boy? Zixu immediately imagined all kinds of plots in his mind. The third uncle exchanged his child for the prince in the palace, and was afraid of being discovered, so he pretended to be a girl to raise. Then this child must be the orphan of the royal family of the previous dynasty. The old lady ran over to take a look, and helped the little bun put on his clothes. The little bun buried his face in her arms in shame. Grandma, do you know? The old lady shook her head. I just found out too. This child. Zixu thought about it. If this child was handed over, he would definitely not survive, so it would be better to raise him like this. Anyway, this is my sister. Call her Junjun from now on. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you are the boss of our family. Zixu laughed and stretched out his hand to pinch the little bun's ear. Did you hear that? You are my sister. I heard that. His voice was muffled, but he was very happy. By the way, this is for you. This is a birthday gift my mother gave me when I was 6 years old. Later it was snatched away by Zifei, and I snatched it back. Children wear it to ward off evil spirits. The little bun took the monkey jade pendant and held it tightly in his hand, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. Zixu rubbed his hair. I'll go and process the fish. With limited seasoning, it's better to make grilled fish. The 2 or 3 caddies of fish were a bit too big for grilled fish, so she chose more than 1 caddy for grilled fish and crucian carp for soup. I wonder if there is wild mountain ginger on the mountain. The system said, Yes, I saw it all. Zixu. It seems that I forget it very easily. There were also 3 fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds stuffed in a bucket, and the rest were pickled with salt. Grandma, I'm going to the mountain to dig some ginger. Come back quickly. It's getting late. Got it. Zixu carried the backpack up the mountain. This time she kept using the detection technique to look for edible plants. She found wild garlic, wild ginger, clover, shepherd's purse. Zixu found that there was food everywhere on the mountain, and of course there were many medicinal herbs and even poisons. If there was no detection technique, she would probably only treat these treasures as grass. She walked down the mountain happily, but a strong wind hit her. She dodged sideways, but this time it was not an arrow but a stone. Looking back, she saw the ghost face, and the mottled sunlight fell on it, revealing a chilling breath. Zixu was not afraid of him. Are you sick? You are throwing stones at me. Bailihan said coldly. Fight me with all your strength, and I will forgive you the debt of 100 kilograms of grain. Zixu was furious when he heard this. I gave you all the salt mines I found and even told you how to refine them. That can't be worth 400 kilograms of grain. Bailihan's eyes flashed with a smile, but his voice was still cold. The 2 things cannot be confused, and didn't I tacitly allow you to use them at will? You are shameless! Zixu was so angry that she was about to explode. Bailihan looked sideways. Fight or not? Fight, I'm angry now. She put down the backpack and punched. Bailihan tried to block, but found that this small fist seemed weak, but it was full of the power of splitting mountains and rocks. Do you have internal force? Zixu looked at him blankly. Internal force? Do you mean the airflow in the body? Bailihan pinched her wrist again and checked it again. He was surprised to find 3 points. First, Zixu did have internal force, which was equivalent to someone who had practiced for 3 years. Second, the trajectory of the internal energy she cultivated was exactly the same as his, which meant that his master's unique skills were secretly learned. Third, she actually opened up all the acupoints in her body, including the most difficult Ren and Du meridians. How do you know this set of skills and methods? Zixu pulled out her wrist. You taught me. I only said the formula. Who told you the trajectory of your internal energy? Didn't you use your internal energy to go around in my body? I practiced according to that trajectory. Monster. Of course, he didn't know that Zixu was like this because she took a pill to improve her physique. He just thought that she was a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century. Such a person can become the sharpest knife in one's hand after being trained, but now it needs to be polished. Continue. Zixu didn't dare to be careless. She didn't know ancient martial arts, but only fighting skills. Fortunately, Bailey Han didn't use internal energy, and neither of them could do anything to the other for a while. Bailey Han was getting more and more frightened as he fought her. This girl's methods were cruel and simple, and she would not do those flashy moves. Such people are often trained as killers. However, the investigation data showed that Zixu was lost for a day when she was 3 years old. After returning, she rarely went out and had a soft personality. Maybe she really had a master who asked her to keep a low profile and taught her secretly. He withdrew his hand immediately and said, "I won't test you again in the future, but your skills are still too poor. Take out 1 hour every day to fight with me." Zixu wanted to refuse, but then she thought that her current situation was not good, and she must return to the level of her previous life as soon as possible. Finding someone to fight was the quickest way, so she agreed. "Okay, I will go up the mountain every afternoon." "What to do before noon? Do you think I am as idle as you? I have to get food and rebuild the house. The treehouse is just a temporary shelter." Bailey Han saw that she rolled her eyes, which was actually quite cute, and his tone couldn't help but soften. Then in the afternoon, Zixu picked up the backpack, walked a few steps, and turned back. "The Valley Master's people once took that salt mine. I think he will ask you for a share of the pie." Bailey Han looked at Zixu, who didn't even turn his head, and after pondering for a moment, a cold look appeared in his eyes. "Valley Master? Just let him be your whetstone." Zixu didn't know what Bailey Han was thinking. She returned to the treehouse and found the old lady and the little bun hugging each other. There was a slap mark on the little bun's face and his cheek was swollen. The fire was poured with water, and the 3 pots and the bucket of fish were completely gone. Zixu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "What's going on?" Junjun said. "It's the people across the river." Zixu looked at the old lady. "Who is it?" "Your third aunt and second aunt." The old lady's face was wooden, without any expression. Zixu saw that the ladder of the treehouse was destroyed. She grabbed the edge of the treehouse and looked around. The house was fine, and the pickled fish was still there. The old lady said, "I cut the ladder and they didn't go up. I'll go get the things back." The old lady's mouth moved twice and finally said nothing. The little bun cried and said, "It's all because of me. I caused her to lose her child." "Is this the reason? But if they rob once, they will rob again. Are they going to get something so cheaply that they can get it with their hard work?" The old lady sighed. "Don't cry, forget it this time. Your third aunt is in a daze, and your second aunt's child is only 1 year old." Zixu sat on the ground dejectedly. Are they going to be sucked by these vampires? She was unwilling to accept this. Grandma could not care about her own food rations, but she could not watch her starve. No, things could not end like this. She walked towards the river, and Grandma opened her mouth but said nothing. She could smell the fragrance of fish meat after crossing the river. They had already cooked the fish. The fish could be discarded, but the pot and bucket had to be taken back. Those people were originally relatives, but now they were staring at her like wolves, wishing they could tear a piece of meat from her. Zixu saw the second aunt and the third aunt who were huddled by the edge of the campfire. The third aunt had a stupid smile on her face and stared at the fish in the pot, while the second aunt hid behind her. "My pot and bucket must be returned to me. If not, I don't mind telling the ghost-faced general that I can't cook for him anymore." Second aunt hugged the thin baby in her arms and shuddered. "What do you mean?" "How could the general eat what you cooked?" sneered. "You all saw how much I took when I left. Those pots and buckets were given to me by the general so that I could help him cook." Second aunt pursed her lips and said nothing, her eyes drifting to the 2 fires next to her. Zixu said loudly, "The pot and bucket belong to the ghost-faced general. You'd better return them to me, and I won't pursue the matter of the fish. If you don't return them to me, don't blame me for telling the general about this. I can't control what you will do then, and—" She paused, her eyes flashing with cold light, sweeping across everyone's face. "My place is not your warehouse. You can take whatever you want. If you dare to take anything again, even if it's just a wild vegetable, I will chop off your hands." She punched the gravel ground, leaving a pot-sized hole. Everyone trembled. Zixu blew on her fist. "Now, why don't you return my pot and bucket?" The people around the fire quickly poured out the fish in the pot, and finally Zixu carried the pot and bucket back to the treehouse. She looked at the little bun apologetically. "I'm sorry, third aunt is really crazy. Sister couldn't help you fight back that slap." A mother with a baby, a woman who lost her own child and went crazy. She really couldn't do it. Junjun shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." Zixu took a deep breath. "Junjun, You have to remember that the son she gave birth to in exchange for your life, you have the responsibility to take care of her in her old age. Although she hit you and it hurts, you have to know that when her son died for you, the pain was 100 times, 1,000 times more. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you submissive and not fight back when you are hit. You have to learn to judge the situation and run away when you can't or can't beat them. There is a saying that goes, if you have green mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood to burn. To put it more simply, it means that a good man does not suffer a loss in front of him, understand? The little bun looked at her with bright eyes. Sister, I understand. I remember. Next time they want to hit me, I will run. Yes, when you can't beat the other party, just hide and squint. The little bun touched his face and hissed, I remember this hurts. The old lady frowned. Is he going back to Beijing? Zixu replied indifferently. No matter what the future holds, children should be taught well. Now is a chaotic world. What we should learn is the way to survive, not to sit quietly in the house and study hard. Bailey Han, who was hiding in the tree, touched his chin. The way to survive? Is her way of survival to hide when she meets a strong opponent? It seems not. When she faces herself, she is like a kitten that has just grown claws and teeth, cute and fierce. Zixu in the treehouse cleaned up the sand and wet wood and relit the bonfire with flint. She took out the marinated fish from the house and roasted it on the fire. The crucian carp was stewed in a pot of soup. Because there was no oil to fry the fish, the soup was lighter in color. Bailey Han in the tree moved his nose. The grilled fish was so fragrant. I wonder if it tastes good too. Gululu. Zixu heard the sound and grabbed a stone and threw it at the tree. Bailey Han turned over to avoid it and fell from the tree. Don't listen to indecent things, don't you understand? Bailey Han went straight to the fire and saw the roasted fish dripping with oil. He found that he was very hungry. The old lady said, General, let's eat together. Zixu wanted to drive him away, but when his eyes fell on his tightly covered ghost face, he smiled smugly. This guy must take off his mask to eat fish. Maybe I can see his true face. In the previous life, there were many men with scars on their faces. The female soldiers didn't think it was ugly, but thought it was cool. It was a medal of bravery. Bailey Han seemed to sense Zixu's thoughts. He said lightly, Why? Want to see my face? Zixu turned his head away from him, neither denying nor admitting. There were 5 fish by the fire, and the fish soup in the pot was enough to fill several people to 80% full. Zixu thought about it and used another pot to blanch the wild vegetables, mixed with salt, green pepper, and other spices, and it was a cold dish. Grandma, try it. The old lady picked up a piece of wild vegetables with chopsticks. Although it was still a little bitter, it had more spicy and sour taste, which was very appetizing. The sour taste was from the clover, which could be used as vinegar. It's delicious. Zixu nodded. Is there no oil in the valley? Bailey Han held the fish without eating it. He said lightly, No, the court's supplies were robbed. There will be no oil within half a year. Zixu frowned. It would be great if we could catch a wild boar. We can make lard. The iron pan will stick too much without oil. Bailey Han glanced at the mountain. There is miasma in the upper half of the mountain. You will die if you go up. There are very few ferocious beasts in the lower half of the mountain. No way. I just killed a wolf not long ago. Bailey Han didn't even look at her. That was a wolf whose leader position was just robbed. It can only go down the mountain. Zixu saw him staring at the fish, so he urged, Do you still want to eat it? If you don't want to eat it, give it back to us. A lot of my fish were robbed today, and these were saved in the treehouse. Bailey Han glanced at her, and Zixu felt cold all over. This man's eyes must be cold. Zixu rolled her eyes and took a grilled fish. She took a bite and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was well marinated and delicious. She squinted her eyes and looked satisfied. Bailey Han wanted to laugh when he saw her. She looked like a cat that had stolen some dried fish. He slowly raised his hand and pinched the ghost mask with his slender fingers. Zixu watched secretly and forgot to chew the fish in her mouth. He was going to take off the mask. What did he look like? Bailey Han took off the mask slowly, but Zixu had the urge to throw something. What kind of person is this? He actually wore another mask inside the mask, but this mask was a golden mask that fit tightly against his face. Although she didn't see his full face, his smooth chin and perfect lips were enough to drive women crazy. Are you satisfied? Bailey Han's voice was full of laughter. Zixu lowered her head to eat the fish and pretended not to hear. The mask fits tightly to the face, and the rough outline can be seen clearly. If this man didn't have any scars or pockmarks on his face, he would be a really handsome man. But those eyes make people dare not look directly at them. I guess women would not dare to throw themselves at him when they see them. Bailey saw that Zixu's eyes did not have the kind of surprise and possessiveness that other women had when they looked at him. For some reason, he felt a little disappointed. He himself found this disappointment ridiculous. Weren't those the looks he hated the most in the past? He put away his distracting thoughts and took a bite of the fish. It was indeed as delicious as he imagined. This girl is still useful, Zixu snorted, and after eating a fish, she went to drink fish soup and eat wild vegetables. 2 fishes were only half full for Bailey. He looked at Zixu. What about the 36 strategies you mentioned? Zixu thought for a while. Turning the tables. In war, we must try to turn passivity into initiative and strive to seize the initiative in the war. Then try to find ways to exploit loopholes, control its vital parts, and seize favorable opportunities. Most people who use this strategy are allies. They often take the opportunity to assist the allies to gain a foothold first, and then take over, step by step. Bailey glanced at him. What he said was meaningful. This girl is really vindictive. He stood up, put on the ghost mask, and left without taking a cloud. Zixu began to practice internal skills at night, and only began to rest after a few weeks of circulation. The next day, she took a small bamboo tube of salt, about 2 taels, and went to the other side of the river to exchange some things. Most of the people in the Z family had found a place to live, and there were only a few old, weak women and children left on the shore. Some of the people who left have integrated into other families, while others live alone in shabby houses. None of them wanted to confront Zixu head-on, so they avoided him. Zixu was too lazy to bother with him, so he found a house that looked decent and knocked on its door. "Who is it? I'm from the other side of the river, and I want to trade salt for something." "No, leave now." Zixu touched his nose, turned around and left, but was turned away by several families, he asked. Thinking carefully, he knew what was going on. It must be that the owner of the valley had issued an order not to help people from the other side of the river. What to do? Find someone to trade secretly. "Hey!" someone called quietly. Zixu looked over and saw that the door of the house opposite had opened a crack. "What do you want to exchange?" "I want an axe and seeds. What do you have?" "I have a rusty axe and some ordinary vegetable seeds. Give me salt." Zixu nodded. "Give me the axe." After a while, an axe head and a small bag of seeds were handed out from the crack of the door. The axe head was rusty. It was good that someone exchanged it. She was not picky. She gave the salt and took the axe head. Back to the treehouse, she cut branches to repair the axe. As for the rust on the axe, she could only find stones by the river to grind it. It took her a whole morning to grind it. She wanted to cut down trees and build a house. After eating something in a hurry at noon, she went to the mountain and started cutting trees. First, she had to clear a place and flatten it. She chose the hillside with the best sunlight. It was on the right side of the gentle slope where the grain was planted. There was a large piece of smooth stone there, which could be used as a yard in front of the house. The foundation of the house should be made of tree trunks with a diameter of at least half a foot. She cut down 5 trees and the axe was blunt again. Bailey came over to find the sound and saw the fallen tree trunk. He asked, "What are you cutting down the tree for? Are you going to make a fire?" Zixu rolled her eyes at him and said, "You have a good house to live in, but I don't. I don't know if there is winter here." Bailey took out a booklet and threw it over. "This is an introduction to the environment and vegetation distribution in the valley. You can take a look." "Oh." Zixu opened the booklet and flipped through it. It turned out that there were slight 4 seasons in the valley. The temperature was about the same in spring and autumn, with a high temperature of 25 degrees and a low temperature of 15 degrees. In winter, the high temperature was 15 degrees and the low temperature was 5 degrees. In summer, the high temperature was 35 degrees and the low temperature was 25 degrees. These degrees were all estimated by her based on the description. It was autumn now, and winter would come in a month. In winter, the temperature was only 5 degrees at night. If you didn't live in a good house, you would definitely be too cold to bear. Zixu threw the booklet back. "I have to hurry up and build a house." Bailey wanted to learn from her and steal her skills. If Zixu kept building a house, she would have no chance. "What do you need? I'll find someone to help you." Zixu thought for a moment. If someone helped, the house would be built better. Winter was approaching, and she could only build a shack by herself. "Okay, it looks like winter is only a month away. I wonder if the things I planted can survive." When it came to planting things, the system immediately showed its presence. It can survive, but the harvest will be poor. It can't be used for planting. Otherwise, you can buy some fertilizer. I guarantee that you can harvest within a month. "No." So annoying, I have to find a way to get seeds again. If I can harvest in a month, it will definitely alarm some people. I don't want to be seen as a monster. Bailihan said, build the house first. Zixu nodded. Okay, I need. She roughly described the items she needed, including the shape and size of the stone. Bailihan nodded. Okay. Zixu blinked. The big iceberg was so easy to talk to. Was he holding back a big move and waiting to kill him with one blow? Shaking his head, he threw away those strange thoughts. System, have the things I planted sprouted? Yes, 380 points have been received and the debt has been paid off. The system's voice was very excited. It seems that I can buy a book. Zixu was also excited, feeling that this was a huge sum of money. She opened the system panel and browsed the books. She almost vomited blood. The books she wanted were not discounted. The one hanging in the daily discount section was a random treasure box. 10 points is not a lot, but who knows what it will open. I suggest the host buy a hoe so that you can save a lot of effort when farming. Zixu rubbed his temples, feeling very tired. Is there any way to earn points quickly? The task panel is not open. The host should work hard to farm, and you can earn points quickly by opening the task. Zixu wanted to vomit blood now. When she read novels before, other people's systems would directly issue tasks, but this one was different. It had to complete the conditions before it could be opened. Then how can I start the mission? The system immediately said, it's very easy, just spend 1,000 points to start it. Easy? How many points have I earned after working so hard? 1,000. Why don't you go and rob? System, ahem, host, don't get excited. You can find fruits on the mountain to plant, and these will all count as points. Zixu narrowed her eyes. Do medicinal herbs count? Yes, as long as it's edible and not deadly, it counts. Okay. Zixu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she bought a hoe, 350 points and 3 discounted random treasure boxes, and her points were instantly cleared. She looked at the 3 palm-sized random treasure boxes, which were square and had yellow question marks on all 6 sides. Open! The question marks on the 3 boxes began to flash wildly, and then 2 items appeared with a bang. She frowned and looked at the 2 seeds in her hand. Why are there only 2? Is the other one empty? The system yelled, Host, run! It's a wild boar. What? She looked up and saw a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms in front of her, its sharp fangs flashing coldly. It was a little confused at the moment, but it immediately locked its target after seeing Zixu. Zixu jumped up and ran up the mountain with a roar, cursing as he ran. Why did a wild boar appear? What a piece of crap, the system said weakly. It's a random treasure box. There's luck and bad luck. Zixu decided not to buy any random treasure boxes again. She saw a big tree and immediately climbed up. The crazy wild boar kept hitting the tree trunk below. She felt that it wouldn't take long for the tree to be knocked down. She couldn't sit there and wait for death, so she aimed the dagger at the wild boar's neck and threw it out. Although the dagger sank into the wild boar's neck, the wound was too small for it, and it was even more stimulated to hit the tree trunk violently. Just when the tree was about to fall, Bailihan had gone to look for someone, came back. His figure was as fast as lightning. His big hand grabbed the dagger on the wild boar's neck and slashed it hard, cutting half of the wild boar's neck. The wild boar's blood spurted out, and it fell to the ground and twitched soon. Looking at Bailihan again, he was still so calm and at ease, and not even a drop of blood splashed on his clothes. Zixu thought he was particularly handsome when he killed the wild boar. He was worthy of being a general, and he was so cool when killing a pig. The 5 soldiers he brought cheered. The general killed the wild boar, and we have meat to eat. Zixu slid down from the tree with his eyes wide open. I hunted the wild boar first, and I could have killed it even if you didn't come. Bailihan shook off the blood on the dagger and threw it back. Half for each of you. Zixu was very happy and pretended to be in pain. Well, after all, you helped. Half a wild boar was not a small amount, and it could be made into bacon to keep for the winter. Bailihan said calmly, you are responsible for cooking it. Zixu looked sideways. How do you want to eat it? After all, they came to build a house for him, so this request was not too much. Bailihan pointed at 2 soldiers. You 2 go and clean the wild boar. Zixu saw the pig hairs that were as thin as needles and shouted, leave all the pig hairs to me later. The soldier nodded. We will peel off the skin. Is there anything else to keep? What do you do with the internal organs? Throw them away. They are not delicious. The soldier said as a matter of course. Zixu looked at him with heartache. Leave them all to me. Forget it. I will go with you to clean up. Bailihan glared at the soldier, who felt wronged. Several people came to the river, and they split the wild boar. Although the pig skin was not peeled neatly, at least the outer skin was not broken. It can be scraped clean and dried to make shoes. The pig's skin plus the python skin on the upper skin should be able to make a pair of long boots, which will be much safer when going up the mountain. Pig hair is very useful. It can be used as a toothbrush. I haven't brushed my teeth for a long time. Wild boar's hooves and internal organs were despised, so Zixu washed the internal organs by the river and rubbed the large intestine with plant ash and charcoal to remove the odor. After calculating that she had green pepper, star anise, wild pepper, and some medicinal materials in her hand, it would be too tiring to cook, so it would be better to make braised meat, which would save trouble. She did it as soon as she said it. She burned the hair of the pig's head, tail, and trotters with fire, then scraped them clean with a knife and put them in a pot. The pig's internal organs were placed in another pot, and the large intestine was taken out separately to be stir-fried. The main reason was that there were few pots, and stewing the large intestine with the internal organs would make the internal organs taste weird. The remaining white pigs were hung on the tree by them, which was bright and attractive. There were many people watching on the other side of the river. If it weren't for Baili Han, they would have come to grab them long ago. Zixu frowned. It would be difficult to keep an eye on the pork if she left it. She couldn't just go up the mountain and watch it in the treehouse. Although the old lady has principles, she is soft-hearted. If her tribe members cry, she will give them something to subsidize them. These vampires are really annoying. Baili Han asked, "What are you going to do with these?" Zixu looked at him with resentment. "Now people on the other side of the river see that we have pork here. If I'm not at home, they will come to grab it." Baili Han raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you good at fighting?" "Humph!" Zixu was unhappy and didn't want to eat meat. The system said, "Why don't you put it in the system warehouse? Put it in a whole piece and take it out in a whole piece? I guess Grandma will be scared to death. Even if you don't take it in front of her, she will wonder how this meat can be eaten for a few days without going bad. The system is going crazy. This host is timid and afraid of everything. He is not a person who can do big things." Zixu asked dimly, "What if we put all the meat in a box and put it in the warehouse?" "You will find that there is an extra box of meat in the warehouse, but this grid can't be used to put anything else." "What about the bag?" "The same reason, only one bag or one box." "Then if I make the bag super large, can I put more?" "Sorry, 1 cubic meter of space is the limit." Well, she was daydreaming, but it's not bad. Make the pork into bacon and put it in the bag, and boil the fat into lard. This way, it can be stored for a longer time without fear of suspicion. She felt that she was a hamster now. She could only feel safe if she hid everything on her body. Baili Han looked at the large intestine with disdain. "Can this thing be eaten?" Zixu rolled his eyes. "Forget it if you don't want to eat it." Baili Han didn't say anything. The big fox ran over and took a look. "There is meat to eat. I came at the right time." Zixu ignored him and started to cut the large intestine. The stir-fried spicy large intestine exuded a strange fragrance. Zixu invited Grandma and Xiaobaozi to eat. Several soldiers squatted by the pot and drooled. "We have enough. You can eat the rest." "This thing is delicious, but it is greasy." The soldiers were ecstatic. Just as they were about to start, Baili Han coughed heavily. Mr. Mingjing waved his fan and smiled. "The general is hungry. Why don't you serve him a bowl first?" He wanted to see how that precious man would eat the large intestine. Would he throw the bowl on the spot? The soldier quickly served Baili Han a bowl. Baili Han held the bowl a little stiffly. It smelled good, but it was a little hard to eat. Zixu was eating enthusiastically, and it seemed to be really delicious. He frowned and picked up a piece, slowly and gracefully put it into his mouth. The outer layer was crispy. The inside was soft and sticky, spicy and fresh, and it tasted like nothing he had ever tasted before. This little girl actually had a pair of hands that could turn decay into magic, and it seemed to be more useful. Mr. Mingjing opened his mouth in surprise, and the fan in his hand fell without noticing. He actually ate it. It was pig large intestine, and he actually ate it. The soldiers had already rushed up to divide the spicy large intestine in the pot and ate it loudly. "Wow, it's delicious. It's even better than meat." Mr. Mingjing looked into the pot and saw that there was not a drop of soup left, but he couldn't bring himself to fight with the soldiers for it. Glancing at Baili Han, he shook his head. It would be bad if he fought with him, so forget it. Zixu chuckled. "Mr. Mingjing, come and eat. There is still a lot here. This fox is of high status, so it is necessary to win him over." Mr. Mingjing immediately picked up the fan and poked it at his waist. "Thank you, I'm just hungry." He walked over without hesitation, stretched out his hand to grab Zixu's bowl and chopsticks and started eating. In his eyes, Zixu was just a junior, so he didn't pay attention to the details. The deliciousness of the large intestine conquered his tongue at once, fresh, spicy, and strong. He sweated on his forehead, but suddenly felt a chill on his back. He couldn't look back, otherwise he would definitely meet Bailihan's murderous eyes, so he had to play dumb. Bailihan didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt uncomfortable when he saw Mr. Mingjing snatch Zixu's bowl and use the chopsticks she had used. He walked over, picked up Zixu and walked to the open space. "Practice after you're full." "I haven't eaten yet." But Bailihan didn't care at all, and threw her on the sand and started fighting. Zixu was angry. "You killed the wild boar, I want to eat." She was merciless, punching at the vital parts. Unfortunately, she was no match for Bailihan at all, and he could resolve her moves every time. Zixu shouted, repairing the plank road in the open while crossing Chenkang in secret. Bailihan was startled and saw her hitting him in the face, turned his head to avoid it, but didn't expect to be punched in the stomach. He had seen Zixu's fists before, so he had been on guard, and it didn't hurt after being hit. But it was surprising that this girl could hit him so quickly. Zixu looked at him proudly. "How is it?" "Not bad." "Let's go eat." Zixu ran back. Bailihan was stunned. He didn't even notice that he had a smile on his face. Forget it. Wait until she is full before asking what this sentence means. Zixu poked the stewed food. The pig liver was cooked. This thing is not delicious if it is cooked for too long. Eat pig liver, clean the liver, and improve eyesight. She took out the pig liver and put it on the stone chopping board. Pig liver has a characteristic that it will have a fishy smell when cut with an iron knife, so she broke it into large pieces with her hands. She took a piece and took a bite. It was tender and a little sweet. The stewed food removed the fishy smell and it was very delicious. Mr. Mingjing poked a piece with chopsticks. "The pig liver is not delicious, I will try it reluctantly." However, after taking a bite, he found that the taste was completely different. Could it be that what he had eaten before was fake pig liver? Zixu looked at Bailihan. It was better not to offend this big boss. She chopped up a pig ear, poured spicy oil, salt, added clover and mixed well, and brought it over. Bailihan took the bowl and chopsticks, tasted it and found it good, and inexplicably felt a little happy in his heart. Zixu was relieved when she realized that he was no longer cold. After she was full, she hurried to deal with the remaining meat. She directly built a rack, put half of the pork on it to roast, and cut the other half into strips to prepare smoked bacon. Cut the fat and fat into small pieces and put them aside, empty the pot of brine and start to squeeze the oil. Someone on the other side of the river looked around from time to time, and when he saw the soldiers, he shrank his head and left. Zixu narrowed her eyes. Those people would definitely come to rob. She rolled her eyes and had an idea. But for now, she had to take good care of Bailihan and these little wolfhounds. Before dark, the half-pork was finally roasted and the lard was fried out. The lard residue was not fried very dry, and it filled a small bucket. The soldiers carried the lard meat away, and Zixu hung the pickled meat on the rack to dry, and hung a sign on it. "It belongs to the ghost-faced general. Anyone who touches it will be killed without mercy." A bucket of lard was cooked, and she put it in the wooden house with the braised meat. She put the lard residue next to the fire and sprinkled some special seasoning on it. "Grandma, I'm going to the bathroom." "Go ahead." The old lady was very happy. Now she had food and meat, and she lived a good life. But as soon as Zixu left, someone came over from the other side of the river. The uncle with a scar on his nose brought 3 men. They came to the rack aggressively. He knew how to read, and hesitated after seeing the words on the sign. The ghost-faced general was indeed there when he was cooking the pork today. A man said, "This belongs to the general. Shall we take it?" The uncle shook his head and said, "No, but the general must have left something for them. Let's go find it." Looked around but didn't find any meat. When they saw the greasy residue, they picked it up and left. The old lady came out of the treehouse and said, "That's our stuff. You can't take it away." The uncle sneered, "Do you want to watch our family go without oil and water? It's useless for you to stop me. I must take it away." He glanced at the meat on the shelf reluctantly. He was unwilling but didn't dare to take the risk. Zixu came back from the toilet and saw that the bucket of greasy residue was gone. She looked up at the treehouse. The old lady was sitting on the edge of the treehouse. When she saw her looking over, she said, "They took it away. I just stopped them." Zixu nodded. "It's okay. I don't like to eat it." The old lady suddenly asked, "Isn't it poisonous?" Zixu's body stiffened. "What?" "I saw you put powder in it. Will it kill people?" Zixu laughed. "No, it's just diarrhea." The old lady nodded. "That's not a solution." Zixu was very happy. Old lady was not the kind of saintly type. This would reduce her pressure. "Grandma, If you believe in me, leave it to me. I have a way. The old lady smiled and said, Who else do you believe if you don't believe me? Zixu smiled slightly, sat by the fire and began to practice. In the middle of the night, she heard shouting and cursing from the other side of the river. She curled her lips. You deserve it. You will be asked to rob. No matter how much you eat, you will be asked to pour out double. But she didn't expect the shamelessness of the tribe. These people actually formed a group to attack her. The uncle and another old man supported each other and came to the other side of the river. Zixu whistled. She was so strong that she could still walk on the single-plank bridge even in such a state. Grandfather pointed at Zixu's nose. You actually poisoned. Zixu smiled roguely. I poisoned? Did you see me go to the other side of the river to poison you? Grandfather choked, and his lips moved for a long time without saying a word. The old man next to him was even thinner, with dark eyes, staring at her coldly. Zixu, no matter what, we are of the same clan and roots. Can I use some of your oil residue to satisfy the children's cravings? You are so cruel that you poisoned the oil residue. Do you want our Z family to perish? Zixu looked at him and really couldn't remember who this person was. Who are you? The old man was so angry that he raised his hand and pointed at her tremblingly. I am your third uncle. Oh, all the young men in the Z family are dead, and there are only a few old men left. Zixu pouted. The two old men were so angry that they almost died on the spot, beating their chests and stamping their feet. The few women who followed him saw that Zixu was so strong in fighting and no one dared to go up. The woman with a pointed face and monkey cheeks who spoke rudely that day also started to act like a grandson. Zixu smiled coldly. How could the oil residue be in your hands when it was placed here? Can I poison the food I eat? Where are your brains? You come to blame me without thinking carefully. Don't you know that eating oily food on an empty stomach for a long time will cause diarrhea? If I poisoned it, I would just sprinkle a handful of broken intestines powder. How can I let you come alive to trouble me? The third grandfather cursed angrily. Little bitch, you don't have broken intestines powder. If you had it, you would definitely poison us. Zixu laughed. Really? I gave you the oil residue and forced you to eat it? Now they were all silent. What kind of thing is it to complain to the victim when something goes wrong with the stolen food? Zixu took out a bag of powder. This is broken intestines powder. Who wants to try it? It is guaranteed that after eating it, your liver and intestines will be broken and your 7 orifices will bleed. Are you kidding? Who dares to try? The two uncles turned around and ran away with a group of people, their legs shaking. Zixu laughed a few times and shouted, My things are not so easy to steal. If this heartbreak powder gets into someone's mouth, don't blame me even if you become a ghost. I said that this is not your warehouse. You have to pay a price for stealing things. Seeing them leave in embarrassment, the old lady smiled. They shouldn't come to rob. They are afraid of death. Zixu nodded. Well, they still have some food now. If they don't have it, they will starve to death or be poisoned to death. They will definitely come to rob them then. The old lady frowned. What should we do then? Do we really want to watch them die? Zixu pursed his lips. He really didn't want to care about those people. He just had to take it one step at a time. The people on the other side quieted down. Zixu returned to the campfire. Only then did he have time to look at the 2 seeds. One was golden, the size of a fingernail with a metallic luster. One was diamond-shaped black without any patterns. System, what are these 2 seeds? Don't you have the detection skill? He got angry. After using the detection skill, he found out about the 2 seeds. The golden one is called Screaming Thorn and the black one is called Stinky Fruit. System, can these 2 be eaten? The system was a little listless. These 2 are seeds from other planets. They can be planted, but you can't get points. Why? Zixu didn't understand. Aren't they all planted? System. It takes 5 million points to become a primary merchant. If you don't become a primary merchant, you can't get suitable soil. So you can plant, but you don't have points. After all, it won't grow healthily. Zixu tightly grasped the seed and roared in her heart. What use do I have for you? She sighed and put the seed away. It was a rip-off, so she kept it for now. When she had nothing to do, she said, System, let me give you a name, otherwise you'll always call it System. Okay. The system finally came to life. Zixu thought for a while, I don't know what you look like. You should be illusory. The system is so naive and stupid, it's hard to come up with a name. How about Dai? System. Are you bullying me for being uneducated? Okay, how about Tiantian? It's a farming system. Tiantian? The system responded. Yeah, Tiantian. Okay. The system agreed. The light screen appeared automatically, with the words to name the system written on it. She wrote the 2 words Tiantian by hand. Wow, not these 2 words. You are a liar, the system cried. Those are the 2 words I was talking about. Just as the system was crying, the light screen changed and a task button appeared, and the points increased to 1,000. The system stopped crying instantly. It turns out that naming can earn points. You can start the task now. Zixu was speechless. If he had known that he could earn points this way, would he have been so depressed? Start! Ding! The task panel has been opened, and 1,000 points have been deducted. The remaining points are 0. This time it was Zixu's turn to get angry. Why? Where are my previous points? Didn't it say that I can start the mission after accumulating 1,000 points? Tiantian's system coughed dryly. I remembered it wrong. Zixu wanted to strangle it to death. 1,000 points, just gone like that. How many things can I buy with it? She weakly poked the task panel, which had 3 tasks. The main task, thousands of acres of fertile land, 0% progress, and the reward was actually a question mark. The side task, planting 10 kinds of crops, completing 50% progress, and rewarding 3,000 points. The emotional task, locking in the opposite sex, gaining favorability, completing 0% progress, and rewarding 100,000 points. Zixu, what the hell is an emotional task? Tiantian replied, this is to study the process of reproduction of living organisms. You can choose not to do it, but the points are so high. Zixu cursed in his heart. Fuck me, the points are so high, it's hard not to be tempted. Is this the rhythm of teasing men while farming? But it is not easy to gain favorability points from Bailihan. That big ice block, wait. Why did you think of Bailihan? Isn't Mr. Mingjing okay? Well, just choose Mr. Mingjing. Although he is a big fox, he is easier to serve than Bailihan. Thinking of this, Zixu felt much more relaxed and went to practice in a good mood. After a peaceful night, Zixu did not feel tired after practicing all night, so he got up to make breakfast. Girl, where is the braised meat from yesterday? Mr. Mingjing ran over with a smile. Zixu's eyes lit up, just in time to lock the target. 100,000 points, here I come. She summoned the light screen and pointed the light screen at Mr. Mingjing. A scanning box appeared on the light screen, probably to scan Mr. Mingjing's whole body. She adjusted her position and clicked the lock button next to it. However, at this critical moment, Mr. Mingjing suddenly turned around and rushed to the treehouse. Grandma, let me take the braised meat. You wait. Ding, locking successful. Zixu looked at the ghost face with a look of despair. She had already seen the 100,000 points gradually disappearing. Bailihan? Zixu suddenly thought of a question. Isn't there a full body scan? Is Bailihan's true face on her light screen? She hurriedly looked at the light screen. The target page did have a miniature portrait of Bailihan, which could be rotated 360 degrees without blind spots. But why was the person on it also wearing a mask? Headache? However, the attribute column appeared below. Name Bailihan, gender age 18, force value 800, health status chronic poisoning. Favorability with the host 5%. No sudden incidents. Zixu's focus was on 2 things. One was that Bailihan was only 18 years old, and the other was that he was chronically poisoned. Tiantian, can I see other people's favorability? No. I want to know how much Mr. Mingjing favors me. Tiantian was silent for a moment and said, according to the data, can't people sense whether the other person likes you or not? Not accurate. Forget it. Just consider that the task is abandoned. Tiantian wanted to cry. 100,000 points. Just give up like that? No, I have to think of a way. Bailihan leaned closer and asked, what are you thinking about? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Zixu glanced sideways. Isn't that you? Wearing a mask to scare people. Bailihan felt cold all over and ignored her. The old lady shouted, Shuer, come and eat. Mr. Mingjing was already holding a pig's trotter and gnawing on it. He ate so boldly that it was unbearable to watch. Zixu ran over and casually took a bite of rice and checked the pickled bacon. It was not time to smoke it yet. She looked at Bailihan. There are no tiles here. What will the roof be used for? I don't have that much straw. Bailihan didn't answer her, but asked, how are you going to cook all this meat? Zixu patiently explained, marinate it with seasonings, let it dry for a while, and then use cypress branches to smoke it into bacon. The finished product will be a little salty after being stored for a long time. You need to boil it in water and then fry it when you eat it. Bailihan's eyes flashed with doubt. This method is more complicated than ordinary bacon. He just doesn't know how it tastes. Zixu pursed his lips and finally said reluctantly, come and eat it when it's done. It smells delicious. Ding, the target's favorability value is increased by 1. Zixu felt that this was the sound of nature. It turned out that just saying a word could increase the favorability. Could it be that if you flattered too much, it could reach 100%? Bailey Han saw Zixu's almond eyes shining and looked at him like a wolf seeing meat. His mood instantly turned bad. Ding, the target's favorability value is -2. What? Can the favorability value be negative? I finally increased one, and the result? 2 deductions. What a crappy task, do whatever you want, I won't do it. Zixu glared at Bailey Han fiercely and turned to walk up the mountain. Bailey Han raised an eyebrow. This was the right reaction. It was impossible for her to have a good impression of him. As for Zixu, ding! The target's favorability value increased by 5. I'm going to become a psychopath. Why is this man's mind so changeable? He's a masochist. A glare can increase it by 5%. Why not try glaring a few more times? Tian said hesitantly. Let's not do it. The man's martial arts value is too high. Be careful not to provoke him, and he will kill you. Zixu quickly turned on the light screen to check her own force value. It was 60 points. Could it be any less? She felt that she was about to be driven crazy by this system. She simply stopped looking at anything and went about her own business. The soldiers were already busy on the mountain. The ground was cleared and leveled. Zixu thought for a while and picked up a branch to draw lines on the ground. There must be a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, a bedroom. A soldier asked curiously, "What are you drawing?" "I'm drawing a line, and this line is the wall." The soldier looked at it for a long time but didn't understand it, so Zixu had to explain it in detail. When the soldiers figured it out, one of them asked, "Will we have meat to eat today?" Zixu raised his eyebrows. "I'm going to catch fish. The remaining meat will be made into bacon and eaten slowly, but we still have the braised offal from yesterday. Do you want to eat it? Eat. We will eat whatever you cook." The youngest of these soldiers is 14 and the oldest is only 18. They are all children. "Okay, you first dig a hole in the place where I drew a circle and put in a tree trunk as a pillar. I'll go catch fish now." The soldiers immediately started working enthusiastically. Zixu went to the river to check, but unfortunately the cotton yarn soaked in water was torn, so she replaced it with a new one. She still used coarse grains and green peppercorns to make drunken fish bait. While waiting for the fish, Zixu was exercising, and Bailey Han watched from a distance. He didn't understand why he had to squat and jump on the ground with his hands on his head. Was this exercising his legs? Mr. Mingjing walked up to him with a pig's trotter in his arms. "This girl is really interesting. Exercising like that is good for the legs." "Why are you eating again?" Bailey Han felt that this Mr. Mingjing was no longer the Mr. Mingjing he knew. "Why don't you eat delicious food? This girl's cooking skills are really unique, better than the royal chef. Do you want to consider taking her home? Your old man will definitely like her." Bailey Han was shivering. "Taking a daughter back home? Sk, you're not that old, just marry her." "The men of the Bailey family never take concubines." Mr. Mingjing chuckled. "Then you also promised to marry her as a concubine." Bailey Han did not speak. He had never thought about getting married. He agreed to the old lady because he wanted to repay her kindness. If he really married Zixu, her status would only be a concubine, and he would not marry a wife again. Mr. Mingjing did not know what he was thinking, and continued, "It's a pity to be a concubine. It's all because of this bad world." Bailey Han did not want to listen to his nagging, and walked to the river. Zixu had already cast the first net, which contained 3 fish weighing more than 2 kilograms. She put the net into the water, and then cleaned the 3 fish on the spot. When Zixu saw him coming, she said unhappily, "Get out of the way so as not to get you covered in blood." Bailey Han paused and did not approach again. A shout came from the single-plank bridge. "Cousin, come and pick me up, I'm scared." Bailey Han just stared at her without saying a word. Zixu looked up and saw the gorgeously dressed cousin and smiled. "Your cousin's family must be rich. Look at what she's wearing. She's like a walking jewelry rack." Bailey Han's mouth twitched. This metaphor was quite apt. "Isn't she your fiancée? Why don't you help her?" Zixu felt that this man had no emotional intelligence at all. Bailey Han said coldly, "I don't have a fiancée." Zixu cursed in his heart. "Scumbag, you are greedy for more." The cousin shouted again, "Cousin, your junior sister is here. She is waiting for you in the military camp." Baum disappeared as soon as he heard that. Zixu looked at the cousin with sympathy. This was a case of the concubine having feelings but the man being heartless. The cousin noticed her gaze, snorted coldly, and walked away with her sleeves. Zixu shook her head. A man like Bailey Han would never want a weak woman who couldn't even cross a single plank bridge. She shook her head and continued fishing. Although the soldiers were young, they were all gluttons. She caught more than a dozen fish weighing about 2 pounds, grilled them, and made a pot of wild vegetable soup and multigrain cakes. When the soldiers were eating around the fire, the youngest Lecherous said, "Sister's cooking is so delicious. I didn't know wild vegetable soup could be so delicious." Zixu's mouth twitched. "Insufficient seasoning. This is also called delicious?" She took the opportunity to inquire about the situation in the valley. "How many people are there in the Valley of Sinners? Does no one care about the valley master who bullies men and women?" Lecherous said, "There are probably about 400 or 500 people. The valley master is not from the Valley of Sinners. He was originally a bandit leader. Later he found out about this place and bribed the general who was in charge of this place at the time and got the position of valley master through shameful means." He paused and continued, "In fact, the valley master is elected every 3 years here. I heard from the veterans that the current valley master is too powerful and no one dares to compete with him. There is less than a year left before the time to re-elect the valley master." Zixu frowned. "So he will be re-elected?" Little Shito shook his head. "Not necessarily. The one in charge now is our General Bailey, and he won't spoil that fat pig." Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Bailey Han would not harm her, so she would wait until the valley master was re-elected to get rid of the fat pig. "By the way, can only men be the valley master?" The soldiers looked at each other, and the oldest Liu He said, "It seems that there is no rule that it must be a man. Do you want to try? The military advisor said you are good at fighting." "Me? Can I do it?" Zixu said this, but he was eager to try it in his heart. The soldiers nodded one after another. Zixu touched his chin. "It seems that I can give it a try. What are the conditions for running for the valley master?" Liu He thought for a while. "I heard from the old soldiers that first, you have to be good at fighting, and second, you have to have the support of more than half of the people in the valley. There are also some questions that test your wisdom, nothing else." Zixu's eyes sparkled. "Then I can definitely give it a try. What will happen to that fat pig if I become the valley master?" Liu He smiled coldly. "In this world, success or failure depends on your words. Whether he lives or dies depends on your words. If you don't dare to do it, we brothers will help you." A cold light flashed in Zixu's eyes. "Well said. Success or failure depends on your words. I will not let the tiger go back to the mountain." Xiao Shito sighed, and the grilled fish in his hand didn't seem so fragrant anymore. "Sister, it's a mess outside now. I feel safe here. I really don't know when this chaotic world will be over." Zixu has no impression of the outside world now. "Isn't there a new emperor? The emperor doesn't take care of things?" Another soldier said, "A little emperor, only 3 years old. There are several people in charge, so it's chaotic." Liu He echoed, "Yes, the little emperor came to power, and those who are in charge established a new dynasty. It's just that our territory is vast, and they can't make people in every place obey. Take my hometown, Liushu village, for example. It was the fief of Wang Qingwang, who is a different surname. He now lives his own life behind closed doors. He doesn't listen to what the court says. I think he may want to be in that position." Xiao Shito nodded. "It's all the same. The country is now broken into pieces, and the 2 neighboring countries are eyeing it covetously. We may go to the battlefield someday. If it's killing the enemy, I don't have much to say, but it's very uncomfortable to kill people in your own country." Liu He was silent for a moment and said to himself, "It's so chaotic. When will there be peace?" Zixu curled her lips. "I think it's not chaotic enough. Chaotic times. No matter how difficult it is, there will be an end. There are 2 ways to speed up the end of this chaotic world." The soldiers immediately became alert and looked at her with sharp eyes. Zixu laughed. "The first way is not what I want, because it will cause great losses to our country." Liu He asked, "Tell me about it." Mr. Mingjing, who came here smelling the fragrance of fish, wanted to listen, but was stopped by Bailey Han. "Listen to what she says. She may not say it if you go." Mr. Mingjing nodded, and the 2 hid. Zixu treated these soldiers as buddies, so she spoke openly. "In fact, the first way is to let neighboring countries attack. After all, countries will eventually unite after a long period of division, and it doesn't matter who is the emperor. As long as the people can live a good life and have enough food, they are a good emperor. Of course, if other countries attack, many soldiers and civilians will be sacrificed. This is the biggest disadvantage. In the long run, it is not unacceptable. After all, when other countries take over this land, they have to manage it. Slowly, the people will integrate into this kind of life and develop stably." The soldiers sighed. "The method sounds good, but we still think it is better to be ruled by the emperor of our own country." "Everyone has patriotic feelings, which is," Zixu nodded. "Of course, I think so too. So there is a second way." "Sister, tell me what the second way is?" Zixu smiled. The second way is that the country is not chaotic enough. Find someone to fan the flames everywhere and let the forces in the capital fight each other. In the end, there will be a winner, and then there will be only one king. If he wants to be stronger, he must manage the country well. Liu asked, "Aren't you afraid that the winner is a bad guy?" Zixu glanced sideways. "Are you stupid? Do you think it can be done by just one person? This person must have the support of the people as a backing. The people's eyes are not blind, and they will naturally support whoever is good to them, so I am not worried at all." Mr. Mingjing in the distance praised. "Great. We have been thinking about how to stabilize the situation, but it's getting worse and worse. If we do as she says, maybe this chaotic world will be stable soon." Bailihan clenched his fists. It would be great if she was a man. Mr. Mingjing asked, "Why? Do you like men?" Bailihan felt cold all over. "What did you say?" "Ahem. I said it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. What matters is whether the brain works well. She has a good idea. You can get closer to her. Don't have a stinky face all day long." "Whether it's stinky or not, she can't see it," Bailihan said coldly. How could he be so blind to fall in love with such a piece of stone? Unromantic, Zixu sighed. Ding. The target's favorability value is increased by 10 points. Zixu was confused. What did she do? How did her favorability suddenly increase? She stood up and looked towards the river. There was no one there. But soon a person appeared on the bridge. She was wearing a black suit and a ponytail. Her heroic face was cold. Her eyes, as bright as stars, were colder than the sword in her hand. Zixu's first thought was, another one looking for trouble. The woman almost flew across the single-plank bridge and appeared in front of Zixu. She looked him up and down for a long time with suspicion in her eyes. "Are you the woman who seduced my senior brother to give you food and build a house for you?" Zixu looked down at herself, then at the peaks on the woman's chest. "Can I still be considered a woman like this?" "That's right. I don't have anything. I just have a decent face. I heard you can fight. Come on, show me some skills." "Are people who practice martial arts so straightforward?" The woman threw her sword and poked it on the tree trunk and shook it. "Watch my fist!" Zixu's eyes were stern and she didn't dare to be careless. She immediately took the move seriously. After a few moves, she found that the woman was just a show-off. Her internal strength was similar to hers. She soon figured out the trick and knocked her down with a sweeping kick. The woman was stunned for a moment and jumped up. "How did you do it?" Zixu looked at her. "Your moves are too gorgeous. Although women pay attention to the beauty of their bodies, it is useless when they really fight against the enemy." "Huh? Why do you say the same thing as my master's wife?" "But my master's wife also practiced like this." Zixu thought about it and performed the opponent's moves fiercely, and then slowed down the movement and performed it again. The woman's eyes suddenly sparkled. "This is how my master's wife fights, and the one behind is soft and weak." Her face suddenly turned red, and she understood why Zixu demonstrated it twice. "Oh, so embarrassing." This guy came and went quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "It's great to have Qinggong." Zixu withdrew her gaze enviously. Seeing that it was still early, she prepared to go up the mountain to find some seeds. She had to complete at least one of the 3 tasks. Now her assets were 0. She found the backpack, put away the dagger and the sword, and went up the mountain. This time she climbed to the halfway point in one breath. The thick fog was clear, and it seemed like a transparent wall blocking it. She walked along the edge. 50% of the planting task was completed, so she had to find 5 more plants to plant. Along the way, she saw hazelnuts, wild grapes, schizandra, lantern fruit, and something that looked like a chestnut, but was only the size of a fingernail. Is this a chestnut? The detection technique is activated. It turned out that the thing was not a chestnut, but a wild chestnut. It was very small, and only 1 centimeter in diameter was considered large. She chewed 2 and found that they tasted a little sweet. They would be good as snacks if fried. She had already put a lot of things in her backpack, and was ready to go down the mountain. Ding! Emergency mission, rescue tiger cubs. The location is a cliff 300 meters ahead. Zixu quickly turned on the light screen to check the mission. The reward was only 500 points. "Tiantian, rescue the tiger? Don't you only issue farming missions?" Tiantian's voice was a little confused. "I don't know, the mission was not issued by me. In fact, I am just an assistant." "Who issued the mission? Is someone spying on me?" Zixu shuddered at the thought. "No one is spying on you." Zixu felt that things were not that simple. "Tiantian, did you do something?" Tiantian didn't say anything, habitually pretending to be dead. "Not saying it, right? I tell you, I can live without you. My existence is the greatest help to you. You hide it from me and do such tricks. What else can I do for you?" Tears burst out. The host is too strong. Seeing that it continued to be silent, Zixu said coldly, "What I hate most is concealment and deception. You think about it, either be honest in the future or never see each other again." Tiantian was scared. "Sorry, I just turned on the emergency task option. This will automatically scan to complete the task." "Completable? In other words, the task is not difficult?" Zixu asked. "Yes, with the host's ability, it can be completed 100%. "Okay." Zixu was in a better mood. "Don't hide anything weird from me in the future." "Got it, I promise." Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief. The host didn't seem to be so unreasonable. According to the task instructions, she came to the cliff. There was a tree 5 meters below. On it lay a 1-foot-long white tiger, and she didn't know if it was alive. Zixu pulled some vines and tied them to the tree. She went down carefully. When she stepped on the tree, the little tiger moved and raised its blue eyes to look at her. She put the little tiger in the backpack and was about to climb up when she found Ganoderma lucidum. This is a good thing. There are 2 Ganoderma lucidum, one as big as a palm and the other as big as a fist. She carefully picked them and put them in the backpack. When she climbed to the top and put the backpack down, suddenly a black thing wrapped around her waist. The whole person lost control and was dragged off the cliff. "It's over. I'm going to die this time." Just as she was falling, she saw the god in white flying down from above. He grabbed her into his arms with his big hands. There was a cool fragrance on his body, which was very pleasant to the touch. Zixu's waist loosened, and the black thing was torn apart. The 2 of them landed steadily on the tree just now. "Thank you, Bailey Han." She never dreamed that the person who saved her was Bailey Han. "Idiot, you don't have Qinggong and yet you come to the edge of the cliff. If you want to die, I can just crush you to death." All the beauty disappeared in an instant. Hiss! It turned out that the snake that had just entangled her was a big black snake. The head of this snake alone was as big as a football. At this moment, it was spitting out scarlet tongue and staring at the 2 of them. "Hold tight." "Huh?" Zixu reacted quickly, hugged his neck with both hands, and directly wrapped his legs around his waist. Bailey Han almost failed, but he couldn't throw him down, so he had to gather his strength and try to jump onto the cliff. How could the big snake let go of its prey so easily? It immediately opened its big mouth and bit it. Bailey Han slapped the big snake in the air, and the palm wind knocked the big snake's head off. He took the opportunity to step on the protruding rocks of the cliff to get to the top, and he unceremoniously pulled Zixu off his body and threw him away. "Ouch, you're killing me. Can't you say something? I'll get down by myself." She couldn't see the face behind the ghost mask, which was already red. He had never been so close to a woman before. "If you don't want to die, run quickly." Zixu heard the sound of the snake crawling, and she immediately ran to the backpack. The moment she grabbed the backpack, the huge snake head emerged from the cliff and bit her fiercely. She pulled out the dagger and swung it, just hitting the snake's eyes. The snake immediately screamed madly. Bailey Han snorted coldly. "Idiot, what's the point of picking up a broken backpack? Women are really troublesome." Zixu didn't care about him. When the snake shook its head to get rid of the dagger, she immediately ran away without looking back. Heartless guy. Not long after running, Zixu heard the roar of a tiger, and her face turned pale. "It's over. There is a big snake behind and a tiger in front. Tiantian, come out. I promise not to kill you. What about the promise to complete the task 100%? Tiantian habitually pretended to be dead. Zixu was depressed. She ran back a few steps and saw Bailey Han fighting with the black snake. "What should I do? No matter what, kill the snake first. With Bailey Han's help, there is still a chance of survival when encountering a tiger. Maybe I can even get some favorability. I'll help you." Bailey Han's eyes were stern. "Get lost. Ding. Favorability -20. "You'd better die." She walked forward angrily. This man was too unreasonable. But after walking a few steps, she wondered if Bailey Han deliberately drove her away. She had also used this method to protect her teammates. Thinking of this, she took out the hoe she bought with points and swung it at the black snake without saying a word. Bailey Han had been bitten on the shoulder by the black snake, and he even saw the god of death waving at him. Unexpectedly, Zixu was not afraid of death and came back again, and even used the hoe he picked up from nowhere to attack the black snake to save himself. A trace of emotion turned into a seed and buried in my heart. Zixu actually cut off the black snake's tail with a hoe. She was stunned, and the black snake was also stunned. Then it turned back to bite in anger. Bailey Han got free and shouted, "Give me the hoe." Zixu threw the hoe over without hesitation, not caring about the big snake biting at all. Bailey Han's heart trembled. Did she not care about her own safety? He couldn't think too much at the moment. He caught the hoe and jumped up. He swung the hoe with both hands and dug a bloody hole directly. The big snake roared a few times and fell in front of Zixu. Zixu was stunned. Balihun couldn't help but feel soft when he saw her like that. A 13-year-old girl is still a child. It is extraordinary for her to have such a reaction. But what is Zixu doing? Ding, favorability +5. Ding, favorability +1. Zixu's mind is now popping up, and the sound of ding-ding keeps hitting her brain. She is completely numb. After finally brushing up her favorability, she grinned and said that her progress had reached 51%, surpassing half of the goal. The 100,000 points were not far away. Balihun saw that Zixu was pitiful. He thought that this girl must be smiling because she had survived a disaster. The culprit, Tian. As expected, starting a sudden task can promote the progress of the host and the target. Balihun began to check the hoe. He felt that this hoe was sharper than his own sword. If it was melted and made into a weapon, it would be absolutely powerful. Zixu saw him studying the hoe and ran over to grab it. This is mine. Although he was a little reluctant, Balihun could not do such a thing as taking away someone's love. Do you want this snake? No, you can take it away. Yes. Shu walked back with the hoe. Not far away, she saw a huge tiger blocking the way. It seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. Perhaps because the tiger had no murderous intent, she did not feel the fear she would feel when encountering a big snake. There was a humming sound behind her, and Zixu remembered that she had saved a little white tiger. She quickly put down the backpack and took the little white tiger out. As a result, the little white tiger held the Ganoderma lucidum and chewed it fragrantly. Ungrateful guy. If she hadn't been in a good mood because of the increase in favorability, she would have crushed it to death. Is this your child? It looks fine. The big tiger sniffed the air, and a look of suspicion flashed in its eyes, but it still went forward and bit the little white tiger and left. It took 2 steps and looked back, as if to confirm something, and then took a step and ran up the mountain. Zixu looked at her backpack, which was a mess. She simply buried the things in the backpack on the side of the road. If he could survive, he would survive. If not, she would talk about it later. Balihun was seriously injured, with 2 holes on his chest and back, and black snakes were poisonous. Even if he ate the snake gall, there was still some poison left. He was weak, all over, and fell to the ground after walking a few steps. Zixu heard the voice and walked over. How is it? Can you stand up? Balihun shook his head, feeling annoyed. He had never been so embarrassed before. Zixu stuffed the hoe into his hand. I'll carry you. She was only 1.6 meters tall. Balihun was more than 1.8 meters tall, and men were naturally stronger than women. Balihun shook his head to refuse. Zixu didn't want to waste time. It was getting dark, and there were tigers and big snakes here. Who knew what would pop up next? She threw the backpack and carried the man on her back without saying anything. She touched the back. Huh? The buttocks are quite elastic, not hard. Don't touch it randomly. Balihun was full of black lines. Doesn't this little woman know shame? Zixu secretly felt happy, and held his legs seriously and started to go down the mountain. Fortunately, when she got to the bottom of the mountain, she saw the soldiers who were cutting wood. The soldiers sent Balihun away. Zixu took the hoe and went to the treehouse without looking back. Balihun glanced at Zixu's back. This girl was easygoing and unpretentious. It seemed that it would be nice to keep her around. Zixu, who was leaving, heard the pleasant voice again. Ding! Favorability increased by 5, she grinned. It was almost time. With 100,000 points in hand, wouldn't she be able to buy anything she wanted? Thinking of the points, she thought of Tian. Tian, come out now. Call me, what for? If I hadn't opened the emergency task, wouldn't I have encountered these things today? Tian said quickly. Of course not. Emergency tasks will only be triggered at places where both you and the target will appear. How do you know? This, Zixu snorted. You said there was no surveillance, but who was watching me? Tian immediately assured, there is absolutely no surveillance. This emergency task is a scanning system. It will issue the task only when it thinks that you two may meet. Zixu is having a headache now. She feels that her life is in chaos now, but what can she do? Just accept it. Tian secretly decided in her heart that the original name of this emergency task must not be exposed, otherwise the host will definitely tear it up. When Zixu returned to the treehouse, the old lady had already prepared dinner, grain and meat porridge, and she even roasted a piece of meat for fear that she would not be full. After finishing dinner, Zixu continued to practice. She was still too weak. If she could be as strong as Balihun, then today, not to mention the big snake, even the tiger could be defeated together. The following days were relatively peaceful, until Zixu's house was built, and a group of people were admiring it outside the yard when trouble came to the door. 4 men carried in 2 dying people who were Zixu's 2 aunts. They were skinny, and the second aunt held the swaddling clothes tightly in her arms. They threw the people to the door and ran away in a hurry. The old lady walked over and picked up the swaddling clothes, and the child inside was also dying. Zixu is not a doctor, so she looked at Mr. Mingjing. "Come and see what's wrong with them?" Mr. Mingjing held out his hand. 5 meals. Zixu gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll cure them at the same time." But she didn't expect Mr. Mingjing to hold out his other hand. "Twice as many as 10 meals." Zixu gritted her teeth but still agreed. "Okay." She asked secretly, "Tiantian, what kind of laxative can be unnoticed?" Tiantian asked in confusion, "What do you want this for?" Zixu thought about it and felt that it was better not to play tricks on Mr. Mingjing, because the fox might turn into a tiger. "It's okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything." "The host is really strange." After checking, Mr. Mingjing said, "He's hungry. Just make some porridge and drink it." "That's it. 10 meals are not worth it." Zixu looked at him dissatisfied. Mr. Mingjing's handsome face broke into a big smile. "Wrong. It's not 10 meals. It's twice 20 meals." Zixu gritted his teeth secretly. "Tiantian, where is the laxative?" Tiantian began to pretend to be dead out of habit. Zixu was speechless. He quickly made sweet potato porridge and added a little salt. It was easy to feed the 2 adults, but what about the baby? Fortunately, the old lady had experience. She added some water to the porridge, crushed the coarse grains with branches, and fed them to the child. Junjun looked at the unconscious 3rd aunt with fear and pity in his eyes. Zixu touched his head. "When she wakes up, you can call her mother. It would be great if she can recognize you." Junjun nodded, but in fact he couldn't say it. Soon 3rd aunt woke up, her eyes full of confusion. Zixu pushed Junjun, and Junjun opened her mouth several times before gently calling, "Mother?" 3rd aunt looked at him with no expression on her dull face. Zixu simply pushed Junjun into her arms. "Take good care of your son. Look how pitiful he is. He doesn't even have clothes for boys to wear, so he can only pick up rags that others don't want." 3rd aunt's arms were filled, and holding the small and soft body, the string in her heart was touched. "Son, son, woo woo woo." 3rd aunt hugged Junjun tightly and cried loudly. The crying woke up 2nd aunt, who got up and looked for the child. She was relieved to see the child in the old lady's arms. Zixu recalled that the 2 aunts were both ladies from wealthy families, but now they are so embarrassed. Only they can understand all kinds of sadness. When they were rich in the past, they were quite good to the original owner. It's not impossible to help them, but there must be a rule. Thinking of this, she looked at the old lady. The old lady's thoughts were written in her eyes. Wanted to keep these 3 people, but she didn't say anything. Zixu said, "It's not impossible to stay here, but you have to work." 2nd aunt frowned. "I'm your elder. How can I work for you?" Zixu, "Hey, is that so? Then please go back. Goodbye." 2nd aunt looked at the other side of the river and got scared. Although she had to work here, at least she wouldn't be coerced by those men, and she didn't have to worry about her children being snatched away and eaten. The old lady said seriously, "We are not officials now. If we want to eat, we have to work, and I am no exception." 2nd aunt bit her lip and asked reluctantly, "Okay, then what should I do?" Zixu said, "You guys take a rest for 2 days, and then work after you get well. I don't raise people who eat for free." After she finished speaking, they went to the yard. The soldiers hadn't left yet, and they were all looking at her eagerly. At least she had to have a meal if she lived in the new yard, right? Looking at these faces, Zixu held her forehead. She was like a bird returning to its nest and seeing a group of cubs waiting for food with their mouths open. "I'll go catch fish." The soldiers cheered. They would not sit idle either, and went to chop wood. Because they had been catching fish for a month, the fish in the river had become much more cunning, and very few of them took the bait. This was not enough for the little wolfhounds to eat, so they had to think of a way. It was still early, so they had to go up the mountain. After putting down the fishing net, Zixu took the last basket up the mountain. The old lady instructed the 2nd aunt to start descaling and removing the internal organs of the fish. This time, Zixu walked down the mountain to the other side. There was nothing good in the places she had walked before. This time, she didn't dare to go up the mountain. Who knew if she would encounter strange things? She was concentrating on pulling weeds, and then a strange sound came from a distance. Pa pa pa! Dong! It sounded like something fell from a high place and hit the tree trunk and then landed on the ground. What could it be? She had a hoe in her hand, which was a magic weapon and could also give her courage. When she came to the place where the sound came from, She was dumbfounded. Coconut? How could this be possible? Coconuts grow on the mountain. What kind of strange world did she come to? The tree looked like a coconut tree, and the fruit looked like a coconut fruit, but she still couldn't believe it was a coconut until she tasted it. Zixu carefully used a hoe to dig open the green outer skin. The hard shell inside had 3 dots. She poked a few times with a dagger and poked a hole. After taking a sip, it really was a coconut. Tiantian, where on earth am I? Isn't it the earth? Tiantian replied, I don't know. Where is the earth? Well, it's hard to explain it. Coconuts grow on the seashore. Is there seawater here? Tiantian said nonchalantly, maybe there is an underground sea, nothing strange. Zixu thought about it, and it was true. Coconut shells can also be used as bowls. She picked up 2 edible ones and 3 black ones that were inedible. On the way back, she saw a fat hare, whose body was faster than its brain. She threw the dagger at it, and the hare kicked its legs and stopped moving. Tsk, wild rabbit stewed in coconut milk, not bad. She walked back muttering, and when she was almost home, she was stopped by a huge tiger. Zixu swallowed her saliva, and her hands holding the hoe were sweating. Aren't the wild beasts on the mountain? The tiger didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, but from its eyes it can be seen that it despised Zixu very much. The man and the tiger stared at each other for a long time, and the tiger sneezed and left. But where the tiger left, there was a small roe deer, also called wild sheep, suddenly remembered that this big tiger was the mother of the little white tiger she rescued a month ago, or the father. She happily carried the robe and ran down the mountain. Fortunately, the blood of the roe deer was drained by the tiger's bite. Otherwise, she would definitely be stained. After returning, the soldiers looked at her in surprise. Mr. Mingjing saw the robe and asked curiously, Did you go to the mountain? No, I picked it up, and it looks like the wound was not caused by me. Zixu didn't intend to tell about the tiger. Mr. Mingjing frowned. This was bitten by a tiger. You are so lucky to pick it up. Zixu waved his hand impatiently. Clean it up quickly, I still have to cook. The roe deer was not very big, so he roasted it directly. Zixu didn't care about the internal organs and prepared to save them for bait. In the last net, there were only 2 fish less than 1 pound, so the food was only a dozen fish, a rabbit stewed with coconut milk, and a roasted roe deer. The coarse grains didn't need to be touched, and everyone was very happy to eat. After these guys dispersed, Zixu cleaned up the mess and entered her room, but found that the second aunt was lying on her wooden bed with the child in her arms. At that moment, she said coldly, Get out! Why? I am your elder. I should live in the main house. The second aunt rolled her eyes. Zixu smiled coldly. Don't leave? Then don't blame me. The second aunt looked at her, her scalp tingling, but she was stubborn just to have a house to live in. Who knew that Zixu would not play by the rules at all? She strode to the bed and snatched the child away. The little kid was too weak and wanted to sleep after eating, so he didn't wake up even when he was snatched away. What are you going to do? Give the child back to me. Zixu sneered. If you want the child, come with me. Second aunt gritted her teeth and had to get up and follow. If there was a fight, she thought, she couldn't beat someone who could fight back against the roe deer. Zixu carried the child to another bedroom in the main house, where the old lady lived. She stuffed the child into the old lady's hands and left. When second aunt saw that she gave the child to the old lady, she immediately turned back and went into the house and lay on the bed. Zixu smiled coldly, walked up to her, grabbed her arms and legs, dragged her to the ground, and threw her out the door. The second aunt took a long time to recover, and stood at the door and cursed, Zixu, you have no conscience. How dare you treat your elders like this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? The old lady frowned, walked out and said, Aren't the wing rooms outside for you to live in? Why are you still making a fuss? The second aunt shuddered. Why should a little girl like her live in the main house? I am her elder. I should live there. The old lady sneered. When you sold her, did you think you were the elder? When you snatched the fish, did you think you were the elder? Now this house was built by Zixu, and the food in the pot was found by Zixu. Why are you showing off here? If it weren't for the child, do you think she would care about your life or death? The second aunt didn't speak, but she couldn't forget the days when she was sought after by others. Now she had to look at the face of a stinky girl. She couldn't swallow this breath. Zixu in the room wiped the bedboard clean, turned out a piece of burlap as a bedsheet, and the pillow was straw, covered with rabbit skin. The only quilt was given to the old lady, so that the old and the child could not be cold, and the house lacked heating equipment. Burning charcoal? I was a little scared. I thought confusedly and slowly fell asleep. The next day I got up and washed, and saw the third aunt sitting in the yard holding Junjun and smiling peacefully. She quietly gave Junjun a thumbs up and got a smile from Junjun. The house was built roughly, but it was no problem to shelter from the wind and rain. There were no tiles on the roof, but Baili Han asked people to find a lot of tough tree bark mixed with clay and laid it on it, and then placed a net made of wooden sticks on it to fix it. As long as there is no big typhoon, this house will definitely not be broken. But now that 3 more people have been taken in, the wing room that was originally used as a warehouse can only be moved out for the 2 ants to live in. The kitchen is opposite the wing room, with 2 pots, 1 large and 1 small, and a large stone chopping board next to it. Zixu came to the kitchen to prepare to cook, and saw the second aunt muttering while burning a fire. We finally got some meat but gave it to outsiders. Now only bones are left. This girl really doesn't know how to live. This family will be ruined by her sooner or later. No, I have to take care of the food from now on. Zixu laughed angrily, squinting his eyes and leaning against the door frame. What's the matter? Is it wrong for me to provide you with food and shelter? In that case, take your children and go to the other side of the river. You are not welcome here. Second aunt picked up a broken kitchen knife and pointed it at her. Silly girl, do you believe that I will chop you up now? Anyway, the food will be under my control in the future, so that you won't give it to irrelevant people. Zixu wanted to refute, but when she thought of the tribesmen on the other side of the river, a plan came to her mind. She grinned and said, "How about this? We will invite Grandma and then divide the food. In the future, the food I get will be distributed according to work." Second aunt looked at her suspiciously. How to distribute according to work? Zixu turned and left. Just how much work you do, how much food you get. Second aunt hesitated, put down the kitchen knife, and followed her to the old lady's room. Zixu said, "Grandma, now the food is distributed according to the number of people. In the future, the food I get will be distributed according to work. If I work, I will get it, and if I don't work, I will starve." Second aunt's eyes rolled. The old lady felt soft-hearted. Her grandson would surely love her. Then she would get more. How much could an old lady eat? Third aunt, who was grinning foolishly outside, would not comment. The old lady nodded, then divide it. Zixu brought back the remaining food and the bacon that was drying. The bacon had been smoked and shrunk a lot while drying, only about 10 pounds. She divided the food and meat into 3 portions and returned to the room with one of them. Second aunt was stunned. "Why is there no share for me?" The old lady knew Zixu's attitude and naturally would not go against her wishes. She put away her share and shouted outside, "Junjun, take your share of food." Junjun immediately ran in and took his share of food and meat. Second aunt was anxious and stepped forward to pull. "Why does a wild child have it and I don't? Do you want your grandson to starve to death?" The old lady said lightly, "I will raise my grandson. You don't have to worry about him. Just work when you want to eat." "What about her?" The second aunt pointed at the third aunt outside. The old lady sneered. "She has her son to support her, and I have to support your son. Why don't you work?" The second aunt looked at her coldly. "Okay, I'll do the same work as him, and I won't do more. What can a child do? It must be easy." The old lady looked at her with a smile. "It's up to you." The second aunt thought that there was still rice in the pot, and when she went out, she saw Zixu leaning against the door with a wooden stick as thick as her arm in her hand. "If something in my room is missing, I will break the arm of whoever takes it." After that, the wooden stick broke into 2 pieces in her hand. The second aunt was really scared and said weakly, "I made breakfast today." Zixu nodded. "So there is your meal this morning. Now get ready to eat. I don't have time to stay at home." The second aunt bit her lip. "Does it mean that I will have food to eat if I cook?" Seeing that she was honest, Zixu softened his heart a little. "Yes, we will give you the food in the evening as rations for the next day." "Okay." Second aunt felt aggrieved, but when she thought about how she could eat as much as she wanted while cooking, her mood improved. Breakfast was whole grain pancakes and bone soup. Zixu went up the mountain after eating. They had almost walked through the mountains by the river, and today they wanted to go to the other side of the river to have a look. She walked across the single-plank bridge and wandered around the mountain opposite, but didn't find anything useful. It seemed that the people in the valley were not living well. They would not let go of anything edible. If there hadn't been wolves on the other side of the river, they would have gone there long ago. But why were there wolves on the other side of the river, but not on this side? What was on the upper half of the mountain? She was so curious. She returned to the other side of the river angrily, but saw Baili Han standing in the yard waiting. This guy exuded coldness all over his body and looked at her as if he saw an enemy. Zixu swallowed, wondering if she had offended him. Mr. Mingjing walked out of the old lady's room and shouted when he saw Zixu, "You're back! Something big happened." Zixu frowned. What could she do if she was asked to help her? Mr. Mingjing continued, "Hurry up and get some food. We are starving to death." "Is this the big thing you said?" Zixu was confused. Mr. Mingjing said, as a matter of course, "It's not a big deal if we are starving to death." Laxatives must be found. Zixu complained in his heart and went to get food. There were also a few sweet potatoes, each of the same size. They had not wilted for more than a month. "Tiantian, why can't the second generation of humans be used as seeds?" Tiantian said. "This is basically ripened instantly and does not have the ability to germinate. But didn't you plant sweet potato vines? The ones that come out can be used as seeds, but they will not be counted for points." Zixu sighed and peeled the sweet potatoes, preparing to make sweet potato porridge. While busy, he said, "The temperature difference between day and night is very large now. I don't know if the sweet potatoes have grown. I guess there will be no harvest." Tiantan said immediately, "Do you know about compound fertilizer? It can shorten the maturity period. Don't use 99 and 8, just 98. One portion can ripen 1 acre of land." Zixu cut the sweet potato in half with the kitchen knife in his hand. "You have no points. What the hell are you talking to me about?" "Ahem, host, you have points." Zixu threw the sweet potatoes and grains into the pot at random and cooked them. A piece of bacon was cooked in the big pot next to it. She wiped her hands and turned on the light screen. It turned out that the side quest had been completed. Maybe the seeds buried on the day of rescuing the tiger had sprouted. Clicking on the completion behind the task, she gained 3,006 points. Waha! I'm finally not a poor person anymore. Zixu laughed wildly in her heart. But now is not the time to think about how to spend money. She happily prepared multi-grain porridge and fried bacon with wild garlic. Mr. Mingjing and Bai Li Han ate the whole pot and were still reluctant to leave. Zixu hoped that they would leave quickly, but Mr. Mingjing slumped down on the stone block in the yard, showing no sign of leaving. She could only take charcoal to the corner to draw the terrain out of boredom. The mountains across the river were almost bald. Those people who cut down trees instead of planting them would be doomed sooner or later. Just as she was thinking about it, there was a bolt from the blue in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck directly into the woods on the other side of the river. Because there were many dead trees with their bark stripped off on the mountains on the opposite bank, this bolt of lightning immediately caused a sky fire. Bai Li Han and Mr. Mingjing looked stern and left without saying goodbye. Zixu climbed to the roof and took a look. The wildfire was not big now, so it would not be a big problem to send more people. She was too lazy to care. She might as well study how to spend the points with this time. Just as she was about to jump, a landslide occurred on the opposite mountain. Large rocks slid down, broke the tree trunks, and rushed into the valley with flames. The houses close to the bottom of the mountain were not damaged, but were also affected by the fire. For a while, people in the valley were in chaos. People fetched water to put out the fire in a mess, and some even fell into the river in a hurry. This is the consequence of cutting down trees without planting trees. Without tree roots to control the water and soil, the large rocks on the mountain are equivalent to having no support. Zixu felt that the fire could not burn it, so she jumped to the ground and glanced at her second aunt, who was watching the excitement. Until now, she still couldn't remember the name of this second aunt. "If you want to help, I won't stop you." The second aunt shook her head quickly. "I'll just take a look." Zixu sneered. Now is an extraordinary period. They don't eat lunch. They have their second meal at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They usually go to bed early at night. She decided to go and see what she had planted. The sweet potato vines have grown a lot. She dug a hole and saw only sweet potatoes as big as eggs. They are inedible. The rest of the beans and corn are okay. She doesn't know how to divide them, so they are crowded together with 2 or 3. Tiantian asked tentatively, "Do you want some fertilizer? Sweet potatoes grow underground and no one can see them. It's okay to use some." Zixu bit her lip. Sweet potatoes are a very good food and can be eaten in many ways. It is definitely impossible to use them for seeds in this situation. Can seeds be grown with fertilizer? She thought it was better to ask clearly. Tiantian immediately assured, "Yes, absolutely. If you can't, hit me." "Can I hit you? Give me a piece of fertilizer." "Okay." Fertilizer is a palm-sized round piece with no taste. How to use it? Dissolve in water, the ratio, 1 piece for every cubic meter of water. Zixu was afraid that the effect would be too good, so she divided the disc into 10 parts and watered each part with 2 buckets of water. After watering, the wilted seedlings became much more energetic. She watered the sweet potatoes more and the others less because she was afraid they would be too conspicuous. When she was about to go down the mountain, a gust of wind blew and a big tiger appeared in front of her. The tiger was not going to deliver its prey today. It threw the little white tiger in its mouth to the ground and even slapped it with its claws in disgust. The little tiger rolled to Zixu's feet and bit her trouser leg with a roar. "Zixu, what are you doing? Hey, don't go. You can't let me raise your son for nothing." The tiger turned around and looked at her with contempt, then left without looking back. Tianqian said, "There's something wrong with this little guy." Zixu is not a veterinarian and could not see anything, so she had to use the detection technique to take a look. The information she got scared her. The white tiger cub, poisoned by a snake, would not survive more than 3 days. Zixu looked at the little tiger that had eaten her Ganoderma lucidum and could not hate it in her heart. "Tiantian, is there any way to save it? You can exchange it for a complete herbal encyclopedia, and you can also exchange it for herbal seeds, but it's quite expensive." Zixu quickly looked through the herbal illustrations and found that it was listed in the daily discount. Even with the discount, it still cost 2,800 points. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, but she still bought it reluctantly, because she had a connection with this little tiger. After purchasing the herbal illustrations, she found that it was not a big loss, because the knowledge directly entered her mind, and the clues she wanted would emerge as soon as she thought about it. There were even detailed introductions and prescriptions. She immediately began to look for herbs, and after finding them all, she pulled down the little tiger that was holding her thigh as a pendant to check. The wound on the hind leg had turned black and festered, so she knocked the little thing unconscious and cleaned the wound with a dagger. After applying the herbs, wrapped them with leaves and vines. As for those for internal use, they did not need to be boiled. They were smashed into a pulp and stuffed into the tiger's mouth to force it to swallow. Zixu wanted to go down the mountain, but she was worried that it would be eaten, so she had to carry it back. Counting the points, she only had 108, so she couldn't buy tools. Seeds cost 100 points each, and she asked, "Are there any potatoes?" "That's potatoes," Tiantian replied. "Currently, only seeds of the country can be exchanged." "There are no potatoes in this country." She slapped the screen in annoyance and inadvertently found an extra option, Pet. After clicking it, there was a mini model of a little white tiger, and the introduction next to it made her vomit 3 liters of blood. What a ripoff. Other people's pets are for cuteness and treasure, but she is raising a grandfather. The little tiger is in its growth period now, and it needs 3 pounds of meat every day to maintain its health. If the health level is less than 60%, it will get sick, and it will die directly if it reaches 0. This means that she has to get at least 2 pheasants or a rabbit every day to feed the little tiger, but the little tiger will grow up, and its appetite will increase as it grows. The health level also said poisoned and recovering, so she shouldn't go out today. The wildfire opposite is still burning, and those people are so slow in putting out the fire. "Host, there is a new task." Zixu looked at the light screen numbly. There was an update to the side quest to rescue the people in the valley. Looking at the task introduction, she touched her chin and felt it was feasible. It was to let people without houses live in houses and help them get through the winter. The points reward was as high as 10,000. Zixu grinned. "This task is not bad. Isn't it just building houses to accommodate those people?" "Simple. I accept it." Tianqian breathed a sigh of relief. She thought the host was unwilling. Didn't she read the task carefully? To help those people get through the winter, food is the biggest problem. But it is impossible to tell this. Only by oppressing the host can she earn points desperately so that she can upgrade quickly and strive to get the reward of a physical body as soon as possible. Its silence caused Zixu's pain. She didn't know how serious the losses over there were. Until the fire was put out, Mr. Mingjing ran over in an embarrassed manner. "Hurry up, is there any water? I'm thirsty." Zixu has always been drinking filtered and boiled water. It tastes very good when it is placed in a bamboo tube with a bamboo fragrance. She handed over a bamboo tube, and Mr. Mingjing drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and said, "I feel better. There are heavy losses over there, and the Valley Master doesn't care." Zixu's eyelids jumped, and he had a bad premonition. How many families' houses were destroyed? Mr. Mingjing thought for a while. 8 families are seriously injured. Their houses collapsed and are completely uninhabitable. There are 6 families with minor damage. They can be repaired. Now it's about to get cold, and having no place to live is a big problem. 8 families, not serious. Can't others take them in? There are quite a few people in our group, but they have been taken in too? Mr. Mingjing glanced sideways. Almost all of your group are women, so of course there are people to take them in. At that time, there were several dilapidated houses to house people, but now they are all full. Zixu looked at the task with a bad premonition, and sure enough, it showed more detailed information. Build 8 houses within 7 days so that 8 families can see the hope of survival. If it is not completed after 7 days, the points will be rolled into the loan system. Zixu felt that the system had dug a big trap for her. If she did not complete the task, 10,000 points would be rolled into the loan system, and she would have to repay 20,000 points. She asked weakly, "Tiantian, what will happen if I default on my debt?" Tiantian said grimly, "Draw the host's life value to compensate. Until the life value is 0, I will leave." Zixu was frightened. "My current life value is 100. How many points does 1 point correspond to? 1 life value corresponds to 10 points. Zixu's eyes were dark. If she defaulted on her debt, she would report directly to the King of Hell. Well, for the sake of her own life, she could only fight. Take me to see. Maybe I can help them. Mr. Mingjing looked at her in surprise. You want to help? What? Don't look like it. I think you are here to watch the fun. I'll go by myself. Zixu got up and walked to the other side of the river. When she came to the mountain, she realized how tragic it was here. The huge rocks crushed the houses, but fortunately there were no casualties. There were also several houses that were burned down. The houses here were originally made of wood and were very flammable. 8 families cried together, and there were more than 30 people, young and old. She also wanted to cry. Is it too late to regret? She was not the kind of person who would be defeated by difficulties. She immediately wiped her face and became energetic. Bailihan saw her, walked over and asked, What are you doing here? I want to help them build a house. Bailihan shook his head. Your kind of house is too slow to build, and there are not so many stones available. Tree houses cannot be built here. I just heard from the old people that there is a severe cold in winter every 3 years here. Unfortunately, it will be a severe cold in a month, and it will snow. Touched his chin. We can build a mud house. Bailihan nodded. I'll leave this to you. Hey, aren't you going to help us? Zixu asked. Bailihan shook his head. Recently, a group of bandits have set their sights on this place. I'm going to lead the troops to suppress them. But you still have poison in your body, you? Zixu suddenly covered his mouth and was exposed. Bailihan narrowed his eyes but said nothing. The Valley Master has already said that he will not care about the lives of these people. I hope you can give me a surprise. I don't have that much food to settle people, and I still owe you food. A smile appeared on Bailihan's face under the mask. If you can help them tide over the difficulties, our debt will be cleared. Okay, it's a deal. Zixu was instantly full of energy. Bailihan nodded and turned to leave. Zixu said inexplicably, Take care of yourself. Sometimes setting a trap to lure the enemy in and eliminate them saves time and effort. By the way, this is called luring the enemy into deep or catching the turtle in the jar. Bailihan turned around. Write down what you know. It seems that there are not many of the 36 stratagems left. Give it to me when I come back. Zixu nodded. Okay, there is a famous saying that among the 36 stratagems, running away is the best strategy. You must remember that if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood to burn. I know. Bailihan felt inexplicably happy when he heard her words. Bailihan had a lot of things to do this month, and he learned it sporadically. Just write down the rest. Anyway, the characters here are traditional Chinese, and Zixu can also learn it. Looking at those people who were crying in groups, Zixu had a headache. It was not easy to convince them. Don't cry? Can crying bring back the house? Huh? It's you, but what can we do? The Valley Master said that he doesn't care, and he won't replenish the food. It's the great cold again this year, and we will all freeze to death. Zixu recalled that the elder sister who spoke was the one who exchanged the axe head and seeds with her. Sister, what we have to do now is to build a shack and cover the house while the weather is not too cold. As for food, you families should first collect the grain and eat together. A fat auntie refused. No, my family has a lot of grain. It will be disadvantageous if we mix them together. Zixu narrowed her eyes and pulled a sinister smile on her red lips. If you don't want to eat the grain together, then don't even think about building a house. The auntie immediately put her hands on her waist and cursed. You little hoof, why are you yelling in front of us? Do you think we are afraid of you just because you are the mistress of the ghost-faced general? Zixu was so angry that she laughed. Mistress? If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? She looked around and saw a burnt beam as thick as her thigh. She crushed it with one foot. The fat lady's body shuddered, and the fat on her face trembled. The look in her eyes when she looked at Zixu became terrified. Zixu glanced at her and found that she had stopped crying and was trembling. Just now, the ghost-faced general has entrusted me with the task of helping you rebuild your home. If you are willing to cooperate, I will help you build the house. Of course, if you are unwilling to cooperate, please leave now. The fat auntie scurried to her husband's side and dared not move. Her husband was also a coward, squatting on the ground without moving or talking. Zixu nodded with satisfaction. Now I will start to divide the work. The men will stay here to clean up the debris and guard the remaining food. Women under 50 and over 10 years old will follow me up the mountain. The fat auntie muttered, "The wildfire has just been put out. What are you doing up there?" Zixu glanced around, and no one dared to say anything. The Valley Master said that he doesn't care about you. If you want to survive, just be honest and obedient, and don't refute. Fortunately, she is a woman. Otherwise, those older girls will definitely think she is going to do something. Those who are assigned the task, follow me. The fat auntie was also under 50, and she followed the team reluctantly. There were a total of 10 people. "Bring the basket and the rope," Zixu shouted. Except for the fat ant, everyone else cooperated very well. Zixu led people up the mountain to pick up the carcasses of animals that were burned to death. The wildfire came so quickly that there must be many pheasants and rabbits that could not escape. She had good eyesight and soon found a rabbit with burnt skin. She poked it and found that the inside was soft and edible. "Did you see it? This is a rabbit that was burned to death by the wildfire. There must be more. We have to find these and take them back as food." Seeing the meat, the fat aunt's eyes lit up. "So there is meat. If you didn't tell me earlier, I could carry a big basket." Zixu glanced at her. This fat ant should be the thorn in the side of these women. If he subdued her, it would be easier for him to do things. He immediately stuffed the rabbit into her hand. "Now you know I won't cheat you, right?" With the real meat in her hand and the faint smell of meat entering her nose, the fat ant was completely convinced. "Girl, it's my aunt who is mean. I'm sorry. We will do whatever you say in the future." "Okay, everyone, split up and look for it, but be careful. No matter how many you find, you have to get down the mountain before dark, okay?" The women responded one after another and obeyed orders. The wildfire had burned a large area of the forest, and it seemed that the fire had affected the area above the halfway point of the mountain. She looked down and saw no danger, so she walked up. Perhaps because of the high heat of the wildfire, it had dispersed a lot of miasma. She saw a nest of wild boars not far from the mountainside. The entrance to the pig cave was blocked by fallen rocks half a person's height. They were choked to death because they couldn't get out. She wanted to take them back slowly, but found that the miasma spread rapidly as the sun set. She quickly pulled vines to tie up the 2 large and 3 small wild boars together, and carried them down the mountain with her hands. This situation scared all the people who went up the mountain, and when Zixu got to the foot of the mountain, it scared the people who stayed behind. The men all had the same thought in their minds. This girl must not be messed with, otherwise she will lose half her life if she gets slapped in the face. Zixu didn't know that she had completely subdued the people with this move. After putting down the wild boar, she said, "You guys, clean it up. I'll go back to get salt." She has endured a lot this month. As soon as she left, the men rushed over like crazy, skinned the wild boar and washed the internal organs of the old ones, not even letting go of the intestines. Zixu carried a bag of salt, which was about 10 pounds. She didn't know if it was enough, so she just made do with it. When they went back, the people who went up the mountain also came back. They were cleaning up the half-roasted pheasants and rabbits. It could be said that it was a bumper harvest. Everyone had lost the sorrow of losing their homes. They had smiles on their faces and hope in their eyes. Liao Tiao looked at the task. The progress was 20%, which was good. The people whose houses were slightly damaged were watching from the outside. Zixu thought for a while and said, "There are 32 people here, 8 over 50 years old and 5 under 10 years old. Can you take in these old and young? Give each person half a pound of meat on the first day as accommodation fee." The remaining 9 men and 10 women just sat around the fire. Those who heard that there was meat said they could take people back to live with them, so that the old and the young could be settled. The men continued to clean up the place, and the women cut up the meat. For a while, it was more lively than the new year. When it was time to cook, Zixu asked them to cook all the half-cooked meat but did not touch the grain. As a result, the smell of meat wafted around, and those who lived inside the valley were not happy, and they went to find the owner of the valley. Among them, the most noisy were Zixu's two uncles. The second uncle, Zixu, stomped his feet angrily. "Dead girl, you don't give the meat to the people of the tribe, but give it to those outsiders." The third uncle nodded. "No, we will go to the owner of the valley. Everything on the mountain belongs to the people of the valley, and they can't enjoy it alone." While inciting the natives, they walked towards the owner's house. When the owner of the valley heard the messy noise, he came out with a big belly, and his eyes, which were squeezed into slits by the fat, shot out cold light. "What are you doing? Want to rebel?" Zixu immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying flatteringly, "Valley Master, you lead us so well. We will not rebel. We came here because someone privately hid the shared food in the valley, and the people on the mountainside took the wild animals that were burned to death on the mountain for themselves, which is wrong. We can do without it, but at least we have to take some to honor the Valley Master." Zixu immediately added, "Yes, we saw them bring back 2 large and 3 small wild boars, intact, and they didn't even know to honor the Valley Master, so we really couldn't stand it." The Valley Master rolled his eyes. Who is he? How could he not understand what these guys are thinking? He didn't covet that piece of meat, thinking that Bailihan would lead his troops out to suppress the bandits, and he would definitely not leave anyone to look after the little girl. Taking people with him to scare them would not only satisfy these people, but might also make the little girl lie down and wait for his favor. Is that so? Privately appropriating the shared food in the valley is indeed a serious crime. Come on, let's go and take a look. The master of the valley has many thugs, who usually act as guards and running dogs when something happens. A group of people came to the foot of the mountain in a mighty manner. 2 large bonfires were lit here, and young and old gathered around the bonfire to eat meat and gnaw bones. Zixu smiled coldly, knowing that someone would make trouble when they smelled the meat, so she stayed on purpose. After all, those wild boars were enough to make the people in the valley jealous and crazy. She stood up and walked forward with a carbonized and extremely hard wooden stick in her hand. "What's the matter? Does the master of the valley want to come to comfort the victims? I wonder how much food you brought to settle them." The master of the valley squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "This girl is beautiful again, and she must taste very delicious." At that moment, he was determined to win, and smiled coldly. "You have hidden the common food in the valley, and everyone will be punished. But if you can hand over all the meat, this master of the valley will be merciful and only take you back for questioning." Zixu knew that the valley master's target was her. If she followed him, nothing would be left. Someone murmured weakly, "If I had known, I would not have picked up the meat. Now we are still punished. It's all her fault." "Yes, the valley master said that if we hand over the meat, we won't be punished." "Yes, hand it over." This time the fat ant was unexpected. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Do you think she is a man? Without that girl, would you have eaten meat today? Besides, the Valley Master has already said that he doesn't care about us and let us fend for ourselves. Then why should he want the things we get?" Zixu was really surprised. She originally thought that she was the first one to turn against him, but she didn't expect that she was the first one to help her. At that moment, she swung the wooden stick in her hand and covered the thugs and swung it over, knocking down a large number of them before they could react. The Valley Master was scared. His prestige was all due to these thugs. When the thugs fell down, his courage immediately shrank to sesame seeds. You want to rebel?" Zixu sneered. "Rebellion? Who are you rebelling against? The Emperor is in the capital, and I beat up a few of your lackeys, and you say I am rebelling. I think you are the one who wants to rebel." The Valley Master's face changed. Although it is a chaotic world now, God hates the word rebellion the most. If a big hat is put down, the defenders here will chop off his head. "Nonsense, what right do you have to beat my people?" Zixu glanced, and the remaining thugs took a step back, and no one dared to come up. Because she specializes in hitting men's vital points, the means are a bit vulgar, but very effective. "Valley Master, you have already said that you will not care about their life or death, so there is no need for them to hand over what they find. If you want to hand it over, then you must take out the food rations for this winter." The Valley Master is not stupid. How can he ask others to exchange food for meat when others want to eat meat? I don't care. Don't come to beg me when you have eaten all the meat. I won't give out a grain of food." Zixu chuckled. I'll be thankful if you don't exploit them. But you'd better not think about things you shouldn't think about. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death for everyone. She is no longer the weakling she was when she first came here. She used her small fists to hammer on the pillars beside her that had not been removed in time. The pillar with a diameter of nearly 1 foot snapped and was cut in half. The thugs who were originally lying on the ground and wailing trembled together. This girl must have shown mercy, otherwise their balls would not only hurt. The Valley Master finally changed his face. With fear in his little eyes, he turned around and ran away. The fat aunt breathed a sigh of relief. This time the bet was right. If they handed over the meat, they would lose the heart of the little girl. Who would help them then? It was impossible for the Valley Master to be the Valley Master. It would be better to take a gamble, hoping that this powerful girl could calm those people. Zixu looked at the fat ant. Auntie, thank you for speaking for me. The fat aunt narrowed her eyes with a smile. You have helped us so much, we can't be ungrateful. Although I have lived in the valley for nearly 10 years, my sense of loyalty must never be erased. Zixu nodded. I will have to trouble you to help manage the rations in the future, because after eating the meat these days, we have to eat more and more, and we can't eat like this. The fat aunt nodded. Okay, I understand this. Okay, everyone should rest early after eating, because we still have to build a house tomorrow. After that, there was only the sound of smacking lips, and no one dared to say a word. Zixu went home early in the morning to see that the old lady was living well with Junjun, and the second aunt was doing her job. The third aunt had a good relationship with Junjun, and she regained some calmness and began to make clothes with a coarse cotton cloth. When the old lady saw her come back, she asked, How is it over there? Grandma, Bailey Han asked me to help build a house for them. You can keep an eye on the food on the mountain. It will snow in a month, and we have to get it back by then, whether it is mature or not. I know. You don't have to worry about it. Zixu nodded, hoping that the sweet potatoes could grow bigger, and the rest would depend on the situation. She asked in a low voice again, Grandma, what are the names of the second aunt and the third aunt? The old lady smiled. Your second aunt is Liu Wanru, and your third aunt is Zheng Shuli. They were both ladies from wealthy families. Okay, I see. She knew that she would not come back to eat often, so she went to the house to take out some grains and meat for the old lady. As long as the second aunt cooks well, she will be full. These are left with you first. I have enough food. The old lady refused. Zixu shook her head. No, one thing at a time. Okay. The old lady nodded. Liu Wanru's eyes lit up when she saw the food, and she asked weakly, If I go up the mountain to help take care of the food, can you give me some sweet potatoes then? Zixu asked, What do you want the sweet potatoes for? Sweet potatoes are sweet. Make porridge for Bauer. She spoke in a weak voice, but it cannot be denied that she is a good mother. Zixu nodded. That's no problem. As long as you work hard, Bauer won't be hungry. Yes, I will definitely work hard. After seeing Zixu's toughness, she no longer dared to have any small thoughts. Zixu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, the miasma hasn't reached the mountainside this morning. I'll go to the mountain to take a look. Awu? The little white flower crawled out of the house. It was difficult to move, but it looked at Zixu with joy in its eyes. Zixu felt bitter. She actually forgot about it. She should take it with her. Second aunt, can you sew a backpack for me? I want to carry it. No problem. This is not a difficult task for Liu Wanru. Soon, under Zixu's guidance, a backpack appeared, but it was made of cloth and was soft. There are pig skins and other things over there. See if you can sew one like this. When it's done, I'll give you a pound of cassava flour. Okay, I'll do it. In this era, cassava flour is a high-end tonic. She must leave it for her son to eat. Zixu nodded and took the little white tiger up the mountain, found some herbs to feed it, and then started hunting. The little white tiger liked rabbits more than chicken, so Zixu collected the skin and gave it the meat. When they reached the top of the mountainside, Zixu looked blankly at the thing that looked like bamboo, but was not bamboo. Sugarcane? Green sugarcane? Aren't sugarcanes purple? Tianqian came out to give her some science. This is bamboo sugarcane, which grows in warm places. Who cares what color it is? She just cut a piece and threw it on the mountainside. If it weren't for the miasma, she would have wanted to get more. There were more than 200 pieces of sugarcane in this bundle, but they were not long. She kept a few of them when she carried them down the mountain and took the rest to the other side of the river. But she didn't expect to see a mess. Both men and women were injured, and the fat aunt was beaten unconscious. What's going on? The woman who exchanged the axe head with Zixu said, It was your uncle who brought people to steal the meat. They said that what's yours is theirs, and not giving it to them is unfilial. Zixu narrowed his eyes. These locusts would not work without some ruthlessness. Men who can still move, follow me. The men, young and old, were very angry. When Zixu called, they stood up one after another. Even the oldest grandfather, who was 80 years old, tried to get up with a cane. Zixu hurried over to help them. Don't move, wait for us to get the things back. Okay. Zixu found the stick she used yesterday and brought 6 men with her. There was no need for so many people. One of her was enough. The people she brought were used to move things. They found the shabby house where Zixu and his family lived. Those who were busy cooking meat were all members of the Z family. There were also a few aborigines talking to Zixu and his family. Zixu saw Zixu, but he didn't take him seriously. Just the word filial piety was enough to suppress her and make her unable to raise her head. The 6 men's eyes were red. The meat was theirs. Zixu glanced coldly. Take the meat and the pot away and turn out the rest. Whoever dares to stop me will see whether the stick in my hand is harder or their heads are harder. She hit the wooden stool used for people to sit with a stick, and the tree stump with a diameter of more than 1 foot broke into several pieces. Zixu's face changed immediately, and he walked over and pointed at her nose. Zixu, I am your uncle. Why do you find food and give it to those outsiders instead of my clan members? Zixu sneered. I don't have an uncle who sells me for fame, and your surname is not Z. Your surname is Pang. Why do you let people with the surname Z be filial to you? Come on, who said that your surname is Z? Stand up. Who dares to stand up? The change of surname was a pain in their hearts, but they had to bow their heads in front of power. Zixu sneered. Why should people who even abandoned their ancestors eat my food? I, Zixu, will strengthen the Z family again. The 6 men carried pots and meat, but they did not do anything to hurt people. Zixu also knew that these people couldn't make much money, and it was impossible to ask for food as compensation. She asked, is the number correct? Yes. You go back first. I need to talk about compensation. We don't trust you. These people are much more conscientious than their own people. Zixu waved her hand. It's okay. Send the pot back later. We don't want it if it's not ours. Okay, the 6 men went back first. Although this is a valley, the area is actually not small. It takes 20 minutes to go back and forth from here. Zixu was so angry that he couldn't breathe. But what could he say? It was his ancestors who abandoned him first. Zixu looked at them with a smile and poked the stick in his hand into the ground. Now you go and cut down trees for me, at least as thick as thighs, 50 trees as punishment for injuring people. Zixu roared. Why? Because you can't beat me. He couldn't refute it. Now immediately go chop down trees. Zixu found that the stick was not very useful, so he should get a whip. The aborigines wanted to slip away, but Zixu narrowed his eyes and said, You are also accomplices. Let's work together. It's useless even if we complain to the Valley Master. Zixu glanced at Zixu, who was pretending to be dead, and asked weakly, What should we do if we can't finish chopping down so many trees in one day? If we can't finish chopping down trees in one day, we'll have 2 days. When we finish chopping down trees, it counts. If it takes more than 10 days, then we'll add 1 tree for each day that it exceeds 10 days. Zixu shrank his neck and said nothing. He wanted to take advantage of his seniority and not go up the mountain, but Zixu didn't intend to let him go. He swept a groove in front of him with a stick, and the mud splashed on his shoes. You go too, and see if you can still make trouble. In the past, I could only pretend to be a big lady when there was nothing to do, but now it's different. In such a chaotic world, I can't be bullied by others with all my kung fu skills. It's not my style to be suffocated to death. Are you really not possessed by a ghost? Zixu has always attributed Zixu's changes to being possessed by a ghost. Zixu sneered. To tell you the truth, when I got lost, I met a master. Later, I became his disciple and learned skills in secret. Zixu looked at her in astonishment. But weren't you very timid before? How could you not use your kung fu? Zixu smiled slightly. You also know that it was in the past. I was a lady from a wealthy family. Was it necessary to be like this? You think I'm timid, but in fact, I don't take your little tricks seriously at all. Then if you have these skills, why didn't you save your mother? Didn't you save your father? Watched all the men in our clan die? Zixu smiled bitterly. Can I do it? If I do, not only can I not save them, but we will all be killed. Zixu said nothing. Who could resist in that situation? Those who resisted were killed on the spot. If Zixu had killed the officers and soldiers impulsively, they would not have been able to come here alive. Zixu looked at him. Don't put all the mistakes on others, and don't take excuses as grievances. Now those who can live should live well. Only by living can there be hope. Zixu covered his face with his hands for a long time before putting them down. He wiped his face and said, "Let's go and chop trees." The 6 men sent the meat back and ran back with the pot. They were afraid that Zixu would be bullied, but in the end they were worried in vain. Zixu saw them coming back. "You came back just in time. Watch them chopping trees. This is a punishment for injuring people." The 6 men's eyes lit up. This is good. Anyway, they have to chop trees to build a house. Zixu took them up the mountain, pointed out a forest and asked them to cut trees, and explained that the distance between 2 trees should be kept more than 3 feet and less than 6 feet. Only trees in this range can be cut down, and there will be a penalty if they are cut down incorrectly. Combing the trees can make other trees grow luxuriantly, and the roots go deeper. Otherwise, there will be landslides. Leaving the person in charge, she returned to the campfire, and the fat aunt had woken up. Zixu picked some herbs when he went down the mountain, some of which were refreshing and some were hemostatic. "How do you feel, aunt?" The fat aunt forced a smile. "It's okay. I just hit my head." Zixu didn't know medical skills, so he could only boil the herbs into water for her to drink. The fat aunt drank a few sips, and the taste was okay. Then Zixu directed those who could still move to start cleaning the site and mark the places where each family needed to build a house. The fat aunt insisted on cooking for the people who were working. Zixu thought she was a good person, and her initial noise was understandable. The dried meat was also hung on the rack to dry, attracting several children to stare and drool. At this moment, Zixu realized that the life of the lower class was really difficult. God was very good to her, giving her a system that could improve her health. Everyone worked until dark, and Zixu was going to go back to rest. Before she left, she saw Mr. Mingjing running towards her in a panic. "Girl, come with me. What's wrong with you?" Zixu found that his arms and legs were injured. Could it be that Bai Li Han had a problem? Sure enough, Mr. Mingjing said anxiously and tried his best to lower his voice. The general was seriously injured and caused the poison to break out. He said you can detoxify him. "You are so rude. You can't detoxify at all." Tianqian's voice came. "You still have some points. Why don't you buy today's discounted items? At least you can use them." Zixu followed Mr. Mingjing while checking today's discounted items. "Pill gift pack? Is this thing useful? It costs 200 points, and I don't know what will be in it after opening it." However, since she felt the benefits of the body-strengthening pills, she didn't resist and bought them directly. She silently chanted to open the gift package, and then a feedback appeared in her mind. "There are not enough warehouse grids. Do you want to use 1,000 points to buy a warehouse grid?" Zixu, who only has 6 points in assets, is about to vomit blood. It costs 1,000 points to buy a grid, which is too expensive. But when she calmed down and thought about it, there are not enough grids? That means there are at least 5 pills in the gift package. The things in her warehouse include a hoe, a dagger, a head, and 2 seeds, which occupy 4 grids. Thinking of this, she put the dagger and the head in her arms and took out the seeds to put them in her pocket. But the seeds slipped and fell on the hillside. Anyway, it didn't add points, so she didn't care. Tianqian said that the soil was not good and it might not grow. 7 grids were vacant, and she silently chanted to open them. There were a total of 10 pills, but 4 of them were the same, so they were stacked in 1 grid. These 3 pills are called Qingregiedu pills, and there was no time to look at the rest. Mr. Mingjing said, "How about I carry you on my back?" "It's too slow." Zixu didn't want him to carry her. "Run, I'm not slow." "Okay." The 2 ran to the valley entrance, where there was a military camp that looked like a yurt. Mr. Mingjing pulled her to the largest white tent. Standing at the door of the tent was the cousin, crying, and the impatient junior sister. The junior sister's eyes lit up when she saw Zixu, and she strode over and pulled her into the tent. The cousin wanted to follow, but was kicked out by the junior sister without any hesitation. Zixu. "She likes this girl. Senior brother, Zixu is here. Wake up quickly." Bai Li Han on the bed was still wearing a mask, but only the layer that was against his face. His lips were black and shiny, and he was about to die. Zixu quickly used the detection technique to detect it, and the information about Bai Li Han on the light screen changed. Health status, severely injured and poisoned. Favorability with the host, 51%. Note, countdown to death is 3,600 seconds. This is the rhythm of only 1 hour to live. She didn't care about much, took out a pill of heat clearing and detoxifying and stuffed it into Bai Li Han's mouth. Fortunately, the pill melted in his mouth, otherwise he might choke to death. Scan again after 1 minute. Health status, serious injury, poisoning paused. The countdown to death is gone, but the note says vegetative state. Zixu was speechless. This Bailihan is related to 100,000 points. If she cures him, will she get 100,000 points immediately? Thinking of this, she looked at the warehouse again. There was no medicine for healing, but there was a pill for strengthening the body. Tian, can I give him the body-strengthening pills to cure him? He will die directly. Why? You need to stay awake when taking the body-strengthening pills. Don't you still have a few heat-clearing and detoxifying pills? 1 pill every 3 days, and he will wake up after taking 2 more pills. Zixu was reluctant to give it away, but there was nothing he could do. He could only bear the pain and take it out and hand it to Bailihan's junior sister. Take these 2 pills. They are heat-clearing and detoxifying pills left for me by my master. I have already used 1 pill every 3 days. The junior sister looked at her excitedly. Will he be detoxified after taking them? Zixu shook her head. There are too many poisons accumulated in his body. It takes time. It's a pity that I only learned to identify herbs from my master. I was brought here before I learned to refine medicine. The junior sister was full of disappointment. I still have to thank you. Otherwise, my senior brother would be in real danger. Zixu shook her head. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, your senior brother can be my backer when he is alive, and I won't be happy if he dies. Is it really okay to be so blunt? Okay, the valley is still busy. Come back to me when he wakes up. I'll go back and see if there's any medicine that Master left for me that's suitable for him. Thank you. Zixu shook his head and left the barracks. When he returned to the valley, he saw that they had brought back several trees, and he immediately used a hoe to clean up the branches and bark. Originally, the wood had to be dried before it could be used, but now it couldn't wait. Zixu just used brute force to poke the ground. A house must have 4 pillars, 4 sides of the upper floor, and a tripod, at least 11 thick tree trunks. For 8 families, 50 trees are not enough, so they have to cut more. Of course, trees as thick as arms are also needed, and even thinner ones are needed. It took only 3 days to build the first house. The walls were all made of mud, and wooden boards were sandwiched on all 4 sides. The mud was hammered with a wooden hammer, and the inside and outside were painted with lime burned by stones. There was no time to make partitions inside the house, so let them add a curtain to make do. After building the first house, Zixu had experience, and the subsequent ones were built much faster. When Zixu saw these houses, his eyes sparkled, and he asked carefully and flatteringly, Zixu, can you help us build a house too? Zixu glared. Why? Zixu certainly didn't dare to let Zixu work for nothing. We don't know anything else, but we can chop trees, and I heard that this year is the great cold, so firewood is definitely needed. We can help you chop wood one day. How much do you think is appropriate? Zixu thought about it, and if Zixu and his friends could change their lazy habits, she would be able to tolerate it. The original owner's death was mainly due to this chaotic world and the original owner's cowardice. Besides, she was not a murderer, and she couldn't kill anyone she didn't like, but fair trade was fine. How about this? 1 tree a day until the winter is over. Zixu was very cunning, and because he was old and didn't have to work, he naturally agreed. Zixu knew that he was generous to others. She didn't care about this, and she wasn't afraid of defaulting on her debt. Who would dare to default on her debt? She was so busy that she forgot the time when Bailihan woke up. It was not until her junior sister came to find her that she remembered. Seeing her happy face, Bailihan should have woken up. Zixu, senior brother is awake, come with me. The 2 came to the military camp, and the weird cousin was there, standing by the bed with a bowl of soup in her hand. Zixu wanted to know what was in the bowl, so she tried to use the detection technique. A line of words automatically appeared in her mind. She frowned. Ginseng chicken soup, do you want to kill him? The weird cousin was angry. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Senior brother must replenish his body after waking up from an injury. Ginseng chicken soup is a great tonic. Zixu curled her lips. Yes, it's a great tonic. If you replenish it, you will meet the king of hell. You are talking nonsense. She looked at Bailihan again and said with a face full of grievance, Cousin, don't believe her words. It's all slander. Bailihan's pale lips moved. I believe her. Cousin, do you suspect that I want to harm you? The cousin's beautiful eyes were wide open. Tears were streaming down her face, so pitiful. Bailihan looked at Zixu, hoping she could give an explanation. Zixu touched her nose. If she hadn't used the detection technique, she really didn't know that this detection technique also worked on cooked plants. That's corpse ginseng, which is ginseng grown from dead bodies. It paralyzes people after eating it, and eating too much will make people sleepy all the time. If you drink it, even a small sip, heh. Baileyhan felt that Zhu's smile was very annoying, but no matter what, she saved him. When the cousin heard that the corpse ginseng was cultivated from corpses, she immediately relaxed and the bowl fell to the ground and broke into slag. What a pity for the chicken. No. I really didn't know it was a corpse ginseng. It was the old man who sold medicine who lied to me. Cousin, you have to believe me. Woo-woo. The junior sister had lost her patience and directly picked up the cousin and threw her out of the tent. Zixu looked at her approvingly. I never knew your name. Ah? Didn't I tell you? Did you tell me? She ran away after the fight that day without telling me. Heh. My name is Bailey Shuang. I'm an orphan. When my master picked me up, he let me take my senior brother's surname. Bailey Shuang smiled shyly. Zixu nodded. It sounds good. I found that the surname Bailey sounds good with any word. Favorability +1. Zixu's heart was full of rage. Saving your life doesn't give you any favorability, but praising your name gives you some. It seems that the plan to gain favorability by saving people has failed. Bailey Shuang looked at the expressionless Bailey Han. That my senior brother's body. Zixu looked at the pills in the warehouse. At present, the most suitable one for Bailey Han is the detoxification and beauty pills, which can expel toxins from the body. It is a sustained release capsule that lasts for 1 month. There is one that can be used, but it has a little side effect. Bailey Shuang's eyes lit up and then she asked worriedly, what side effects? It will make people more and more beautiful. She wanted to eat it too. She couldn't bear to give it up. Bailey Shuang's mouth twitched, and then she looked at Bailey Han's face. It's okay. He always wears a mask anyway. It doesn't matter whether he becomes more beautiful or not. Bailey, Shuang said indifferently. Bailey Han pursed his thin lips tightly, seeming very unhappy. Zixu quickly took out the pill and stuffed it into Bailey Shuang's hand. Here's the medicine for you. You can do whatever you want. If he doesn't want to eat it, you can eat it. Don't waste it. After she finished speaking, she ran out of the barracks. As for whether to eat it or not, it was none of her business. Bailey Han really made Bailey feel cold this time. The cold air coming out of his body could be used as a freezer. Bailey Shuang touched her nose and put the pill on the bedside. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Looking at Bailey Shuang, who seemed to be fleeing, Bailey Han pinched the pill sullenly. It was oval and translucent, with colorful particles wrapped in a soft membrane the size of a peanut, and it also exuded a sweet fragrance. He hesitated for a while, and finally swallowed it. The pill did not melt in the mouth, and he felt that the pill began to melt after entering the stomach. A coolness emanated from the stomach and spread to the limbs and bones, making people feel relaxed. He fell asleep comfortably and was later awakened by the stench. He was surprised to find that some black dirt was discharged from his body. After rubbing it, the skin under the dirt was white and flawless, more beautiful than a woman. Is this a little side effect? It's like changing your skin. He quickly took a bath and found that all the external injuries were gone, and the internal injuries also healed faster. After practicing for a week, he was shocked and speechless for a long time. The toxins that were deposited in the meridians like stubborn stones were actually dissolved a lot, and this melting is still continuous. It seems that it will not stop until it is completely melted. Zixu, who are you? Bailey Han had a question in his heart, but did not intend to reveal the answer. He could see that this girl had no bad intentions towards him. She was not an enemy and had repeatedly saved him. He could not be ungrateful. Forget it. At worst, I won't let her be my concubine. Zixu, who was working at the foot of the mountain, paused. Ding! Favorability increased by 10. Now it is 62%, and the 100,000 points have advanced another step. Ouch! The little white tiger on Zixu's back was unhappy. Ah, I forgot to find food for you. Zixu checked the emergency tasks, by the way. The task of rescuing the little white tiger has reached 90%, and she can get 500 points after all its toxins are removed. After getting the points, she will throw the little white tiger into the mountain and go back to their own homes. Tian reminded him, Host, today is the last day of the side quest. You still have one house to build. Zixu shuddered. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Fortunately, the timer started from the time the first house was built. Otherwise, it would have expired long ago. The mission entered the countdown, and there were only 4 hours left. She took out the bacon from the warehouse and stuffed it into the tiger. You eat first, I have to work hard. The tiger protested and disliked, but it was useless. The mud wall of the last house was only halfway up and several men were hammering the mud. Leave it alone, let me do it, Zixu shouted. Because she was strong and there were many people transporting wet mud, the wall was smashed in 2 hours. The roof was a tripod and the thatch was laid on it. Next was the wall. The hot stones were smashed into ash and applied to it to sterilize it. There were no windows in the house, and the door frame was installed when the wall was smashed, so the wooden door was tied to the door frame with a rope. But after completing these tasks, the system did not update the tasks, and the progress stopped at 99%. Tiantian, what's going on? What's missing? Tiantian said blankly. I don't know either. What's the use of your help? The fat aunt shouted excitedly. Our house is built, woo-woo. Her cry caused a burst of crying and everyone was excited. Zixu was very anxious. The countdown was less than a minute. Damn, what was missing? The fat aunt ran to thank Zixu, but Zixu couldn't smile. Not only did he not get the 10,000 points, but he also had to roll them into the loan system. When can he pay it back? The fat aunt saw that she was unhappy and asked tentatively, Zixu, are you worried? Zixu smiled bitterly. The house is not complete. Can't hand in the task. The fat lady laughed. Why is it incomplete? It's so good. It can keep out the wind and rain, much better than our previous house. She looked around and shouted, Everyone go to your own house and feel whether it is more windproof than the previous wooden house? Better than the previous one? Everyone nodded. No one lived in the new house after it was built, just looking forward to this moment. They dragged their families and moved into their own house happily. Zixu was there looking at the countdown bitterly. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Tiantian comforted. It doesn't matter if this is not completed. You can pay it back after Bailihan is dealt with. Zixu felt that dealing with Bailihan was more difficult than this house-building task. She smiled bitterly and looked at the final countdown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Zixu simply closed her eyes and turned off the screen. She seemed to see that the future was full of darkness, and she lived a miserable life of paying off debts every day. When she opened her eyes, she saw the people who had moved into the new house coming out again. They gathered in front of her. Everyone had a happy smile on their face, which was completely different from what she was thinking. The fat aunt bowed first, and the others followed suit. Even the kid who had just been able to stand up bowed. What are you doing? Zixu stood up hurriedly. The fat aunt said, Thank you for helping us when we were most helpless. Without you, we would only cry and complain. You not only gave us food and a house, but also gave us hope for the future. So this bow is a sincere thank you from all of us. The haze in Zixu's heart was swept away at this moment. Happiness can really be contagious, and she became happy too. The dark future she thought of just now was not a big deal at all. It was just a debt, wasn't it? It would be paid off one day. Since everyone is so happy, let's have a good meal tonight. I'm going hunting. Great. Several men who knew how to hunt also expressed their desire to follow, and Zixu agreed. There is strength in numbers. A group of people went up the mountain to sweep, and pheasants, rabbits, and other small animals ran around in panic. Zixu borrowed a bow, and the men became porters of the game, with no way to fight. When they went down the mountain, the women had already set up a big pot with boiling hot water in it. Zixu took advantage of them cleaning the game to catch some fish. Fish have a short memory and have lost their vigilance after half a month of recuperation. She saw the scene of a net bursting again. At night, game was stewed in the pot, fish was roasted by the fire, and fish soup was boiled in another pot. Everyone had a good meal. On the way home, Zixu met Bailihan. It seemed that the medicine was really effective. He was like nothing happened. Bailihan seemed to be waiting for her deliberately. How are the people in the valley? Zixu said with some pride. Now they have moved into a new house. In the future, they can exchange the game for some food and accumulate some firewood to survive the winter well. Thank you, Bailihan praised in his heart. He didn't expect Zixu to do so well. Zixu's face showed pride, but he pretended to be humble and said, You're welcome. Bailihan nodded. Last time I said I wanted you to be my concubine, I thought about it again. I have something else to do. Let's talk later. Zixu didn't even give him a chance to speak and ran away. Are you kidding? I don't want to be your concubine. Forget about it. Could it be that she wants to be his concubine and doesn't want to hear that I have changed my mind? Then, she has fallen in love with me. This is really a huge misunderstanding. Bailihan didn't chase after her to explain. Since she didn't object, let's do it this way first and talk about the future later. Zixu returned home and saw that Bailihan didn't catch up, so she breathed a sigh of relief. This man is so narcissistic. But thinking carefully, his skin seemed to have become much whiter, as tender as a peeled egg. His heart, which was not happy to begin with, became even more stuffy. Tiantian, how much is that detoxifying beauty pill? Tiantian replied, 1,000 points per pill. 1,000 points is a huge sum of money for someone who owes 20,000 points. Will it disappear if the mission fails, or will a new mission replace it? Yes. Look! Zixu's heart trembled. Could it be that the debt is not 20,000 but 200,000? She was a little afraid to open the light screen, and finally opened the light screen with the hope that she would die at any cost. Side quest. Completed? Completed? When was it completed? Wasn't it 99% unmoved? Tiantian shouted. I know, it must be when they entered the house that they officially had the hope of living. Can you stop being an afterthought? What is an afterthought? I know there are pea cannon seeds, but unfortunately I can't exchange them. I can't explain it to you clearly. Zixu felt that the sunlight at this moment was so warm. No, the moonlight was so beautiful, and she felt like she was climbing up the clouds from hell. No debt and a savings of 500 points. So good. Old lady came out of the house. How is it? Zixu said cheerfully. Very good. The house is finished. Now we just need to solve the problem of winter heating. After all, there is no heated kang. In fact, she really doesn't know how to make a kang. The old lady smiled and said, Think about it tomorrow. Go to bed early. Got it. Zixu finally had a good sleep. In the morning, she was not woken up by the noise, but by the stuffiness. The little white tiger lay on her face. Pooh! What are you doing? The hair is in my mouth. Woo! The little white tiger was infinitely aggrieved. Okay, I'll find you something to eat. The little white tiger shook his head to indicate that he was not hungry. Not hungry? Then what are you going to do? Tiantian said, Don't you have the beast tonction pill? Break it apart, eat the white one yourself, and give the black one to it. Zixu sat up and yawned. Can I still eat that body-strengthening pill? No, you've eaten it once, and it has transformed your body and stimulated your strength, so don't waste it. Oh, okay. She took out the beast tonction pill, which was black and white, and she broke it apart and put the white one into her mouth. The black one was directly stuffed into the little white tiger's mouth. The little white tiger smacked its lips. What is this? It's gone before I can taste it. Zixu trembled. Can tigers talk? Tiantian replied. It's not that it can talk, but you can understand its roar. Oh, then can I understand what other tigers say? No, pills are relative. Zixu looked sideways and glared at the little white tiger. What are you doing? The little white tiger rubbed her with its head. My mother brought prey. Zixu jumped up immediately. Where? On the mountain. She picked up the little tiger and ran up the mountain, not caring about her disheveled hair and dirty face. Now food is the basis for survival. When she ran to the middle of the mountain, the big tiger was waiting for her. Zixu threw the little white tiger and pounced on the dead behemoth. It turned out to be a wild bull. Such a big one must weigh 500 kilograms. The meat yield of cattle is 35% to 50%. This one can yield at least 40%, which is 200 kilograms of meat. In fact, she forgot to count the internal organs in her excitement, and the internal organs can also be eaten. Then the two tigers saw Zixu holding the bison and running down the mountain, directly to the other side of the river. When the bison landed, the ground trembled, and everyone ran out in fear. Such a big bison shocked everyone. However, when they were approaching the bison with joy, a big tiger ran over quickly and jumped on the bison. Looking at the tiger with a fierce face, Zixu cried in her heart, Oh no, I forgot that this is the food it gave to the little tiger. Will it kill it? Wouldn't she be the first person to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Gu Minmin was already scared silly and no one dared to move. Zixu asked tentatively, Do you mean to give it all to your son? The big tiger snorted a few times with a bad look in his eyes. The little white tiger's voice was automatically translated into a human voice. My father said that I should eat first, and I can only share the things I don't want after I finish eating. Zixu nodded immediately. You eat first. This is a must. But I like to eat cooked food. There are really many requirements. Go talk to your dad. The little tiger hummed like a spoiled child. At first, the big tiger was disgusted, but later it seemed to be persuaded and looked at Zixu. Zixu's hair stood up. What for? My dad wants to try it. Okay. These father and son are really hard to please. The fat aunt slowly moved to Zixu's side. Xiaoshu, what does it want? Zixu said, Nothing. Just want me to make barbecue for them. Is this tiger a spirit? Zixu whispered. In fact, it's good to eat cooked food, so that it won't eat raw meat in the future, and it will be safe for us to go up the mountain. Besides, if it wants to eat cooked food, it has to send us meat, right? This cow was brought by it? Yeah, you're right. The fat ant was the bravest among these people. Some men were sitting on the ground and couldn't even stand up. Zixu knew that he couldn't rely on them, so he took the knife and started to skin it himself. The cowhide is a good thing and must be kept intact. Because there was a tiger waiting to eat, Zixu couldn't do it carefully. She roughly cut a large piece of meat from the beef leg and put it directly into the pot to cook. When cooking, she added the spices and salt she found. The tiger's taste should be lighter than that of humans, so she didn't make it so salty. The beef can't be cooked fully, otherwise it will be very hard, but the tiger shouldn't care. Zixu continued to deal with the remaining beef. When the meat was 70% cooked, she took it out, cut some small pieces for the little white tiger, and threw the big piece to the big tiger. The big tiger said he was disgusted, but after a few bites, he quickly ate it, as if this piece of meat conquered his stomach. The little guy also ate happily, but the task was not completed because the toxins in his body had not been cleared. But this little point is nothing for someone who just got 10,000 points. Zixu felt that he was a little bit arrogant. The big tiger was satisfied with the meal, hummed a few times and ran up the mountain. At this time, the people in the valley woke up and wiped their sweat. Zixu said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was just too happy to see the meat. I didn't expect it to follow." The valley residents didn't blame her. After all, they attracted the tiger to send them meat. The fat aunt smiled. "How can we blame you? But how did you provoke this tiger?" Zixu briefly talked about saving the tiger and the little white tiger she was raising. "It's better to talk about it now. The little white tiger can't always be hidden in the backpack." The fat ant was shocked. "It's really dangerous. What about the snake?" Bailihan took it away. He was bitten by a snake at that time, so he had to eat snake gall to detoxify. The fat aunt nodded. She felt that Zixu was the lifesaver of the ghost-faced general and would definitely take care of Zixu in the future. Then they, who were abandoned by the Valley Master, might as well follow Zixu and choose her when the Valley Master is elected next time. Zixu didn't know that the fat aunt had this idea. She began to ask those who still had the strength to stand up to deal with the remaining beef. The valley residents living deep in the valley finally couldn't help it. They all asked if the beef could be exchanged for food. The fat aunt looked at Zixu and asked her to decide. Zixu said, "Swap it. There are seeds. Don't we have to farm after winter? We can't eat meat every day." The fat ant nodded. "Yes, let's swap." Although there is nothing wrong with eating meat every day, they also know that they can't always rely on a little girl. That would be shameless. The meat of a cow can be exchanged for more than 2,000 kilograms of grain. After all, 1 kilogram of meat can only be exchanged for 2 kilograms of coarse grains. Why? Because there is a real shortage of food in the valley. 2 kilograms of food can feed a person for several days, and 1 kilogram of meat can only satisfy cravings. Besides, beef has no oil, and they don't like to eat butter. Zixu kept all the butter and boiled out 2 large basins of white oil. The bones were broken and the marrow was dug out. The marrow of the cow was in strips. They were picked out and put aside. There were a lot of internal organs, so they were slightly marinated first. They worked until the evening. The bones were very clean, so they threw them into the river. Zixu kept some to make soup. Because she had the beef fat, she used wild pepper and other seasonings to make a big pot of spicy red oil soup base, and each family was given some, and she watched the pot and started to scald the beef offal. The lung slices, tripe, and other things were covered with bright red soup, and they were so delicious when they were eaten. The intestines were directly braised. In short, the whole cow was not wasted. Zixu saw that everyone's faces were beaming with joy, and she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. What was she satisfied with? She was suddenly brought to this hellhole, and she thought she would never feel satisfied in her life. When she first came here, she only thought about living a good life, but now she feels that the happiness she gets from helping others is far greater than having a full stomach. Zixu felt relaxed all over and walked back with the basket given by the fat aunt. She would bring some food back every day. After all, there were old, weak women and children at home. These days, she was busy and didn't pay attention to the 2 ants. In the evening, Zixu found Junjun, and the 2 sat by the fire and chatted. "How are your mother and second aunt? Have they adapted to the current life?" Junjun nodded. "Second aunt is doing well now. My brother has gained weight and is plump, so she is in a good mood. As for my mother, her mood swings are quite big and she sometimes can't control herself." Zixu frowned. "Did she hit you?" "I wanted to, but I didn't. Didn't you say that I can't suffer a loss in front of me?" Junjun's little face was full of pride. Then he said, "Actually, it will be fine after that period. She still loves me very much." Zixu nodded. "Yes, coax her a little. It's not easy for her." Junjun said, "Actually, you gave her enough food, but second aunt still wants to store food." Zixu laughed. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. She is also afraid of being hungry. Besides, my brother is so young. She is planning for his future. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I will reinforce the house they live in with mud to prevent wind. My brother can't stand the cold in winter. By the way, I have to go hunting some rabbits and try to make a leather coat for second aunt first. She didn't sit well after the confinement period, so she must be afraid of the cold. At this moment, Liu Wanru was standing at the door of the house, and she heard Zixu's words clearly. She was a little ashamed, but thinking of the black-clothed man who came to see her a few days ago, she clenched her fist, holding a bag of medicine powder. The man said that as long as he could find a way to give Zixu the medicine, he could ensure that she would have no worries about food and clothing in the future and live in a big house. But, do you really want to do this? If something happened to Zixu, could she really get away with it? She bit her lip, but still took the medicine bag and wolfskin backpack and went out. Zixu was stunned for a moment when she saw her come out and touched her nose. Could she have heard those words? Would she ask for this and that? Liu Wanru came to the fire and handed over the wolfskin backpack in her hand. Do you think this is okay? Zixu's eyes lit up and she looked through it. The stitching was fine and solid, and it would not leak even if used to hold water. The backpack was a flip-top type, and the space inside was trapezoidal, with a large bottom that could hold a lot of things. Once the lid was closed, there was no need to worry about rain. Wow! I like it so much! Thank you, second aunt! Liu Wanru stared blankly at Zixu kissing and hugging the bag. It turned out that this girl was so easy to satisfy. She squeezed the medicine bag in her hand and finally bit her lip and spread her palm. Someone gave me this. Zixu was stunned, and the detection technique swept over and found that it was a bag of herbal powder mixed with knockout and sweating medicine. What is this? The day after you helped build the house over there, a man in black came to me and asked me to give you this powder. Zixu looked at her in astonishment. Then you. Why did he take it out? Liu Wanru sighed. I am the youngest in my mother's family. I have been used to taking advantage since I was a child. I didn't change even after I got married. Your second uncle doted on me and indulged me. As a result, I have never been able to change. Later, I was arrested and thrown into prison before I was out of confinement. Your second uncle beheaded us, and we were exiled to the Valley of Sinners. I think I must have a lot of food, a lot of things, otherwise I can't support Bauer. Bauer is your second uncle's only flesh and blood. I can't let him get hurt. Zixu patted her shoulder. No matter how annoying she was just a weak woman. It was good that she didn't go crazy like the third aunt. Liu Wanru wiped the tears from her face and said, When we came to the Valley of Sinners, they wanted to sell you in exchange for houses and food from the valley owner. I know that was cruel to you, but what could I do? I chose to remain silent. Later, you and your mother-in-law moved to the river, and they sold women to local bachelors. Your third aunt and I, one raising a child and the other being crazy, escaped being sold. But they didn't give us food to eat and wanted to starve us to death. It was you who saved us, gave us food and a house. If I still want to hurt you after this, I would be worse than an animal. Zixu stuffed the medicine bag back. Take it. I think that man will definitely come to you again, so you sprinkle the medicine on him. These medicines can make a cow sleep for a day, so don't be afraid. If you don't do it, then he will always come to threaten you, or even kill you. Liu Wanru's face changed and she nodded. I know, I'm not afraid. Zixu thought for a moment. Bauer is at Grandma's place. You should be alert when you rest at night. If I'm at home, you should shout loudly. If I'm not at home, you should pretend to be a grandson. Wait until the other party loses his vigilance before you attack. If the other party falls into the trap, you should tie him up. Okay, what if she asks me to do something against my conscience? Liu Wanru asked. Zixu smiled. Just agree to him first. He is a bad guy. If I don't lie to him, who else can I lie to? Liu Wanru also smiled. Okay, I'll go to bed first. Well, I'll put all the food in my room at Grandma's place tomorrow. You can use the cassava flour as you like. Oh, thank you. Liu Wanru thanked him sincerely. Zixu smiled. After tonight's conversation, there is no grudge between us. You are my second aunt and a family member. Okay. Liu Wanru couldn't help but burst into tears late. She ran back to the house and cried happily. After crying, she found that she felt much more relaxed. Junjun asked, Do you believe her? Zixu nodded without hesitation. It's a matter of a second between good and evil. She chose the good side, so I believe her. Junjun thought for a moment. I know. I will treat her well too. Well, go to bed early. I'm going to practice. Zixu always treated practicing as sleeping and felt that it was more comfortable than sleeping. Before dawn, Zixu piled all the food in front of the old lady's door and then went up the mountain by moonlight. The miasma would not appear in the hour before dawn because of the heavy dew. She always wanted to go to the top of the mountain to have a look, but unfortunately, 1 hour did not allow her to reach the top and come down again. After climbing 2/3 of the way up, she was reluctant to leave. Tiantian, are there any pills that can detoxify the miasma? Tiantian said, not yet. When will it be available? You can redeem it after accumulating 1 million points and upgrading to an apprentice merchant. Speaking of points, Zixu turned on the light screen and found that the points were not right. Wasn't it 10,000 points? How come there are only 508? Yesterday, because I completed the task and didn't have to go into debt, I was so happy that I forgot that the number was wrong. Tiantian, did you touch my points? Tiantian said without any guilt. Yes, there is a chance that a limited-time discounted product will appear after the task is completed. The time is only 60 seconds. I saw that it was a god-level random treasure box and I quickly exchanged it. It originally cost 95,000 points, but now it is only 9,500 points at a 10% discount. Zixu still felt something was wrong. No, don't you know that the task is completed? You still asked me to look at the task in such a surprised tone. I acted like it, right? If I didn't act like that, how could you be surprised? Tiantian, you bastard. When did the random treasure box give out good things? What kind of support is this? I think you are just a pig teammate. Zixu got angry, and Tiantian immediately played dead. If you can't afford to offend, then avoid it. Don't touch my points in the future. Do you know how many seeds you can buy with 10,000 points? Tian, I know, but the god-level random treasure box is more tempting. Zixu suddenly lost the desire to go up the mountain to explore, and walk down the mountain. She ignored the rabbit running past her feet. She was in a very bad mood and wanted to find someone to fight. 508? 2 more points. She didn't think about it anymore. Maybe the seeds she dropped casually sprouted. She was absent-minded, and as a result, she tripped over the roots of a tree, and the whole person rolled down the mountain like a ball. Damn, when you are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get your teeth stuck. She cursed in her heart and tried her best to protect her face. The hillside was slippery, and she spotted a bush and prepared to grab it to steady her body. However, when her hand was only 1 foot away from the bush, she fell into a deep pit. The pit was full of fluffy leaves, and she fell to the bottom. She was not injured because of the leaves, and she could only see a small hole when she looked up. She spread her hands and feet flat, supporting herself on the wall of the cave and moving upwards. But the wall of the cave 3 feet away from the cave entrance was very soft, and she fell down again without paying attention. This time she landed while standing, and before she could steady her body, there were several cracking sounds from the soles of her feet. I can't be so unlucky? Before she finished her words, the bottom of the cave beneath her feet broke apart, and she was in free fall. Fortunately, she didn't fall far before she entered a slope. The slope was full of slippery and sticky things, and she experienced the feeling of playing on a slide again. After sliding for more than 10 minutes, Zixu calculated the sliding speed and time, and her heart gradually became heavy. Logically, she should have reached the foot of the mountain long ago, but she was still sliding down. Wouldn't that mean she had entered the bottom of the valley? After sliding for another 5 or 6 minutes, Zixu fell into the water with a splash and was swept away by the rapid current. She struggled to climb ashore. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Fortunately, she didn't bring the little white tiger with her today, otherwise it might have drowned. She took out the soft leather pocket in her backpack, took out the flint and tinder and lit them. The faint light allowed her to memorize the scene within 2 meters around her. She quickly rushed to the front 2 meters, touched the wooden stick on the ground, and returned to the fire to bring the wooden stick closer. It's quite humid here and the sticks are hard to burn. Tiantian, what should I do? I can't see anything. Tiantian snorted. Are you using me? You keep getting angry. Zixu, I really want to strangle this idiot. Okay, I'm not angry anymore. What can you get from the god-level random treasure box? You can get a magic weapon. If you're lucky, you can get a weapon. At worst, you can get an air-conditioned coat. Zixu took out the treasure box, feeling conflicted. Should I open it or not? This thing is there whether I open it or not, but the box looks very beautiful, like a ruby, and it looks very high-end with the golden question mark. Open it. Zixu's hand sank. It was definitely not clothes. If clothes were not the worst, then this one wouldn't be the worst, right? What was that? The flame had long been extinguished, so he could only touch it with his hand. He touched a handle. It was not big. There was a fork on the handle. Was it deer antler? He continued to touch. There was a rope, and the rope was tied to the forks on both sides. In the middle of the rope. God, are you kidding me? You could even give me a piece of clothing. Why are you giving me a slingshot? Tiantian cheered. It's a weapon. I'm so lucky. This is an air-compressed slingshot. It doesn't consume any bullets or ammunition. Can it be returned? Although she never missed a shot with a slingshot, she didn't need 9,500 points to buy it. She could make it herself and had the tendons ready. Tiantian, can you be a little more rip-off? Ignore you. Zixu wanted to cry but had no tears. She picked up the slingshot and tried to pull it. The pulling force was very strong. It was impossible for a strong man like her to pull it open. Let go. Boom. Splash. Zixu was dumbfounded. There was light in front of her. She saw many glowing beads scattered on the ground, and some floated into the river. Night Pearl? I'm rich! She rushed over and picked up a bead. It was the size of a ping-pong ball, but why was it elastic in her hand? She looked up and saw a huge plant hanging down from it. The vines of the plant were full of these glowing beads. Tiantian said in surprise, Huh? The stinky fruit has mutated. What? This is the stinky fruit? Zixu quickly threw the bead in her hand away. Tiantian said, It may be because of the soil. The stinky fruit has mutated and is no longer smelly. I suggest the host taste it. I don't want to die yet. She used the detection technique to detect. The mutant stinky fruit is non-toxic and edible and contains rich vitamins. She didn't expect it to be edible. She plucked up the courage to pick one up and take a bite. The skin was elastic. After biting it, a cool breeze entered her mouth. It was sour and sweet and very delicious. No, it should be very delicious. The skin of this fruit is like plastic and has no taste, but the juice wrapped inside is very delicious. It seems to have a refreshing effect. After eating it, the whole person is much more energetic. At this time, she noticed a problem. This mutant stinky fruit should have been blocked by a boulder, and the boulder was smashed by something. Could it be her slingshot? She looked at the slingshot in her hand in the light. It was pitch black, and she didn't know what material it was. The rubber band was golden, and the golden leather in the middle of the bullet had black and red patterns on it. It looked pretty good. Tiantian said proudly, How is it? Powerful, right? Not conspicuous. Zixu had to admit that the god-level random treasure box was great. With this slingshot, she would definitely be able to hunt more prey. But in the future, she must never fully draw the bow, otherwise the prey would be smashed into pieces. Zixu put all the fruits into the warehouse grid. The upper limit of one grid was 90, and she filled 1.5, for a total of 161. Just as she put away the fruits, the vines of the mutant stinky fruit quickly withered and finally turned into dust. What a pity! Zixu had originally wanted to let it bear more fruits. She took out a piece of cotton yarn from her backpack and put some fruits in it for lighting. This was an underground river, which should be the source of the river in the valley. She walked downstream along the water flow, but the end was not the exit. The water entered a big hole. She didn't dare to go down, so she could only turn back and walk upstream. When she reached the upper reaches, she found a tributary. That small tributary was the exit of the river outside. It was just that she needed to dive to get out. The hole was not big. With the water rushing, it was easy to get out. Unexpectedly, this exit was halfway up the mountain. Seeing that the sun was already past noon, she was extremely depressed. The whole morning had passed like this. The water flow formed a waterfall and fell into the pool below. The pool was very small, so the overflowing water formed a river. However, the river channel here was lined with clay on both sides. There were many rabbits drinking water by the pool. Her eyes lit up and she took out her slingshot. Unfortunately, rabbits are timid animals. Zixu shot and killed 6 of them and could not find the rest. They all ran away. The 6 hares were all very plump, and the fur was enough to make a vest for the second aunt. The moonlight yarn at home was for the old lady. After all, she was old and had poor resistance. She tied up the hares and carried them down the mountain. When she returned home, she saw that the women in the house were not in good spirits. Liu Wanru saw her and her eyes lit up. You are back. What's wrong? Zixu asked. Liu Wanru pointed to her room and said, That man came at dawn this morning and was knocked unconscious by me. Zixu smiled and said, Good job. The second aunt is really amazing. Liu Wanru was a little embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she could be so brave. These rabbit skins are probably enough to make you a vest, and I will find a way to make pants later. The second aunt went to pick up the hares, but she couldn't move them. She smiled awkwardly. Make it for your grandmother. She is old. Zixu smiled and said, It's okay. She has a piece of moonlight yarn. You can help her make a small dress to wear inside. These skins are for you to use first. I will catch more rabbits in the future." Second aunt nodded gratefully. She was glad that she made the right choice. Family members are always better than outsiders. Zixu walked into the house and saw the man in black lying on the ground. He was wearing the thick-soled black cloth shoes that all soldiers wore. She reached out and picked him up and walked out. "I'm going to the barracks. Don't wait for me." Second aunt ran out. "You went out in the morning, you haven't eaten yet? Take this to fill your stomach." It was a corn tortilla with meat, still warm. It should be specially left for her. Zixu's heart was also warm. "Thank you, second aunt. I'm leaving first." She carried the man to the barracks and threw him in front of Mr. Mingjing. "This man wants to kill me. You have to give me an explanation." Mr. Mingjing was startled, stepped forward and pulled down the man's veil. "Has anyone seen this man?" The soldiers who were watching the excitement gathered around, and a soldier said, "He is Qin Fujiang, an old soldier." Mr. Mingjing's brows relaxed. It was good that they were not soldiers brought by him. "Throw water," Zixu said. "Do you have horse urine? That would be useful." The corner of Mr. Mingjing's mouth twitched. He extremely suspected that Zixu was taking revenge, but he did not stop it. Among the soldiers watching the excitement was Li Shito, who had a good relationship with Zixu. He immediately went to find horse urine and poured it on the man's head and face. The man in black opened his eyes blankly, moved his nose and cursed. "Damn it! Who dares to throw horse urine on me?" Mr. Mingjing sneered. "Qin Fujiang, why did you poison Zixu?" Qin Fujiang trembled all over, and his shifty face changed expressions quickly. Zixu said lazily, "Let me guess, it should be that the Valley Master gave you some benefits." Qin Fujiang's eyes flashed a cold light. If he had known that this girl was so difficult to deal with, he would not have agreed to the Valley Master. Mr. Mingjing looked at Zixu. "He refuses to say. How are you going to deal with it?" Zixu smiled. "Just kill him. It's a waste of food to keep him." Qin Fujiang immediately sat up straight. "I said, the Valley Master said that if you knocked you out for him, he would give me his 13th concubine as my wife. He wants other people's concubines. He has no principles." Mr. Mingjing coughed dryly. "According to military regulations, those who join forces with people in the valley to harm others must be driven out of the valley." Zixu frowned. This result was not what she wanted. "General!" The team split open a path, and Bailey Han strode in. He was wearing a white robe and a silver belt around his waist. He was originally emitting cold air, and this outfit made people feel even colder. At this moment, the hideous ghost face made people feel particularly pleasing to the eye, because just looking at it would accelerate blood flow and restore some heat to the body. What happened? Zixu couldn't help rubbing his ears. His ears seemed to be frostbitten, and there was ice in the voice. Mr. Mingjing said, "This person joined forces with the Valley Master to knock Zixu out, but failed. Drag him out and chop him off." Bailey Han said coldly. Qin Fujiang immediately shouted, "Bailey Han, what right? Do you have to kill me? My superior is General Dingguo. Who do you think you are?" Bailey Han pulled out the knife from the soldier next to him, and with a flash of cold light, Qin Fujiang's head fell to the ground. "Send his head to the Valley Master and tell him that Zixu is my man. If he does it again, I will chop off his head." "Yes," Liu He responded immediately. He is now Bailey Han's personal soldier. Zixu raised his eyebrows and felt that his favorability towards Bailey Han suddenly rose to 80%. Li Shito came to her and said with a smile, "Sister, if anyone bullies you in the future, tell me and I will help you deal with him." Zixu laughed. "How old is this child?" She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to rub his hair. "Come to your sister when you have time, and your sister will give you meat." Ding! Favorability -10. Bailey Han, you bastard! My favorability towards you is -100. She glared at Bailey Han fiercely and turned away. Bailey Han complained in his heart. "It is true that villains and women are difficult to raise. Don't you know that you are a girl? How can you touch a man casually?" Zixu didn't know what she did wrong. She lowered her favorability without any warning. She planned to ignore Bailey Han. Clay was found today, and it would be perfect to use it to fill the gaps in the house. After she went back, she found a basket, took a hoe, and went up the mountain to dig a basket of clay and brought it back. Because the house for Second Aunt and the others to live in was originally intended to be a warehouse, no stones were used. Zixu pasted the clay inside and outside, patted it firmly, and smoothed it. Lu Wanru quietly watched Zixu busying around and recalled the past days. The shy and timid girl in their hearts, who was called useless by the people in the mansion, was snatched back from the hands of the King of Hell and given her hope to live. Who could have thought of such a thing? They were busy until dark, and the house was finally ready. The ground was made of soil, and they were not in the mood to make stone slabs now, so they would just use it. Second aunt, come with me to dig clay tomorrow. You just need to help me dig it out, and I'll transport it. I'll try to make a stove when I get the clay back. If it works, we won't be afraid of the cold in winter. Li Wanru handed over a bowl of water. Okay, drink some water. Zixu took it and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. Li Wanru was very touched. After all, she was the one who had thought of drugging her. It turned out that being trusted by others was a very wonderful and comfortable feeling. After dinner in the evening, Zixu processed the rabbit skin. Now there was no medicine to make it into mature skin, so it could only be used raw, but it was much harder. The next day they started to transport clay. It took Zixu 3 days to get the first furnace. The family gathered around the furnace. The clay was relatively solid after hardening. Because she was strong, she smashed a lot of stone powder and mixed it together to make simple cement. It took 3 days to bake it by the fire before it was completely dry. Now all they had to do was put in some wood to try. When the fire was burning, Zixu finally felt relieved. There would be no more freezing to death in winter. The old lady asked, "Why do we have to cover it with a lid? Wouldn't it be hotter with a fire outlet?" Zixu explained, "It's not safe to have an open flame. If you fall asleep, the remaining carbon inside will emit smoke and make you feel uncomfortable. After covering it, the smoke and dust will be discharged from the chimney to the outside of the house. The chimney can also dissipate heat, making the house warmer faster." The old lady nodded. "This is good. If you are strong, you can get a stone basin, put water in it and sit on it. In the morning, you will have hot water to wash up." "Heh, Grandma is so smart." Li Wanru looked at Zheng Shuli. She was humming a song while holding Junjun with a calm smile on her face. Life seemed to be pretty good. She was not hungry or cold. What else could she ask for? Zixu remembered something. "Second aunt, I have never asked who was the first to suggest selling me." Li Wanru hesitated and said it was Zifei. Zixu was not surprised, but he seemed to have not seen Zifei when he broke into the Li family's residence last time. "Where is she now?" Li Wanru said, "Her mother is a concubine of the housekeeper beside the valley master, so she has become someone else's daughter, and her name is Pang Fei now." Zixu asked, "Were they sold, or did they do it voluntarily?" Li Wanru sneered. "They can be said to have proved the saying that harming others will harm oneself. With the beginning of selling people, there will naturally be a follow-up." As she was talking, the third aunt next to her suddenly pushed Junjun in her arms to the ground. "You are not my son! You are not! Where is my son? Tell me, where is my son?" She screamed and kicked Junjun. Junjun rolled on the ground nimbly and was not kicked. Zixu frowned. This was not a solution. She was about to go over and knock Zheng Shuli unconscious, but Junjun shouted, "Don't come over! It will be fine in a while." Zixu frowned and didn't go over. Junjun dodged in a panic, but he was not afraid. Instead, he looked at Zheng Shuli with a face full of grievance. "Mom, don't you want me? I am Zi Qingwen, your Awen, don't you remember?" Li Wanru said, "It would be better if Junjun wore men's clothes." Zixu shook his head. "For his and our safety, we'd better not have him. We will just treat him as a girl." Li Wanru didn't know much about Zi Junrui's life experience, but she knew that he was not an ordinary child. At Junjun's call, Zheng Shuli gradually calmed down. She hugged Junjun and burst into tears, saying sorry all the time. Zixu felt that Zheng Shuli was completely sober at this moment. She knew that Zi Junrui was not her son. "Tiantian, is there any medicine that can treat third aunt?" Tiantian was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, there are, but there are some side effects." "What side effects?" "She will become particularly hungry. To put it bluntly, it converts the excess calories into inhibitors to prevent her from going crazy." Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I eat it?" Tiantian wanted to despise her, but she didn't dare. "Of course not. It's just twice her usual amount of food." Zixu thought about it. Usually, third aunt would eat a palm-sized pancake and a bowl of meat soup for a meal. Not to mention twice the amount of food, even 3 times the amount would be enough. "Okay, you help me exchange it. There are too many pills and I don't want to search for them." Tiantian exchanged the pills for her directly. Zixu got a small, red pill. It smelled sweet. How could she trick third aunt into eating it? She remembered the stinky fruit, took out some, squeezed them and put them in a bamboo tube and then soaked the pill in it. The pill melted quickly, and there was no strange smell when she smelled it. She walked over and handed over the juice. "Third aunt, drink some juice." Zheng Shuli was a little shy. She knew that she looked crazy, and Zixu was still willing to support her, just for Zi Junrui's sake. "Thank you." Zixu watched her drink it and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Wanru joked, Hey, why don't you let me try some of the delicious drinks? Zixu smiled. Everything is available. Because the cups made of bamboo tubes are very small, 3 of them can make up 1 cup. She gave each person 1 cup to replenish the vitamins lost during this period. With the cover of the backpack, she took out another small bag and emptied a warehouse grid. Second aunt, put these away. Give 1 to your brother and grandma every day. You, third aunt, and Junjun can eat 1 every 3 days. What about you? Li Wanru asked. She now regards Zixu as her backbone, so she cares about her from the bottom of her heart. Zixu waved her hand. I can eat some berries when I go up the mountain to find things, but the taste is a little worse. You can't eat vegetables and you will get sick after a long time. Li Wanru nodded. Okay, I get it. Zixu nodded and sat beside the fire to practice, and the others did not disturb her. On the second day, Zixu carried the stove to the other side of the river and asked someone to start working on it. Mr. Mingjing heard the news and came to watch. Why does the stove need a lid? Zixu rolled his eyes at him to prevent smoke. What is the tube behind the stove used for? That's the flue. It should go all the way to the outside of the wall to discharge the smoke. Why does the stove have 2 layers? Can't you just put it underneath to burn? For ventilation, so that the firewood can burn better. Then, Zixu was angry. Then you big-headed ghost, if you want it, find someone to dig the mud and do it. I won't help. Mr. Mingjing came over with a grin. We can't make the stone powder. The general's injury has just healed a little, and I can't trouble him. It's not impossible for me to get the stone powder. Mr. Mingjing's eyes lit up. What's the request? Zixu glanced at him approvingly. I want to turn the burned area into fertile farmland. Of course, I will take good protection from above. But as long as I intervene, the Valley Master will make trouble. It is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Mr. Mingjing's eyes flashed. Just say it directly. I think you soldiers also need to eat. Can't you declare to the outside world that it is your soldiers' fertile farm? That guy shouldn't dare to touch you. Using the name of the army to do private things for you, Zixu explained hurriedly. Of course not. You give me shelter, and I bring people to do the labor, 20% and 80%. Mr. Mingjing shook his head. Do we split it 80%? Zixu gritted his teeth. Do you take me as stupid? Heh, 30% and 70% respectively, but if there is any surplus food you must sell it to me, and I can exchange it with you for supplies from outside. Zixu touched her chin. Her bottom line is 40% and 60%. 30% and 70% is of course okay. What supplies are there from outside? Mr. Mingjing said lightly. Salt. From now on, I will only give you 1 basket of salt ore a month and no more. Zixu nodded. It didn't matter. What else? Like cloth, jewelry, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and anything you want. I want seeds. No matter what they are, find them for me. If possible, we can call this place a self-sufficient paradise in troubled times. Mr. Mingjing had an idea. If this place can really be self-sufficient, then move the army here to feed it, and then... But now it's all empty talk. He nodded. Okay, I'll talk to the Valley Master, and I'll help you collect the seeds first. You understand medicinal materials, and at the same time pay attention to various herbs. Those that treat external injuries are best. Okay, no problem. Zixu knew that agreeing to it was equivalent to cooperating with the army, and it would be easier to get things done with a backer. The 2 of them talked happily, and Zixu went to hammer stones happily. In this way, every household will have a stove in a few days. As long as they pay attention to adding firewood at night, the house will not be cold. Zixu checked the food and decided not to always eat from the same pot, so he began to distribute the food. The oldest old man and the fat ant were in charge of the distribution of food. Zixu only asked for cowhide, pig skin, and bones. Bones can be hammered into powder, which is a good fertilizer for farming. The winter here is not as cold as in the north, so it is just right to clean up the hillside and wait for the spring to plant well. The area opened is not very large, and it cannot reach the halfway point of the mountain, otherwise it will be harmed by wild animals coming down from above. It is also necessary to replant saplings and dig drainage ditches. Zixu does not intend to do these by herself. After all, only by letting them do it will they know the hardship of harvest. This place is far from the river, and it is not convenient for irrigation. Zixu is worried again. She turned on the light screen to check the tools. There are classical water wheels, single-person pedals, and multi-person pedals. The cheapest one costs tens of thousands of points. She glanced at her points. Tiantian, why are there only 8 points? Where are my 500 points? Tiantian said slowly, I bought some pills. Back to the time before liberation. She found that she was not very angry. Could it be that she was used to being cheated? Tiantian said, the stinky fruit has mutated. Will the screaming thorn seed also mutate? Yes, I'll go and look for it. Zixu hurriedly ran up the mountain. Maybe it could grow something edible. She found the place where she threw the seeds. The stinky fruit seedlings had weathered away. Now there was only an emerald green, pine-like seedling. Turn on the detection technique. Mutated screaming thorn vine, the thorns contain paralysis toxins, and it has lost its screaming function. Haha, this is good. Put it around the yard. Whoever climbs the wall will be unlucky, Tianqian said. It seems that the alien seeds are not incapable of survival here, but they have lost their characteristics. Zixu nodded. It's actually quite good, and it suits my taste very well. But isn't this seedling a little too small? Tianqian said. It lacks fertilizer. You can exchange it for fertilizer to water it, and then it will directly climb all over the wall. Well, I remember you said the fertilizer is 98 points. I should have 10 points now. What about the 2 missing? Tianqian was also depressed. Didn't you not buy it when I said so? The price went up later. It seemed like he had missed 100 million. I got 3,008 points last time, and I spent 2,800 on the herbal encyclopedia. Don't I still have 208? Zixu has always been careless and has never been so stingy. Now he just feels a headache. Tianqian snorted. Have you forgotten about finding herbs to treat the little tiger? There was a kind of herb that was not available at that time, and I spent some points to buy it. Huh? Why don't I remember it? Zixu really couldn't remember. In short, she felt like she was going crazy. The feeling of wanting to split this penny in half to spend was really unpleasant. Forget it. Never mind. How much do I have now? 8 o'clock. What can I buy at 8 o'clock? Yes, I can buy some hair. Get out! Zixu began to dig seedlings. I can really buy a hair of the bomb. Zixu didn't know its grievances, and took the seedlings back and planted them at the gate. Thinking of the bamboo tube used to mix fertilizer last time, she hadn't washed it, so she got some water and brushed it on the seedlings, regardless of whether it was useful or not, just as watering. The little white tiger was basking in the sun in the yard. Zixu walked over and picked it up and took a look. Its hair was shiny and smooth, and its eyes were bright. Are you all right? Why are you refusing to leave? If you don't leave, when will my points be credited to your account? Little white tiger. I didn't understand. The next second it was thrown to the ground, not understanding why its master was angry. Zixu didn't know that the moment the little white tiger's information appeared on the light screen, the little white tiger had already recognized her as its master. She always thought that she could only get points after helping the little white tiger detoxify and returning to the forest. After helping the villagers build houses, there were no side quests. The emergency quests were occupied by the little white tiger, and the main quests could not be done. Zixu is now a pauper again. She was idle that day, looking at the little white tiger that she disliked. Why not give you a name? How about Xiaobai? Awoo! The little white tiger protested. I will grow up. Oh, then Dabai let you enjoy it in advance. It continued to protest. I want a humble and domineering name. Godon? Shadon? The little white tiger. It's better than Dabai. Dabai is fine. Zixu's eyes flashed with a triumphant smile. Okay, from now on you will be called Dabai. Ding! The pet has been named successfully. Please enter the text. Zixu was startled, and when she turned on the light screen, she saw an input box appear on the little white tiger's attribute page. She entered the 2 words, Dabai. The attribute page flashed, and Zixu was delighted to find that 500 points had been credited to her account. Could it be that they were given for naming? After a careful look, she found that they were given for completing the task. Although she was a little disappointed, at least this emergency task was finally completed. She looked at the attributes. Name, Dabai. Status, young tiger. Health, excellent. Health is divided into 5 stages: dying, endangered, general, good, and excellent. Each stage is 20% of the health value. Hey, what should I do now? The weather was very cold and white air could be seen when breathing. I don't know what happened to the food on the mountain. The old lady came in from outside with a backpack on her back. After seeing Zixu, she said, the weather is getting colder and colder. Why don't you collect the sweet potatoes first? I'm afraid they will freeze. Zixu nodded. Okay, I'll go collect them. You and the 2 ants should make a few bags before dark. The old lady nodded. The cotton yarn that Mr. Mingjeng brought last time included thicker coarse yarn, which could be used to sew bags with 2 layers as one. Zixu went up the mountain with a hoe. Tianqian said that she could harvest the things she planted with her mind, but she still had to dig the ground to avoid being discovered. When she arrived at the sweet potato field, the seedlings here were already withered and yellow and looked sick. Her heart skipped a beat. Could there be no fruit left? She touched the sweet potato vines and said to herself, "Harvest! Warning, there are not enough grids. Please buy grids, otherwise they will overflow in 10 seconds. Overflow." Zixu was stunned for a moment, and the sweet potatoes overflowed and fell all over the ground. There were 99 in the warehouse grids, and the rest were on the ground. But isn't this too much? The sweet potatoes are not small. 2 weigh 1 pound, and it is estimated to be 500 pounds. It has only grown for 2 months. If it grows for another month and a half, wouldn't it be 1,000 pounds? Tian, can this be used as seeds? No. Zixu heard her own heartbreaking voice. There would be no sweet potatoes to eat next year. She took out the sweet potatoes from the warehouse, put them next to the sweet potatoes on the ground, and dug the ground casually to make it look like the sweet potatoes were dug out of the ground. "Is it time to harvest the beans?" Tianqian said, "It can be harvested, but it still can't be used for planting. The corn harvest is very poor." Zixu sighed and took a look at the corn. The corn cobs inside were equivalent to those that had grown for 90 days. Normal corn takes 100 days to harvest. In fact, it can be eaten already. This one is not afraid of freezing, so put it aside first. Beans are afraid of freezing. Zixu pulled out the yellow beans, red beans, and flower beans that were not grown for enough days. They are still tender now, but the seedlings don't look good. Zixu simply pulled them all out and went back to pick them slowly. They moved all the food back before dark. After the family finished their meal, they sat in the main room of the main house and started picking bean pods. The old lady and the others were very happy. The second aunt sighed and said, "Fortunately, Schwer understood and planted things. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to eat in winter." "These are not mature enough," said the old lady. "We need to change the seeds next year." Zixu looked at the bean stalks on the ground and thought, "It would be great if we had sheep. These bean stalks and corn stalks can be used as feed. Sugarcane residue is also okay. Last time, everyone ate the sugarcane directly." There was a knock on the door outside, and Mr. Mingjing shouted, "Zixu, are you home? Open the door." Zixu shuddered. Every time he came to find him, nothing good would happen. "Here you are. What happened again?" "Ah, what bit me? Ah, help!" There was chaos outside the door. Zixu hurried over to open the door, only to see 3 people lying in front of the door. They were twitching all over as if they had been electrocuted. A soft vine like a cat's tail shrank into a corner, and Zixu pretended not to see it. "Mr. Mingjing said in horror, "What is that?" Zixu lied with his eyes open. "It's probably some poisonous insect. What are you doing here when it's dark?" Mr. Mingjing couldn't move. "Help us and quickly." "We can't move." Zixu was speechless. He carried the man in and supported him with his arms around his shoulders. There was no need. After entering the door, Zixu looked at Xiaomiao. It seemed that he had to change the place tomorrow. Otherwise, what if those who came to knock on the door would be stung? There were 2 wheelbarrows outside the door, and 3 sacks were placed on one of the carts. It should be for her, so she took it back without hesitation. 3 men were lying on the bean poles in the main room, staring at each other. Zixu asked Tiantian, "Is there any way to detoxify it?" "No, only fruit can detoxify it. I guess it won't be able to bear fruit in this life." "No substitute?" "Drink plenty of water and pee it out." "They can't move. What if they pee, wet in their pants? Who among all the women in the room will untie their belts?" "Tiantian." The old lady frowned and asked, "What happened to them?" Zixu smiled. "It's okay. I just remembered that I found some poisonous grass on the mountain today and smeared the juice on the doors and walls, fearing that someone would come in at night. I didn't expect them to come. How could we not be on guard against all the orphans and widows in this room?" "Mr. Ming, I sent you the wrong thing. Hold your breath." Li Shito said, "Sister, is there no antidote?" Zixu smiled. "Just drink more water, but I'm afraid you will wet your pants, so you'd better hold on. You will be able to stand up in half an hour." Mr. Mingjing could only admit that he was unlucky. "I'm here to send you 300 kilograms of rice. In the other car are seeds collected from the bandits' lair. Some of them are not from our country." Zixu's eyes lit up. "Are there any potatoes?" "What?" They're as big as a fist and round. Look for yourself. I don't know what you are talking about." Li Shito said, "Sister, you are talking about poison melons, right? They grow in the fields, are no bigger than a fist, are poisonous, and livestock won't eat them." Zixu didn't answer. Not sure if she was talking about the same thing, she took the bag of seeds into the house, but there was nowhere to put it. The 3 grown men had no place to lie down. Zixu had to throw the bean pods into her room to make some space. There were all kinds of seeds in the sack, many of which Zixu didn't recognize, but fortunately she had the detection technique. There were beet seeds, rapeseed, peanuts, tomatoes, beans, and cabbage. The most common ones were sweet potatoes and corn cobs. Zixu's face was full of joy. They were all good things. Lecherous said, "Sister, the round one is the poison melon. I heard from the old people that some people died of poison after eating it during the famine." Zixu asked, "Are these potatoes from our country?" Mr. Mingjing said, "No, they are from a neighboring country. I heard they are edible, but people in our country don't know how to eat them without being poisoned. These potatoes are not big, and most of them have small sprouts. If you don't peel them carefully before cooking them, you will definitely be poisoned. In fact, the sprouts are poisonous in potatoes. I think the potatoes sprouted when they were transported from neighboring countries, and our people didn't know how to handle them, so they were poisoned to death after eating them." Mr. Mingjing's eyes lit up. "So it's not that our neighboring countries deliberately harmed our people?" Zixu glanced sideways. "Potatoes are good things. They are delicious whether fried or stir-fried, and they can be used as food directly when boiled or baked, and the yield is large. Mr. Mingjing is worthy of his good foundation. At this moment, he can even struggle to sit up. The chaos in our country started with this potato." "A bloody case caused by a potato? What's going on?" Mr. Mingjing sighed. "The late emperor heard that the neighboring country had something that was high yield and could fill the stomach, so he ordered people to buy it back. He set up a potato banquet for this purpose, and as a result, many ministers were poisoned to death, and even the late emperor was not spared. Since then, the country has been in chaos, and it has not been stable until now. Several ministers have joined forces to push a little prince to the throne, but the little prince knows nothing, and the ministers have the final say." Zixu touched his chin. "Maybe this is man-made, but I didn't see anyone poisoning," Mr. Mingjing said. Zixu shook his head. "Did they eat potatoes that day? Nothing else?" Mr. Mingjing thought for a while. "There are also boiled eggs. The emperor wants everyone to compare and see whether eggs or potatoes are more delicious. Could those eggs be poisonous?" Zixu frowned. "Did the dead people eat eggs? We need to reinvestigate, then investigate. If sprouted and green potatoes are boiled with eggs, the eggs will become poisonous eggs. So that's the case." Mr. Mingjing was silent for a moment and said, "Could it be that the neighboring country deliberately used this to cause chaos in our country?" Zixu nodded. "It's possible. It may also be something done by someone inside our country. Control over these and don't want to know. I am only responsible for planting them." "Okay." Mr. Mingjing nodded, his face very solemn. "As for national affairs, it is not something a little girl like her can interfere in. At most, she can give some suggestions." Seeing these seeds, Zixu felt that a lot of points were waving at her. "Tian came out to spoil the fun. Do you know how to plant?" "It's out of the question. How about borrowing some points to buy the planting encyclopedia?" Zixu automatically ignored it and pretended not to hear it. She planned to exchange the points in her hand for fertilizer to improve the soil. Tian continued to induce. "Look, the seeds in the world are different. Some can grow here and some can't grow. If you read the planting encyclopedia, you will know when to plant and when to harvest. How great it is! Blindly planting seeds may not survive. How many points will be lost?" Someone knocked on the door. Zixu opened it, suspiciously. It was Baili Han. He must have climbed over the wall to get in. Baili Han walked in and his eyes fell on the potatoes. "These things can't be eaten. Those bandits made them as poison." Zixu was afraid that he would take them away, so he quickly said, "Give them to me. They are mine, and what I make is definitely edible." Baili Han looked at her coldly, probably thinking that she was crazy, wanting to eat poisonous things. Ding! Side quest. Let the potatoes get Baili Han's approval. Reward 2 random treasure boxes. Points? Baili Han was already angry and said angrily, "You can't mess around. You know how many people this poisonous melon has killed. Do you think you are a god?" Zixu patted his chest. "Why are you so angry? It's not like I haven't eaten it before. My master taught me how to cook potatoes." Baili Han was stunned. She had forgotten that she had a magical master. Could it really be edible? The coldness around him subsided a little, and his voice became softer. "Is it really edible?" Zixu nodded vigorously. "Yes, or I will make it for you now, and I will keep the rest for seed." Baili Han looked at Mr. Mingjing. "If you are poisoned, how sure are you that you can detoxify?" Mr. Mingjing shook his head. "I haven't come into contact with it. Eat less. If you have symptoms of poisoning, you can induce vomiting. With my antidote, there shouldn't be any big problems." "Are you sure?" Mr. Mingjing nodded. "I am sure. Those ministers died after eating the poison melon after a long time. It must not be something that kills people with blood." "Okay, go and do it." Baili Han looked at Zixu. Zixu picked up 5 fist-sized potatoes. These were the ones with no green skin, tiny spores, and not much toxin. When he came to the kitchen, he turned around and saw Bailihan following him, so he treated him as a transparent person. He washed the potatoes and began to peel them. The skin should be thicker. Bailihan didn't expect the inside of the poison melon to be so beautiful. It was yellow and shiny, and there was no pungent smell. 5 potatoes, 1 boiled, 1 stir-fried, 1 cold, and the remaining 2 stewed with the rabbit meat that had not yet dried. Smelling the potatoes, Zixu found that she was hungry again, so she simply heated up a few multigrain pancakes. Bailihan looked at her in surprise. Could it be that the master also taught cooking? She was quick and did not want to learn anything new. Okay, you can go out to eat. Bailihan helped to carry the stewed rabbit, and Zixu carried 3 small plates of potato dishes and a few pancakes on a tray. A pair of chopsticks, I don't know how many pairs I picked up at random. When they came to the main room, the 2 aunts and Junjun went to sleep. The old lady coaxed Xiaobao to sleep and then came out. She couldn't let Zixu, a girl, accompany a few old men. Zixu cut the boiled potatoes into several pieces, picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The unique aroma and softness of the potatoes made her almost cry with excitement. I never thought potatoes were so delicious before, probably because they are purely natural. Bailihan looked at her nervously. Seeing her enjoying the meal, he actually felt a little greedy. Mr. Mingjing struggled to get up, grabbed the chopsticks and poked a large piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Delicious! Delicious! Bailihan felt cold all over. Are you a starving ghost? Mr. Mingjing chuckled. I don't know in my last life, but I will definitely eat my fill before dying in this life. Zixu laughed. Eat it with confidence. It won't be poisonous. Mr. Mingjing nodded. It's so delicious, it's worth it even if it's poisonous, girl. Why don't you follow me? Crack! The crisp sound came from Bailihan's hand. Everyone looked over and Bailihan calmly changed a pair of chopsticks. The old chopsticks are not strong. I'll send you some new ones another day. Zixu shook her head quickly. No need, I can do it myself. Why is this guy angry again? It's really inexplicable. Thinking of the favorability value, she felt even more depressed. When will it reach 100? At this moment, the potatoes in her mouth were not so fragrant, and she felt depressed. Mr. Mingjing noticed that she was depressed and asked, What's wrong? Zixu smiled slightly. I just think that there are not enough seasonings, and it can be made more delicious. Don't worry about that, I will help you find what you want. Mr. Mingjing made a promise directly. Zixu thought about it and tore off a piece of fine cotton gauze and wrote the name with charcoal. That's all. Mr. Mingjing took a look. Isn't this a Chinese medicine? It is a Chinese medicine, but it can also be used for cooking. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Mr. Mingjing wanted to fold the cotton gauze and put it in his arms, but he didn't expect Bailihan to pull it over, glance at it, and throw it into the stove next to him. Items with words on them cannot be taken out. Why? Zixu asked. Mr. Mingjing touched his nose. It is also to prevent people with ulterior motives from accusing you of treason. Just a few drug names, is it that serious? Bailihan said calmly. I will help you find what you want. Mr. Mingjing is now in charge of military affairs and is very busy. Don't bother him all the time. How could Zixu say no? She could only nod her head obediently. Okay, I understand. Seeing how obedient she was, Bailihan finally stopped being cold. Ding, plus 10 to your favorability. Zixu. It turns out that pretending to be obedient can gain favorability. I understand. Men in ancient times were all chauvinistic, which made sense. Li Shito and another soldier who were lying and unable to move were already filled with tears in their hearts. It smelled so good, but it was a pity that they couldn't eat it. They couldn't stay overnight, so they ate and waited for an hour and went back when nothing happened. Zixu came to the door, found the seedling and poked it. It was furry and not prickly at all. Tiantian, is it alive? Why would it attack people? Tiantian said lazily. It won't stab anyone who plants it. It doesn't have much wisdom. I see. I have to move it somewhere else, otherwise anyone who knocks on the door will be stabbed. Tiantian said. Regulate its growth range. How? Pull the tip around the door frame and then go around the wall and come back. Just touch its roots with the tip. Ah, this small plant, how can it be that long? Try it. Oh, Zixu pinched the tip of the seedling and started to pull it. As a result, after a circle, the seedling turned into a line. It was incredible. Tiantian said, Okay, now it won't attack the door. That's better. Zixu muttered and ran back to rest. She didn't want to practice today. She glanced at the task and clicked complete. 2 random treasure boxes were lying in the warehouse. The warehouse grid was full again. The slingshot she brought with her couldn't be put in, and she didn't want to take out the bacon. It is still unknown what will come out of these 2 boxes. If a wild boar comes out, it will be hard to explain. Forget it. Let's go to the mountain tomorrow to talk about it. The next day, Zixu had breakfast and went to the other side of the river to find the valley residents and told them about the cooperation with the army. The valley residents felt that although they could only get a part of it, at least it would be good to ensure that the valley master would not come to make trouble, so they did not object. Zixu drew a map and asked them to reclaim the hillside to make terraces, and pointed out how to plant trees to stabilize the water and soil. After explaining, she took the slingshot to the waterfall, but unfortunately there were no small animals coming to drink water. She looked around and there was no one, so she took out a random treasure box. Even if a group of wild boars appeared in this place, it would not arouse suspicion. However, she still asked cautiously, "Tiantian, if it is a bad treasure box, what can it open?" Tiantian said, "That's not necessarily the case. The worst thing that can happen in this place is that a tiger will appear." Zixu breathed a sigh of relief, and she was not afraid even if a tiger appeared. She held the slingshot tightly in her left hand, held a random treasure box in her right hand, and said firmly, "Open it." The treasure box disappeared in a flash, and a golden coin appeared in her palm. "Tiantian, what is this? A gold coin? There is no place to spend money in the valley. Money is the most useless thing." Tiantian said lazily, "There is no such thing as a gold coin in this system." "Then what is this?" Zixu looked at the thing in his hand. It was round and flat, with a box pattern on the front and a number 1 on the back. Both the feel and weight showed that it was a gold coin. Tiantian chuckled, "I won't tell you." Zixu was angry. "If you don't say this or that, what's the point of me needing you?" Tiantian was also angry. "Am I useless? Aren't you still relying on me to survive until now?" Zixu sneered, "I can live without you." "Humph, without the pills I gave you, how could you have so much strength? Without strength, what can a delicate little girl like you do?" Zixu thought about it, and his anger dissipated a lot. "I was wrong, you are useful. Speaking of it, if it weren't for Tiantian's help, he really wouldn't be alive until now. Even with the knowledge of his previous life in his mind, he could only be an embroidered pillow." Tiantian didn't expect the fierce host to apologize, and his tone softened. "That is the warehouse grid exchange coin. You can open a grid." Zixu's eyes lit up, just when the grid was not enough, so he saved 1,000 points? How to exchange? Put it in the warehouse grid and exchange it automatically. No wonder Tiantian didn't say it. She wanted to wait for her to put the exchange coin into the grid to scare her. Zixu was no longer angry. She exchanged the grid and took out another random treasure box. "Open it!" The treasure box disappeared and a stone appeared in front of her. It was really a stone. It was gray and inconspicuous. It was too small to hit people with it. It was only 2 fists big. "Tiantian, what is this?" Tiantian said, "It's probably the iron ore here." The waste was thrown into the warehouse first. She caught some fish in the pond and brought them back to her residence. The second and third aunts took over to clean up. Thinking about her pitiful favorability, Zixu made 2 squirrel fish, and the sweet and sour juice was made with the mutant stinky fruit. Carrying the fish to the military camp, Belihan and Mr. Mingjing were talking about something, and they stopped talking when they saw her come in. Mr. Mingjing sniffed. "It smells so good. Is this for me?" Zixu glanced. "It's for the general. What belongs to the general is mine. Just give it to me." Mr. Mingjing reached out to take the basket. Belihan took it quickly. "It smells good." Zixu wanted to brag about her cooking skills, but Belihan asked her a question she didn't know how to answer. "What is your hoe made of?" "This." Belihan stared at her, and he could tell if she was lying. Zixu could only bite the bullet and make up a story seriously. "My master once brought back some ore, and he made the hoe. Did you carry it all the way?" "Yes. I think it's sharp enough to be used as a weapon for self-defense." Belihan nodded, which made sense. "Do you still have that ore?" "No, more." "Oh." Belihan was a little disappointed, and he continued, "Can you sell me the hoe? I want to make a sword." "Can I say I don't want to?" Tiantian said, "Give him the ore. Although it's not as good as the one produced by the system, it's not much worse." Zixu slapped her forehead and said, "I remember, there's another piece. I'll go back and get it for you." Belihan looked sideways. If he didn't use this trick, she would definitely not give him the ore. Mr. Mingjing saw Zixu running out and laughed. "You are so bad, you cheat others things like this." Belihan said indifferently, "She is my person, and her things are mine." If Zixu heard this, she would definitely get angry. Saying that she was going back to get the ore was just an excuse. She ran around and took the ore into the military camp. Belihan frowned at the ore and said, "This is cold iron ore. There are only a few pieces of cold iron in a fine iron vein." Zixu spread his hands and said, "That's all. You can't give me more even if you kill me." Looking at Zixu's aggrieved look, Bailey Han smiled. This girl now looks like a cat that can't get dried fish. What do you want? I can compensate you. No, I can't use this thing either. Just take it. Zixu was feeling depressed now. A random treasure box worth 100 points was just given away like that. Bailey Han started to eat the fish. The sweet and sour taste immediately activated his taste buds. He suspected that after eating what Zixu had made, he would not be able to eat what others had made. This girl was not as calculating as other women, so it was good to keep her around. Anyway, he would have to marry someone and have children sooner or later. Instead of finding someone randomly, he might as well let this little girl have children. At least he didn't hate her. Zixu didn't know that Bailey Han's mood had improved. She just heard the beautiful voice. Ding! Favorability increased by 20. The favorability has now reached 82%, and there is only 18 points left to complete the task. Her mood immediately improved, and she no longer worried about the 100 points. Mr. Mingjing saw her grinning, so he asked, "Are those people obedient?" Zixu was stunned. "Which people?" "Those disaster victims." "Oh, that's good. I assigned work to them and they didn't object." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "It's good that they are obedient. The situation in the valley is not optimistic now." Zixu asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you self-sufficient?" Mr. Mingjing shook his head. "The people in the valley have to pay taxes to the valley owner, and the valley owner has to provide food to feed the soldiers guarding the valley. After all, it's a chaotic time now, and there are many soldiers and bandits outside. Without us stationed there, it will soon fall." Zixu nodded. "Then do I have to pay taxes for the land I am responsible for?" Mr. Mingjing shook his head. "There is no need to pay taxes, but the valley owner said that he would reduce taxes, which means reducing the supply to us." Zixu glanced sideways. "Are not going to reduce my share, are you?" Mr. Mingjing picked up the fan and knocked at him, but Zixu dodged it. "Stingy girl, the situation is quite deadlocked now. If the Valley Master doesn't give in, we can't break the rules." Zixu curled her lips. "What's the use of you as a military advisor if you can't even handle a fat pig?" This greatly pleased Bailey Han. "Well said." Mr. Mingjing rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, you can handle it." Zixu didn't understand. Why would the army with so many people be afraid of a Valley Master? Mr. Mingjing sneered. "The number of people in the valley is not too many, but not too few. What will happen if they all target the army?" Zixu thought for a while. "What can we do? The army will quit and the soldiers and bandits outside will rush in to plunder. From now on, there will be no Valley of Sinners." She was wondering if she should slip away in the chaos and find somewhere else to live. Bailey Han said calmly, "Although this is the Valley of Sinners, it is also a safe haven for now. We may not live better outside than here. Besides, we need a reason to stay here so that we can do things in the future." Zixu shuddered and understood what Bailey Han meant. If he wanted to overthrow some people, he had to have a base. Wouldn't that make her a chess piece in his hands? She was very unhappy when she thought of this, but what else could she do? She had to find a backer, and it was impossible not to want to pay a price. In fact, this backer was not bad. At least he wouldn't let her charge into battle or do anything dangerous. Speaking of farming, she couldn't do it. She had boasted. What should she do now? Tiantian popped up. "Buy the planting encyclopedia. I told you to buy it a long time ago." "Sell you and then buy it?" Tiantian encouraged. "Hurry up and finish the favorability task, then you will get points." "The initiative is not in my hands. It's hard to control her, because she is fickle." Tiantian thought for a while. "Male seems to be more aloof, so you should take the initiative. No male will reject the initiative of female." Zixu looked at Bailey Han. This man is abstinent at first glance. If a woman pounces on him, he will probably slap her to death. She should not go to seek death, cherish life, and stay away from Bailey Han. Mr. Mingjing ate a fish quickly, then patted Zixu with his fan. "What are you daydreaming about?" Zixu rubbed his forehead. "Nothing, just thinking about how to kill the Valley Master." Mr. Mingjing laughed. "He has a secret guard by his side. The Valley Master has done him a favor, so he promised the Valley Master to protect him for 3 years. No wonder Bailey Han and the others couldn't touch the Valley Master. Bailey Han continued, "As long as it's not life-threatening, the secret guard won't do anything." Zixu narrowed her eyes. This reminded her that it would be fine if she didn't beat him to death. Presumably the secret guard couldn't stand him. She got useful information and it was worth the trip. She stood up and took the basket to put the empty plate in it. "Okay, I'm going back." Mr. Mingjing asked, "Are you here to deliver the fish?" Zixu glanced sideways. "Something? Nothing." What could Mr. Mingjing have to do? Zixu left the military camp and thought a lot on the way. There was only one way to defeat the Valley Master, which was to take his position. In this way, she had to win the support of the valley people, and there were too few people supporting her at present. This was just like a popular election. If she wanted to get that position, she had to manage her relationship with the valley people well. With a goal and direction to move forward, Zixu was full of energy. At this moment, Mr. Mingjing and Bai Li Han were still studying the stone. Mr. Mingjing checked some books before saying, "I can now confirm that this is 1,000-year-old meteorite iron, and there are only a few pieces in the world." Bai Li Han nodded. "That girl should not know the value of this meteorite iron." Mr. Mingjing shook his head. "Not necessarily. Doesn't she have a sharp hoe? I think she knows the value of this meteorite iron better than anyone else." Bai Li Han said nothing, which was tantamount to tacitly agreeing with his statement. Mr. Mingjing smiled and said, "It seems that your young wife treats you well. Not only does she give you the meteorite iron, but she also wants to open up fertile land for you as a backing." Bai Li Han silently put away the meteorite iron and prepared to forge a sword. At the same time, the sound of nature rang out from Zixu again. Ding! The favorability is increased by 10. She turned on the light screen and looked at the task. The favorability was 92, and 8 more points would complete the task. But what did she do? Didn't she just send 2 fish? It turns out that Bai Li Han loves to eat delicious food. This is another misunderstanding. Bai Li Han is not particular about food at all. As long as he can fill his stomach, it's fine. Zixu decided to use delicious food to please Bai Li Han and strive to make the 8 points of favorability full level. But after trying for a month, it was useless. Zixu was lying on the bed depressed that day. It had snowed outside a long time ago, so everyone was idle. "Tian, why did I send so many delicious food to Bai Li Han, but the favorability didn't increase in the end?" Tian was also depressed. "How do I know? I'm not him. I guess you are trying to please him in the wrong way." "Wrong way? Then wouldn't it be a waste of the delicious food I prepared for a month?" "Humph, I won't send you any more from today." In the evening, ding, the favorability value is -10, puff. Zixu, who was drinking water, sprayed. "I sent you a lot of good things for a month, but your favorability didn't increase. If I send you one less time, you will deduct my favorability." "Are you still a human being?" Tian was also very depressed. "Why are the males here so difficult to deal with?" Zixu was angry. "How should I know?" She climbed onto the bed and covered her head to sleep. In the middle of the night, there was a cry from the other side of the river. Zixu was startled. Did the people in the valley have an accident? She quickly put on her clothes and ran to the other side of the river. The fat aunt saw her and pulled her into the house. "Why are you here?" "In the middle of the night." Zixu touched her nose. "I heard the cry and thought you had an accident, so I hurried to check." The fat aunt laughed. "What can happen to us? We have been paying attention to the snow on the roof as you told us to do. If there is too much, we will take it down. Don't worry, it's okay." But she was still very grateful to Zixu for thinking about them. "It's good that you are okay." Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. On the way here, she saw someone's house collapsed. She glanced at the people in the Z family. Because they lived in a new house, nothing happened. But there were also people who didn't clean the roof, and the snow pressed the straw on the roof into the house. The fat aunt asked, "Sleep here for a while." Zixu shook her head. "No, I'll go back." The fat aunt was a little worried, but she was relieved when she thought of Zixu's supernatural power. No one could beat her. Zixu went to the door and said, "Are we celebrating the New Year here?" The fat aunt nodded. "The New Year is in half a month." Zixu didn't know what day it was now. She nodded. "See what everyone needs. Make a list for me and I'll try my best to find it." "Okay." The fat aunt nodded. This was a good thing. Zixu took a look at the families affected by the disaster. There were no casualties, so she didn't intervene. The next day, the families whose houses collapsed gathered outside the valley owner's house, hoping that the valley owner would send someone to help them build a house. Zixu hid in the tree and watched. What would the valley owner do at this time? Watching the valley owner coming to the door with a fat belly from a distance, he squinted his eyes and scanned the area coldly. He asked arrogantly, "What's the matter? If your house collapsed, you can't rebuild it yourself. Why do you ask me, the master of the valley?" A man asked boldly, "Master of the valley, when you chose you, you said you would help us rebuild the house. Because the house is still usable, we have not asked you for help. Now we really have no choice. Please send someone to help build the house." Another ant said, "The elderly and children at home can't stand the cold, and many of them have caught a cold. Can you please give me some medicine?" The master of the valley snorted coldly, "Where can I get medicine? No supplies have been sent in from outside, and now I am stretched to the limit." You go back and figure out what to do. I am not a cold-blooded person. I will give you 2 kilograms of food per family to tide you over the difficulties." Zixu almost burst out laughing. 2 kilograms of food per family. He really had the nerve to say it. The people of the valley were of course not happy to hear this news. They wanted to make a fuss, but were suppressed by the thugs of the master of the valley. The snowstorm didn't hurt anyone, but the valley master's thugs injured several men. Zixu frowned, jumped down from the tree, and kicked the thugs away. The valley residents' eyes lit up instantly when they saw her, and they rushed up to surround her in the center. Zixu's mouth twitched. "What are you going to do?" The injured big-bearded man should be the leader of their families. He covered his head and said, "Girl, we all see your ability. Please help us." Zixu frowned. "How can I help? It's you, now. If the snow doesn't stop in a few days, I don't know how many families will be affected. I'm not a god. I can't create houses and food." The big-bearded man knew that it was impossible to ask Zixu to take them in. Although she helped the previous valley residents build houses, she also saw the valley residents follow her to work in the mountains. "We work for you. As long as we can get through this winter safely, we will listen to you in the future." Zixu now wants to win people over. Now can be said to be the opportunity given to her by God. "It's okay if you want to follow me, but for the sake of management, your new house must be built at the foot of the mountain over there. If people have to be assigned, then the territory must be divided. As for the garrisons in the valley, they can be taken slowly." The bearded man nodded. "Okay, we are willing to go." Not everyone is willing to go, so only 4 families, 18 people, followed Zixu to the foot of the mountain. The other 3 families should have gone to seek refuge with relatives, or they didn't dare to offend the owner of the valley. When building the house, Zixu promised to send her a tree a day, so they accumulated a lot of wood. After all, the valley residents here would also go to chop wood. When Auntie Pang saw them coming, she asked, "Girl, are they coming here to build a house?" Zixu nodded. "Yes, but it's cold now, so I will build a bigger one and let them live together. When the weather gets warmer, we will build separate houses, and when the big house is empty, it will be used as a place to eat big pot meals." Auntie Pang nodded. "Okay, but I don't know if they have cultivated land. If they move here, it will be inconvenient to work." She handed the demand list to Zixu. "There are cultivated fields in the valley, behind the valley owner's residence, extending to the foot of the mountain. From a distance, it looks like the valley owner's private fields." Zixu told the new valley residents about her idea, but was interrupted by a sharp voice before she could proceed to the next step of resettlement. "What? Let us live in one house? Do you know who we are? No, how can we, the old lady, live together with a group of people? You must build a house for us first." Zixu's face sank, and when she looked over, she saw a middle-aged woman who looked pretty good. She was holding an old lady with a haughty look in her hand. She was wearing a linen dress meticulously, and even her hair was not a single burr. 2 young girls stood beside the old lady. They looked okay, but their skin was very dark. Both of them hung their heads and did not speak. She narrowed her eyes. "Old lady? Everyone who comes here has the same status, so how can there be an old lady?" The old lady looked at Zixu. "Girl of the Z family, if you think about it, I am still your great aunt. For the sake of our relationship, you have to build a house for us first." Zixu sneered. "Are you my grandmother's sister? My grandmother was ostracized and driven to the other side of the river for so long. Why haven't you, a sister, taken care of her? They say it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow, and it is really the case." The fat aunt whispered, "It is said that the old lady is the mother of a general, and she is not here as a criminal." "Oh, so she came here to seek refuge?" Zixu asked. The fat aunt nodded. "Yes." Zixu looked at the big-bearded man. "Brother big-bearded man, I can only build houses for people with labor. After all, I don't owe you anything. When the house is built, you have to repay it with your labor." The big-bearded man nodded. "That's what I should do." Zixu looked at the old lady. "I don't care about that family. Whoever wants to care can care about it." The middle-aged woman immediately shouted, "How can you do this? Do you want us all to freeze too? Death? You are such a cruel girl. My master will kill you when he comes back." The bearded man glanced at her calmly and said, "We don't care about that family either." Zixu nodded and said, "Auntie Fat, can the women of these 3 families come to your house to rest first? I will take people to build a house first. We will try to have people living there at night. We can't let them sleep outdoors." Auntie Fat smiled and said, "Okay, I still have a spare room there, which is just right for them to stay. There are still 14 people after those 4 people are removed, and we have to remove the 3 elderly people and 2 children. Among the 9 people who can work, there are still 3 women, so Zixu asked the 3 women to sweep the snow. She took the men to move wood, sharpened the wood into sharp points and poked it into the ground. This big house was built in a place closer to the mountain, with houses in front and mountains in the back, which reduced the invasion of wind and snow. It is directly a rectangular matchbox house with a small corridor inside, which can be separated into 3 families to live. The frame of the house was ready at noon. Zixu and his team soaked the clay in hot water and then applied it to the gaps. It's cold now, so it will freeze quickly, and there is no problem blocking the wind. The roof is also easy, and there is still a lot of hay. The house was finally built before the sun set, and the 3 families were very happy. However, the middle-aged woman blocked the door and refused to let in. "Go away, go away! This is our house!" The bearded man was angry. "We built this. Why do you say it's yours?" The middle-aged woman sneered. "If I say it's ours, it's ours. If you dare to snatch it from us, wait for our master to come back." Zixu was angry, stepped forward and grabbed the woman's bun and said coldly, "Wait for your master to come back, right? Do you think your master can beat me?" When she poked the wood on the ground just now, who wasn't shocked and almost dropped his jaw? In terms of single combat, no one is Zixu's opponent. The woman was still not convinced. "Our master has tens of millions of soldiers, and one of them can drown you with a spit, you little bitch, let go." Zixu was not going to tolerate her, so he slapped her twice and then let go, letting the woman fall dizzy in the snow. "If you have the guts, let him come and see who will kill whom. Don't you know what the world is like now? Be careful, or I will let Bailihan throw you out of the valley." "Who do you want me to throw out?" Bailihan's voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd immediately parted to let Bailihan go in. When the old lady saw Bailihan, she immediately said, "Bailihan, do you still care about this woman? She built a house and didn't let me live in it." Zixu raised her chin and looked at Bailihan. At worst, she would deduct all the favorability points, but she would not let this old hag live in this house today. Bailihan looked at the old lady and asked, "Did they say that this house was yours when it was built?" The old woman nodded. "Yes, it is mine." Zixu sneered, "What a big face! You are not from our valley. Why should we build a house for you?" Bailihan's voice sank. "Not from the valley? Her son is a general. He sent her here for refuge. She is not a legal resident of the valley." Bailihan pondered the word legal and felt very ironic. The old woman snorted coldly, "You can't afford to offend my son." The valley master came to join in the fun. He smiled falsely. "Of course the old lady can live here if she wants. Not to mention such a small house. She can live in a bigger house." Zixu sneered, "Didn't you say you don't care? You only give 2 kilograms of food to each family." The valley master smiled and said, "That's because I didn't see the old lady was there. Now that your house has been built, it's just right for her to live there first." Zixu was a little itchy. She would rather tear down the house than use the fruits of her labor to please others. She looked at Bailihan. If he also let the old woman live in, then she would just tear down the house. Bailihan glanced at Zixu. He looked cute like a kitten with its fur standing on end, but the kitten's claws were sharp, and being scratched would hurt the bones. He curled his lips, but unfortunately his charming smile was covered by the hideous mask. "The valley does not accept irrelevant people. Come on, send them out of the valley." Zixu was a little surprised. Wasn't he afraid that the general would come back to cause trouble? Mr. Mingjing's lazy voice came. "This old lady is Cheng Huaimin's mother. Cheng Huaimin was kicked out of the army a while ago, and now she is the leader of the bandits here." Bailihan said coldly, "No wonder those bandits want to attack the Valley of Sinners. They are probably attracted by the tranquility here." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "These few people can't stay, otherwise there is no telling when they will join forces with the people outside to attack us. The owner of the valley is like eating a fly. He thought he could borrow the power of this old lady, but it turned out to be a bad hand. What the people in the valley fear the most now is the bandits outside. How could they keep this family?" Someone immediately said, "We can't keep them. Drive them out." "Yes, drive them out. But aren't you afraid that the bandits will come back for revenge?" I don't know who said this, but it made all the people in the valley silent. If the general, who became a bandit, found out that his mother was driven out, he would definitely come back for revenge. Zixu looked at the valley master. "You say it, you are the valley master. We don't have the right to do so." The valley master really wanted to slap her to death. If he said to drive them out, he would become the target of the bandits. But what right did he have to say not to drive them out? As long as he kept this family, The people in the valley would definitely hate him and resent him. Now he was in a dilemma, so he looked at Bailihan for help. Bailihan, however, acted as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "This is your valley's business, and it is not my business." Mr. Mingjing gave him a way out. Anyway, they are troubles whether they go out or not. Do you think that if you don't drive them out, people outside will not covet your position? The valley master opened his eyes. Yes, the valley is now self-sufficient, and the bandits outside will definitely want to come here, so no matter what decision he makes, it will not change the coveted position. Drive away! The 4 people were dragged and thrown out of the valley by the valley residents. Zixu's heart was not moved at all. Are they pitiful? There must be something hateful about pitiful people. The 3 valley residents finally moved into the house. Zixu found the stove and taught them how to use it. The food buried in the abandoned house can be dug out and eaten, and Zixu is not worried about them being hungry. Seeing that she was done, Bailihan said, "Follow me." Zixu, "You said to follow you, and I will follow you? How embarrassed would I be?" Bailihan walked a few steps and saw that she didn't catch up, so he let out a chill. "What?" I'm coming. Zixu collapsed internally. Her life was more important than her face. She followed Bailihan silently, not knowing what this guy was going to do. The idiot system popped up. Is he going to take you up the mountain? Is he going to do something beastly to you? Zixu rolled her eyes secretly. What nonsense are you talking about? You might as well say that I did something beastly to him. Oh, that's a good thing. Maybe if you do something beastly to him, your favorability will be full all of a sudden? Get out. I'm only 13. What beastly things can I do? Then you can't do it even if you want to. Who said I'm going to do something beastly? Shut up! You said it, not me. Bailihan suddenly stopped, and Zixu bumped into his back directly. It was so hard that her nose hurt so much. What are you thinking about? Zixu covered her nose and shook her head. Nothing. What do you want to talk to me about? Bailihan frowned, and the big eyes in front of him were full of vigilance, as if he had done something unforgivable. Why didn't you send me food? Ah? No food was sent yesterday. Zixu cried. Did she take it for granted that she sent me food? She dug a hole and jumped into it herself, crying, "That, there are no ingredients. Oh, I will send you ingredients in the future, and you cook a meal and send it to the military camp." Can you refuse? You can refuse? It's not your job. Bailihan was not angry. Then do you eat the meal I cook for yourself or give it to others? Bailihan said, I will eat it myself. It's okay to cook for one person. Okay, you send the ingredients and I will cook it for you. But if I find out that you ate it for others, I won't cook it. Mr. Mingjing can't do it either? Zhu nodded. Yes, he can't do it either. Including him, that's 2 portions. That guy can eat a lot, so he doesn't want to be so tired. Ding! The favorability value increases by 20. Zixu was startled. Add 20? Isn't that beneficial? Tiantian shouted, Wow, it's done! It's done! Bailihan saw that she was in a daze again, so he asked, What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Zixu smiled, Nothing. Just thinking about what dish to cook. I'll send someone to send the ingredients to you later. Okay. Zixu smiled foolishly. Bailihan was speechless, not knowing what this girl was grinning about. Suddenly, I felt a little itchy in my hands and wanted to pinch her slightly chubby face. I raised my hand thinking about it. Pinch! Zixu was so scared that she swooped back. What are you doing? Don't do beastly things to me. I'm only 13 years old. Bailihan looked at his hands, a little annoyed. Why did he do it? But it felt really good. His face was hot, but he pretended to be calm and turned away. Tiantian yelled, Look, the mission has changed. Zixu looked around. At the foot of the mountain, there were still a few people chopping wood. She walked silently to the river. There were many people in the valley. She couldn't know everyone, but everyone in the valley knew her. Who made her a violent woman? When she came to the river, the water surface was frozen 3 fingers thick. The water below became clear, and fish could be seen swimming. Zixu took out the demand list given by the fat aunt. Surprisingly, the most demanded item was not meat, but sugar. Maybe everyone wanted to have something sweet during the Chinese New Year. The other 2 items were fish and cloth. She simply went to the place where the sugarcane was found first. Maybe it was because of the low temperature, so the miasma was more than 2/3 of the mountain. When Zixu found the sugarcane, she found that the temperature here was higher than that at the bottom of the mountain, and it was not below 0. The sugarcane was all good, so she immediately started to harvest it. Unfortunately, some of the large area of sugarcane had gone bad and could not be eaten. She sent the harvested sugarcane to the fat aunt and asked them to squeeze the juice and make sugar. Fish was easy to deal with, but it depended on whether Bailey Han and his team could collect the cloth. After solving the sugar problem, she went to look for coconuts, where the temperature was higher than that of the sugarcane field. Zixu suspected that the mountain they were leaning against was a volcano, otherwise how could it be so hot? Climbing up a tall coconut tree, Zixu found a lake not far away. Could it be a saltwater lake? Unfortunately, there was miasma floating on the lake, so she couldn't go over. Tiantian was so anxious. Can you look at the task first? Zixu rolled his eyes. Okay, look at the task. He turned on the light screen and a new task appeared after accepting the task. Emotional task. Get Bailey Han's like value and reward 1 million points. The current like value is 9%, probably because the overflow of the favor value is automatically converted into the like value. Zixu touched his chin. This task can be ignored. It is impossible to complete. Why? The favorability task has been completed. How can this one not be completed? Zixu sighed. Who is Bailey Han? He has a good family background and good kung fu. Why does he like a little girl like me? Besides, even if he likes me, so what? His family will never let him marry a criminal. Who said that I will marry you if I like you 100%? It's too early. What do you mean? Tiantian explained. I know this task. It is divided into 3 stages. 1 is favorability, 2 is liking, and 3 is love. Only when the love value is 100% will he have the idea of marrying you. In fact, when the liking value reaches 100%, it is equivalent to becoming a close friend with him. At that time, he will not do anything to hurt or betray you, and he will be happy to do anything for you if you ask him to do something. Zixu thought about it. It would be nice if he could complete this task. Not only would he get points, but he would also get a good friend. Well, you can try. Tiantian started to howl again. Wow, 100,000 points. Compared to Tiantian's excitement, Zixu was calm. She felt that she would never have to worry about anything with these 100,000 points. She could exchange them for many seeds, tools, and books. Do you want to open a few grids? Tiantian suggested. Zixu nodded. Yes, open 6 first, so that I have 15, which is more neat. Okay, Zixu glanced at the warehouse. There were more grids. Now there were 8 empty grids. She put the slingshot in. She looked back at the books. Why does the planting encyclopedia cost 30,000 points? It was discounted at that time. You didn't buy it for 3,000. Now you can only buy it for 30,000. Forget it. I have 100,000, which is enough. Exchange. The planting encyclopedia entered Zixu's mind, and she took an hour to adapt to this knowledge. At this time, she realized that she had planted it wrong. Corn needs to be divided. It is enough to leave 1 seedling in a pit, otherwise it will compete for nutrients. And the beans are planted too sparsely, but it's a good thing, otherwise they wouldn't grow pods in such a short time. Farming is really a big deal, Tiantian said proudly. That's right, my task is to guide you in farming and earn points. You at most are a search system, nothing else. No, didn't I inform you of the latest news? I told you not to miss the discounted items. Speaking of discounts, Zixu glanced at today's discounted items. A set of clothes, a bit like a diving suit, introduced as a low-level air conditioning suit, regulating the temperature from +100 to -100 degrees. It doesn't work beyond this temperature range. The price is 10,000, and this is a 20% discount. It's worth it to see the effect. Zixu exchanged it with a big hand. The clothes are flesh-colored split tights, as thin as a cicada's wing, and very elastic. Are you going to wear silk stockings all over your body? What are silk stockings? Zixu hasn't thought about changing clothes outside, so he put them in the grid. She looked at the books again. There was a book about acupuncture. If she could learn it, she could become a miracle doctor. Once she got out of the Valley of Sinners, she could practice medicine everywhere, and she would never starve to death. Exchange. Sorry, the points are not enough. Please earn points first. What? I just spent so many points and you said it's not enough. Could it be that the price of this book is 30,000 is fake? Tiantian said weakly. Host, your points are only 9,508. Impossible. Zixu's voice rose 10 degrees. Clothes are 10,000. Planting encyclopedia is 30,000. This is only 40,000. Grids are 11,000. I still have a lot. She looked at her points, and it was really 9,508. Tiantian, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Tiantian said weakly. You have to open 6 grids. The first one is 10,000, and the rest are 10,000 each. Zixu finally knew where the points were spent. It was the grids. You didn't even say the first grid was discounted. Tiantian pretended to be dead. It was the safest to pretend to be dead at this time. How can I upgrade if you don't spend the points? Zixu sighed. What a damn thing. He thought he would not have to worry about the rest of his life, but it turned out to be back to square one. The remaining points must not be used indiscriminately. They must be exchanged for fertilizers to improve the soil in the spring. Everything else is just floating clouds. Just work hard on farming and earning points. After collecting the coconuts on the ground, Zixu returned home. When Li Wanru saw her coming back, she immediately said, "Xiaoshu, a soldier brought a basket of food." The old lady told them that Zixu had changed his name. Zixu nodded. "Bailihan asked me to cook a meal for him. I'll do it." Li Wanru pursed her lips and said nothing in the end. Zixu asked, "What's wrong?" Li Wanru said worriedly, "Does he really want you to be his concubine? There's a saying that goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. A concubine is just a plaything." Zixu laughed. "Don't worry, if he dares to make me his concubine, I'll chop off his third leg." "Don't talk nonsense, kid. Anyway, you're still young and he can't stay here forever. Anyway, just don't get close to him or offend him." Zixu knew that she was really doing it for her own good, so she just smiled. Ding, the like value is -5. It's over. Bailihan must have heard what she said about chopping off his third leg. Bailihan asked coldly, "Is it a tactic of playing hard to get?" Zixu looked at Bailihan with a stiff face. "You've seen through it, so I won't say more. Catch your sister and let your uncle go. I don't care about you at all, okay?" However, for the sake of points, she was scared. Bailihan glanced at her. "Are you not going to cook yet?" "I'll go right now, right now." Zixu ran into the kitchen in a dejected manner. Bailihan narrowed her eyes. It was interesting that the little wild cat also had its fur smooth. Zixu didn't know that Bailihan was teasing her like a cat. If she knew, she would definitely want to strangle him to death. After cooking and serving Bailihan, Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. The plague god left with a sense of relief. Ding, like value +10. Zixu was more and more sure that Bailihan was a foodie. Should she make a recipe? It was getting late outside, so she didn't go out again. She checked the warehouse. The coconuts were not moved for the time being, and they wouldn't go bad if they were kept inside. The rice sent by Mr. Mao Mingjing could be planted after selection, but these rice could not live without water. To grow rice, you have to find a way to divert the water from the waterfall. Unfortunately, there was no good bamboo, so she could only use clay. She found that she had no paper and pen, so she could only use carbon sticks to draw engineering drawings on burlap. If all the clay was dug out for engineering, the pool would definitely be much larger, and it would be good as a water storage tank. After drawing the plan, she put it on the table and rolled into bed to sleep. The next day, she gave the engineering plan to Mr. Mingjing, who was full of admiration after reading it. "Great, then the lower half of the mountain over there can become fertile fields, and it's perfect to plant rice in years without severe cold." Zixu nodded. "It's just that the project is a bit big, and we need to control the problem of soil erosion." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Yes, there's nothing to do now, and those wolf cubs are idle, so let's put them to work." Zixu glanced. "Who will take care of the food?" "Don't worry, you don't have to provide food, but is the rice I sent last time usable?" Zixu nodded. "At least half of it can be used if you can get more. Rice can be used as the main crop, and corn, beans, and other coarse grains can be planted in the corners of the woodland. Vegetable seeds are also necessary. You can't just eat rice without vegetables." Mr. Mingjing thought for a while. He took a scroll from the bookshelf, put it on the table, and opened it. "This is our topographic map. Take a look." Zixu took a look and finally understood what the valley looked like now. The valley is gourd-shaped. Yes, it is surrounded by a curved mountain range, and behind the mountain range there is a larger valley. However, there is miasma in the mountain, so they can't reach the larger valley. There are 2 mountain ranges surrounding the valley, one of which is connected to the mountain range that surrounds the Valley of Sinners. The other short mountain range winds there like a snake, resulting in 2 openings in the big valley. One opening leads to the sea, and the other opening leads to a rocky mountain. So we have a sea here. Zixu touched his chin, so it's not surprising that coconuts appear. Mr. Mingjing nodded. "There is a sea. Do you want to eat sea fish?" Speaking of seafood, Zixu was really greedy. "Can you catch it?" Mr. Mingjing smiled. "Don't! Look at the map showing that it's so close. It takes 4 or 5 days to ride a horse from the Valley of Sinners to the seaside." Zixu knew that he couldn't eat seafood. If he could go from the Valley of Sinners to the Big Valley, and then go to the seaside from the Big Valley, it would only take 1 day to go back and forth. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Mr. Mingjing asked, "What's your idea?" Zixu pointed to the gourd mouth of the Valley of Sinners and said, "Dig from here to the Big Valley." Mr. Mingjing laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Zixu looked sideways and said, "What's the matter? You are too fanciful. The mountain is very thick. If we dig it manually, it will probably take 100 people 100 years to dig it." Zixu thought that it was because she didn't have the right tools. If she got a few more hoes, it should be about the same as digging tofu with her strength. But she quickly gave up the idea. She shouldn't get out the tools that are as sharp as magic weapons so as not to arouse suspicion. "Nothing else, I'll go back first." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Well, nothing else at the moment." Zixu turned back and asked at the door, "Any news about the cloth? The people I brought want some cloth to make new clothes for the new year." Mr. Mingjing put the map back and took down another roll and spread it out. "If you want cloth, then come and see which fat sheep we can slaughter." Zixu was stunned. Fat sheep? She looked at the table, which turned out to be the gathering place of the major mountain bandits. "Are they all fat?" Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Very fat. Those who are not fat are not marked, and they are slowly raised." Zixu looked at the terrain. It was reasonable to attack the number 1 stronghold closest to the Valley of Sinners, but Zixu set his sights on the number 8 stronghold. "How far do we have to walk from here to the number 8 village?" Mr. Mingjing said, "It will take only 1 day. Then choose number 8. "Why? I thought you would choose number 1. Zixu laughed. "Look, number 1 to number 6 are all on the high mountains, far away from the main road. Number 7 and number 8 are very close to the main road, so they will often go down the mountain to make a fortune. Unlike other villages, they will not take action unless they encounter a fat sheep, so the inventory will not be large. And now it's the new year. Of course we will pick the fat sheep to slaughter, and Nob 8 is the fattest." "Well, that makes sense." Zixu touched his chin. "In fact, you can find some spies. Go to explore the village?" "No, find out which village has robbed the fat sheep, and we will take action after they succeed." Mr. Mingjing looked at her with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a bad girl." Zixu rolled his eyes. "Anything else? If nothing, I'm leaving." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Go." However, Bailey Han blocked Zixu from outside. "Since you came up with the idea, you have to participate in the attack on the mountain stronghold." "Can I refuse?" Bailey Han saw the resistance in her eyes and stretched out a finger. "I'll give you 10%. Zixu pursed her lips. How much can she get with 10%? Mr. Mingjing smiled and said, "General is really generous. This 10% is enough to feed 100 people for a month, right?" Bailey Han looked at Zixu. "Not satisfied? If there is something you like, let you choose it first." "Why do you have to let me go? This is your man's business." Bailey Han said calmly, "The military advisor in the number 8 mountain stronghold is good at using poison. Taking you there can avoid poisoning, and the gate has a very heavy bolt. It takes 2 people to lift it from both ends with a knife. You are strong." Zixu put her hands on her waist and looked up. "Do you think I look like a detoxification pill?" Bailey Han really looked at it carefully. "Yes, I do." The girl was a little fatter, with round eyes and round face. After speaking, he turned and left the tent. "You look like a pill." Mr. Mingjing tried his best to hold back his laughter. "The poison they use over there is not very advanced. It's just ordinary drugs. Do you know how to detoxify? That military advisor has a private treasure house. The general said whoever can get it out, the things in the treasure house will belong to him." Zixu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was tempted. The private storehouse of the mountain bandit military advisor must have a lot of good things, but then he became a little discouraged. She was trapped in this small valley, and it was useless to get good things. Tiantian popped up. "You can save it first. Maybe you will get out of this valley someday, and then you can't farm without money to buy land." Zixu thought about it, and it was the same. She nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll go." She had already put on the clothes she exchanged, which could not even be torn by the hoe, produced by the system, so why was she afraid of the rain of swords and guns? Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you before leaving. You can go back." "Got it." Zixu left the military camp. There are many bandits in troubled times, and everyone has the responsibility to eliminate them. Zixu returned to his residence and saw the fat ant with Zifei standing outside the door. The fat ant seemed to have just knocked on the door, and her hand was not put down yet. "Girl, are you out?" Zixu nodded. "I went to the military camp. What's the matter?" The fat aunt glanced at Zifei. "She said it was your cousin and insisted that I bring her here. I came to give you candy, and I got a lot of candy." Zixu glanced at the basket and jumped directly into the yard and opened the door. "They are taking a nap at this time, and you can't hear it if you knock on the door softly. I'll get a bell next time." The fat aunt nodded. "Your yard is a bit big, and it's all stones, so you can't grow vegetables." Zixu smiled and said, "At the beginning I saw that the stones were clean, so I didn't think much about it. I remembered that I forgot to leave a vegetable field after the house was built, but here, you can grow vegetables by cleaning up any hillside, so it's not a big deal. That's right, the fat aunt nodded. Zixu led them into the main room, where the charcoal fire in the stove was very strong and very warm. The fat aunt put the basket on the table. We only know how to make brown sugar, and we really don't know how to make white sugar. Zixu smiled and said, "We don't need to make it so beautiful. Brown sugar is good." She took out a few sweet potatoes and put them on the stove cover and covered a ceramic bowl. The fat aunt asked, "How are your two aunts?" Zixu replied, "They are all good. The second aunt helps me cook and take care of grandma. The third aunt is good at needlework and is responsible for making clothes. The two younger brothers are very well behaved. I am content with this life." Zifei was incredulous when she heard this. 3 dying people were really saved? Zixu looked at Zifei. "Your surname is Pong now, and you are no longer my cousin. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't have anything to say, don't come. I don't welcome you." Zifei frowned. "Zixu, you have changed. Everyone will change. If you were sold that day, you would change too." Zixu sneered in his heart. Zifei bit her lip. "When we came here, the Valley Master proposed to marry you as a concubine. We have no choice. If you want to live, you can only be sacrificed." "Really? Now no one is sacrificing. Are we all dead?" Zixu retorted without any hesitation. Zifei's face changed. "You are not Zixu. Who are you? Did you travel through time and space, or were you reborn?" Zixu's heart skipped a beat. How could Zifei know about travel through time and space and rebirth? Then which one is she? She pretended to be confused and looked at her. "What do you mean by travel through time? What is rebirth? Is it to die and come back to life? Then I am reborn after all. You drugged me and forced me to drink, but I don't think it is appropriate. After all, I am not dead." Zifei stared into her eyes and saw that she was really confused and didn't understand these 2 words, and she was a little anxious. She looked at the fat aunt. "Auntie, can you go back first?" The fat aunt looked at Zixu, and Zixu gave her a few sweet potatoes. "These sweet potatoes can't be used for planting. They are good to cook porridge or roast when you go back to eat to satisfy Tianir's craving." The fat aunt smiled and said, "Okay, my Nier will have something delicious again." There are no sweet potatoes in the valley, which is considered a rarity. However, she was a little worried that Zifei would do something bad to Zixu, but then she thought, who can beat Zixu? So she left with peace of mind. Only Zixu and Zifei were left in the main room. Zifei said, "I was reborn, and I know the subsequent development of this world." Zixu looked at her pretending to be confused. "What rebirth? How do you know the subsequent development of this world? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to know when this civil strife will end. I don't want to be trapped in the Valley of Sinners for the rest of my life." Zifei seemed to be anxious for Zixu to believe her. The civil strife will take 10 years to end, and the Valley of Sinners has long been abandoned by the court. Abandoned? That means they don't care about it? If they don't care, can we get out? Zixu was shocked. Zifei shook her head. "You think too simply. There will be a massacre here in 10 years. Ah? Zixu didn't expect this result and was very depressed. Zifei sighed. "I was reborn after selling you. That night, the people in the tribe sold women, and I refused to obey and hit a tree. After waking up, I found that I was reborn. I know I am sorry for you, but I have no choice. Either you go or I go." Zixu nodded. "It seems that only the 2 of us are young and beautiful." Zifei chuckled. "You are quite narcissistic. I have the capital, don't I? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sold me out." The smile on Zifei's face disappeared, and he looked at her strangely. "Why didn't you use your divine power earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have planned to target you." Zixu glanced sideways. "Is this still my fault? Who knew that people in the family would do this?" A sadness flashed in Zifei's eyes. "Yes, I did a lot of wrong things for them in my last life, but in the end, when the Valley of Sinners was massacred, they pushed me out to be a shield." Zixu stared at her and asked, "Do you mean that you lived here for 10 years in your last life and then died and came back?" Zifei nodded. "What I said is true. In your previous life, you didn't resist or use your divine power. You were captured by the Valley Master, tortured for a few years, and then died. I wanted to apologize when I saw you by the river that day, but I didn't know how to say it." Zixu said in his heart, "I don't believe you at all. Remember the monkey jade pendant you snatched from me?" Zifei nodded. "I remember. I didn't find the jade pendant after I came here. It's probably been stolen." Zixu found that her eyes were not evasive, and her tone was not guilty. For a moment, Zixu didn't know whether he should believe her. Tian Tian popped up and said, "What she said is true. I can detect her brainwaves, but it's a bit random, and I can't tell whether she is lying. Zixu pondered for a moment. Didn't you use the jade pendant to hire a killer to kill me? Zifei looked at her in astonishment. When did it happen? I woke up on the morning of the day I saw you catching fish. Zixu said, it wasn't long before that. Zifei's voice was filled with tears. This is really not who I am now. I am not a human being. I am sorry for you. Zixu saw her slide down from the stool and kneel in front of her, and for a moment he felt mixed emotions. Believe it or not, will there really be a massacre here in 10 years? No, I have to ask in detail what will happen next. Hurry up, can we not talk about the past? If you really regret it, then tell me what will happen in the future. Zifei stood up with Zixu's hand. Can we talk in your room? There was some noise in the old lady's room, and she didn't want the old lady to hear her words, for fear of scaring people. Zixu took her into the house, and then went to the kitchen to open 2 coconuts. The sweet potatoes were not ripe at this moment, so they were taken to the stove in the house to roast. Drink some coconut water, it's delicious. How do you know this is a coconut? This thing was not discovered until 3 years later, because the great cold came half a year earlier 3 years later, resulting in a poor harvest in the valley. Many people froze to death that winter, and many people starved to death. Zixu frowned. I just happened to meet it. The people in the military camp said it was edible. He was almost exposed again. Zifei's eyes showed understanding. The people in the military camp are knowledgeable, but unfortunately they left soon. They were replaced by a man named Cao Bangmo, who was the same as the Valley Master. Zixu pursed his lips. Bai Lihan was leaving? Why did he feel a little unhappy? No matter what, he could leave or not. Zifei continued. In the previous life, Cao Bangmo and the Valley Master exploited the people in the valley together, but there was no food to grow here. They forced the people in the valley to go up the mountain to find food. After 10 years, there were only more than 100 people in the valley. This was when someone came in later. If no one came in, it would have become an empty valley. 10 years later, the new emperor ascended the throne. For his future, Cao Bangmo killed all the people in the valley, including the Valley Master, and then took the money back to Beijing. I was pushed out by my family to block the knife when he killed the Valley Master and the people in the valley. Zixu nodded. Do you hate them? Zifei's eyes flashed with hatred. Hate? How can I not hate? But what if I hate? I'm not a good thing either. Zixu felt a headache listening to her self-deprecating laughter. What was her purpose? What are you looking for me for? You're not here to apologize, are you? Zifei nodded. Of course not. I've been observing you these days and found that you are not the same Zixu as before. I'm not what you said about time travel and reincarnation. I am just me. By the way, in my previous life I was sent to the Valley Master. Didn't Grandma help me? Zifei said. She helped, but Bai Lihan, who sent us here in the previous life, was not so easy to talk to. Grandma went to ask for help but didn't see him, so she broke into the Valley Master's yard alone and was beaten to death. Zixu's heart trembled violently. That open-minded old lady was actually dead. Zifei continued. Why are you different from your previous life? Zixu touched his chin. Maybe it's because of the pills. What medicine? Zifei asked immediately. Zixu smiled in his heart. Are you here to find out her background? Then I'll tell you. Do you still remember that I was lost for a long time when I was a child? I remember. Well, at that time I met a master who said that my bones were suitable for learning martial arts, so he accepted me as his apprentice. He taught me for 10 years, and I learned a lot. This time when I was exiled, he gave me a pill. He said that taking it might make me become extremely powerful, but it might also make me die immediately. I was sent to the Valley Master's house. At that time, I thought it would be better to fight and die. I didn't expect that after taking the pill, I felt so painful, as if someone took a knife and chopped me into dumpling stuffing. After I got through the pain, my strength began to increase. I was not born with supernatural power. Zifei thought for a while. It must be the marrow cleansing pill. You are lucky to have survived. Why didn't you take it in your previous life? Zixu glared at her. You ask me? Who should I ask? Didn't Grandma not die in this life? Zifei nodded. That's right. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth or something else. Anyway, this is a good thing. Zixu poked the sweet potato. It was already soft. You can eat it. Zifei was not polite, picked up one and bit it with the skin. Peel it. Zixu laughed. Don't you know how to eat sweet potatoes? Zifei shook her head. Why peel the skin? This is food. Don't you know that when you are extremely hungry, you will eat the soil? Zixu couldn't laugh. This was the truth. She silently asked, Tiantian, can I believe her? Tiantian asked, in what aspect? She said things in the next 10 years, and I don't believe she told me these without any purpose. Tian said, there must be a purpose, but what she said 10 years later should be true, and she was relatively calm when she told it. Okay, I'll take a look. Zifei ate a sweet potato and stopped eating and drank a few sips of coconut juice. It's great, I can still eat sweet potatoes and drink Hainan specialties. Zixu ate slowly. Tell me your purpose. Zifei nodded. I won't beat around the bush. You are now able to compete with the Valley Master. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Zixu was a little surprised, thinking that she was here to ask for food or meat. Zifei said, I will help you compete for the position of Valley Master and tell you how to break the miasma. I don't ask for anything else, just to live in peace and stability. Zixu did not let down his guard. The miasma can be broken? Then why didn't they go up the mountain when they massacred the valley residents? Zifei said, the miasma on the mountain only disappears for 10 days in early spring. Zixu raised his eyebrows. This should be a pattern. You will know it by observing more. Zifei nodded. But you still have to drink the gentian juice. The gentian must be fresh. The massacre in the valley was in autumn. Oh! Zixu's mind flashed with the picture of gentian, and the purchase of this herbal encyclopedia was not in vain. Zifei said, actually, I know that you can survive without me now. I have said everything I should say. You can think about how to go on in the future. Zixu was a little surprised to see her leaving. Are you giving up like this? Zifei turned around and smiled. At least you cheated a sweet potato and a coconut. Zixu smiled, slightly, and she was sure that this person was of the same kind as herself, but she didn't want to be exposed too early. What do you want me to do? Zifei shook her head. I won't command you. You can talk to me when you can't make up your mind. Your life will definitely not be ordinary. Zixu asked, are you okay over there? Can I be okay? My mother forces me to be a mistress to that old man's stupid son every day. How is my aunt doing? Zixu didn't have much impression of this person. Zifei smiled sarcastically. How can she be bad? Zixu asked, I heard that you changed your surname. Zifei's eyes turned cold. I, Zifei, will never change my last name even if I die in this life. Zixu nodded when he saw her serious look. Want to live with me? Zifei shook her head. No, they won't let me go, and I don't want to cause you trouble. But going back is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Zifei smiled bitterly. You will be occupied sooner or later, so just hide if you can. Zixu pondered for a moment. I suggest you go find Mr. Mingjing and tell him everything you know. Her intuition told her that Zifei was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Zifei shook her head. No, it's useless even if I tell him. They're leaving soon. Zixu frowned. Intuitively, she didn't think Bai Lihan would leave. Otherwise, Mr. Mingjing wouldn't have to cooperate with her. Regardless of whether it was true or not, her mind was in a mess. Tian asked, what are you going to do next? Zixu lay on the bed. What should I do? I don't know what to do. This Zifei is really surprising. Tian thought for a while. If what she said is true, then you should prepare to run away. Zixu wanted to run away, but where could she run to? Was she really going to be Bai Lihan's concubine and let him take her out? No, she couldn't do this. She couldn't get over it in her heart. Thinking carefully about Zifei's words, she sat up suddenly. No, she was not reborn. How could someone who had been trapped in the Valley of Sinners for 10 years know about Hainan's specialties? Also, how could an ancient person know the term butterfly effect? So that Zifei was also a time traveler like herself, but she knew everything about the next 10 years very well. Could it be that she was reborn and then traveled through time again? How is this possible? I didn't get much memory when I traveled through time, and Zifei should be the same. Tian, is there any way to explore people's thoughts? No. Then you are a lie detector? Almost. Zixu curled her lips. Still a very unreliable lie detector. How could it be? I know all her emotional fluctuations, and I can tell the truth from the falsehood through analysis. Then she said she was reborn, which is a lie. Did you see that? Tian was silent for a moment and said, there is an abnormality in the frequency band there, but it is very weak. Zixu touched his chin. I know. I remember that Zifei's first question was traveling through a book, so she might have come from a book, and the current world is the content of a book. Zifei has read this book, so she knows that there will be 3 major events in the future. First, the next Great Cold will not be as easy as it is now. Second, Bai Lihan and the others will leave, and Cao Bangmo will take over the defense of the Valley of Sinners. Third, there will be a massacre in 10 years. She couldn't help but think of the Great Valley on the map. As long as she could dig a way out, she could go to the other side to live. But could she dig through it before the Great Cold came? Regardless of whether she could or not, she had to try. Zixu made up her mind and went to find the weakest point between the Great Valley and the Small Valley without even sleeping. After several confirmations, the waterfall was closest to the Great Valley. Would the river inside also lead to the Great Valley? She went in from the source of the waterfall and used the mutant stinky fruit as a light to explore inside. There were many intricate small caves beside the river, which were cold and damp, but there were no strange insects. She drew a map of the river and combined it with the terrain outside to find a place to dig. Not far from the river, there is a very short natural tunnel, which is blocked by a huge stone at the end. This stone is also very strange, very flat, embedded in the soil, and no one knows how much it extends around. She took out a hoe and dug it, and it was able to dig. After infusing her internal force and her own strength, she dug the stone like digging tofu. She didn't know how long it took to dig through 3 meters, revealing a big black hole. She expanded the hole, took out a mutant fruit and threw it in, and found that the fruit started to roll only after falling 5 or 6 meters. The bottom is flat, and the floor tiles can be seen in the dim light. Zixu said to herself, "Could it be that we dug up some ancient tomb?" She didn't want to waste the fruit, so she prepared to go back and make some torches. When she returned to the ground, it was already dawn, and she washed up by the pond. By the way, she hunted 2 rabbits and brought them back. Lu Wanru saw her coming back from outside and said in surprise, "Why did you go out so early?" Zixu shook the rabbit in his hand. "I want to eat spicy rabbit. It tastes better with fresh rabbit. Let's cook porridge with 2 rabbit legs. Grandma and my brothers can't eat spicy food." "Hey, little girl, don't eat spicy food all the time. It's not good for your skin." Liu Wanru kept muttering but still went to make spicy rabbit for Zixu. Third aunt came over from the back of the house with firewood. She smiled when she saw Zixu. "Wear more clothes when you go out next time. Don't catch a cold. By the way, I made something for you and put it on the table in the living room. Go back to the house and see it." Zixu thanked her and went into the house. There was a package on the table in the main hall. She took it into the bedroom and opened it. Inside was a long white object, 4 fingers wide and 1 foot long, with thin straps on the 4 corners. She pinched it and found that it was a finger-thick cotton yarn, and the bottom layer was padded with rabbit skin. She suddenly remembered something, and her face felt hot as if on fire. Wasn't this the sanitary belt from ancient times? It seemed that her period was coming soon. The last time she came, she used the gray bag made by the old lady. Third aunt was so thoughtful that she made this thing for her. She carefully put the sanitary belt away. If she wanted to escape one day, she would definitely take them with her. A person's paradise is not a paradise only when you are with your loved ones. Even if you have to eat bran and vegetables, it will be sweet. Tiantian asked curiously, "What is that thing?" "You won't understand even if I tell you." Zixu rolled his eyes secretly. Tiantian thought for a while. "Is it the gray bag you used last month? It's really backwards. In our era, women didn't have periods. A chip implanted directly in the body can control the body's hormones, and you can have children if you want." Zixu grasped the key point of the words. "Your era? What do you mean? Aren't you from the planet Shenma?" Tiantian immediately said, "Hehe, I'm looking at females from other planets." Zixu asked, "Which planet?" Tiantian didn't say anything and was pretending to be dead again. Zixu frowned. "How many secrets does this Tiantian have? I always feel that he is weird. At least he didn't do anything to hurt himself, so let's keep it for now." Not long after, Liu Wanrong shouted, "Shuer, it's time to eat." "Hey, I'm here." The old lady saw the spicy rabbit meat when she arrived at the main room. "Eat something so heavy so early in the morning?" Zixu laughed. "I want to eat." The whole family sat down and enjoyed the rabbit meat and multi-grain porridge with spicy rabbit cubes. Zixu looked at Xiaobao. "My brother has gained weight, but it's a pity that there is no milk or goat milk. I will go to the mountain to find some pheasant eggs to supplement his meal." Zheng Shuli shook her head quickly. "Don't go. It's too cold now. Pheasants won't lay eggs. It's very good to have meat and rice." Zixu would not listen to her. Junjun and Xiaobao are both children. If they don't eat well, they won't grow tall in the future. Zheng Shuli wanted to say something, but the old lady smiled and said, "Okay, she is just a person who can't sit still. She likes to run to the mountains every day." Li Wanrong smiled and said, "That's right, but you still have to be more careful." "Got it." Zixu felt very warm in her heart. The changes in her 2 aunts surprised her, but she was very happy. There was a knock on the door outside. Zixu put down the bowl and went to open the door. Li Shito was standing outside. "Sister, the general said we will set off after noon and asked you to get ready. Decided to attack the mountain stronghold so soon? Gold, silver, and treasures, here I come. Come in and eat." Little Stone giggled. "Sister, I've eaten." "Oh, come in and eat meat." This time Little Stone didn't refuse. Meat, who doesn't want to eat it? After the people in the room were full, Zixu put some spicy rabbit meat into the bowl and gave the remaining half bowl to Little Stone. "Eat it, it's a little spicy." "It's okay, it's delicious." After eating, Zixu went to find the old lady. "Grandma, I'm going to leave for a day or two." The old lady was startled. "Leave? Go to the other side of the river?" Zixu shook his head and did not hide it from the old lady. "Go with Baili Han and the others to attack a mountain, stronghold, and bring back some things for the new year." The old lady frowned. "That's very dangerous. You shouldn't go as a girl." Zixu smiled and said, "It's okay. They just need me to destroy the gate. You don't need to do anything else. Just follow them and carry things. Then you must be careful. We don't need that bite of food." The old lady knew that she couldn't stop them, so she could only give a few words of advice. "I know. If anyone asks, just say I went up the mountain." "Okay, be careful, understand?" Zixu nodded and left with Li Shito after going out. In fact, not everyone knows how powerful Zixu is, so the elites who are preparing to attack the mountain village frowned when they saw her. Mr. Mingjing said, "Are you going to wear a skirt?" Zixu was stunned. "I have nothing to wear." Baili Han walked out of the tent and stuffed a set of black clothes into her. "Put it on!" She ran directly into Baili Han's tent to change clothes. Baili Han frowned but didn't say anything. No woman had ever undressed in his tent. Zixu put on her nightgown, but it was too big. It should be Baili Han's. She cut off the overgrown trouser legs and sleeves with a dagger and tied a wide belt around her waist. In the end, the top still looked like a skirt. She put her hair in a ponytail and walked out in a refreshing outfit. Baili Han was stunned. This girl actually had some heroic spirit, but it was a pity that her big eyes made her heroic spirit disappear, just like a naughty sister who stole her brother's clothes. Mr. Mingjing laughed and said, "Your clothes are neither fish nor fowl." Zixu rolled his eyes at him. "Who told you not to give me the cloth? I can't make clothes." "Hey, aren't I taking you to get the cloth? You can choose first when the time comes." "Humph?" A man who looked like a captain asked, "Military advisor, are you taking her with you?" "That's right." The man was very dissatisfied. "Don't cry when you see blood." Mr. Mingjing didn't explain. "Get ready to set off." "Yes!" Zixu knew horsemanship in her previous life, so she was not afraid of seeing the horse assigned to her. Mr. Mingjing said, "Shall I help you up?" Baili Han rode over and held out his hand. "Get on my horse." Zixu didn't want to ride on the same horse with Baili Han. She turned around, grabbed the reins, stepped on the stirrups, and turned over to get on the horse. Her movements were crisp and neat, without any delay, which made people's eyes light up. Baili Han asked, "Can you ride a horse?" Zixu said lazily, "Aren't you riding it?" Mr. Mingjing looked at the horse. Military horses are not good-tempered. If they don't obey, they will definitely get angry. But the strong military horse in front of him didn't even think of resisting. Zixu pulled the reins. "Will you go?" Baili Han didn't say anything and rode out of the military camp. Zixu followed closely. Han looked back and saw that the little girl looked relaxed. She was actually quite good at horsemanship. This made him curious about Zixu's master. It was a pity that such a master was at home all over the world, and it was not so easy to meet. The man who was dissatisfied with Zixu rode forward. "Girl, let's have a competition?" Zixu smiled and said, "Okay, what shall we compete in?" "Of course it's horsemanship. We will attack each other with stones. If we knock the other person off the horse, he will have to go back obediently." Zixu nodded. "Okay, but you are not allowed to hurt the horse." "Of course." "Okay, how many stones?" Zixu asked. The man was well prepared. He took out a bag and threw it over. "All the size of a fist, 10. "Okay." Zixu did not object. The two of them immediately rode their horses to the front. Baili Han slowed down as if he wanted to enjoy the competition. Not to mention him, Mr. Mingjing was also very excited. The man turned around and threw a stone, which flew directly at Zixu's face. Zixu snorted coldly. This guy was quite ruthless, so there was no need for her to be polite. She avoided the stone by tilting her body, clamped her legs together to stabilize her body, and threw a stone directly in a tilted posture. The man looked at the stone with contempt and raised his hand to catch it, thinking that the little girl would not have the strength to hit him down. However, he regretted it the moment he grabbed the stone. His palms were numb, his arms were stinging, and his bones felt like they were broken. Zixu didn't want to spoil him, and he also wanted to establish his authority, so he kept hitting him with stones. After all, the other party was a team leader in this operation, and Zixu couldn't really hurt him. The stones were specifically hit where there was a lot of flesh. When the man found out, one side of his buttocks was swollen. He said angrily, Do you still have shame? Stunned. Do you mean I should hit you in the face? Before the man could curse, the stone came close to him. He dodged in a panic and almost fell off his horse. Zixu had only one stone left in his hand. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Now it's my turn to hit." Zixu raised his eyebrows. "Come on, I'm afraid of you." The man's eyes were stern. He let go of the reins and let the horse run by itself. Then he picked up the bag in one hand and took out the stone with the other hand and saw two stones flying up and down. Zixu glared at him. She couldn't dodge the stone that was thrown at her leg. If she dodged, it would hit the horse. When the horse was frightened and ran away, she would be in danger of falling off the horse. After all, the horse she rode in her previous life was not as fierce as the horse now, and it was difficult to control. She felt it at the moment, and the stone that was hit on her head was avoided. In fact, the stone that hit her leg didn't hurt her much, maybe because her clothes protected her. The man didn't give her a chance to breathe. The remaining 7 stones were thrown at her head, 3 at her body, and the last 2 were thrown at her thigh and calf. Zixu's eyes were stern. Did he really have to force her to scare the horse? She flipped her hand and threw the last stone at half of the opponent's buttocks. The stone was fast and urgent, and the man couldn't avoid it at all. He was so painful that half of his body was numb, and he fell off the horse. Fortunately, his horse had been following him for a long time and didn't step on him under the horse's hoof. On the other side, Zixu barely avoided the stone that attacked his upper body. The 2 stones on her legs could not be avoided, so she was ready to continue to resist. Bailihan suddenly rode past her, distracting her for a moment. When she came to her senses, 2 stones hit her legs, one above and one below. The man who fell to the ground sneered in his heart. "Don't say you are a little girl. Even a grown man will be knocked down by me." The stones did hit Zixu's legs, but she didn't feel any pain. Just when Bailihan passed by, she found that there was a force that offset a lot of the power of the stones. Bailihan was actually helping her. Bailihan, who was running in front, said coldly, "The winner has been decided. Hurry up and catch up. Don't delay the important matter." Although the man who fell to the ground was embarrassed, he didn't dare to disobey the order, so he climbed on the horse and hurried on. Before midnight, they arrived at the ambush point, a cave halfway up the mountain, and the mountain stronghold was on the top of the mountain. At night, they ate dry food in the cave and kept warm around the fire. Zixu distributed the medicinal candies he made, which were candies made of herbal juice and sugar, which could prevent poisoning. Before dawn was a good time to attack, and Bailihan had already made arrangements and divided the work. The gate of the mountain stronghold had a very heavy bolt. Zixu and Mr. Mingjing each took a knife and poked it into the gap of the gate, lifting the bolt. It was easy to open the gate. They knocked down a few gatekeepers and shot a few sentries in the watchtower. They began to sneak into the base camp. Zixu didn't want to act with Bailihan and the others, so she found an opportunity to leave the group. She hid in the dark and watched Bailihan and the others harvest the bandits. "Tiantian, can you find the place to hide things?" Tiantian chuckled. "I can't find it, but I can sense the seeds." "Well, it's worthy of being a farming system. Then you can sense where the seeds are." "Okay." Zixu waited for a moment before hearing Tiantian's voice. 500 meters to the south, there are seeds 10 meters vertically, which you haven't planted yet." "What is it?" "Peaches, yes." Zixu took out her slingshot and lurked over there. She was the best at lurking. However, she found the place and found that it was an abandoned woodshed with most of the roof collapsed. She went in carefully but couldn't find the entrance. She was asked to dig 10 meters directly. "There must be a secret passage here, but the entrance is somewhere else," Tiantian said. "I can't help you with this. You can't buy good things." "Okay, I'll look for it myself." She began to look for the secret passage in the nearby houses, and finally found the secret passage door in a small house that seemed to be where a woman lived. It was under the bed. You could only see it by lifting the bedboard. After entering the secret passage, Zixu took out the mutant fruit to illuminate it. There was an oil lamp on the wall, but unfortunately she didn't have a fire starter and couldn't light the flint. The secret passage was relatively narrow and was dug by hand. At the end was a slightly larger cave with many boxes inside and several peach pits on the ground. It had been thrown there for a while, and the surface was covered with dust. "Is this the seed you sensed?" "Yes, it can survive." Zixu was speechless and put the peach pit into her backpack. The boxes were also covered with dust, but there was a 1-foot square box that was clean. She opened that box first, and it was filled with gold bars. She picked up one and weighed it. It weighed a pound. There was no mark on the gold bar. It should be the bandits who melted the gold after robbing it. Tian Tian asked. What is the use of this metal? It's soft. Zixu laughed and put the box into the warehouse. Haven't you heard about gold in troubled times and antiques in prosperous times? Oh, you can't spend it even if you have money. This sentence is the most heartbreaking. Can't I keep it for later? What's so good about yellow ones? Zixu rolled her eyes. It will always be useful. Tian Tian, can you check other boxes to see if there is any gold? Yes, but very little, in the black box at the back. Zixu found the box and put it away without saying anything, but unfortunately someone broke in before she had time to look at the others. A man in a pink robe, with a greasy face and a candle in his hand, glared at Zixu. Who are you? How did you get in? Zixu laughed. You walked in. Who are you? You didn't hide the things here. The man pulled out a dagger from his boot and stabbed Zixu. Go to hell! Zixu stepped on the ground with one foot, kicked the man away with his right foot, and he plunged into the pile of boxes. The boxes on the upper layer were knocked down and directly crushed the man to death. This guy is so unlucky. There was a noise in the tunnel, and she quickly put away the fruit. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Bailey Han. He was tall and this passage was a bit too small, so he squeezed in. He looked at the man who was hit to death. Dead? Zixu laughed dryly. I didn't mean to do that. He tried to kill me with a dagger and a knife, so I just kicked him. Bailey Han picked up the candle on the ground and looked around the cave with the light. Zixu felt that he should prepare some candles. He couldn't use the mutant fruit as a light. The ones at home didn't glow anymore, but the ones taken out from the warehouse would still glow. If Bailey Han saw it, it would be hard to explain. Bailey Han carried the man to the door. This is the military advisor of the village. It seems that this is his private warehouse. Suddenly he felt that this guy died too well. Was he a little cruel? If he was still alive, then the 2 boxes he took away would definitely not be kept. Now there is no evidence. Bailey Han opened 2 boxes, and there were some bottles and jars inside, which might be antiques. Zixu saw a black thing that looked like a casserole. Is this a casserole? Can I use it to cook? Looked at her with strange eyes. That is a chamber pot, but it is made of pure silver, and it turns black after being left for a long time. Zixu immediately felt disgusted and threw it away. Bailey Han's eyes flashed with a smile. This is his private vault. I will help you move the things out later. Zixu slapped her forehead and said that the things in the private vault were given to her, so everything here was hers, and it didn't matter whether the military advisor was dead or not. After the things were moved out, Zixu found something wrong, and there were a few boxes missing from her share. Mr. Mingjing actually dared to play a trick on her. Bailey Han seemed to notice it, but he said nothing. When the supplies of the mountain village were gathered on the spacious flat ground, Mr. Mingjing came over waving a fan. Girl, you have good spoils here, Zixu sneered. If you don't want to give me spoils, don't talk so nicely. Waving a fan in the winter is not afraid of catching a cold. Mr. Mingjing paused while fanning himself. What do you mean? Take these boxes back to me. If they match the marks of the dust in the cave, I will give you everything. Mr. Mingjing put away his fan and glanced at the soldiers coldly. What's going on? Zixu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Mr. Mingjing didn't know. He shouldn't offend him for a little thing. None of the soldiers spoke. Mr. Mingjing smiled awkwardly. Well, will I compensate you with 10 boxes? You can choose it yourself. Zixu calculated that 10 boxes should be no more than enough, so she nodded. Now it's not a matter of fighting for bread, but for face. It must be. However, the man who competed with her stood up. I object. Zixu understood. It seemed that this man was making trouble. Mr. Mingjing said coldly, soldiers must obey orders and cannot go back on their words. If you really want to do things against your conscience, don't expect to get help from Zixu in the future. Tsk. She's just a girl with a little more strength. What can she do for you? Mr. Mingjing's face was particularly dark. Do you think that what I gave you today are all candies? Those are detoxification pills. If there were no detoxification pills, you would be dead now. The soldiers looked at each other and they all ate them as candies. Bailey Han said lightly, fight and speak with your fists. The man immediately wanted to try. Okay, when it comes to fighting, I, Wang Dahai, have not met an opponent yet. He looked at Bailey Han, except the general. Zixu smiled coldly. She was very grateful for Bailey Han's opportunity and had wanted to beat someone up for a long time. The two of them opened their positions in the open space. Zixu stood sideways at a 45-degree angle and made a fighting posture. Wang Dahai sneered and greeted her delicate little face with his fist as big as a sandbag. Zixu's eyes were stern and he used his fist to meet Wang Dahai's attack. Wang Dahai was beaten back several steps. He rubbed his fist and felt that his wrist was as painful as if it was broken. Humph. Soldiers all have a spirit of not admitting defeat. He rushed over again and grabbed Zixu's shoulder. Zixu slightly sidestepped and kicked him. As expected, Wang Dahai was fooled and prepared to jump away, but he didn't expect to be hit in the chest by Zixu's elbow. He stepped back several steps and sat on the ground. Wang Dahai was angry and said, "If you have the ability, don't use your strength." When the soldiers heard this, some laughed, some despised, and some watched the fun. Bailey Han glanced at Mr. Mingjing. Mr. Mingjing's face was not good now, and it was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Zixu clapped his hands. "Okay, I don't need to be so strong, come on." Wang Dahai jumped up and rushed over. It's not a lie that he can become a team leader. He has some skills. He made claws with both hands and pinched Zixu's throat. If she was pinched by the neck, she would have to report to the King of Hell with a little force. Zixu did not dodge, and the soldiers were all sweating. It was not Zixu's fault for what happened today, and no one could bear to see her get hurt. In their eyes, Wang Dahai was a fierce tiger, pouncing on the weak lamb. But just as the tiger was about to bite the lamb's neck, the lamb's fur shed and turned into a huge python, biting the tiger's neck. Someone rubbed his eyes. "Am I dazzled?" "No, you are not seeing things." "Good!" The soldiers couldn't help but cheer, and each cheer turned into a slap on Wang Dahai's face. At this moment, Wang Dahai was pinched by Zixu's neck, unable to say a word, and his face was red. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as big as copper bells. Zixu smiled coldly. "Do you accept it?" Wang Dahai felt the threat of death at this moment. The coldness in the eyes of the little girl in front of him made his knees weak. "I accept it." Zixu retracted his hand and looked at the man kneeling in front of him. "Don't underestimate any opponent, otherwise you will die." Wang Dahai nodded. "I know." Seeing that he was really convinced and did not have the intention of revenge afterwards, Zixu nodded. "Okay, a man's knees are made of gold. Get up quickly." Wang Dahai stood up and bowed and said, "Thank you for your mercy." Zixu waved his hand. "You are good. Practice hard in the future." "Yes, Mr. Mingjing saw that they had finished fighting and said coldly, "Wang Dahai is making trouble recklessly. Go back and accept the punishment." "Yes." Wang Dahai was convinced. Zixu looked at Mr. Mingjing. "Some things I can't use either. Why not give me some cloth and food?" Those antiques are just decorations in her hands, and Mr. Mingjing must have a way to sell them and exchange them for money or food. "Okay, I will convert the things into silver for you later." Mr. Mingjing agreed, happily. Zixu shook his head. "I want gold. I like golden things." Mr. Mingjing smiled. "No problem." After they finished their fight, Bailey Han led his men to sweep the mountain village again and gave severance pay to the old, weak, women and children. Then the mountain village was burned down. When they returned to the valley, something happened again. It turned out that a new person was sent in, and the valley master directly took the most beautiful woman as a concubine. However, the woman did not resist, probably because she was afraid of being tortured on the way. Zixu did not take it seriously, but the valley master did not intend to let her go, and actually came to her door directly. The valley master embraced his new concubine and stared at Zixu with eyes that could not be opened. "I came here to discuss something with you today." Zixu was alert. "What is it?" "Didn't you lead some people? I will give you some more people now." Zixu sneered. "It is your responsibility as the valley master to take care of the valley people." "Who am I?" The valley master grinned. "There are benefits." "What benefits?" "I don't believe you. As long as you take those people in, the valley will be divided by the river, and all the land here will belong to you. I won't get involved." "It's a bit tempting. It is said that the valley is like a gourd, and this river is between the two circles of the gourd. Her area has the least flat land, which adds up to about 20 to 30 acres. Above the flat land is a mountain, and wolves often come down. Moreover, the flat land is barren, and you can't get much food after reclaiming it, otherwise the valley master would not be so generous." Zixu felt that something must have happened, otherwise the valley master would never give in. The master of the valley squinted at her. "Tell me, if you are willing, let's sign a contract now." Zixu sneered. "The burned forest over there has been reclaimed. Do you think I will give up? You know, that is the land for the army's rations. You want to trap me here is impossible." The master of the valley sneered. "I haven't agreed to Mr. Mingjing's proposal yet, and I have no right to interfere in the matter between you and him." Zixu's heart sank. It seemed that she had cultivated the land over there in vain. Fortunately, she hadn't applied fertilizer yet, otherwise she would be heartbroken. "What if someone wants to live here with me?" The master of the valley pondered for a moment. "That's their business, and I have no right to stop them. If they want to move out, they can move out." Zixu didn't hesitate. Okay, sign a contract. Such occasions are indispensable for Mr. Mingjing. He came to Zixu's house with a tired face, yawned and asked, I haven't even sat down in the chair and you called me here. What's the matter? Zixu told her what happened. Mr. Mingjing looked at the Valley Master. So you won't give us the Kai mountain land over there? The Valley Master glanced sideways. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're guarding the valley. The mountain land over there will still be given to those families to farm. They just need to pay taxes normally. I won't interfere with anything else. Mr. Mingjing sneered. In that case, I'll write the contract. Zixu didn't have any objection. The Valley Master thought for a while. You can write it. If the contract is not suitable, I won't sign it. Mr. Mingjing smiled coldly. You know what's going on with the newcomers. If you don't sign it, we can save ourselves the trouble. The Valley Master didn't say anything. Zixu became interested in the new group of people. What made the Valley Master so eager to get rid of them? Mr. Mingjing was worthy of being a military advisor. He quickly wrote the contract, which was as long as 3 pages. After the Valley Master saw it, his face darkened. Are you also dividing the mountain into 2 halves? Mr. Mingjing nodded. Of course it will be infinitely extended with a river as the boundary. The Valley Master's fat face trembled, and his small eyes flashed with unwillingness. Mr. Mingjing smiled coldly. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Zixu thought that the Valley Master would not agree, but he didn't expect that the Valley Master actually signed it. There are 3 copies of the contract, one for the Valley Master, Zixu and Bai Li Han, and Bai Li Han's copy will be kept by Mr. Mingjing. When Zixu got the contract, she was surprised to find that she hadn't read it yet. After reading it, she was happy. Mr. Mingjing was really good at writing. There were 20 clauses in total. Each clause seemed to be mutually restrictive, but in fact, it was to prevent the Valley Master from making trouble in secret. For example, if Zixu planted something, the other party was not allowed to covet or destroy it. If anyone violated the contract, their hands would be cut off directly. Of course, Zixu's people could not destroy everything on the Valley Master's side. In short, the contract was more protective of Zixu's side. She put the contract in the warehouse and looked at the owner of the valley. I want to go to the other side of the river to make some explanations. You won't stop me from going over, will you? The owner of the valley sneered. How could that be? I will send someone to guard the river later. If you want to cross the river, you have to pay a pound of grain. Why didn't she think of this? She glanced at Mr. Mingjing. I have something to do. I will be back later. Mr. Mingjing waved his hand indicating that she could leave. The owner of the valley would not chase people for grain now. Zixu went to the foot of the mountain to find the fat ant and told her what happened, and then showed her the contract. The fat ant frowned. The mountain land has been cultivated, and we can plant food in the spring. It's a pity to give it up like this. Zixu laughed. I don't think it's a pity. I can't help the new families. You can take care of them. When spring comes, we will go to plant the land. The valley owner will not take your land. He also expects you to pay more food. The fat aunt said depressedly, It's cold now. If it's summer, I will go with you. Zixu shook her head. Even if you want to go with me, I won't let you. Live here first. Come to me if you really can't live anymore. Okay, there are many wild animals on the other side of the river. You have to be careful. Although you are strong, you are a girl after all. It will be bad if you get hurt. Zixu nodded and explained before going back. Before she got home, she saw a group of people sitting on the ground. There were more than 20 people. There were both young and old among the more than 20 people. It was not much better than when the Z family first came. Looking at this group of skinny and poorly dressed people, Zixu wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. But thinking about it, the conditions for raising these people are not bad. If the land is not good, fertilizer can be used. What needs to be done now is to settle these people. It is too late to build a house. The wall of their house is made of wood, which can block some wind. Let's set up tents at the corners on both sides of the door. Mr. Mingjing saw her come back. I'll leave these people to you. Zixu pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, Is there anything wrong with these people? Mr. Mingjing smiled. Yes, there are some problems. I knew there must be something fishy, otherwise the Valley Master wouldn't be in a hurry to get rid of them. Well, these people are the survivors of a noble family. Noble family? The court still cares about the affairs of noble families? Mr. Mingjing glanced at those people and sighed. To tell you the truth, these people didn't come in for committing crimes. Come in to seek refuge? Does your general know? I know. This noble family has some relationship with the general's family. The general is stationed here now, so he asked them to come and take care of it. but you have to keep an eye on them at other times. Is there any oilcloth among the supplies we got? If so, send it to me quickly. These people can't sleep in the snow. Oh, I'll go and see. Zixu pulled him again. Will Bailey Han leave? What? Mingjing didn't understand what he meant. Zixu bit his lip. Will he leave here and send someone else to take over the Valley of Sinners? This. Mr. Mingjing hesitated as if he didn't know the answer. Zixu's heart sank. If they were to leave, they might do what he told Zifai. I can't answer you now. I did receive a transfer order a while ago. As for whether to leave or not, it's hard to say at the moment. Zixu hesitated for a moment and nodded without saying anything. There is a saying that if you rely on a mountain, the mountain will fall, and if you rely on people, people will run away. It is better to work hard to create a world for yourself than to rely on thighs. I know. Send the cloth as soon as possible. Mr. Mingjing nodded. Okay. Ding, the favorability is -10. Zixu was confused, but he didn't feel anything in his heart. They were all leaving, and it was hard to see if they would see each other again in the future. This mission could be regarded as an unfinished business. Mr. Mingjing returned to the barracks and asked someone to check the warehouse. He decided to replace Zixu's antique items with oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, food, and a large amount of oilcloth. This oilcloth is the kind used to make carriage sheds, and it is thick. Bailey Han glanced at Mr. Mingjing. What secret is that girl telling you? Mr. Mingjing said without raising his head. She just asked if you were going to leave. I said I hadn't decided yet, and she looked very disappointed. Bailey Han nodded, and his depressed mood suddenly improved. As for Zixu, ding, add 20 to the like value. A snake-headed lunatic. Zixu didn't want to pay attention to Bailey Han now. When he saw the soldiers delivering the oilcloth, he immediately organized people to build tents. There were beds and simple wooden frames in the tent. 10 people lived in one tent, with 2 stoves inside. The double-row flue heat dissipation was not very cold. The old lady and the 2 aunts cooked a big pot of porridge to feed those people. Zixu took out the herbs she collected on a daily basis and boiled them to prevent these people from catching a cold. It was a pity that the season did not allow it, otherwise she would have to make sure that these people were washed clean. They just made do with it at night. Zixu knew that tomorrow would be a tough battle. The next day, when Zixu got up, breakfast was ready. Li Wanru saw her and asked with some concern, "We are running out of food. Is there any way?" Zixu nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Mingjing will send some food. We can still hold on for a while." Li Wanru nodded. "Okay, but we can't always eat porridge." This time she was not doing it for herself, but because she felt that those people outside were not full. Zixu thought for a while. "I will go up the mountain to find something to eat." As she was talking, a little girl of 6 or 7 years old stood at the door and said timidly, "Big sister, my grandfather wants you to come over to discuss something, okay?" Zixu nodded. "I'll wash up, okay?" After Zixu washed up, she followed the little girl to the tent on the left, one on each side, leaving a way out in the middle. After entering the tent, there was a circle of old people sitting inside. The one in the middle looked to be in his 60s, with white hair and beard. There was a scar on his left cheek, as if it was left after hitting the steps. He exudes the aura of a superior, and being stared at by him makes one feel oppressed. However, Zixu did not feel uncomfortable and smiled lightly. "Did you all have a good rest?" The old man smiled and said, "I am Yu Linfeng. Thank you for taking me in." The little girl brought a bundle of hay, and Zixu touched her head and said thank you before sitting down. She said lightly, "Just tell me what you think." Yu Linfeng said, "We want to build a house by ourselves. Now the land here is yours. I wonder if you have any plans? If you don't have an idea, we can all help you with some ideas." Zixu sneered in her heart. Is he going to seize power before he even sits down? She simply took out the contract and handed it over. "Take a look first." Yu Linfeng took it and read it, looking at her with a strange expression. "Although there is a valley master in the Sinner Valley, we are still free and not slaves of anyone." Zixu nodded, stretched out her hand to take the contract back and put it away. "You have the final say on how you want to live, but I don't eat my food for free." The old man looked embarrassed. They were indeed not being kind. The Valley Master didn't take them in, and now Zixu had paid a lot of money to take them in, but they were plotting against other people's territory. The middle-aged woman next to him sneered, "You are just a little girl. What can you do and what do you know?" A smile appeared on Zixu's face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Then tell me what you can do. What do you know?" I have never made a mistake in the past 10 years as the head of the family. How can a little girl like you compare?" The middle-aged woman's weather-beaten face showed a sense of pride. Zixu nodded. So you are a housekeeper, not bad. The middle-aged woman screamed immediately. What housekeeper? I am the mistress of the eldest house of the direct line of the Yu family. Yu family? Zixu didn't have any impression in her mind. Whoever she loves, she has to be obedient when she comes here. She smiled coldly. So what? Do you think you can take over the management rights here just because your family has a large number of people? She looked at Yu Linfeng. What about you? What's your identity? To be able to come to the negotiation as a representative, you must be the clan leader or the head of the family? When Yu Linfeng saw that he was mentioned, he couldn't help squinting. He stroked his beard, and his tone was also full of pride. I'm just a clan leader. Zixu nodded. I see that you are in a mess internally. I will give you 3 days to rectify it. Come to me if you can convince the others in the end. She got up and left without any courtesy, feeling extremely depressed. No wonder the Valley Master didn't want them. He was afraid that these people would form a group and seize his position. Tiantian said, That old man is too bad. Huh? What's wrong? His kung fu is not weak. He is pretending to be pitiful here. Besides, the people in his family are also very capable. They put pressure on you as soon as they meet. They want to show their power. Zixu nodded. That must be able to suppress me. Do you think these people can suppress me? Tiantian smiled. How is that possible? They are just jumping clowns in front of you. So don't pay attention to them. Whoever has the harder fist has the final say here. Zixu returned to the house and frowned. Tiantian, in fact, what I care about more is Zifei. From her words, I guess she is a person who wears a book. In other words, the world we live in is a book, and she has read this book and knows the subsequent developments. Tiantian said, It won't be a book, it's just a parallel space. Some things can be solved with a sentence. What words? Any similarities are purely coincidental. Well, Zixu couldn't refute it, but his irritable heart was much calmer. After all, the story in the book is constrained by the outline and cannot deviate from the main line. If this is a real world, then the subsequent development will change due to various factors. For example, if she already knows the future development, then she will find a way out to save herself. Speaking of the way out, Zixu went to make some torches after breakfast. If there was no fire starter, she made tinder, which can be lit with flint. To make preparations, she wrapped the torches with oilcloth. After all, she had to go through the waterway to get in. Wait and see if a passage is opened later, so that there is no need to dive every time. After all, digging through the mountain will take more than 1 or 2 days. After preparing things and looking at the sky, it was not yet noon, and the second aunt was standing at the door with a frown. Zixu asked, What's the matter? Liu Wanru hesitated and said, They want to eat 3 meals a day. Heh, there are so many requirements. Give the injured and children over 60 and under 10 a meal of coarse grain porridge. No one else needs to worry. If they want to make trouble, don't stop them. Wait for me to come back and deal with them. Liu Wanru looked at her worriedly. Why don't you talk to the general? You, a girl, can't beat so many people. Zixu smiled and said, It's okay. These are a family and they are close together, but now they are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Don't be afraid. Liu Wanru nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zixu packed up her things and went into the cave. Only with the fire did she dare to enter the mysterious place. This is a square stone room with a large space. The ceiling is not high, only 3 meters. In the center of the ground is a huge bronze square tripod. There are animal heads on the 4 sides of the tripod, which are lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves. The tripod is filled with liquid. I don't know if it is oil or something else. It smells a bit like almonds. She didn't dare to light a fire randomly, so she took the torch and looked around for something different. Finally, she found 4 slightly different floor tiles on the 4 edges. She tried to press the floor tiles in the order of lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf. There was no response, so she pressed it again in reverse, and this time she heard the sound of the mechanism. At the same time, she felt a moment of weightlessness, and the ground was actually sinking. It's amazing. There were elevators in ancient times, Tiantian said. The wisdom of the ancients was not worse than that of the people in your era. Some mechanisms could not be cracked in your era. Zixu nodded in agreement. The ground sank for a quarter of an hour, and at a speed of 1 foot per second, it sank 300 meters. She held a torch to check the edge. There was an artificial corridor facing the direction of the lion, which was square. She didn't dare to go forward after entering the corridor, because there were dense holes on the walls on both sides, and she knew there was a mechanism at a glance. She took out a coconut and threw it like a bowling ball, and the coconut rolled forward. At this time, blue flames spurted out of the holes in the wall. burning the coconut that had rolled more than 2 meters away. If someone stood there, they would be reduced to ash before they could even put out the fire. Tiantian was also frightened. Wow, this flame is extremely hot. You'd better not touch it. Okay. Zixu knew that it was impossible to get through with her current abilities. She returned to the elevator, thinking that the previous order was from the wolf first, and now it should be the lion first. This time she pressed the buttons from large to small, and the elevator slowly rose. Zixu found that she saw 2 holes on the way up, corresponding to the leopard and the tiger respectively. Something flashed through her mind, but she didn't catch it. When the elevator stopped and made a slight vibration, she woke up. Tiantian, do you think these 4 buttons don't need to be pressed at the same time? Just press the direction of the floor you want to go to? Tiantian said. I think so too. The last button you pressed the first time was the lion, so you went to the lion floor. Now we should be on the wolf floor, but there is no passage here. Zixu looked up, and there was nothing on the ceiling. Could this floor be empty? Tiantian sighed. Do we have to take the tripod? Zixu didn't think so. She took out a bamboo tube filled with water from her backpack, drank the water, and then put some of the liquid in the tripod into it. Let's go to the next floor and have a look. This time, she just pressed the floor tile in the direction of the leopard, and the lift went down 100 meters and stopped. Zixu checked the corridor. There was a leopard head on both sides of the corridor. In their mouths, they were biting a tulip with the flower head facing up and the branches bent. That's right, it was a tulip no matter how you looked at it, and its branches extended into the wall. Zixu's mind moved, and she took out a bamboo tube and poured the liquid into the flower. A gurgling sound came from the flower. After half of the bamboo tube of liquid was poured into the flowers on both sides, Zixu began to wait quietly. Soon, patterns appeared on the ground ahead. Tulips outlined by lines appeared on the floor tiles, emitting a light golden fluorescence. Zixu took out a coconut and threw it on the flowers. Nothing happened. She kicked the coconut onto the floor tiles without flowers. The coconut made a hissing sound and soon turned into water. So poisonous. She stepped carefully on the flowers, but when she reached the end, the flowers were gone. There were still 3 meters to the exit. Maybe the liquid she poured was not enough. 3 meters was not far. Zixu took a breath and jumped over. She didn't know Qinggong, so she just jumped over with brute force, so she landed directly on the ground. It hurt so much. Unfortunately, there was no chance to breathe. There was already a dense sound of breaking through the air. Zixu grabbed the torch and blocked like a blind sniper, blocking many arrows. After all, it was too dark here. When she waved the torch, the light flickered, and several arrows stabbed directly into Zixu's back. Hiss! Zixu's first thought was, "It's over. I'm going to die." Tiantian shouted, "Get out of the way. You can't be hurt because of the air conditioning clothes on, but you will die if your head is shot." Zixu came to her senses and immediately dodged the arrows shot at her head. When she retreated to the edge of the corridor, the arrows finally stopped falling. She walked inside tentatively and circled around the small room a few times without being attacked. Tiantian asked, "Have you run out of arrows?" Zixu didn't know and stomped her feet hard. Maybe the pressure is not strong enough. This stomping of her feet caused another sound of breaking air from above, and she saw it running to the corridor to hide. After the rain of arrows, she laughed, "I almost got myself killed." Tiantian also said in fear, "Don't be rash, hurry up and see what's here." "What can there be?" "Look, look." She shone the torch around, nothing. Then she raised her head and raised the torch. Nothing. Her voice was stuck. What did she see? There were many weapon racks embedded in the 4 walls above her head, and 18 kinds of weapons were placed on them. Of course, there are not only 18, but 18 kinds, and each kind seems to be quite a lot. Because the light of the torch is limited, it can't illuminate very far. Calculate it. A wall is 10 meters long and 100 meters high, densely embedded with weapons. How many meters is that? Not to mention 100 meters. Even 10 meters is not a small amount. She jumped up and took the lowest axe, a 2-handed axe, with a cold light flashing all over her body. She touched the torch. The torch broke with a sound, and the broken end was neat, and it was almost as sharp as her hoe. Tiantian also praised, "What a great craftsmanship. It's just a little worse than a hoe." "It's definitely good to use this to chop trees." Tiantian asked, "Are you going to take it out?" "Why not?" "Bai Lihan will definitely ask about the source." Zixu thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, just tell him. I can't use these things." There are only 2 grids in the warehouse, which can't hold many things. Besides, the weapon rack has a certain number of weapons, and only this axe is placed alone on other weapons, so there will be no trace if it is taken away. Tian said gloomily. It would be great if there is a trading page, which can be exchanged for points. Is there such an item? How to open it? No, I thought it was useless at the time, so there was no equipment patch package. Can I reforge you? No. Zixu is not a greedy person. These weapons are useful to Bai Li Han, but to her they are just tools for cutting trees. She exited the leopard area and came to the tiger area. There was no mechanism in the corridor, but there was a huge stone tablet blocking it. The stone tablet was black and shiny, and no one knew what material it was made of. She held the axe tightly and chopped it hard. The stone tablet was immediately split in half. She knocked it again and broke it to reveal the passage. There was no mechanism at the end, and there were no objects hanging on the wall, but many boxes. The boxes were all made of heavy stone, with special patterns that were difficult to understand. She opened a box that was placed alone. It was 1 meter long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet high. After opening the lid, there were many bottles inside. The bottles were snow white, thick on the top and bottom, 10 centimeters square, and 1 foot and 8. She opened a bottle and smelled it. It turned out to be wine. It smelled very good. She put it back and put the box directly into the warehouse. The rest of the boxes were stacked against the wall. If she wanted to open them, she had to start from the top. She climbed up carefully and opened the lid of the top box. There were also bottles like this inside, but the material was not as good as the one she put away. Leaving here, she came to the lion lair. This is where fire is breathed. She has seen it before. After searching carefully, she didn't find any mechanism. Could it be split with an axe? This can't be possible. Tian said, "You try to throw the wine into the fire, but I can't bear to throw away that bottle. The host is so stingy." Zixu thought for a while and took out a bamboo tube, poured the wine into it, and used a coconut to summon flames and threw the bamboo tube over. The flames burned the bamboo tube, and the wine inside caused an explosion. Zixu was blinded by the fire and felt that the world was dark. Was he blind? She asked Tian. "Is the fire in front extinguished?" "It's extinguished. You can go forward." "I'm blind. Please light the torch." "Oh!" Zixu fumbled to take out the flint and tinder, lit the tinder and put it on the new torch. "Fortunately, I'm not blind." The room inside was the same as the previous two, both vertically upwards, but this one was not a box. It was full of silver bricks and gold bricks, and each silver brick and gold brick had strange symbols on it. A circle, with a hideous ghost face in the circle, but if you look closely, it looks like some words, the same as on the stone box. Zixu nervously looked at her axe, and only felt relieved when she found that there was no symbol. Compared with the gold and silver bricks in this room, the box she collected was not worth mentioning. Tian said, "There are things in the previous room that are individually marked. Why are there none here?" Zixu also felt strange, but it was clear here. She retreated to the door and looked carefully again, and there was nothing except multiple thresholds. Threshold? She pinched the threshold and tried to pull it up, and it really pulled it up. She used an axe to scrape the black outer skin and revealed the black color. "It's a pity that there are no grids. How about we don't want this one?" Tian said, "Can't we just take out the pills in the warehouse?" After checking again, there were nonsense pills and infertility pills. Both pills were not big, but occupied 2 grids. She took out the pills and put them in the waterproof purse containing flint. "What's the use of nonsense pills? You will talk nonsense after taking them, but you won't die." Tian said it can make people say what they don't want to say in their hearts. The more they don't want to say, the more it can be drawn out. Zixu's eyes lit up when he looked at the black capsule. Didn't he want to find out what Zifei was thinking? This one can be used. After leaving a grid, she put the threshold in place. There were some marks on the ground. She rubbed it with her shoes to remove the marks on the threshold and make the dust even. How could someone who was a Special Forces soldier not pay attention to this? After collecting her things, Zixu returned to the outside of the mountain, found a place to change her wet coat, and went straight to the military camp. The gatekeepers all knew her, so no one stopped her, and they greeted her warmly. She came to the outside of Bai Li Han's tent and heard voices from inside. This sound was impossible for others to hear, but Zixu heard it very clearly. "Mr. Mingjing said, this is the 3rd time that you have asked us to go back. What do you think?" Bai Li Han's voice was very calm. "If we don't go back, those old guys want me to help. But why?" Mr. Mingjing sighed, "But we can't always rob the bandits. It's not good for us if we rob all the bandits." Bai Li Han seemed to be in a dilemma. Mr. Mingjing suddenly shouted, "Oh my God, please drop some weapons and silver." Zixu couldn't help but burst out laughing. The laughter startled the 2 people inside, but they both recognized that it was Zixu, so they were not surprised or nervous. Mr. Mingjing ran out and grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the tent, but he felt a chill on his hand. When he looked up, he met Bailihan's gaze, who seemed to want to stare a hole in his hand. He quickly let go. Could this kid really like Zixu? I've never seen him get nervous around any girl before. Zixu didn't notice that the atmosphere was wrong and asked, "Are you poor?" Bailihan did not deny it and nodded. There is a shortage of military, supplies, food, and weapons. Mr. Mingjing sighed. The court is in chaos, and we are also innocent. Zixu could figure it out. That is to say, several forces want to win you over, so when they are fighting, your military supplies are cut off. It is also possible that someone did this deliberately, waiting to help you when you can't hold on. In this way, you can get your gratitude and loyalty. Bailihan didn't expect that this girl could see it so clearly. You are right, if we can be self-sufficient now, we won't stir up trouble. Mr. Mingjing also said, yes, the 3 transfer orders were not issued by the Emperor, but by General Gao's superiors, and that Cao Bangmo has actually set out here and will arrive soon. He wants to interfere in the affairs of the Valley of Sinners, but I haven't found out his ultimate goal yet. Zixu's heart trembled. This Cao Bangmo was indeed coming. If Bailihan and the others had to leave, Cao Bangmo would become the king here. Not to mention her piece of land, even the Valley Master would have to listen to him. What's the point of the contract? At that time, not to mention farming to earn points, even eating would become a problem. Even worse, she would have to be on guard against being drugged at all times. The original reluctance to leave had completely disappeared. In order to live a worry-free life, she decided to give up her wealth to buy peace. Mr. Mingjing, I have a big pie here. Do you want to take it? Mr. Mingjing looked sideways. What can you have? Once we leave, the constraints of the contract will disappear, and you will have a hard time then. Zixu laughed. I really want to hit someone now. Do you want to be a sandbag? Mr. Mingjing put away his fan and poked it on his waist. Come on, I want to fight today too. However, Bailihan stood up and directly grabbed Mr. Mingjing's collar and took him outside and threw him away. I don't understand why Mr. Mingjing followed him. Is he self-abusing? Bailihan came in and asked, What pie? I dare to take it as long as you are willing to give it to me. Zixu deliberately teased him. Aren't you afraid of poison? Bailihan smiled faintly. I believe you have no reason to poison me. Zixu touched his chin. It was really the case. Come with me to a place. By the way, do you have something that can illuminate high places? Bailihan asked. Are you talking about the pearl tube? Huh? What is that? Zixu had never heard of it. Bailihan took out a cylinder from the box next to him. The outer skin was iron and there was a fuse. When this is ignited, it will spray out a ball of light like a pearl, and the distance is about 10 feet. Zixu thought to herself, 1 foot is 3 meters and 3 meters, and 10 feet is 33 meters, which is not high. Bailihan saw the disgust on her face and raised his eyebrows and asked, Why? Have you seen better ones? Zixu didn't dare to admit it and laughed dryly twice. I just think it's not high enough. You can bring a few more. This thing costs 10 taels of silver each, and I only have 5 here. Isn't it just a single-shot firework, so expensive? Then, 3. 3 layers, naturally 3. Bailihan took out 3 without saying a word and handed them over. Zixu was startled. No need to give it to me. You take it, I have to take you to see something. Mr. Mingjing opened the curtain of the tent and poked his head in, with an unruly smile on his handsome face. See what? Do you include me in the you mentioned? Zixu glanced at him. This is really an indestructible cockroach. Of course it includes you. Let's go. Mr. Mingjing looked at the sky. It's getting dark. It doesn't matter. It's dark inside anyway. Oh. Mr. Mingjing put down the curtain and didn't know where to go. Bailihan stood up and was about to go out. Zixu reminded him, Bring an extra piece of clothing and wrap it in oilcloth. We are going to dive. The pool on the mountain? Bailihan asked. Zixu nodded. The source. Get in from the source. Bailihan looked at her suspiciously. What are you going to do in there? Zixu's mouth twitched. I found it after falling into the pit. There is a pit on the mountain that leads to the inside, but I think it's faster to go in from the waterfall. Bailihan looked her up and down and didn't see any signs of injury, but still took out a bottle of golden wound medicine and handed it to her. Golden wound medicine. Zixu wanted to refuse, but then she thought that she might be able to make a better one based on the formula, so she thanked him and accepted it. Bailihan didn't bring any clothes, and Zixu didn't bother to say anything more. Mr. Mingjing called outside. Get ready. Zixu and Bailihan left the tent, and the 3 of them rode to the waterfall on horseback. After tying the horses, they entered the waterfall. Zixu took out the torch that was placed there when he entered, and Bai Li Han took out the tinder to light it. Mr. Mingjing screamed, "Why didn't you say you were going into the water? I don't even have clothes to change." Zixu was stunned when the torch lit up, because Bai Li Han was not wearing armor, just a long robe. Now that it was wet and stuck to his body, his 8-pack abs were particularly obvious. She seemed to be drooling at the sight. But before she could see enough, Bai Li Han's body began to emit mist. He actually used his inner strength to steam his clothes dry. Zixu withdrew his gaze with regret. He had never expected that an 18-year-old kid in ancient times could have such a good figure. Mr. Mingjing shouted, "Help me!" Bai Li Han wanted to refuse, but when he saw Zixu staring at Mr. Mingjing's body, he felt unhappy and helped him dry his clothes. He glanced at Zixu and dried her clothes. No wonder she didn't bring spare clothes. They were not needed at all. Mr. Mingjing also prepared torches, which were soaked in kerosene and wrapped in grease, so they would not be affected by water. He gave one torch to Bai Li Han. Zixu found that their torches had much better illumination than his own. He took them into the secret room and went to the leopard room first. He still used the liquid in the tripod to clear the way. This time she filled more, and the flowers extended to the door of the inner room, but the position of the flowers was different. The liquid in the tripod can last 3 times. The position of the flowers that emerge from the ground will be different each time, so you must take the things away as soon as possible. Also, don't jump around after entering, or you will touch the mechanism. Mr. Mingjing shone the torch around. "Where is the thing? Are you kidding us?" Zixu rolled his eyes at him. "Idiot." Bai Li Han was already looking up. How smart he is. He is a military advisor. At this moment, Bai Li Han was shocked. He took out the pearl tube and lit the fuse. A flare flew straight up. The light of the flare was not very strong, but it was enough for people to see the weapons embedded in the walls on all 4 sides. Mr. Mingjing opened his mouth wide. Was he hallucinating? Bai Li Han said calmly, "Thousands of years ago there was a tribe of divine weapons here. Their technology in forging weapons was unmatched. Later, these people disappeared out of thin air, along with the weapons they forged. Some people said that they were exterminated by a certain tribe, while others said that they came down from the sky and returned to the sky. There is actually a history to follow. Fortunately, she did not embezzle it." Mr. Mingjing said with a serious face, "General, these weapons are enough for you to build a strong team." Bai Li Han nodded. "That's right, but it's not easy to be exposed here. There are many spies in the army." Mr. looked at Zixu. "Is the waterfall the only way out?" Zixu shook his head. "There is also a cave, but it is impossible to climb there. You find 20 trustworthy people to line up in a long line and pass the weapons to the house outside like passing the parcel. After getting them all out, seal the weapons with oilcloth or wax and sink them into the pool. Then it is safer to take them away in small pieces." Mr. Mingjing's eyes lit up. "Well, why don't you be the military advisor?" Zixu glanced over. "Why do I need you as a military advisor?" Bai Li Han chuckled. "Well said. Is there anything else? I saw 4 animal heads just now." Shu praised. "Smart, let's go." Entering the tiger room, Mr. Mingjing put away his fan and climbed up. When he reached the top, he opened the box and took out the bottle to take a look. He returned to the ground and handed the bottle to Bai Li Han. "It seems to be quenching liquid." "Not wine, she almost drank it." Bai Li Han opened the bottle and sniffed it, then licked a little with his finger. "The divine weapon tribe really uses wine to quench." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "The wine can take away the heat and make the weapons cool and hard quickly, but the method of brewing has been lost." Zixu asked weakly, "Is this wine? Can I drink it?" Mr. Mingjing laughed. "It can be drunk, but it's too wasteful to drink it. This bottle can be used to refine a magic weapon. Should I take out the ones in the warehouse?" "Forget it. Just keep it for yourself, and drink a few sips when you have nothing to do. It's a pity that the wine has been left for too long, and many ingredients have changed. Even the detection technique can't find out what materials were used." Mr. Mingjing calculated. "If it is used to temper swords, a lot of weapons can be forged here." Bai Li Han nodded. He seemed calm now, but his heart was boiling like boiling water. With these 2 things, he could definitely build an invincible army. Would he still need to be afraid of the court? If he moved his family here, he would have no worries. Zixu didn't want to waste time. She was very hungry. "Let's go to the last floor." Before they reached the lion room, Zixu smiled and said, "Give me the torch. You go in the dark and then put the pearl tube." Mr. Mingjing asked, "Why?" Zixu had a sly smile on her face, like a mischievous child. Bai Li Han gave her the torch directly, and then walked into the inner room with the weak light. He must have reached the middle in a hurry, so he put a pearl tube. Wherever the light passed, there was a flash of gold and silver. Even if Bai Lihan was calm, he couldn't help but look surprised. Zixu looked at Mr. Mingjing with satisfaction, who looked dazed, and looked at Bai Lihan's ghost face with regret. The broken thing blocked all his expressions, but seeing that his body was motionless, he should have been shocked. Zixu walked in with a torch. How is shocked? Bai Lihan came back to his senses and looked at her with complicated eyes. Such a huge fortune, she actually gave it to him so easily. Mr. Mingjing threw himself on the gold bricks with a roar. Gold, silver, oh my god, we are rich. However, his pounce caused the gold bricks above to shift, and the three of them were about to be hit by the gold and silver bricks. Bai Lihan hugged Zixu into his arms, pulled Mr. Mingjing's collar with one hand, and the three of them quickly flashed out of the inner room. There was a loud noise in the inner room, but the sound was so beautiful. Zixu was stunned when she heard it. The sound of gold coins falling could never be compared with the sound of gold and silver bricks falling. I would die without regrets if I could hear it once in my life. Bai Lihan's mind was not on the gold and silver. His hand was around Zixu's slender waist. This girl is so thin that he can wrap his arm around her waist. If she was fatter, she would feel softer. Thinking of this, he felt like his face was burning, but he couldn't bear to push her away. Fortunately, Zixu came back to his senses and glanced at Bai Lihan. Are you excited? Why is your heart beating so fast? Mr. Mingjing glanced at Bai Lihan. Is his heart beating faster because of these things? This is impossible. Although the Bai Li family is secluded, the family background exceeds that of the royal family, so Bai Lihan is impossible to be excited about wealth. Could it be? A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turns out that the iceberg can also open up. He likes the girl. But seeing that guy seems to be unaware, let him be confused. Who let him always bully himself? Mr. Mingjing's revenge made Bai Lihan, a man with very low emotional intelligence, misunderstand his heart. Mr. Mingjing, do you think we can compete with Caobangmo with these? Mr. Mingjing was silent for a moment. The advantage is not big, but we are no longer completely at a disadvantage. Well, I want to move the family here. Mr. Mingjing nodded. It's feasible. Zixu was happy. Bai Lihan wanted to move the family here, which meant that he would not let Caobangmo take over here. I have done Bai Lihan such a big favor, so he will definitely take care of me in the future. Good days are coming. Tianqian came out to spoil the mood. Is this male sick? He didn't even give me the value of love after being given such a huge fortune. Zhu, it was like being poured with ice water. Bai Lihan said, let's go back to the first floor and look at the weapons. When he came to the leopard room, Bai Lihan chose a steel knife and waved it a few times before frowning. It's quite heavy and needs someone with great strength to use it. Zixu took it and shook the blade and frowned when he heard the sound, saying, it is indeed very hard, but it is too brittle. The material of this knife can be used to refine two normal knives, but the texture is brittle. If it meets a person of equal strength, it will probably break. I knocked it with my hand and the sound was crisp and without vibrato, indicating that the toughness was very poor. She handed the knife back. This knife should be heated in the furnace after quenching so that it can maintain some toughness. What a pity. Mr. Mingjing's eyes flashed. Return to the furnace and heat after quenching? Wouldn't that reduce the hardness? Yes, but without toughness. It will break at a touch, just like two porcelain plates. One is wrapped in leather and the other is wrapped in nothing. Both are subjected to the same impact. The plate without anything will fall into pieces. The leather wrapped outside the plate is equal to toughness, protecting the plate from breaking. Even if it breaks, it will not fall into pieces. Mr. Mingjing secretly remembered in his heart. Then do you know how long it will take to temper? I don't know. If I knew everything, wouldn't I become a god? Zixu was still a little proud. Bai Lihan believed in Zixu's words. It was already amazing that she knew all this. Now it was not just him who owed Zixu a favor, but the whole family owed her a favor. Let's leave here first, and find someone to transport the weapons away later. Zixu was a little depressed. Although Bai Lihan didn't plan to leave, she didn't give up the idea of digging a passage in the valley. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so she also has to prepare a retreat. Who knows what will happen in the future? The 3 of them came out of the waterfall, and it was completely dark outside. Zixu couldn't change clothes in front of them, so she said, I'll go back first. Stop, Bai Lihan said in a deep voice as if he was angry. What's wrong? Zixu looked at him puzzled. Bai Lihan walked over and grabbed her sleeves and used his inner force to dry her clothes. Let's go. It's great to have inner force. Why can't I do it? Mr. Mingjing sneezed. What about me? Bai Lihan reluctantly dried his clothes, and the two walked towards the military camp. Mr. Mingjing was in a good mood and took out his fan and fiddled with it. I didn't expect I was so powerful. I shouted to God, and God gave me a pie. Bai Lihan looked at him and didn't want to pay attention. Thinking of Zixu, his heart actually felt warm. No one except his family had treated him so well. She gave away so much wealth without blinking an eye. My mother said that when a girl likes a boy, she is willing to give her life. I guess Zixu likes him too much. If Zixu can still keep this love after seeing his face, he will also give his heart. If she is afraid of him like those superficial women, I don't know why, but when I think of this, I feel very unhappy and even a little afraid. I am afraid that Zixu doesn't like his face. I am afraid that Zixu will despise him. Mr. Mingjing doesn't understand why Bai Lihan's breath is hot and cold at the same time. Is he thinking about how to eat this pie? Don't worry, we will definitely not let this pie be bitten by others. Bai Lihan looked at him and asked, "Is my face still salvageable?" Mr. Mingjing was stunned for a moment. What does pie have to do with face? He soon realized that Bai Lihan was actually worried about his face. This had never happened before. "Are you afraid of scaring Zixu?" Bai Lihan did not deny it and nodded. "Oh, you actually care about other people's eyes. Strange." Bai Lihan saw that he was not serious, and he was angry and threw his sleeves and walked away with Qinggong. Mr. Mingjing touched his chin. "The big iceberg is actually moved. The little girl is very powerful. I hope you are not that kind of superficial woman." Zixu didn't know Bai Lihan's worries. She just felt relaxed all over, and didn't find anything unusual when she returned home. The tent was quiet, and the lights were on in Grandma's room. She entered the main room and saw the old lady sitting on a chair with Xiaobao in her arms and two aunts sitting on both sides of her. Junjun was not in the main room, probably because she was asleep. The three of them were relieved to see her. The old lady said, "You've been running all day. Are you tired?" Liu Wanru took away the ceramic basin on the stove, revealing a bowl of fried fish and 2 pancakes. "It's still hot. Eat quickly." Zheng Shuli picked up a bamboo tube from the stove. "The water is still hot. Drink some." Zixu looked at them blankly. "What are you doing? You don't have to serve me like this." The old lady sighed. "We have to squeeze in today. Your aunt's room is occupied. I guess they will take our room tomorrow." Zixu's eyes turned cold. "Someone from the Yu family?" The old lady nodded. "Wanru said you told them not to argue, so we gave in." Zixu nodded. "That's right. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him." "Where's Junjun?" The old lady said. "She slept in my room." Zixu didn't say anything and ate quickly. After eating and drinking, Liu Wanru took the dishes and chopsticks to wash them. "Aunt, leave it there. It's cold at night. Wash it tomorrow." "Okay." Zixu pointed to his own room. "You guys squeeze into my room first and go to bed early." Liu Wanru asked, "What about you?" "You go to sleep. I'll just make a bed on the floor here." Zixu shook his head. "You guys sleep? I'll sit here to practice at night. If I didn't care about the elderly and children over there, I would throw them out now." The old lady said, "I can see that their Yu family is divided into 2 factions. One faction is led by Yu Linshan. Yu Linshan is Yu Linfeng's younger brother and the second elder of the family. There are 13 people who listen to Yu Linshan, all of whom are his family members. Yu Linfeng is in charge of 3 families, and they are all his direct descendants." Zixu admired his grandmother in his heart that she was worthy of being a princess. Her eyes were so sharp. "Who is living in your aunt's room now?" The old lady said. "The eldest daughter-in-law named Zhao Shufen, with her 2 grandsons." "How old are the children?" "Only 5 years old, a pair of twins." Zixu sighed. 5 years old? Forget it. I wanted to throw them out." The old lady smiled and said, "Yu Linshan opposes Yu Linfeng's seizure of power, and he still has some conscience." Zixu touched his chin. "I know, but what did the Yu family do to seek refuge? It feels like they must have been a big family in the past." The old lady nodded. "The Yu family is the home of the prime minister of the previous dynasty, and has produced 3 generations of prime ministers. It's a pity that the prime minister died in the court in order to protect his family. The men of the Yu family were not killed, but their property must have been confiscated." Zixu curled his lips. "He's just a prime minister. My grandfather was a prince. In terms of status, I'm a county lord. What are they?" The old lady laughed. "Where are the princesses and county lords standing in a straight line?" Zixu smiled indifferently. "Just joking. What's the use of status? Now whoever has the harder fist can have the final say. All right, let's go to sleep. I'm going to practice." The old lady carried Xiaobao into the house, and the 2 aunts went to Zixu's room to rest. Zixu practiced for a week, got up to stretch his muscles, and heard some noise outside, so he changed into the black clothes given by Bai Lihan and went out. The room where Liu Wanru and the others lived was dark, and the sound came from the kitchen. She came to the kitchen and saw the little girl who asked her to go to the tent during the day. She was wearing thin clothes and shivering. At this moment, she was eating sweet potato peels from the slop bucket. "Didn't I ask the second aunt to feed the elderly and children 3 meals a day? Are you not full?" Zixu's voice scared the little girl so much that she choked. "Slow down, don't be in a hurry." Zixu patted her on the back. The little girl recovered her breath and looked at her awkwardly. She didn't know whether her face was shy or red from the cold. "Aye." Zixu touched her hand, which was cold, so he simply picked her up and took her back to the main room. "Drink some hot water first." The little girl looked at the bamboo tube in her hand and drank a few big mouthfuls before showing a comfortable expression. "Tell your sister. Didn't you have enough to eat at night? Why didn't you say it?" The little girl shook her head. "My lunch was given to my cousin by my grandfather, and only half of the dinner was given to me." Zixu sneered. "It's not his turn to distribute my food yet. I will teach your grandfather a lesson tomorrow." The little girl didn't say anything. Zixu used his backpack as a cover, took out 2 coconuts, 1 tender and 1 old, poured out the coconut juice, and used a dagger to dig out the coconut meat. "Eat it. This one is still tender." She cut the old coconut into slices and put them on the lid of the stove to dry. The little girl's eyes were sparkling, and she bit the chewy coconut meat like a little white rabbit. "Tell me about the Yu family. Tell me as much as you know." The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while. "My grandfather had 3 sons. My eldest uncle, my second uncle, and my father. My father has passed away because of poor health. My mother was driven away by them, saying that she did not give birth to a boy, so my father's incense was cut off. I was raised by my grandmother, but unfortunately my grandmother did not survive when the turmoil began. Grandfather only cared about the boys born by my uncles. Seeing the little girl's delicate skin and tender flesh, her grandmother was good to her. At least she didn't treat her harshly." Zixu asked directly, "If you were asked to choose a family, who would you choose?" "I would choose my second grandfather. He is very good to his granddaughter. I envy him." Zixu nodded and induced the little girl to say a lot. "Yu Linfeng's sons are named Yu Han, Yu Bing, and Yu Shui. Yu Han is the eldest and has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Yu Bing is the second and has a son and a daughter. The eldest's wife is Zhao Shufen, who lives in the second aunt's room. There was also the third elder with his son and daughter-in-law, who were illegitimate children, and had 2 grandsons who depended on Yu Linfeng. Zixu didn't take them seriously. 3 strong men together couldn't beat her. "Girl, what's your name?" "My name is Yu Linger, and the ants call me Jinx." Zixu choked and felt a little distressed when he looked at the girl. "You are not Jinx. I will call you Linger from now on." "Okay." Zixu merged the stools and spread the quilt given to her by the second. "Come and make do with it. Sister, go to sleep. I'll just squat here and warm myself by the fire. Come on, sleep well, sister is fine." After finally stuffing the little girl into the quilt, Zixu went to meditate again. When Liu Wanru got up the next day, Zixu said, "Second aunt, just cook for us." Liu Wanru was startled. "Will there be trouble?" Zixu asked. "Is there any food in the kitchen?" "No, the food sent by General Bailey is in my mother-in-law's room." "Okay, let's cook here today and cook meat." Liu Wanru didn't know what Zixu was going to do, so she went to the kitchen to get a small pot and sat on the stove. She made pancakes and then cooked a pot of rabbit meat stewed with potatoes. Although there were not many potatoes, Zixu didn't want to waste her taste. The smell of meat in the house drifted into the tent outside. Yu Linfeng, who was sitting in the tent on the left, stroked his beard and said, "It looks like we have meat to eat today." Zhao Shufen smiled and said, "Yes, she is just a little girl and can't beat us at all. After dinner you can move to the main house where it is warm." Yu Linfeng nodded. "Yes." Zhao Shufen looked around and said, "Where did the Jinx go?" "Don't freeze to death." Yu Linfeng said lightly, "It's just a girl. If she dies, we can save a mouthful of food." Zhao Shufen whispered, "Dad, do you think Mom will give the token to the Jinx?" Yu Linfeng's face turned cold. "Didn't we look through it all and didn't find it? There will be no token in our Yu family in the future." Zhao Shufen said quickly, "Yes, yes, we will listen to Dad." Zixu's family ate happily with Yu Linger and cleaned up after eating. The people in the tent outside waited and waited for no one to deliver food, and Zhao Shufen was a little impatient. She got up and walked outside to take a look. The tent on the right was very quiet. She walked towards the main house and saw Zixu and the others chatting around the stove. "What do you mean? It's already so late and you haven't sent us food. Did you cook meat today? Send more to us." Zixu looked at her coldly. "Who are you? What do you mean? Don't you know who I am? Hurry up and send the food over." "Who knows who you are? This is my house." Please get out. Xiaofan almost jumped up. What's wrong with the house you built? It's our Yu family now. I advise you to pack up and get out quickly so that our clan leader can move in. Zixu rubbed her hands. It was so itchy that she forgot to make a whip. She got up and grabbed Zhaoshu's collar and dragged her out like a dead dog. Zhaoshufan's scream attracted the people in the tent. The people in the tent on the right had calm eyes and looked very peaceful. The people in the tent on the left came out and glared at Zixu, as if they wanted to tear her down. Zixu said coldly, "This is my house, my home. If you leave first, you will have to rely on me for support. Do you think I'm easy to bully because I'm young? How dare you drive me out of the house?" Yu Linfeng looked at her gloomily. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Wasn't what I said obvious enough? Those who are willing to listen to my orders and work for me, I will guarantee that they will have food and clothing. Those who don't want to, just get out." Yu Linfeng snorted coldly. "The little girl has a big tone. More than 20 people in our Yu family will not listen to your orders." Zixu smiled indifferently. "Really? Okay, please get out." Yu Linfeng said, "Go and teach her a lesson and let her know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." 3 strong men walked towards Zixu. Yu Linshan in the right tent frowned. "Brother, this place originally belongs to others. They are very kind to give us food. You can't expect anything you shouldn't." Yu Linfeng snorted coldly. "Huh, I just want to make a better life for my family. I'm different from you. It's your business whether you are willing to live in shame." Zixu looked at Yu Linshan. "Are you willing to listen to my orders?" Yu Linshan nodded. "We are willing." "Very good. You go back to the tent first." Yu Linshan glanced at Yu Linfeng and took people back to the tent. Zixu shouted, "Second ant, make porridge for the people in the right tent and add a broth." "Okay." Li Wanru found that she was in a particularly good mood after making someone she didn't like suffer a setback. Zhao Shufen shouted, "Where are ours?" Zixu curled his lips, glanced at the 3 men standing in front of him, and then kicked them. The 3 were kicked far away and directly knocked down the tent on the left. Yu Linfeng looked at her in astonishment. This girl was so strong. His face darkened and he walked slowly towards Zixu. Zixu curled her lips. This old man knew kung fu, which could be seen from his steps. He moved as fast as lightning and directly pinched Zixu's neck. Zixu looked at him, steadily. Yu Linfeng was delighted and thought to himself, she is indeed a girl who doesn't know her own limitations. It's better to kill her directly to avoid wasting time and effort. After killing her and getting the contract, he will have the final say on this piece of land. However, just as his hand was about to touch Zixu's neck, his wrist was grabbed by Zixu. He struggled, but didn't move at all. How could this be possible? His 50 years of internal strength were not practiced in vain. How could he not beat a little girl who was still wet behind the ears? When he was astonished, Zixu's grip on his wrist suddenly increased, and with a click, Yu Linfeng's wrist was broken. Then she picked up Yu Linfeng's belt and threw him out of the door. The man she kicked rushed over, but was caught and thrown out by Zixu. Zixu's cold eyes swept over the rest of the women, who didn't dare to stay and ran out of the door automatically. 14 people shivered in the snow. Zixu glanced and nodded with satisfaction. This is the situation in the valley. Rather than saying that the Valley Master protects you, it's better to say that you fend for yourself. I see that you all have some skills and can support yourself by hunting in the mountains, so do as you please. Zhao Shufen shouted, "Where is the jinx? Let her get out." Zixu curled her lips. "That child has already sold herself to me, and she will stay to serve me in the future." "Why? I'm her aunt. Where is the money she earned from selling herself?" Zixu rolled her eyes at her. "You are stupid. There is no place to spend money in this valley. I have to support her until she gets married, and she has to work for me during this period." Zhao Shufen said with a spit, "White-eyed wolf." Zixu slammed the door shut and glanced at the thorns climbing on the courtyard wall. "I should get some fertilizer to grow it. Otherwise, the courtyard wall is too thin." Tianqian immediately jumped out. Okay, 1 piece of fertilizer can make it climb all over the wall. "So it needs 4 pieces?" A little distressed. Tianqian said, "If you take good care of it, maybe it can be divided into 2 plants, and then planted in your territory, and whoever makes trouble will be pricked." Zixu laughed. It was a good idea. Plop! Someone fell. Zixu knew that it was someone outside climbing the wall, and was pricked by thorns. She returned to the main room and saw Yu Linger, who was panicking, so she spoke to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. I said I bought you. I will provide you with food and clothes in the future, and you will help me with work." Yu Linger breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I don't want to go with them." The old lady asked, "Can Linger take care of children?" Yu Linger nodded vigorously. "Yes, I took care of my cousins." The old lady nodded. Okay, you can take care of Xiaobao in the future, and I can also spare time to help Shuer. Zixu thought about it and realized that there was really something for the old lady to do. So he said, I think it's okay. It's a good thing that I can ask Grandma for help. Zheng Shuli was a little embarrassed. I want to help too. Zixu smiled. Third aunt, you can't sit still, so you can lead the people in the tent to make clothes. I'll go to the military camp later to see if there is any cotton. Her share of the spoils has not been counted yet, and she has to go and take a look. Zheng Shuli nodded. Okay, that's no problem. She is not sick and as much calmer. It can be said that she has accepted reality. Zixu looked at the sky and went to the kitchen to help. When Li Wanru saw her, she said, I made meat porridge. Otherwise, porridge and soup would not make you full. Okay, I just said it casually. From now on, the food will be in your hands. You have the final say on how to cook it. Li Wanru rolled her eyes at her, but she was very satisfied in her heart. Zixu trusted her. The two of them carried 2 buckets of meat porridge and a bucket of bowls and chopsticks into the tent on the right. The second elder Yu Linshan stood up to greet him, his eyes calm and grateful. Zixu smiled slightly. Let's talk about how to develop in the future. Yu Linshan nodded. Okay, we will do whatever you arrange. Zixu glanced at the expressions of everyone, very serious, not reluctant. Eat and listen to me while you eat. Li Wanru took out the bowls and chopsticks from the bucket and distributed them. 2 middle-aged women and a young girl came to help. Zixu sat by the stove and looked at the fire. Why don't you put more firewood? A young man said shyly, It's a waste, we're not cold. Zixu glanced at him. He was wearing thin clothes, his shoes were full of holes, his hands and feet had frostbite, but he said he wasn't cold. It was a bit strange he didn't say not to burn firewood. Don't be afraid of waste, now is a difficult time. We will get through it together. When the warm flowers bloom, we will have to reclaim the wasteland. At that time, you will all have to get a piece of land. As for how big it should be, you can discuss it yourself. My plan is to open up all the sandy land at the foot of the mountain to plant food. Yu Linshan said, Sandy land can only be used to grow peanuts, sweet potatoes, and melons. Zixu's eyes lit up. He knew a lot. Yes, I don't have many seeds collected now, so I still have to reclaim land on the mountain. In short, try to plant all the seeds in your hands. After all, that is the foundation of our survival. Yu Linshan nodded. Don't worry, we will definitely work hard and not be lazy. Zixu hesitated and asked, You are the second elder of the Yu family, and it seems that you are not in harmony with Yu Linfeng. Yu Linshan smiled. Although I am the second elder, he drove our branch to the countryside after he became the patriarch. So we are all good at farming. If it weren't for the false accusation, they wouldn't think of my branch. Zixu understood that Yu Linfeng was really a piece of shit. He drove people away when they should share the prosperity, but dragged them along when they were in trouble. That's good, but what I ask for may be different from your normal farming procedures. I just hope you don't question my decision. Yu Linshan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. Zixu nodded. That's good. I don't want to use traditional ideas to look at my farming methods. I can guarantee that, as long as it is not an irreversible natural disaster, what we plant will have a good harvest. Although Yu Linshan was suspicious and thought that Zixu was bragging, he had no other choice but to obey. Zixu achieved her goal, said hello to Li Wanru, and went to the military camp. When she went out, she saw Yu Linfeng and his men shivering in the woods and wanted to laugh. Before she arrived at the military camp, she saw Bai Li Han leading 3 carriages. Although she lived in the woods, the soldiers helped chop wood to cut a road during this period, which was convenient for the carriages to go back and forth. Zixu simply waited at the door. When Bai Li Han got closer, he saw a group of people hiding in the woods. Are they the Yu family? Zixu nodded. Yes, but only half of them. The other half is good, so I'll stay. Bai Li Han nodded, but his face was blocked by the ghost mask and his expression could not be seen. Yu Linfeng heard the voice and looked up to see Bai Li Han immediately stood up, trembling and said, General, I am Yu Linfeng. Bai Li Han stood there without moving, his body straight and more beautiful than a green pine. Seeing that he did not move, Yu Linfeng added, Your grandfather and I are close friends. When you were a child, I gave you a jade pendant. Don't you remember? Bai Li Han nodded slowly. I remember, looked at Zixu proudly, and looked at Bai Li Han with a smile on his face. General, this girl is too ignorant. She actually doesn't respect her elders and drove us out. Bai Li Han still did not move or speak. Zixu frowned. You know each other well? I'll put it here. These people are disobedient and they want to seize power and drive me out, so no matter what kind of relationship you have, I can't take them in. Bailey Han said lightly, I have something else to do. You wait. After that, he ordered the soldiers to move the things on the car in. Yu Linfeng looked at the cloth, cotton, and food bags with envy. He thought to himself, these are all mine, but I just let you keep them temporarily. Bailey Han will definitely take into account the friendship between me and his grandfather and drive you all out. Zixu glanced at Yu Linfeng. What was that look in his eyes? I really don't know what he was proud of. I gave Bailey Han a big gift. He won't drive me out. After moving the things, Zixu slammed the door shut, isolating the envious and jealous eyes outside. Li Shito said, Sister, those people outside are all like wolves. Zixu smiled slightly. What are you afraid of? Sister is not a vegetarian. Li Shito smiled innocently. Zixu checked the things. The cloth was placed in the second and third aunt's rooms. The grain was placed with the old lady, and the cotton could only be piled up in the tent for the time being. She asked Little Stone, Do you have meat in the barracks? Little Stone shook his head. No, there has been no hunting recently. It's cold, and the wild animals don't come down the mountain. It's warm in the mountains. Zixu looked at the number of people. Are you all right? Do you want to go fishing with me? Okay. The soldier's eyes lit up immediately. Bailey Han said, Catch more. There hasn't been meat in the barracks for a long time. Zixu nodded. I know. It happens that you have a car. You can take it back later. You can deal with the people outside. If I go, it won't be as simple as throwing them out. Bailey Han chuckled. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Okay, I'll take them fishing. She took the cotton yarn and led the people to the river. The river was frozen, and Zixu punched a big hole with one punch. She tied 8 ropes with cotton yarn, tied stones to the knots, and sank them into the water. She took out the drunken fish bait she had made before and threw it into the water. After waiting for half an hour, the soldiers didn't complain about the cold. Zixu saw fish coming up to the surface to breathe, so she said, Come on, pull it up, slowly. There were hundreds of fish in the net, all sizes. Zixu threw back those that were less than a foot long, and there were more than 100 fish that weighed more than 2 kilograms. These fish filled a cart, and there were still 2 empty carts. Let's go further. After walking down the river for a while, they used the same trick to catch another cart. When the 3 carts were full, Zixu caught another net, this time only keeping those that were more than 2 kilograms and throwing the rest back into the river. Li Shito said eagerly, Why not keep them all? It's cold now and they can freeze. Zixu knocked his head. They need to rest and recuperate. Let them produce more fish, otherwise there will be no fish to eat in the future. Oh. Zixu glanced at the other side of the river and decided to give the fish and cloth promise to the fat aunt. He would find a chance to notify them to come to the river to get them. Just as they were about to leave, the valley master brought his people to the riverside. Seeing so many fish, he immediately shouted with envy, Stop! We must share half of those fish. Zixu looked sideways. Why? The valley master snorted coldly. I own half of this river, so of course I also own half of the fish you caught. Zixu laughed. Look carefully. These are fish caught on our side, not on your side. The fat on the valley master's face trembled. That won't work either. Li Shito said angrily, The general asked us to catch these fish. Do you want to steal the general's things? The valley master sneered. The general can't touch the supplies in our valley for no reason. What Zixu is most impatient about is talking nonsense, nagging endlessly. She picked up a head-sized stone on the ground and threw it to the riverside on the valley master's side, and the ice immediately cracked. I'll help you break the ice now. You can catch as many as you want. We won't take even half a fish from you. The master of the valley looked at the single-plank bridge. It was covered with snow and ice, so he didn't dare to walk on it. The river's surface was broken by Zixu's stone. If he took a detour, he would have to go upstream. Zixu smiled slightly. Remember what you said. You will be given a pound of food for crossing the bridge. After that, he told everyone to leave the river. The master of the valley was so angry that he glared at his eyes, but unfortunately there was still a crack. The lackey beside him said, Master of the valley, let's catch fish while the ice hasn't frozen. The master of the valley gritted his teeth. Catch? Don't come back if you don't catch 100 pounds. The lackey? How did I offend you? Zixu returned with a full load. Now they have 2 meals, so it's just right to cook a big pot of fish for everyone to eat. Bailey Han didn't move his chopsticks, but just stared at Zixu. Zixu couldn't swallow being looked at. What are you doing? Bailey Han said faintly, I want to eat grilled fish. Zixu silently put down his bowl and chopsticks to make grilled fish, cursing in his heart. One day, he won't have to live without having to look at other people's faces. After feeding Bailey Han and a group of wolfhounds, Zixu sent them out. It was getting dark, and the Imperial family members outside were shivering. Bailey Han said lightly, "Take them to the military camp. There is an empty stable over there for them to stay in." Zixu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling particularly refreshed. Yu Lin Feng was of course not happy. He said angrily, "Your grandfather and I are close friends. You actually let me live in the stable? Don't forget, I am also your elder." Bailey Han looked at him calmly. "You are responsible for not living in a warm place." He paused, and the breath around him turned cold. "When my mother died, my grandfather's family was very happy to grab my mother's dowry and never took me, their grandson, seriously. So don't mention my grandfather to me, let alone try to establish a friendship. I let you live in the stable because of the jade pendant." Yu Linfeng's face turned pale, and his lips trembled for a long time without saying a word. Zixu slammed the door hard, and Bailey Han couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard her suppressed laughter. Li Shito and the others already knew this and wanted to drive Zixu away and occupy her house, so they were not so polite to her. Several people pushed and shoved the Yu family. After laughing, Zixu looked at the fish in the yard. They were all frozen hard, and each one was 2 feet long. 1 fish for each family was enough for the new year. After all, the ancients believed in having surpluses every year, so this dish must be on the table. She found a backpack to put the fish in, and then took a few pieces of coarse cloth and a bag of 20 kilograms of cotton. She took advantage of the night to sneak across the river from upstream and knocked on the fat ant's door. The fat ant was stunned when she saw her and quickly pulled her in, but the cotton bag was stuck at the door. Zixu pulled it for a while before going in. "Girl, why are you here? Go back quickly. The Valley Master said that if he sees you here, he will kill you without mercy." Zixu was not afraid. "It's okay, I'll send you something. I promised you." The fat ant was angry and touched. "Girl, take good care of your area. We are doing well here." Zixu said, "I won't stay any longer. You divide the things." The fat ant sighed. "Don't worry, I will definitely divide them fairly." Zixu nodded and went out. The fat ant muttered, "What kind of world is this? Why can't good people be tolerated?" Zixu didn't care and wanted to go back to the other side of the river, but Tiantian spoke. "There is a new side quest." Zixu opened the panel and took a look. "Assist Bailey Han to obtain the map in the secret room in the backyard of the Valley Master?" Tiantian said. This task appeared suddenly. Maybe Bailey Han has already gone to the backyard of the Valley Master. "Oh, then go and take a look." As for the secret guard Bailey Han mentioned, he shouldn't care about her. Avoiding the patrol, Zixu sneaked into the backyard of the Valley Master. His backyard was very large. In fact, the Valley Master's residence was not in the center of the river, but a little to the upper left corner. The gate of the yard faced the direction of the fat ant. There was a small garden behind the yard, and outside the garden was the farmland. The Valley residents all gathered there to farm. From a distance, it looked like the Valley Master's fields. She took a fancy to a rockery and hid in it. After waiting for a while, she heard no movement, and the patrols did not find her. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw a figure coming in and met her face to face. Zixu had a headache. "Brother, you are here for a night raid. People will recognize you with a ghost mask at a glance." Bailey Han chuckled. "What are you doing here?" I'm on the way. See if I can borrow something," Zixu said guiltily. Bailey Han knew that Zixu was embarrassed by the Valley Master during the day, and her ambition was nothing. Zixu asked back, "What are you doing here? Are you also borrowing things for the new year?" Bailey Han shook his head, "Just taking back the things of the Bailey family." "How did the things of the Bailey family end up in the hands of the Valley Master?" "Someone indirectly delivered them to him, and he didn't know." "Oh, I'll help you." Zixu didn't expect him to answer her question. Bailey Han was silent for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. Zixu waited patiently. If he didn't want her to help, then she wouldn't help and went home to sleep. Unexpectedly, Bailey Han said, "Help me find the secret room." "Okay." Zixu nodded. Although there was no point reward, it was good to get a random treasure box. Tiantian said, "There are seeds under the ground 100 meters ahead." Zixu, how nice it would be to be able to directly say the entrance. She observed the environment. The nearest house was the firewood room, and the entrance should be there. Bailey Han saw her walking towards the firewood room, and after a moment of hesitation, he followed. Zixu found that this firewood room was wrong when she entered it. It was not a place to store firewood at all. There were some bottles and jars piled inside, and there was a faint smell of alcohol. She wanted to go in a little closer to take a closer look, but Bailey Han grabbed her sleeve. "Don't move, there's a trap here." Zixu immediately didn't dare to walk around. She felt that even if she didn't come, Bailey Han would definitely find the entrance. Suddenly, Han hugged her in his arms, and the two of them flew into the air. Zixu's mind was instantly off the track. He actually hugged me. Someone came in from outside, 2 patrolling servants. They came in and took a look. The tall one said, "Where is the person? You heard wrong." "Oh, we have to take a look after all. You know the Valley Master's temper." "Hey, ever since that Zixu came, our life has been hard." "That's right. People in the past were as timid as quails. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else." After the people left, Zixu realized that her whole body was nestled in Han's arms. He was warm and had a faint bamboo fragrance. Was he addicted to drinking the water that she put in the bamboo tube and drank it secretly when he went back? She moved her eyes down and stared at the position of Han's 8-pack abs. Would it make her lose some meat if she touched it? Her little hand secretly touched it. Han froze all over. He used to hate women's touch the most, but this girl's little hand was like lightning, making him feel numb. He couldn't tell whether it was comfortable or what. The only thing he could be sure of was that his stomach didn't feel like it was churning. Seeing that he didn't move, Zixu pinched him, but it didn't move. Her little hand climbed up, trying to touch his chest muscles, but was thrown down the next second. Landed steadily, complaining in her heart. "It won't cost you a piece of meat if you touch it, Stingy." Han jumped down, saying nothing, and it was unknown whether he was angry or not. Zixu immediately stood obediently, not daring to touch the tiger's whiskers again. Han was busy for a while, and when he twisted one of the jars, a hole appeared on the ground. He jumped in and took out the fire starter. Zixu took a look and jumped in too, just in case there was something he liked, and he saw if it was free. Unexpectedly, this secret room was filled with boxes, large and small, piled up on the wall. Han took out a box that was 1 foot long, half a foot wide, and about a palm thick. There was a lock on the box, and he opened it easily. There was only a jade ruyi inside, which didn't look like a good thing. However, Han took out the ruyi and dug out a board from the bottom. It turned out that there was a mezzanine. There was a piece of sheepskin in the mezzanine, and when it was unfolded, there was a picture on it. Zixu took a look and said, "Huh? Why does it look so much like the Valley of Sinners?" Han was startled. "How does it look like the Valley of Sinners?" "Look here, this circle is the Valley of Sinners, and the other side of these 3 lines is the Great Valley. The black area here should be the sea. What are the crosses here? Where is the treasure hidden?" Han put the map away and put the box back to its original state. "This is a mineral vein map, fine iron ore." Oh, Zixu was not interested in this. She didn't care who was the emperor or who turned the world upside down. She only cared about the quality of her life. She missed the era of the red flag flying in her previous life, but it was a pity that she couldn't go back. Seeing that she was not interested, Han took a small box from the corner of the wall, opened it, searched for a hairpin, looked at it, and threw it back. "The things here are not good. I will give you some later." "Huh?" Zixu didn't want anything. Han directly carried her out of the secret room, and then out of the Valley Master's yard. "His stuff stinks, don't take it. I'll give you whatever you want." Oh, Zixu's mind was full of confusion. Anyway, whatever he said was what it was. After all, he was the boss, and she was just a small shrimp. Han sent Zixu back before leaving. Zixu was still confused when she arrived at her room. "This big ice cube was a little weird today," Tian said faintly. "The male is attracted." "Attracted? Can a 14-year-old bean sprout like me attract him? It's harder than a sow climbing a tree." Tian smiled. "You have to have some confidence in yourself. Come on, I have confidence in letting me farm now, but can Han be attracted to me? Maybe in the next life." The host is not smart. Zixu washed up and lay on the bed before she remembered that the task was completed. She was holding 2 random treasure boxes with a tangled face. Last time, nothing good was opened. The one that opened the warehouse grid was the best she had seen so far. "There is another grid in the warehouse, so I'll just throw it in the grid for now." Tian asked, "Why not open it?" "I feel like there's nothing good in it. If I can't use it, I have nowhere to store it." Tian said, "Maybe I can open something I want." "What I want?" Zixu thought for a long time and still didn't know what he wanted the most. "I can't think of it." What a person with no desires. Zixu couldn't sleep a little, so he asked, "Tian, can you contact your headquarters?" Tian didn't say anything. Zixu became even more curious. "What does your system rely on to survive? Or in other words, what is the meaning of existence? Isn't there a headquarters to give you orders?" Tian spoke, but her voice sounded a little sad. "I am a system that is not needed." "What do you mean?" Zixu sat up straight. Tian sighed. There was no need to farm in that era, so I was just a product of curiosity and was not expected. And I look ugly, which does not conform to their aesthetic standards, so I always wanted to grow into a perfect businessman so that I could get a free image. And my setting is farming, which they can't use at all. Zixu thought for a while. Then how did you get here? Were you sent here, or? Tiantian was a little embarrassed. I pretended to be scrapped on purpose, and they threw me away as garbage. Zixu never expected it to be like this. When you contacted your superiors to exchange things, didn't they find that you were still alive? Will they take you away? Although this guy is unreliable, it has been with her for so long, and it is also an important point for her to regain her confidence. If it leaves, she will really be reluctant. Tiantian asked, "What will happen if I leave you?" Zixu thought about it seriously. "Will you take the things you gave me?" "No, but the warehouse is one with me, and you can take the things inside out." Zixu nodded. "The things you left for me are enough for me to live well." Tiantian's voice dimmed. "Really? I'm really useless." Zixu sighed. "Listen to me. If I didn't come here with you, I would definitely not be as free and easy as I am now. Maybe I would have been plotted to death a long time ago. You are kind to me, but I treat you as a relative, a real person, not a virtual thing, so I hope you stay. If you leave, I will be sad and upset." Tiantian was moved, with tears in her voice. "Really? You need me, don't you?" In what aspect?" "The items I provided." Zixu laughed. "To be honest, I don't need it. I don't want to be a savior, I just want to live well with my relatives." Tiantian said disappointedly, "Then what use am I? It's better to accept the destruction." Zixu's heart skipped a beat. "What does this mean?" Tiantian continued. "Actually, they found me after I helped you rob the God-level random treasure box. They said I was useless and asked me if I wanted to self-destruct." Zixu quickly said, "Who said you were useless? Don't destroy it. It's useful, especially useful." She was not thinking about using Tiantian for anything now. She just felt that it was her close partner. Without it, it would be like losing a loved one. Tiantian said with emotion, "Really? I often force you to earn points." Zixu smiled. "But I also got rewards. Sometimes I don't want to rely on you too much, otherwise I will become a useless person. Even if you have nothing, just talk to me." Tiantian smiled. "Thank you. I feel I have the courage to live." "What courage do you need to live? It depends on whether you want it or not. Don't worry. One day you will have the body you like. But I am very curious about what image you have now. Every time I talk to you, I have to imagine that you are a person." Tiantian was silent again, and waited until he thought it was not going to speak before speaking. "I'm inside the light screen. I'll show you." Zixu turned on the light screen and saw a grain of rice, white and plump, with a pair of big blue eyes, a small pink nose and mouth, no feet, and 2 white dots of light floating on its side. "Wow! So cute! A cute version of rice!" Tiantian blushed and looked at her shyly. "Is it cute? Don't you think it's ugly and stupid?" Zixu shook his head. No, I like this image very much." She hummed a ballad. "I love you, just like a mouse loves rice." Tiantian's eyes were filled with tears and she looked at Zixu with emotion. "Thank you, I love you too." It seemed that she was misunderstood. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Tiantian, you have to interact with me more in the future. Don't hide it, okay?" "Yeah, I know." She found that Tiantian also has attributes below the image of rice. Name, Tiantian. Level, 0 level merchant. Experience, 14380 breathe. Zixu blankly counted his points. The total points should be more than 110,000, and the remaining points are 9,508. Huh? It turns out that the points used are counted as Tiantian's upgrade experience. No wonder this guy always cheats him into borrowing money and spending points. "Tiantian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? I'm sorry." Seeing its drooping head, Zixu couldn't get angry at all. "If you have anything to say in the future, just tell me directly. For example, if you say that I have to spend points to count as your experience, you can just tell me directly. I'm not that stingy person, but I think that the world is difficult and I can't spend all the money I have. I have to keep some for emergencies. For example, with the current points, if I buy fertilizers to improve the mountain land earlier, as you said, I don't have points to improve the land here now. All the work I did before was cheap for others." Tiantian blinked. "You're right, I understand. I won't urge you to use the points anymore." Zixu nodded. "Well, did you do that task?" Tiantian shook his head. "I'm just a receiver, and the tasks are all sent from there. But you can apply to open various types of tasks. I applied for an emotional task. Why do I feel that the emotional task is to let me conquer other people's hearts little by little? What if I conquer his heart and I don't fall in love with him? Am I going to be a scumbag?" I didn't think about this question, I just wanted her to earn more points. Zixu asked, Can it be cancelled? Tiantian replied weakly. No. Zixu held his forehead. If he had known it would be like this, he would have communicated with it earlier. Now it has become like this. He feels a little sorry for Bai Lihan. Then can I apply for other tasks? Tiantian said, there is only one that can be used, but it requires points. You can apply for it with 5,000 points. Why do you need points? You didn't ask for it when you applied. Free for the first time? Zixu felt his heart hurt. 5,000 points were too much? Then tell me what tasks there are. There are many tasks, including technological development, species improvement, biological research, defense competition. Stop, what is defense competition? Tiantian began to explain. It means that when you go out and encounter wild beasts, you will be given points according to the fighting power of the beasts. For example, hares and pheasants are low-level prey, 100 points each. Wild boars and wolves are mid-level prey, 1,000 points each. Tigers and the like are high-level prey, 10,000 points each. Zixu held his head with both hands and buried his face in the quilt. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How many points did I miss? My heart hurts so much. Only when I attack you, actively, and you defend yourself can I get points. The little beast basically runs away when it sees people, so how can it attack actively? Now you help me start the defensive competition. The rest is not my cup of tea, Tiantian said. Okay. A few seconds later, Zixu saw that the defensive competition task had been started, and at the same time a task of one-time defense appeared. She felt relaxed all over, and everything looked good to her. Tiantian asked, do you want to see other tasks? No, this is enough for me to play. Zixu relaxed all over and fell asleep soon. Tiantian smiled with narrowed eyes. The host was not bad, he was pretty good. The light screen was turned off, and Zixu had a good night's sleep. After getting up in the morning, I washed and went to the kitchen. The two aunts were busy. Today was fish fillet and multigrain porridge, and there was also a pot of white rice porridge next to it, which was almost turned into rice paste. What is this for? Zixu asked. The third aunt smiled and said, the Yu family has 2 babies, and their mother has no milk. This is the daily ration for the 2 children. Zixu nodded. It's not enough to just eat rice porridge? Do you still have the fruit I gave you last time? The second aunt said, yes, Xiaobao has also had one every 3 days recently. I think it's enough. Zixu said, then cook the white rice and corn into porridge separately, add a fruit to the porridge, and let Bauer eat it. Does it have to be eaten every day? The second aunt knew that the fruit was a good thing, and she was a little reluctant to give it up. Zixu smiled and said, it's halfway through winter now, and it can last until spring, and it will be good when there are fresh wild vegetables. Her warehouse is full now, so she has to empty it to store other things. The second aunt hesitated for a moment, pulled Zixu a little inside, and squatted in front of the third aunt. That fruit is very strange. I have never seen it before. Zixu nodded. I haven't seen it either, but I took it out because I ate it and it's not poisonous. Don't worry. The second aunt shook her head. It's not that. I haven't eaten it for so long, and I don't know if it's a good thing. I want to tell you, don't take it out in front of outsiders, otherwise they will definitely force you to find more. Zixu felt warm in his heart, and it was not in vain that he was kind to them. Don't worry, only our own family knows that the vines of the fruit are rotten and can't be found in the future. Mr. Mingjing suddenly rushed in and asked, what can't be found? Zixu's mouth twitched. Pheasant eggs, go find them. Mr. Mingjing glanced. Girl, you have a secret. The second aunt and the third aunt looked at each other. They clenched their fists and were a little nervous. Zixu sneered. What secret do I have? I know you are curious about my master, but it's a pity that you can't see. Mr. Mingjing's eyes flashed, and it was unknown what he heard. But soon he showed a fox-like smile again, which made Zixu feel creepy. What are you going to do? Mr. Mingjing shook his fan, bringing a gust of cold wind. What can I do? The valley is only the size of a palm. If you have any secrets, they will be exposed sooner or later. Zixu's mouth twitched. The valley was not small. In fact, it was not much smaller than a city. How could it be small? What are you doing here? Mr. Mingjing glanced at the pot and went to get a bowl of fish fillet and multigrain porridge and ate it slowly. The people of the Yu family are coming back. What do you think? Zixu shook his head. They are all masters. We can't afford to support them. They are quiet and won't make trouble. The military camp can't keep them forever. That's none of my business. I'm not a saint. I won't accept anyone. Zixu was determined not to take those people. Mr. Mingjing thought for a while. We provide food. Zixu laughed. So what if you provide food? I will never serve you. You can go wherever you want. Besides, you have provided food. How can they starve to death? They should just find a place, set up a tent, throw down the food, and don't worry about it. Mr. Mingjing nodded. I think so too. Okay, I'm done eating. Goodbye. This guy is here to cheat for food. She went straight to the tent and ate multi-grain porridge with the people of the Yu family. She also wanted to tell them that they all ate the same food without favoritism. Of course, the elderly and children were excluded. The two young wives were very well behaved. After feeding the children and eating, they took the initiative to help clean up. Yu Linshan asked, My two daughters-in-law can't do delicate work, but they can boil water and cook. Can they help? Zixu nodded. Sure, I will check your bodies today and then assign tasks to those who are healthy. I will go to collect herbs for those who are sick and work after they are well, but you can discuss who will take care of the children. Yu Linshan said gratefully. Okay, we will cooperate. Zixu nodded. He just liked obedient people. He checked the bodies of several people. They were just thin and lacked nutrition. It turned out that people who work regularly have good physical fitness. Zixu also breathed a sigh of relief. It looks good at the moment. Now I will tell you what everyone does. When the two ants have nothing to do during the day, go and make clothes with my two ants. You can't do without cotton-padded clothes. Can this sister help take care of the children? The girl rolled her eyes. Are they all the children here? It seems that this girl is good at calculating, and Zixu is not happy, but she hasn't done anything bad yet. Just take care of the children here, and someone will look after my nephew. She would rather believe Linger. The girl was a little disappointed. Okay, I can. Well, the two uncles and two brothers have to help split the firewood. The 80-year-old grandmother asked, What can I do? Zixu's mouth twitched. You are responsible for eating and drinking well. Don't get cold and don't get sick. The old lady was happy. It turns out that you are eating for free. To say that Zixu gave them food, clothing, and shelter, they were grateful, but now they are moved. Yu Linshan smiled. Mom, we have met a good person. You can rest assured to take care of them. The old lady shook her head. No, I can weave fishnets. You can find me some hemp ropes or the skin of vines. Zixu looked at Yu Linshan. Could this old lady be Cheng Qiang? Yu Linshan nodded. I think it's okay. My mother is good at weaving fishnets. Which one do you want, a pull net, a drift net, or a sticky net? Zixu felt dizzy. She didn't know. She only knew how to catch fish with a screen net as a child. The old lady said, I see you use coarse cotton yarn to make a fishing net, so I'll make a drag net for you. Zixu looked at her movements and understood immediately it was the common kind of net that was thrown out and then pulled up. Okay, I'll go to the military camp to find some hemp rope. As for what is Tianjin rattan, I've never seen it. Yu Linshan said, I can weave cages, chicken cages, fish baskets. Zixu smiled. Okay, there are some bamboos in the yard, although they are not good materials for weaving. You can just weave a few chicken cages. I'll go to the mountain to find pheasants after I go to the military camp, or I can catch them and raise them. Yu Linshan said quickly, Okay, I'll do it right away. After Zixu finished her instructions, she went out to say hello and went to the military camp. Mr. Mingjing and Bai Li Han were not there. Li Shito came up to her immediately when she saw her. Sister. Zixu thought it was the same to ask him, Do you have hemp ropes or something like that in your barracks? I want to make a fishing net. Little Shito licked his lips. Grilled fish is delicious. Yes, but that's for war preparation. You have to ask the general or Mr. Mingjing. Zixu nodded. I'll go back first. Please ask Mr. Mingjing for me. If there are any extra ones, give them to me. If not, forget it. Okay, Zixu left the barracks, but was stopped by a group of people at the door. Yu Linfeng took the lead to half surround her. If it weren't for the wooden wall, I'm afraid they would have surrounded her completely. What are you going to do? Yu Linfeng didn't learn his lesson and said arrogantly, We don't want the main house now. You just need to give us the tent and the house next to it. Hey. Zhao Shufen said, Give us 2 more stoves, and we will eat whatever you eat in the future, and we are not picky. Dad, there is no need to tell her so much. We just follow her back. The soldier guarding the door said, The general has ordered that you are not allowed to come back after you leave this door. Yu Linfeng asked, What about the things we deposited here? The general said that you can take them away after you are settled. Okay. Yu Linfeng was very satisfied. Zixu tilted his head and looked at them. Are you so sure that I will agree? Yu Linfeng's son rubbed his garlic nose. Do you dare not agree? You look pretty good. Just be a concubine for me. Zixu was disgusted. The men in this world are too narcissistic. Who gave them the confidence? She clenched her fists and made a crackling sound. Seeing this, the 2 soldiers guarding the door immediately retreated to the door and muttered. Zixu's mouth curled up after hearing what they said. You two are in a good mood. They were actually betting that they could beat the Yu family members down with a few moves. The two soldiers quickly shut up. Yu Linfeng pushed his son. Why? Don't you take her body now? Women will be obedient after losing their virginity. Humph. The other woman stared at Zixu coldly, as if she wanted to stare a few holes in her body. Zixu was so angry that she had never seen such a shameless person. However, Yu Linfeng's son was a little scared and didn't dare to go up, but that would offend the general. Yu Linfeng said angrily, Useless thing, your sister is favored by the Valley Master, and will definitely help us in the future. Bailey Han doesn't even consider us as relatives. What can we ask him for? Zixu couldn't wait any longer and swung her fists to beat them. These people have a foundation in martial arts, but they are no match for her when they are hungry and cold. Although Yu Linfeng was old, she didn't let him go. She knocked out 8 of his teeth and destroyed his dantian. She had wanted to beat this family for a long time, and now was a good time to beat them. After beating them, she clapped her hands and looked at them with disgust. Don't mess with me, or I won't be beaten next time. The people who couldn't get up from the ground were trembling. Who would have thought that a little girl who looked so fragile would have such a high fighting power? After beating the Yu family, Zixu went up the mountain. It was warmer halfway up the mountain, and it didn't look like a volcano. I don't know why. The animals in the lower half of the mountain are basically active in this area. More than 2/3 of the mountain is still full of miasma. Although Zixu has pills made from detoxifying grass, she dare not take risks. The main task today is to find pheasants and rabbits. She tied the pheasants with vines and put them in a pile when she caught them, and took them away when she went down the mountain. Pheasants rarely lay eggs at this time, but she still found a few nests with more than 40 pheasant eggs. Just when she caught more than a dozen pheasants, and was about to hunt the rabbits, the pheasants made crazy noises. Zixu hurried back to check. 3 huge foxes were circling around the pheasant. They did not attack, but were observing. Zixu frowned and thought to herself, this fox is too big, even bigger than the wild wolf I hunted last time. Could it be that something in the mountain has caused them to mutate? Their reddish-brown fur looked very thick, and Zixu took out her slingshot. Suddenly a tiger roar was heard, and a white light flashed. One of the foxes fell to the ground, and the other 2 ran away. The white light turned, and the 2 foxes also fell. She ran over and found that the white light was actually Dabai, who had been away from the big tiger for a while. Dabai was much bigger, and his pair of blue eyes were piercing. Dabai? Zixu turned on the light screen and checked. Dabai was in excellent physical condition. Dabai stood up, licked his lips, and looked at her like a treasure. Zixu immediately said with disgust, Look, the neck is bitten, and there is so much blood, it's so dirty. The master is really picky. Zixu was about to say something when a reminder sounded in her mind. Ding! Your pet has killed an intermediate prey for the first time, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 points. For the sake of the points, she patted Dabai's head with satisfaction. Don't make it so bloody next time, but you're still great. Dabai tilted his head to look at her, as if he didn't understand why she changed her expression so quickly. The pheasants were unusually honest, pretending to be quails. Zixu looked at the points and earned 5,000. Dabai was her pet, so she gave him 3,000 for killing the fox, and 2,000 for completing her first defense mission against the Yu family. She happily picked up the pheasant with a branch and went home. When she returned, Yu Linshan had already woven 2 chicken coops. Because the bamboo joints were short and hard, the mesh of the chicken coop was relatively large. Zixu put the pheasant down. This thing couldn't be kept in the house. The tent on the left had to be repaired. After settling the pheasant, Zixu dealt with the fox. The 3 furs were intended to be used by the 3 elders. She didn't eat fox meat, so she gave it to Dabai as rations. The girl who was in charge of looking after the children saw Zixu feeding the meat to the white dog, and immediately frowned. Sister, why are you feeding this meat to a dog? Can't people eat it? Zixu glanced at her. Call me Zixu, I don't have a sister. The girl was embarrassed for a while. My name is Yu. Zixu put the meat into the bucket, and the internal organs were temporarily frozen in a corner so that they could be used for fishing later. When she stood up, Yu saw clearly that it was not a dog, but a tiger. Ah! The scream scared Xiaobao in the house to tears. Zixu looked at her dissatisfiedly. Why are you yelling? Just do your own job well. You? How can you raise a tiger? We have children here. What if it eats the children? You quickly throw the tiger away. It's too scary. Zixu sneered. I can throw you away. Yu Linshan walked out of the tent and asked, What happened? Yu ran behind him. Grandpa, she raised a tiger. What if it eats my younger brother? Yulinger came out holding Xiaobao. It was the first time she saw Dabai. She was a little scared but didn't scream. Xiaobao immediately giggled when he saw Dabai and clapped his hands. Dabai saw it and walked over. Zixu happened to pass by and reached out to knock Dabai. You are too dirty. You are not allowed to touch Xiaobao. Dabai looked at her aggrievedly and went to the snow pile to flutter for a long time to clean himself. Zixu laughed. Okay, but you're not allowed to lick it. Your tongue is prickly. Dabai nodded obediently. Yulinger asked weakly, Sister, did you raise this tiger? Yes, it doesn't hurt people. Yulinger was also a child, so she had no resistance to furry animals. Soon the three guys were playing together. Yulinfeng glanced at Yuyu. Don't mind your own business. The white tiger is a lucky animal. Yuyu bit her lip and said nothing. Why don't you go see your brother? You've been crying for a long time. Zixu glanced at Yuyu's back, hoping that she would not touch her bottom line. Before dinner, Mr. Mingjing came with a big package and put it on the ground. Zixu, I brought you hemp ropes. These are all soaked in tung oil. Can they be used? Zixu walked out and took a look. The rope was made of 3 strands of hemp ropes as thick as fingers. The ones soaked in tung oil were afraid of fire, but they were fine for making fishing nets. Okay, I'll show it to the old lady. The old lady smiled happily when she saw the rope. Great, I can weave a lot of fishing nets by breaking the rope. Okay, don't worry. Take your time. Don't get tired. Hey! The old lady was straightforward. Zixu left the tent and saw Yuyu looking at Mr. Mingjing shyly. She sneered. Women in the Sinner Valley cannot be the main wife. If you want to be a concubine, you might as well go to the Valley Master. Yuyu's face turned pale and glared at Zixu. My lord, look at her. She always bullies people. Zixu sneered. You still want to complain? Mr. Mingjing looked at Yuyu and then at Zixu. If I want to find someone to be a concubine, I won't find someone as ugly as you. You see, Zixu is much prettier than you. What a poisonous tongue. Yuyu cried and ran back to the tent. Mr. Mingjing looked at Zixu. So squeamish. Zixu chuckled and didn't comment. Mr. Mingjing looked at her. What heard a rooster crowing? Zixu snorted. After all, it's a wild animal with many viruses on it. Keep it to lay eggs. Unexpectedly, Bailihan walked in from the open door. Roasted chicken today? Very good. He was holding a basket with something in it. Zixu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, there were male pheasants among the pheasants they caught, so they could eat them. Unexpectedly, Bailihan didn't wear a ghost mask today, but a face-fitting mask. He was wearing a moon-white robe that blended with the snow, looking cold and noble. Zixu met his eyes, and her heartbeat inexplicably began to speed up. What happened? In 2 lifetimes, she could be an old aunt, but she was moved by a boy whose hair had not yet grown. How shameful. She coughed dryly, put away her thoughts, and hypnotized herself to think of Bailihan as her younger brother. I'll go kill the chickens. Mr. Mingjing was a little jealous. Why? You went to kill the chickens as soon as he came. I wanted to eat them just now, but you refused. Zixu glared at him. I can't beat him, but I can beat you. So what if I bully you? Mr. Mingjing was so angry that he took out his fan and shook it violently. Zixu went to the tent. There were few chicken cages, so they were all crowded together. She caught 4 roosters and kept 2 for now. The remaining 8 hens were packed separately, with 1 rooster in each cage. After killing 4 chickens, she cleaned them carefully. If there was not enough food, she would not choose to hunt. Nowadays, pheasants are thinner, and there is even less meat for roasting chicken. Zixu thought about it and decided to stew them first, and then smoke them with brown sugar. After all, stewing for a long time can also play a sterilizing role. Originally, I thought that ancient people were not used to eating smoked chicken, but as soon as it was served on the table, Bailihan brought one to him. Mr. Mingjing looked at him sideways. Where is your elegance? Bailihan paused, then slowly cut the chicken and ate elegantly. Zixu silently unpacked a chicken and distributed it to her people. She held the chicken carcass and ate it. Ing rolled his eyes at her. You are a girl. Be more polite. Can being polite make people full? Zixu curled her lips and ignored him. Bailihan pulled a chicken leg to eat and gradually found that Mr. Mingjing's movements were very fast and he had eaten half of the chicken. He snorted coldly. Zixu packed the remaining one and stuffed it into Bailihan. Take this one and go back for a midnight snack. Bailihan curled his lips and showed a perfect smile. Okay. Ding, +5 for liking it. He is indeed a foodie. Mr. Mingjing looked at Zixu with resentment. Where is mine? Zixu glared. Did you bring any ingredients? Mr. Mingjing pointed to the basket. I found the beef in the basket. Oh, but it wasn't brought by you. Zixu was not afraid of him. Mr. Mingjing snorted and stopped talking. Bailey Han kept smiling, and the coldness on his body was much less. Zixu couldn't help but stare at Bailey Han's face. Everything above the nose was blocked and only the perfect lips and chin could be seen. In fact, just looking at these is already charming enough. How handsome would it be if the whole face was exposed? Bailey Han's eyes flashed. Do you really want to see my face? Zixu nodded. Yes. I swear, the woman who sees my true face will be my wife. Zixu shook his head quickly. No, it's good like this. Bailey Han felt a little unhappy. Why? Is it difficult to be your wife, or do you dislike him? However, Zixu didn't understand his disguised pursuit at all, and didn't think about it afterwards. Bailey Han stood up and left. The half chicken he hadn't finished eating was taken away by Mr. Mingjing, and before he could eat it, Bailey Han picked it up again and took it away together with the packed one. The two stared at Bailey Han in a daze as he walked away. Pfft, I've never seen him so down to earth. He must be crazy. After she finished eating, she looked at the sky. The moon hadn't risen yet, but it was already dark. Mr. Mingjing, are the fire sticks expensive? Can you get me some fire sticks and candles? Mr. Mingjing nodded. That's easy. Do we have to give up those mountains on the other side of the river? Zixu nodded. Give it up, otherwise we will work in vain. The owner of the valley will not give up when the harvest comes. Mr. Mingjing was a little worried. But the soil here is not very good. Can it grow food? Zixu patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, I will improve the soil and accumulate more fertilizer. You will know when the time comes. Mr. Mingjing said solemnly, I am serious. This determines whether we can stay. Zixu also put away his smile. How many mouths do you have? How much food do you consume in a year? Mr. Mingjing thought for a while. If each person consumes 5 taels of rice a day, I need nearly 4 million caddies of food a year. Zixu began to calculate quickly. At present, there are not many seeds in stock. There are more than 100 caddies of potatoes and 1,000 caddies of rice. 4 mu of land can be planted, but the yield of 4 mu of land is still unknown. In the past life, the average yield was 700 to 800 kilograms. In ancient times, it might be even less. Let's calculate it as 500 kilograms. The harvest was too small. The rest of the miscellaneous things added up. There was not much harvest this year. 4 million kilograms is just a dream. Mr. Mingjing saw that Zixu's face was dark and asked tentatively, Why, can't grow it? Zixu glanced, You provide seeds and manpower? Mr. Mingjing nodded, Of course. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. He still had a conscience. Otherwise, it would be impossible to grow so many things even if the food rations were included. 1 hectare of land is equal to 100 acres of land. Planting rice for 2 seasons can only harvest 200,000 kilograms. Mr. Mingjing said, In fact, there are only 1,000 people stationed here and the rest are in other places. Tell me how many years it will take to reach a yield of 4 million kilograms. Zixu scratched his hair irritably. Tiantian reminded him, He is deceiving you. Without the food you grow, will those people starve to death? Zixu's mind flashed with inspiration. Yes, he was actually tricked by him. But she continued to pretend to be distressed. No, we have at most 2,000 or 3,000 acres of land, and at most 1,000 acres can be used to plant rice, and the rest can be planted with other things. This 1,000 acres can produce 1 million caddies of grain a year. You want 4 million caddies, unless you plant all the land on this side of the river with rice. Mr. Mingjing was tricked by Zixu without checking for a moment, and frowned and said, So there is no way to grow so much grain? Zixu calculated again. In fact, 1,000 acres to plant rice, 1,000 acres to plant potatoes, and sweet potatoes is enough. Besides, the climate here can harvest 2 crops a year. 4 million caddies is a piece of cake. But unexpectedly, Mr. Mingjing jumped up. What did you say? 1,000 acres to produce 1 million caddies of rice? Zixu was startled. Why? What's wrong? I said less to be conservative. Was he seen through? Mr. Mingjing walked back and forth in the room, looked at her again, and asked seriously, Are you sure 1,000 acres will yield 1 million caddies of rice? Zixu swallowed her saliva. Sure. She quickly searched her memory and found that 1 caddy in this world is also 10 taels, not 16 taels. Mr. Mingjing reached out and grabbed her shoulders. Do you know what the yield per mu of the best fertile land is now? Zixu was stunned. How can I know if you don't tell me? Bailey Han, who had returned, entered the room and saw Mr. Mingjing holding Zixu's shoulders, leaning forward as if to kiss. What are you doing? Zixu quickly pushed Mr. Mingjing away. Nothing. Bailey Han pursed his lips tightly, and a dangerous aura emanated from his whole body. Zixu felt that the person standing in front of her was not a human, but a lion on the verge of anger. She touched her nose and asked tentatively, Did I offend you in any way? Mr. Mingjing looked at Bai Lihan and then at Zixu, and held his forehead. These two people have already fallen in love with each other without realizing it. One of them was not smart enough to notice the other's love. Should he tell the truth? Of course, not. How could there be fun if he told the truth? Mr. Mingjing, who had bad intentions, coughed dryly. Well, Zixu said that 1 acre of land can produce nearly 1,000 kilograms of grain, so I was a little excited. In order to prevent the two from becoming enemies, he kindly explained. Bai Lihan looked at Zixu. Really? Zixu nodded vigorously. Yeah, why is he so excited? If you think it's too little, I will try to make the yield higher. Bai Lihan's beautiful eyes flashed. Higher? How much can it be? Zixu counted on his fingers and said, first, the land must be maintained with fertilizer. Second, deep plowing must be done, and try not to leave large stones in hardened soil. Third, the water source must be abundant. I can't guarantee a guaranteed harvest regardless of drought or flood. Fourth, manpower is the key. It would be good enough if I can cultivate 1 acre of land by myself. Bai Lihan nodded. I'll give you enough manpower and they will all listen to your command. What yield per acre can we achieve in 3 years? Zixu tilted his head pretending to think while communicating with Tiantian in his heart. Tiantian, will fertilizer change the taste and variety of crops? Tiantian replied. No, this fertilizer only provides the nutrients needed for plant growth and will not cause plemutate. That's good. 1 piece of fertilizer can only fertilize 1 mu of land. 10 pieces are needed for 1 mu of land. Doesn't it cost 1,000 points? Tiantian said. In fact, I found that 1 piece of fertilizer can be used for 1 mu of land, but the validity period is only 1 year. According to what I said, using 10 pieces for 1 mu of land can guarantee a harvest for 10 years. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, 1 hectare of land is still possible. I can't say how much it can be, as long as the fertilizer is guaranteed. The land will become more fertile as it is planted. Bai Lihan looked at Mr. Mingjing. I have something to do and I have to leave for more than a month. Mr. Mingjing was stunned. Are you going to pick them up? Yes. Bai Lihan turned and left. Zixu was confused. Who are you going to pick up? Mr. Mingjing glanced at her. He believes in you very much. He went to pick people up when you said you could grow crops. He never thought about what if you were just bragging and lying. Zixu, you are the one who is bragging. Mr. Mingjing continued, the Bailey family is moving here. Oh, Zixu didn't care about this. How much grain can 1 mu of land produce now? Mr. Mingjing looked at her strangely. 3 shi if it's good. Zixu wanted to slap herself when she heard this. How much is 3 shi? 360 kilograms, and she actually said 1,000 kilograms. It's not that it's too little, but too much. Tiantian was also surprised and said, more than 300 kilograms? Too little. This is the primitive era. Zixu's mouth twitched and didn't answer. She looked at Mr. Mingjing. How long will it take until spring? Mr. Mingjing calculated. There is still 1 month, and it will basically warm up after the new year. Zixu nodded. It's cold this year, and there will be fewer insects next year, so we can have a good harvest. Mr. Mingjing smiled. It seems that the great cold once every 3 years is not useless. Zixu snorted. Have you eaten enough? Go back quickly after you eat. Full. Mr. Mingjing left with a smile. At the door, he saw the curtain of the tent move, and a purse was thrown in front of him. Mr. Mingjing didn't care and stepped over directly. The old lady hurried out of the house and asked, Can you really produce so much food? Zixu nodded. Yes, but there are a few problems. We have to start raising seedlings this month, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with the planting. Mr. Mingjing also followed Bai Lihan's example and came back. He stood at the door and asked, What's the problem? Zixu said directly, People. We need people to reclaim paddy fields by the river. People are easy to get. You tell me how many you need and how to do it. Zixu calculated. First, bring 100 people. Reclaim 10 plots of land in the shape of a field grid, 1 acre per plot. Also, help me find translucent oilcloth. I want to build a greenhouse to grow seedlings. The most important thing is that there are not enough rice seeds. I can only plant so many. Mr. Mingjing nodded. I see. Rice is a precious food. For now, we will focus on coarse grains. Zixu asked, Can you bring some paper? I can draw pictures. Mr. Mingjing laughed. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow. I want to tell you to come to the military camp to find me if you have any questions. Zixu nodded. Got it. Zixu felt relieved after seeing off the 2 great gods. 3 days later, Mr. Mingjing sent some more rice seeds, and Zixu began to select seeds. When the translucent tarpaulin arrived, she built a sunny greenhouse on the hillside and started to grow rice seedlings. There were 4 stoves in the greenhouse, and 4 flues made it warm inside. Yu Linshan found Zixu and asked embarrassedly, Is the greenhouse short of people? Zixu nodded immediately. No people. She couldn't watch the fire in it 24 hours a day, and it was a bit difficult to control the temperature. Yulinshan smiled. Then I'll go. I know what temperature to use. Okay, I'll leave it to you. If you are too busy, find someone to help you. Don't get tired. Zixu agreed happily as she had more experience in farming than she did. After arranging the greenhouse, Zixu began to go up the mountain and down the river to get food. The rest of the time, he took the soldiers to clean the riverside, and after deep plowing, he mixed the mountain soil mixed with fertilizer with the sandy soil by the river. In fact, the sandy soil layer by the river was only 2 feet thick, and below it was mud, which solved the problem of no water storage. During this month, people could always see Zixu using a hoe as a plow and running around in the wasteland. Li Shito sighed. If I marry my sister, we won't even have to buy a cow. Liwa knocked him. Don't let her hear it, or she'll be angry. Why? Li Shito didn't understand. Liu He glanced at him. Which delicate girl likes to be called a cow? This. After working for a month, Zixu calculated the points and found that he only had 98 points, while the total was 138,498. Tiantian, I'm a pauper again. Tiantian said. It's okay, I'll get points soon. What points? Mission? It's not completed. Tiantian laughed. What do you think? Guess, sister, can't you talk nicely? I'm so tired now that I don't even want to use my brain. Tiantian smiled and said, You can get points by farming. Zixu looked at the reclaimed land. In fact, she didn't know how big it was. After all, she hadn't measured it. It was estimated by Yulinshan by eye. The entire Xiaohuluto area is more than 50 mu, and the last time I estimated it was much less. Zixu looked at the land reclaimed by the river. Although it was not large, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Ding! Zixu waited for a long time without any follow-up. She asked blankly, What happened? Tian said, The rice seedlings you planted have grown for 30 days. Then? The points are increasing now, 1 point at a time, so I blocked the sound. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the rapidly increasing value of the points on the light screen and felt a little fortunate. If she turned on the sound, her brain would probably explode. Tian is still very considerate. After the points went up, she found that there were more than 600,000 points. Zixu was petrified on the spot. It took a long time to recover. Tian, did I see it wrong? Or did I give it to the wrong person? Tian said in a tone of regret. 1 seed is 1 point. 1 mu of land requires 8 to 15 kilograms. 1 kilogram of seeds is about 6,000 seeds. You have 10 mu of land and more than 600,000 is too little. Zixu pinched herself. It hurt. It was not a dream. No wonder Tian always urged her to farm. It turned out to be so profitable. She said happily, Great, more than 600,000 this time, and we will sow grains in a few days, so won't it be more? This season's harvest, the next season will plant more. Tiantian, you will be the top in no time. Tiantian sighed. You wishful thinking. If it can be repeated endlessly like this, do I need to beg you? What do you mean? The smile on Zixu's face froze. Tiantian sighed again. You forgot that the second generation can't be used for seeds, unless you take the rice you grow outside and exchange it for new seeds. Zixu. So if you want points, you have to keep buying new seeds. Do the seeds sold in the store give points? Yes, all seeds bought from the store give points. 1 sweet potato can grow 10 viable seedlings, which requires 10 points to buy. 1 corn can produce 2 corn cobs after it grows up, which requires 2 points to buy. Sweet potatoes grow vines, and then are planted by pinching the vines. Does that mean that 1 sweet potato can only produce 10 seedlings? There are 10 spores, and the vines pinched out do not count. Why can the sweet potatoes you planted for me be planted with green vines after planting them once? Tiantian laughed. The vine counts as extra. The important thing is that if you don't fertilize, it will definitely not produce fruit. No wonder it is said that the quality of crops depends entirely on fertilizer. She doesn't think she has too many points now, and there are still many things she wants to buy. Nearly 690,000 points can buy a lot of things. Tiantian asked, You want to plant rice? How do you put water in the field? Zixu wanted to say with a bucket, but it was not practical. Digging ditches to release water is not an option, as the fields are high and water cannot reach them. Tiantian suggested, Buy a water wheel to deliver water to the fields. Zixu wanted to make it herself, but she had no tools and no good bamboo. She checked the water wheels, which came in 3 sizes, large, medium, and small. The large one cost 500,000 points, and with waterways, racks, and other items, it would cost 650,000 points. She planned to reclaim 50 mu of land in this area and build houses and make residential plans for the rest. Of course, it would not be finished this year. The large water wheel can irrigate 100 mu, and the medium water wheel can irrigate 30 mu. 250,000 points, plus various other things, it would cost almost 300,000. Zixu said, I'll buy 2 medium-sized water wheels. I wonder if the water flow can drive the big one. Tianqian gave a different suggestion. It's better to buy a big one. As long as there is water flow, it can be driven. Why is it better to buy a big one? Zixu thought it would be more convenient to have one upstream and one downstream. Tianqian said, the water wheel is big, and the amount of water it draws is 10 times that of a mid-level water wheel. 10 times, if you calculate it this way, the bigger one is better. As expected, points come and go quickly. She suddenly thought of another question. If I suddenly make such a water wheel, people will definitely be suspicious, and are there such things as water wheels in this world? Tianqian laughed and said, yes, if not, it won't be displayed. The water wheel can be customized to any material, but the performance and quality remain the same. Let's make it wood. Zixu thought wood was more popular. Tianqian asked, what about the waterway and bracket? Zixu thought for a while and said, let's buy them all. It's better to have a complete set. I can't make so many by myself. Okay. Zixu is a person who does what she says. She immediately took people to cut down trees, adhering to the principles of environmental protection and promoting plant growth. She would not do anything that ignores soil erosion. Although the soldiers were curious, no one asked much questions, and they did whatever they were told to do. The water wheel was going to be placed in the middle and lower reaches, almost at the edge of the cultivated field. The wood was stuck in the ground every 3 meters at the edge of the field as a pillar, and the waterway and water outlet were placed on it. Li Shito was young and relied on his familiarity with Zixu, so he secretly asked, Sister, what are you doing with these? Zixu was just about to use him to tell others about the water wheel. I made a water wheel, and these are for setting up waterways. Oh, I know about water wheels. It seems that the founding queen of the previous dynasty made it. It's pretty amazing. Zixu didn't care and said, okay, it's done. You can go back. I'll install it after I assemble it. Li Shito asked, can we farm now? Zixu looked at the green mountain. Okay. The soldiers were very excited. They were not afraid of going to the battlefield, but they were afraid of being hungry. That night, Zixu bought the water wheel. There was only one compartment in the warehouse. She took out the threshold and put it on the ground, and bought several sets of waterway items. She went to set up the water wheel in the middle of the night and was busy until dawn to install it all. Seeing the water automatically flow into the rice fields, Zixu's heart finally settled down. She went back to prepare for bed, but the old lady was waiting in her room. When she saw her come back, she pointed to the threshold covered with a quilt on the bed and said, this is imperial green. What? She didn't react. The old lady said, this is the best imperial green jadeite. Such a big piece is worth a lot of money. Zixu looked at the black threshold and said with disdain, why put it on my bed? This thing is useless. The old lady was amused. You can keep it and carve some small objects for yourself in the future. Zixu was not keen on this. It's a burden. How about burying it? If she had known, she would not have taken it. The old lady thought for a while. Forget it. Put it in my room. I'll keep it. Okay. Zixu helped her carry it into the room and put it under the bed. I won't eat. Go back to sleep. Zixu slept for a day, and Yulinshan took people to watch the water wheel. Everyone was as excited as if they had found a gold mountain. He immediately decided to lead people to plant rice. When Zixu woke up, it was already night. She went to the greenhouse to take a look and was shocked. Most of the seedlings inside are empty. Have they been robbed? Li Shito came in with an empty basket and smiled when he saw Zixu. Sister, that water wheel is very useful. Zixu nodded. Where are the seedlings? Oh, Grandpa Linshan is taking us to plant. He said that if we don't plant anymore, the seedlings will... What are you missing? Zixu knew that it was the lack of fertilizer. The fertilizer had been put in when the soil was turned over. Now there is no problem with planting. So much was planted in one day. Is there enough water in the field? Li Shito said. Enough. The water wheel fills up the water very quickly. Grandpa Linshan said that even if there are 10 more pieces of land that big, we can plant. The big water wheel supplies water to 100 hectares of land. It was a mess outside. Yu Linshan and others had returned. They all had smiles on their faces. They fetched water to wash, and each of them looked like mud monkeys. Zixu went out to take a look. Yu Linshan saw that the smile on her face froze. He said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I planted the rice without telling you. Zixu waved her hand. Everything is ready. You can plant it if you think it can be planted. After all, I haven't practiced it. Yu Linshan rubbed his hands and asked, when will the other seeds be planted? Zixu knew that in order to get points, these seeds must pass her hands. I'll give them to you after I choose them. You still have to plant them for a day. Tomorrow? Yes, it will be done in the afternoon. Zixu nodded. I will choose the seeds during the day tomorrow and plant them as soon as possible. Yu looked at her tiredly. What else do you need to choose? They are all planted directly. If you don't understand, don't delay everyone's work. Zixu didn't say anything, just looked at Yu Linshan. Yu Linshan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. We can still use the seeds that can't germinate as food after we remove them. If we bury them directly in the ground, it will be a waste. Yu pouted and didn't say anything. Yu Linshan looked at his eldest son and said, Ho-Tu, you can't spoil your child like this. The past is the past. Now you have to work if you want to survive. After saying that, he looked at Yu again and said, You are not a child anymore, so keep your mouth shut. Yu felt even more aggrieved and glared at Zixu with resentment. Although Zixu was not a narrow-minded person, he would not allow the other party to provoke him again and again. It just so happens that I have something to say. How much food do you think one person should have per day? I plan to record work points, such as transplanting rice. 1 mu of land is counted as 10 work points, and you can get 10 kilograms of food, but it must be completed within 3 days. If it exceeds 1 day, 2 points will be deducted. According to what Mr. Mingjing said, half a kilogram of food per person per day, then it is definitely a big profit. 3 people are more than enough to work for 3 days, and 10 kilograms of food is also very generous for 3 people. Someone asked, if I can finish the work by myself in 3 days, will you give me all the 10 kilograms of food? Zixu nodded. Well, in this way I can't control who you want to support or who you want to spoil and not work. This person should be Yu Linshan's second son, but I don't know what his name is. Yu Linshan frowned and said 10 kilograms of food is too much. Zixu smiled slightly. This person is quite fair. 10 kilograms of food is indeed a lot, but is she that stupid? The extra food can be exchanged for other things, such as cloth, meat, salt, and so on. You can't live in tents all the time. You can't start building houses after all the seeds are planted. At that time, I will let my second aunt manage the exchange of goods and let my third aunt record the work points. As for whether the work is done well, I will ask Mr. Mingjing to borrow someone to supervise. Yu Linshan thought for a while and asked, what about when we are not farming? Zixu touched his chin. Weeding is 2 points per mu of land, and building a house is 2 points a day. I can't think of so many other things. I'll decide when I meet them. Yu Ho-Tu asked, if we catch rabbits ourselves, we can eat them ourselves, right? Zixu nodded. Of course you can, but you can only stay below the halfway point of the mountain. There will be miasma and large wild animals above. Those who don't believe it can go and try. I will not be responsible for any accidents. Another thing is that it must be cooked, otherwise you will get sick after eating it. Yu Linshan nodded. I understand. Let's start from tomorrow. Yu Ho-Tu's wife was unhappy. Then our work today has been in vain? Yu Linshan immediately yelled back, you have been eating other people's food for more than a month for free. No one said anything now, and those who had some small ideas also stopped. Zixu thought that if she built a village, it would be great to let Yu Linshan be the village chief. She could see that the men in the Yu family knew kung fu and were definitely not ordinary farmers. As for what they were going to do, she had no control over it. She was just a farmer now. After arranging the follow-up, Zixu ate her meal and prepared to go back to the house. As a result, someone knocked on the door outside. Zixu, are you here? This is Zifei's voice. What is she doing here? Zixu patiently opened the door and led people into the house. Zifei said, I didn't expect you to take in the people of the Yu family. Do you want to know what the people of the Yu family have done? Zixu expressed his disinterest. Do whatever you want to do. Zifei looked at her with a complicated expression. Do you really not care? I don't care. I only care about who works for me. Zifei looked at her with a look of disappointment. The people of the Yu family are not good people. Didn't you see that the Valley Master doesn't want them? Zixu asked. I have taken them in for so long and you are just asking, what exactly do you want to do? Zifei was a little embarrassed. I'm busy avoiding being a concubine. They finally don't let me be a concubine. Really? Why? Zixu was more curious about gossip. Zifei smiled and said, didn't the master of the valley get a new concubine? But that idiot slept with her, so the master of the valley gave the concubine to the son of the housekeeper. Zixu glanced sideways and said, that woman is from the Yu family, right? Zifei nodded. Yes, Yu Linfeng's eldest daughter, a widow. No wonder she was despised. How is Yu Linfeng? Zifei looked at her. It's not wise for you to drive Yu Linfeng's family away, because they all defected to Caobangmo later. Zixu clenched his fists. When do you say that Cao Bangmo will come? I can't wait to kill him. This plot is wrong. She forced herself to keep smiling. He had come at this time in the previous life, and it was probably delayed because of my rebirth. Let's not talk about this for now. Now the people of the Yu family are not doing well. If you help them at this time, they will definitely be grateful to you. When Cao Bangmo comes, you can also use the people of the Yu family to get closer to them. Zixu was a little annoyed when he heard this. He also said that he didn't control her life. Isn't this commanding her subsequent development? Tiantian said, don't you have a nonsense pill? Give it to her and let her say it out. Zixu's heart trembled. Yes, now is a good time. She pretended to think, I'll get some snacks and we'll talk while we eat. Zifei didn't seem to be in a hurry. She nodded, okay, let's talk about it today. She went out to get coconut juice, put the pills in the coconut juice, and then took some dried meat. Zifei was not polite. She took the dried meat and ate it. It was a little salty because she was afraid it would go bad. She drank the coconut juice without any defense. Zixu accompanied her quietly. Zifei's eyes began to blur, a little like she was drunk. She looked at Zixu and smiled. Zixu, you must not know that I came from a book? This world is a book. I have read all the plots, but why didn't you die? You should die. There shouldn't be any subsequent developments. Was angry. It was exactly as she guessed, but what was this guy's ultimate goal? What do you want to do? Cooperating with me is an excuse, right? Hehe, you are my stepping stone, and I will step on you to become a superior person. Zixu frowned. How can you be a superior person here? Who said here? The child named Junjun you raised is a prince. Just build a good relationship with Cao Bangmo and tell him about this. He is very ambitious and will definitely support Junjun to become the emperor. As long as I treat Junjun well, he will not treat me badly. Zixu frowned. Won't there be a massacre in 10 years? Zifei nodded. Yes, but I will walk out of here within 10 years, of course. Your help is indispensable. When I support you to become the master of the valley, you will be grateful to me and find a way to let me out. By then, I will have left here, and what does the massacre have to do with me? What about me? Aren't you afraid that I will die? Zifei sneered. If you don't die, how can Junjun rely on me? I advise you to cooperate with me well, and you can still live for another 10 years otherwise. What else? When Cao Bangmo comes, I will offer you to him. He likes young girls like you the most. Anyway, I have a way to make Cao Bangmo listen to me. Zixu really wanted to slap her to death at this moment. This woman is full of bad intentions. Tiantian said, this person is so hateful. She gave her your infertility pills. You will be punished by heaven if you cut off someone's offspring. Although Zixu said so, his hand had already taken out the pills. Tiantian snorted coldly. It is a blessing for such a person to cut off his offspring. If she lets her reproduce, she will definitely be a bunch of bad guys. Zixu stuffed the pill into Zifei's mouth. Zifei actually chewed it and ate it. Candy? It's very sweet? It's candy. I'm bribing you. Be good. As long as you behave, I will let you live. Zixu really didn't want to say anything more. You can go. Okay, I'm leaving. Zifei staggered out with a flushed face. Zixu asked hurriedly, Tiantian, she and I broke up. Will she retaliate against me immediately? Tiantian said, no, she won't remember what she said after a good night's sleep. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. This person is a strong enemy. Tiantian said, don't be afraid of her. Didn't she say that you died a long time ago in the book she read? Yes, but you are still alive now, so this is not the book she read at all. It is possible that small things will still be coincidental, but the general direction will definitely not go the way she wants. Zixu felt relieved after hearing this. You are right. I can't be trapped by her thoughts. I am not the original Zixu now, and I will not let the development get out of control. Tiantian said, yes, so don't worry about her. I can exchange all the seeds in this world when I upgrade. You can slowly build your fertile land, and when I reach the primary level, I can exchange alien planet seeds and farming items. I don't want to destroy the food chain here, so the items can't be exchanged casually. Zixu was afraid of disrupting the ecology of this world. Tiantian smiled. No, don't worry. Zixu washed up, but she couldn't sleep. What she was thinking about was Junjun. He was a prince. He would be used by others in the future. Cao Bangmo supported him, but he just wanted a puppet. To change the child's future, he must teach him more knowledge and martial arts. Tiantian, can Junjun take the strengthening pills? Tiantian replied. Yes, but you have to watch him. Got it. The strengthening pills are not suitable for Bai Lihan. His body needs more advanced medicine to remove toxins. After thinking about the transformation of Junjun, Zixu slept peacefully. The next morning, she took Junjun to her room. Junjun asked blankly, Sister, what's wrong? Zixu asked, seriously. I know you are a prince. Have you thought about the future? Junjun looked at her. Just follow your sister. I don't ask for that position. Zixu shook his head. That won't work. Sometimes it's not that you don't care, but others don't let you want it. Ah? Junjun was stunned and didn't understand. Zixu pulled him to sit down. Listen to me. Your identity is known to others, so someone will want to use you to seize that position. When you sit in that position, he will control you and make you a puppet. Junjun asked, why doesn't he sit in that position himself? Zixu smiled. That's because he has no qualifications, no reason, and the people don't recognize it. That's why he has to find a legitimate person to sit in that position, and he will be under one person and above 10,000 people. No, he wants to be the Dark Emperor. Junjun understood. Then what should I do? Zixu patted his shoulder. Sister has a medicine to strengthen the body, but it will hurt after taking it. Can you bear it? Yes, Junjun said firmly. Zixu looked at him with satisfaction. Okay, let's eat first, and I'll take you to a hidden place after eating. Okay! Junjun is really well behaved and cute. After breakfast, Zixu asked Yu Linshan to direct the farming, and she took Junjun to the waterfall. Junjun was not much better than Zixu after taking the pill. He was in so much pain that the flesh on the back of his hand was almost bitten off. However, he also had very smelly dirt on his body. Junjun shyly went to take a shower. Zixu took him out, changed his clothes, and asked, how do you feel now? Junjun looked at her excitedly. I feel like I can mutation. He is different from you. Why? How is it different? Tiantian asked back. Do you think a soul that has lived for more than 30 years can be compared with a soul that has lived for a few years? Zixu clenched his fists. I want to strangle you to death. Don't expose my mental age. Tiantian was silent. This was the fact, and he was not allowed to say it. Zixu asked impatiently, what kind of mutation has he undergone? Tiantian snorted. I won't tell you. Zixu was furious. For the first time, he had the urge to work hard to earn points to get a physical body for Tiantian so that he could beat him up. Junjun waited for a long time without Zixu's attention and asked in frustration, Sister, did I disappoint you? Zixu came back to her senses. No, I was just thinking about how to guide you in martial arts. What I learned is definitely not suitable for you, so I want to find a master for you. Junjun's eyes lit up. Ghostface General is very powerful. It would be great if he could be my master. We should speed up the research on the pills. If Bailihan is cured, he will accept Junjun. He's out. I'll ask him when he comes back. If he's willing, I'll give you the gift of apprenticeship. Junjun's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, sister. I'll beat up anyone who bullies me in the future. Zixu rubbed his head. I didn't ask you to learn martial arts to beat people. I hope you can have the ability to protect yourself and don't have to be led by the nose in the future. And I will let Mr. Mingjing teach you and teach you how to be a human being. Junjun looked at her. Can't you learn from your sister? Zixu shook his head. I have little knowledge and can't teach you much, but no one can teach me how to fight. Then sister, teach me how to fight. Zixu thought about it and felt that fighting, close combat, and the like could be taught, so he nodded, okay, learn from me. After 2 hours, Zixu finally knew what ability this kid had obtained. It was a photographic memory. As long as he demonstrated the moves once, he could perfectly copy them. Zixu's heart was trembling. Would he cultivate an eternal emperor? But Junjun has a photographic memory, so Bailihan shouldn't refuse. Seeing that it was noon, Zixu prepared to look for gentian, which is a good medicine for protecting the liver and promoting bile secretion. The juice of the rhizome is used to treat sore throat. Could it be that the miasma will make people have sore throat and unable to breathe? In any case, it is better to collect some. She brought Junjun to the foot of the mountain. Because the weather was getting warmer, the miasma returned to the mountainside. It should be early spring now, and I don't know in which 10 days the miasma will disappear. There are only small animals such as hares in the middle of the mountain. Zixu caught a rabbit and threw it to Junjun. Do you dare to kill it? Swallowed and said no. Zixu nodded. Well, I don't dare, and there's nothing shameful about saying it out loud. I just want you to know not to do things against your will, just to please others. Junjun nodded. I understand. Zixu asked again. If I want to kill it, will you stop me? Junjun shook her head. Of course not. It's food. Zixu smiled. Not bad. I won't be too sympathetic. The two finally returned with a full load. There were still 22,000 points left, and the water wheel, waterway, and fertilizer used up a lot of points. Tiantian was a little anxious. Why are there no tasks? I'm only a few 100,000 points away from becoming an apprentice merchant, and then I can buy all the seeds on this planet. Zixu rubbed his brows. There are still more than 170,000 points. You can't let me kill all the prey on the mountain. That way I will become a killer who destroys the ecological environment. Tiantian sighed. Let's sort out the seeds and farm with peace of mind. Zixu thought so too, and began to choose seeds with peace of mind. She didn't put down so much fertilizer, and she didn't want to make it very good all at once. Otherwise, it would not only cause trouble for herself, but also make people jealous. Because sweet potatoes and potatoes are produced under the ground, these 2 plots of land should be fertilized more, and the others should be fertilized with 10% of the normal amount. When all the seeds were planted and Zixu had gained more than 200,000 points, Bailihan suddenly appeared in front of her. Zixu intuitively felt that he was very tired, so she asked curiously, "You look very tired. Is the migration not going well?" Bailihan was stunned. Even the closest people didn't notice that he was very tired, but Zixu did. Sure enough, when a girl falls in love with a man, she will be very familiar with his every move. He smiled softly, his voice gentle. The migration went smoothly, but you also know that when the family is big, there are all kinds of people. Zixu nodded. That's right, as the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Bailihan's smile froze. His words were rough, but the truth was there, and he couldn't refute it. Zixu was afraid that he would leave in a hurry, so he asked, "My Junjun has a good foundation. Can you accept him as your apprentice?" Bailihan knew Zijunrui's true identity, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you think it's good for him to let him learn martial arts from me?" Zixu nodded and answered seriously, "No matter what his future will be like, I hope he can be a capable and sensible person. Even if he has to live here for the rest of his life, I don't want him to live a dull life like this." Bailihan nodded. "I'll discuss it with Mr. Mingjing." Zhu continued to add fuel to the fire. In fact, the person in the court is not very important now. If he is harmed by someone one day, Junjun may become a spare chess piece. If one day a hero is needed to pacify the world, I hope it's you. She thought to herself, "I've praised you so much, why don't you agree?" Bailihan was now stunned by Zixu's words. He had never thought about pacifying the world. He only wanted to protect his family and one side. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zixu continued, "The chaos in the world will always end. Instead of letting unreliable people sit in that position, it's better to let your own people sit there. I think Junjun is a promising talent. If he is well trained, it will be a blessing for the people. Of course, I am also selfish. If he can sit in that position one day, he will definitely treat me well, haha." Bailihan was really shocked because every word Zixu said made sense. He, a grown man, didn't think about such long-term things, but she, a little girl, did. And she was right. Instead of letting others sit in that position, it's better to train one yourself. Although the last sentence was suspected of being selfish, he deeply believed it. There was a movement behind him, and he turned around to see Zijunrui standing there. Although he was a little nervous, his eyes were full of determination and expectation. He was dressed in women's clothes but didn't look humble. Although he was small, he didn't shrink. He was a promising talent. Bailihan was a little moved. "Come here, let me see your roots." Zijunrui's eyes lit up and walked over quickly. Bailihan was a little surprised after checking him. His bones were tough and his tendons were strong. He was actually a good candidate for martial arts, and he was not too old, which was just right for training. He looked at Zixu. "I can take him in, but he must go to the military camp with me. Learning martial arts is not a matter of 1 or 2 days." Zixu nodded. Okay, 100 kilograms of grain will be sold." She saw someone eavesdropping outside and deliberately raised her voice. Zijunrui was dumbfounded. Sell? Sell? Bailihan said, 10 kilograms. How much work can such a small child do?" Zixu's mouth twitched. After all, she is a girl. Raising her later will save money on marrying a wife. 100 kilograms. Bailihan was even more unyielding. "He is so young. I have to feed him food for many years to raise him up. It's only 10 kilograms. Zixu looked at him helplessly. "No, at least 20 kilograms. Bailihan nodded. "Forget it. I won't bother with you." "Have you asked me what I think?" Bailihan walked towards Zijunrui, took his hand and walked out, not looking away. When they returned to the military camp, Zijunrui was still confused. Bailihan asked, "Do you know why I bought you with food?" Zijunrui shook his head. "I don't know, but I know my sister won't hurt me." Bailihan smiled. "That's right. If it wasn't like this, you wouldn't be able to go with me. Now they all know that you were bought by me, so no one will dare to interfere with your life anymore." Zijunrui nodded. "I understand, but aren't you afraid that someone will come to you to sell their child?" Never thought about it. He took out a 1-foot-long box from his tent and handed it to Zijunrui. "Go and give it to Zixu. Put it in the bag of food." Zijunri glanced at the exquisite pattern on the box and got a clue in his mind. This is for noble women to store jewelry. Is the master pursuing my sister? Will I be beaten if I call him brother-in-law in the future? What are you looking at? Why don't you go? Bailihan's voice sank. Zijunri immediately ran away. When Zixu received the food, he was still secretly laughing at Bailihan's acting, but the old lady saw that the bag was not in the right shape. She took the bag into the house and took out the box. She couldn't help but smile. Bailihan was thoughtful. Shuer! Zixu had just told Zijunri to be obedient and study hard, and he went into the house when he heard the old lady's call. Grandma, is there anything? The old lady handed over the box. This must be for you. Zixu took the box and was stunned when she opened it. It was full of various head ornaments. It seemed that Bailihan had said that he would give her jewelry. He was a man of his word. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to comb ancient hair at all. She usually just had a ponytail. She wouldn't use this thing even if she was given it. The old lady smiled and said, Keep it. It's good to look at it when you have nothing to do. Zixu nodded and said, Second aunt, third aunt, come here and see if there is anything you like. I often go out and can't wear it. You can wear it for me to see. There is no woman who doesn't like beautiful jewelry. Besides, Liu Wanru and Zheng Shuli were both from wealthy families. They immediately surrounded her without any courtesy. Second aunt liked those with more gold and chose a thicker plum blossom hairpin. Third aunt liked those with more elegance and chose a red, gold, and pearl hairpin. Zixu gave the dark green hairpin to the old lady. Third aunt saw that Zixu didn't wear anything, so she chose a pair of pearl cloves for her to wear. A girl should still look like a girl. Even if you become a god, you still have to think about dressing yourself up. Zixu giggled. She really didn't care about these things. She put the remaining things in her room and kept them at the bottom of the box. Checking the warehouse, there are still sugarcane seeds. She took them out to germinate. After the grain in the field is planted, she can deal with them. According to Zifei, there will be a disaster year in 3 years, so she must take advantage of the present to store more grain. Wait! Even if there is too much grain, it must be protected. The Valley Master, this scourge, must be dealt with in a way. Bailihan can't be relied on for this matter. Just thinking about it, Tiantian asked, Do you want to exchange some high-yield seeds? Zixu shook his head. There is no way to explain the source clearly. Tiantian was depressed. It's so annoying. Exchanging high-yield seeds is equivalent to doing a good deed. Why are you afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind? Zixu sighed. There is a saying that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. I don't want to be kept in captivity by others. Tiantian was speechless. The human world is so complicated. Do you still want that medical book? It's on sale now. Zixu asked, How much? 300,000. 300,000? That's a sale? Are there any other cheaper ones? Take a look for yourself. Zixu turned on the light screen and browsed it. The medical skills worth 300,000 points actually include the treatment of animal diseases. Moreover, many animals are ancient beasts, so less than 1/5 of the content is useful. It's better to buy a pulse book and prescriptions. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and profound. People like her who have no basic knowledge can only take shortcuts. Tiantian saw that she had chosen 2 books, so she asked, These are all unsaleable. Do you want them? Zixu nodded. Of course, no matter how advanced technology is, traditional Chinese medicine is the foundation. Tiantian said weakly, Artificial intelligence can't use this. Zixu opened his mouth, but didn't ask in the end. Artificial intelligence is like Xiaohe, and it's hard to judge. Now that he has the conditions, he should use them. After all, how can people not get sick after eating grains? Besides, he can afford a book with 300,000 points. After the sugarcane is planted, she will also have points credited. After buying 2 books, Zixu found that there was a lot of content in the pulse book. It turns out that Chinese medicine is so magical. I didn't know it before, but now I find it so magical. Tiantian didn't think so, because it didn't understand it at all. Having just learned a new skill, Zixu happily checked her own pulse, and it looked normal no matter how she looked at it. She looked at the people in the tent outside and felt a little restless. But how should she tell them that she suddenly knew medical skills? Just as she was thinking about it, someone called her outside. Zixu, a group of people are coming to the river. What should I do? She went out and saw Yu Linshan's eldest son, Yu Hotu. He hunched his arms, his eyes wandered, his hands were clasped in his sleeves, and he didn't have any temperament at all. No wonder the couple would educate such a daughter, and parents are role models for their children. Zixu asked, What's the situation by the river? Yu Hotu looked at her straight in the eye. It seems that someone wants to join you. Zixu frowned. Could it be those people she arranged, later? Now that it's warm, do you want to live by the river? She walked quickly to the riverside and saw the Valley Master and his men standing on the other side of the single-plank bridge with a group of people. The Valley Master smiled widely when he saw her. You're here? Now I give you all these people. Don't say I don't take care of you. Bah, you take care of me? It's good enough that you don't harm me. Zixu spit on him. The Valley Master was not angry either. He put his arms around the neck of the beautiful woman next to him and kissed her on the face. The beautiful woman was his new concubine. Zixu was not interested in her. He was interested in Zifei and Yulin Feng standing next to the woman. What was the situation with these two people together? Did Zifei tell the Valley Master about the future? Zifei cast a look that was difficult to understand, with pride, contempt, and success. Anyway, I couldn't understand what she was thinking, and I didn't want to understand. The fat lady twisted her body and shook off the person who was holding her, shouting, Zixu, they want to occupy the mountain, so they want to drive us away. Zixu smiled coldly, knowing that this would happen. She still thought too highly of the Valley Master. The Valley Master laughed. I am not lying. The fact is this situation. They don't agree to give up the mountain, so I can only give people to you. Can it be more blatant and shameless? The fat lady said, Girl, don't worry about us. I don't believe he can kill us all. Among the people who were expelled, there were also people who later accepted Zixu's rescue. They also looked indignant. Zixu narrowed her eyes. These people were obviously biased towards her. If she didn't take them in, she would be retaliated by the Valley Master sooner or later. But she couldn't accept them easily. Thinking of this, she looked at the Valley Master. It's okay for me to take them in. Let them go back and pack their belongings first. The Valley Master frowned. He regarded all the items on this side of the river as his own. Letting these people take away, he was unwilling. Zifei whispered, Let them take it away and vacate the house as soon as possible. The Yu family will have great achievements in the future. The Valley Master looked at her deeply and said, Okay, let them go back and pack their belongings. Zixu shouted, Auntie, go back and pack your things. Don't leave a needle or a thread behind. The fat ant also knew that it was impossible to make the Valley Master change his mind today, so she asked people to go back and pack their things. They also hated the Valley Master very much. If the house could not be taken away, they would have wanted to tear it down. When everyone took their belongings and came to the river, Zixu found that there were more people. The fat lady was a little embarrassed. These are my relatives. I have a big mouth. Zixu frowned deliberately. So many people. The Valley Master snorted. You are not allowed to regret it. Zixu hesitated. There are too many people. You also know that I have no house to live in here. The Valley Master looked at her with a fake smile. Anyway, they must cross the river today. Zixu said angrily, I don't have much food here. You want to starve us all to death. The Valley Master curled his lips. How could it be? Can't you catch fish? Zixu gritted his teeth. No, I still can't accept so many people. Even if you said that you would give a pound of food when crossing the river, a pound of food is not enough for one person to eat for 3 days. What should I do after 3 days? Aren't they going to starve to death? The Valley Master blurted out, Give 2 pounds, and I don't care about anything else. Zixu nodded. Okay, if you give me the food, I will let them come. Otherwise, I will throw the single-plank bridge into the river. The Valley Master looked at the Valley people. Why don't you take the food? Zixu said, No, you have to provide the food, because they don't want to come here, right? Fortunately, the fat ant knew who Zixu was. Otherwise, she would have been fooled by her. Now, when she heard her ask this, she immediately said, That's right, we have land here, so we don't have to starve to death. There is nothing on the other side of the river. It's still very cold at night. I guess they will freeze to death if they don't starve to death. Someone followed up and echoed, That's right, we are not going to go there. Some people didn't understand the situation and thought that Zixu really didn't want to accept them, and their faces showed misery. Seeing this, Zifei frowned and said, 2 kilograms of food per person is not much. Those mountains can be used to grow a lot of food. The temperature here is good, and we can grow 2 seasons. How much food is that? The Valley Master was moved by what he said and nodded. Okay, this Valley Master will give it to you. Calculate how many kilograms of food. Because many people brought their relatives to Zixu, the number of people increased by more than double. The lackey said, Master, there are 103 people in total, and 206 kilograms of grain. The master asked, How many bags? The butler thought for a moment and said, "The kind of bags in our warehouse need to be filled with 2 bags at midnight." "Oh, only 2 bags, give them to them." The butler whispered something in the master's ear, and the master's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. Zixu was curious and asked Tiantian, "Can you hear it?" Tiantian said, "I heard it. I just want to change the type of grain." Zixu didn't take it seriously. It seemed that there were only rice and grains in the valley, and it was fine as long as they were all grains. It was impossible to ask the master to give out white rice. Soon, someone brought 3 bags of grain, each of which was bulging, and it was estimated that each bag weighed more than 100 kilograms. The valley master smiled and said, "These are all food. I promise that they can all be eaten. If you can't eat them, I will compensate you with the same weight of rice. And here are 300 kilograms. I'll give them all to you. Who can blame me for being so generous?" Zixu raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. "Come here." When everyone walked over, the thugs put the food next to Zixu and then went back quickly. Unexpectedly, they pushed the single plank bridge into the river after they went back. Zixu sneered, "Valley Master, you know how strong I am. I can fill the river's surface with such wood for 30 feet overnight." The Valley Master's face sank. "I just don't want them to sneak back." Zixu laughed. "If you want to send more people over, I welcome them too, but each person needs 10 kilograms of food." The Valley Master snorted and turned away. The fat ant came over and opened the bag and immediately shouted, "What a shame! These are wild grass seeds for feeding livestock." Zixu went over and grabbed a handful and scanned. "I found wild oats." She was stunned. Did she hear it right? Oats? This is a good thing. The fat ant was still cursing. "You bastard! You actually treat us as livestock. This thing is not something that people can eat." Zixu came back to his senses and asked, "Why? Can't eat it?" The fat ant nodded. "Yes, the shell can't be removed at all. It is used to feed livestock." Zixu laughed. "Take it, let's go home." The word "go home" made the old people in the team cry. At the same time, it also made the young people feel warm in their hearts. After returning to her residence, Zixu borrowed some tents from the military camp and used them temporarily. Only after she settled the people did she have time to check the oats. Tiantian said such a good thing can't be eaten. Zixu is very grateful for the planting encyclopedia now, because it not only talks about the planting methods of crops, but also talks about how to process them. It was a very difficult thing for the ancients, but now it is as simple as picking it up at hand for Zixu. She put a bowl of oats in a basin and then went to prepare a secret weapon, something that can quickly shell the oats. When the old lady saw the oats in the kitchen, she said, "Isn't this for feeding horses? There used to be more in the mansion. Are you going to crush them and feed the chickens?" Zixu's mouth twitched. "No, I'm going to feed myself." The old lady looked at her suspiciously, but said nothing. Zixu looked at the stove. The 2 ants were too diligent, so there was not much ash in it. She went to get some hay and burned it into ash, then collected the ashes and put them in a basin. The old lady asked, "Is yours not enough? I can make some for you." Zixu was stunned for a moment, before she realized that she was talking about sanitary belts, and her face couldn't help but blush. "No, I'm making something else." "Oh." Zixu quickly soaked the ash in water, and when she felt it was a little less, she added some more. She didn't know how long to soak it, so she put the ash and water in a clay pot and boiled it for a while. After the water boiled, she started filtering. After filtering several times in a row, the water quality was not so turbid, but it also looked like inferior tea soup. This is the lye water. She used half to soak the oats and the other half to make soap. She had never done this before. Washing hands was basically done with wood ash, which was not hygienic at all. There was ready-made grease at home, so she scooped a large piece and melted it in the pot. Tiantian asked, "What are you doing? Stir-frying lye water or frying oats?" Zixu replied, "Making soap. I have never done it before, so I'm trying it." What is soap? It's something that can wash your hands clean and disinfect them. It can also be used to wash clothes. Tiantian asked in surprise, "Don't you have 2 things here, soapberry and soapberry? Do you want seeds?" Zixu thought for a while and said, "Remind me when you go up the mountain next time, so I can plant them on the mountain." "Okay." Zixu did not give up making soap because of this. She made 3 batches of soap at different concentrations, temperatures, and stirring levels, and placed them in a cool place. She made a record on paper to facilitate the next time she made it. The oats on the other side were almost soaked. She grabbed a handful and rubbed them, and the shells were easily separated. After rubbing out the wheat grains and washing them, she started to cook oatmeal porridge when she found that there was no alkali smell. After the porridge was ready, Zixu added some sugar and tasted it. It tasted okay. The wheat grains were smooth. If it was pressed into oatmeal flakes and then cooked, it would be better. The old lady tasted it and praised, "It turns out that it can be eaten. It's not bad." Zixu smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It can be made into cakes, porridge. In short, it can fill your stomach." The old lady nodded. "Well, it's not bad." Zixu calculated that she had 300 kilograms of seeds. After selecting seeds, she could use 100 to 200 kilograms. 1 acre of land requires 10 to 30 kilograms of seeds. She planned to compromise and use 20 kilograms for 1 acre of land. If she could select 200 kilograms of seeds, she could only plant 5 acres of land. If she wanted to plant 10 acres, she would have to ask Mr. Mingjing to find some more. Unfortunately, it was late outside, so Zixu could only go back to rest and wait until the next day. She couldn't sleep a little, so she took out the 2 random treasure boxes and prepared to open them. Tiantian smiled. "Why aren't you afraid of wild beasts?" Zixu twitched his lips, pretending to go to the toilet, and climbed over the wall. Going through the door would alarm the imperial family. When climbing over the wall, the thorns shook but did not attack. The thorns that had been fertilized had already climbed all over the wall, and they usually pretended to be dead. Zixu took out a random treasure box. "Open it?" There was an extra key in his hand, copper-colored. "What is this?" Tiantian said, It's a prop for coaxing children." "Pfft, you don't give me things that you used to coax children, do you?" "It seems so. It is indeed a system abandoned by the headquarters." Zixu rubbed his eyebrows. "This is the key. You have to give me a lock to open it." Tiantian said, "That is a low-level universal key that can open the ordinary locks here." Zixu understood. "It seems to be useless, so put it away first. It is a disposable consumable." "What did I open in the other box?" Tiantian was also a little confused. "I don't know." Zixu looked around and found nothing. She took out a tinder and looked around. There was a pearl on the ground. She picked it up and played with it. "You're not just giving me a pearl, are you?" "Tiantian, that's fish eggs, but in your eyes it's just a pearl. With your current abilities, you can't destroy it. Just use it as a decoration." Zixu stared at the pearl for a long time and threw it into her backpack after returning. She didn't want to touch the points, so she could only sleep when she had nothing to do. Who said that there were too few entertainments in ancient times? In the morning, she went to check the soap. It hadn't solidified yet. It looked like there were 2 failed products. She ignored it for the time being. Zixu went to check the oats and sifted them with salt water. She actually picked out 2.5 bags, which weighed more than 260 kilograms. If 20 kilograms were used for 1 acre of land, it would be too much. She carefully calculated that 26 kilograms would be used for 1 acre of land, and she would make up 10 acres. After breakfast, Zixu found Yulin Mountain. "Grandpa Linshan, have you finished planting now?" Yulinshan nodded. "It's finished. I was going to ask what you're doing today." Zixu said, "Continue to reclaim the wasteland. I need at least 10 acres here." "Okay, can you lend us that hoe?" Shu nodded. "Sure, but I need to modify it. It's a bit inconvenient to use it this way now." Her hoe is the kind of trapezoidal one with a round hole at the back. She has changed the handle several times for reclaiming wasteland. Tiantian said, "Why don't you buy a plow?" Zixu's body stiffened. She actually forgot about this. She saw it once last time but didn't buy it because it was expensive. After dinner, she went back to her room to check the farm tools. Things like plows and hoes are all in the small farm tools. The water wheel is in the large farm tools. It has to be said that the things in this system are very complete, and they are all useful for farming. There are many kinds of plows. At present, she can only buy a curved plow because the thing in the front is similar to the hoe she is using now. It is sharper than the hoe. She can say that it is modified from the hoe, otherwise it is difficult to explain the source. A curved plow costs 3,000 credits, which is not expensive for her now. After picking out the things, Zixu took the hoe and went up the mountain. She had not yet completed her plan to dig the mountain, so she had to dig a section whenever she had time. When she brought the plow back at night, she could take back her hoe and dig the mountain. The things in the secret room had been emptied, and Zixu used the stones she dug to fill the secret room. She didn't know how long she had been digging, but she felt hungry and called it a day. It should be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon outside. She went to the mountain to find a few trees, cut them down, cleaned them up, and put them in the warehouse. There were also many fresh wild vegetables. She picked some and went back to mix them cold, which was also delicious. As for animals, she felt that after all, they were not farmed, and they must have all kinds of bacteria on their bodies. She would not eat them if she could avoid it. Of course, if one day she couldn't survive, she would not let herself starve to death. At about 5 o'clock, she carried the plow back. Bailey Han and Mr. Mingjing were standing in the yard, and they both looked at her. To be precise, they were looking at the curved plow on her shoulders. Mr. Mingjing walked over quickly, stretched out his hand to take the plow. "Did you do this?" Zixu could only bite the bullet and snatch the fruits of others' labor. "Yeah, I just made it. What's wrong? What is this for? Weapon?" Zixu's mouth twitched. "I use it to plow the land. Do you think it's easy to use as a weapon?" Balihan walked over and said, "I've seen this thing, but it's not the same. They use a curved hook, not as many structures as you have." Zixu raised his eyebrows. "I improved it a little. This side can be put on the cow. If we don't have cows, we can use people to pull it. The back part needs a person to control it. Although it's not quite the same as my master's description, I think it can be used." Balihan nodded. "Well, it looks good. You can be a carpenter." "Zixu, do you want to buy a carpenter's introduction?" Mr. Mingjing was not interested in the tools for plowing the land, and said, "Hurry up and cook. I met a caravan selling seafood when I went out today and got some seafood." Zixu's eyes lit up and asked, "Where is it?" Mr. Mingjing pointed to the kitchen. "It's all with you." "Okay." Zixu smelled a fishy smell when he entered the kitchen, which was the unique smell of salted fish. Sea fish is much fishier than freshwater fish, but it is also much more delicious. There were 3 baskets of seafood, one for salted fish, one for conch meat and clam meat, and another for kelp. She took out a 2-foot-long salted fish, but couldn't tell what kind it was. After cleaning it, she sliced it and fried it in oil, and sliced the conch into thin slices to cook soup. Today, the royal family and the fat ant led people to open up wasteland, so they were quite tired. She decided to make some pancakes and soup to fill people up. Zixu definitely didn't have the ability to cook for more than 100 people, so she got 2 salted fish and dried goods and gave them to the fat ant to cook. The fat ant took the things and asked, "Can we cut down trees and build a house tomorrow?" Zixu nodded. "I'll make a plow, so we don't have to go to open up wasteland tomorrow. You've all built houses before, so you know how to do it. Have you decided where to build the house?" The fat ant thought for a moment and said, "Just at the foot of the mountain, we'll clean it up ourselves. After all, the fields extend from the river to this side. If we build a house there, it will affect the expansion of arable land." Zixu nodded. "Okay, then I don't have to move." The fat ant chuckled. "This area is all yours. You can live wherever you want." Zixu laughed. "Send someone to get an axe from me tomorrow morning so we can cut down trees faster. Also, remember the rules for cutting down trees. Don't cut them down randomly." "Got it. We don't want the house we worked so hard to build to be buried by the mud." Zixu nodded, left the tent and returned home. The soup was almost cooked, and the pancakes could be served. She then started to fry the fish, and finally mixed the wild vegetables. The 2 ants took some food to the old lady's room to eat, while Zixu took the 2 old men to the hall. The old lady's voice came from the room. "Yulinshan seems to want to tell you about the land reclamation. Why don't you call him to eat together?" Zixu nodded. "Okay." Mr. Mingjing's eyes flashed. He knew that the old lady deliberately called Yulinshan because she didn't want her granddaughter's reputation to be damaged. After all, it would be criticized if a grown-up girl accompanied 2 men to eat. Zixu didn't think much about it and went to call Yulinshan. They were eating. There was seafood soup and pancakes on the table, and there were only a few pieces of salted fish. They divided the 1 fish they were given equally. "Grandpa Linshan, the prince and Mr. Mingjing are having dinner at my place. You come and eat together, and tell me about the land reclamation after you finish eating." Yulinshan hesitated for a moment. He had food here. It would not be good to eat at Zixu's. But on second thought, it would be even worse to let a grown-up girl accompany 2 men to eat, so he agreed. Yu immediately asked, "Can I go too? I'll serve you tea and water." "No, you'll only be an eyesore." Yu glared at her angrily. "Why can you accompany them for dinner, but I can't?" Zixu glanced at Yu too. "Is your daughter worried about getting married?" Yulinshan immediately scolded. "Don't be silly. I'm going for business. How can you compare to Zixu?" After saying that, he followed Zixu out. Entering the main room, Yulinshan bowed to the 2 of them. "Meet the general, sir." Balihan was very polite to him. "No need to be polite. Please sit down." The 4 of them sat down, and Zixu didn't care about them and ate her own food. A bite of multigrain pancake and a mouthful of seafood soup were so delicious. Yulinshan looked at Balihan and wanted to speak several times, but didn't dare to speak. Balihan said, "Grandpa, you don't have to be so polite. Just say whatever you want to say. There is no rule here that says you can't talk while eating or sleeping." Yulinshan dared to speak then. How is Shuya? When she gave birth to you, I didn't have time to congratulate her, so I asked my eldest brother to send a jade pendant to her. Bailihan paused. Did you give me the jade pendant with a unicorn carved on it? Yulinshan smiled embarrassedly. That's all I can give you. Shuya is the child I watched grow up. Bailihan smiled faintly. My mother has always been thinking about you, but unfortunately she passed away a few years ago because of poor health. Shuya passed away? I didn't receive any news. Yulinshan stood up in surprise and almost knocked over the bowl of soup. Bailihan waved his hand. Don't mention those things. The world is in chaos now. It's good that you can come here. Yulinshan sat down, but he didn't want to eat anymore. He held on with tears in his eyes. Zixu looked at him. Grandpa Linshan, let's talk about land reclamation. We who are still alive have to look forward. Yulinshan took a deep breath and wiped his face. Yes, we have to look forward. He paused. Speaking of land reclamation, I walked deep into the wasteland during the day. We look like there are more than 5,000 acres of land here, but in fact only 3,000 can be used. The remaining 2,000 is swamp. It may be that the river water has accumulated and soaked the downstream. Zixu frowned. It turned out that there were only so many. Wouldn't the other 2,000 be wasted? Yulinshan continued. I didn't dare to go deep. I saw a lot of wild ducks from a distance. I can send people to catch some when I'm free. Zixu's eyes lit up. Wild ducks? There must be eggs. Now we are short of protein. Bailihan asked, what is protein? Zixu choked. How to explain? He let it slip again. Ahem. That protein is protein, and eating it is the same as eating meat. Bailihan asked in confusion. There are a lot of wild animals here. Aren't they meat? Zixu had to explain patiently. Wild animals are always roaming around outside. For example, a mouse that is full of diseases is eaten by a fox, and the fox's meat will carry the mouse's disease. The fox is eaten by a tiger or other big beast, and the disease will be transmitted to the big beast. If a person eats a tiger or a fox, he will also get sick, so we should not eat the meat of wild animals if we can. Mr. Mingjing's face changed. Could the illness of the soldiers in the army this time be related to eating wild meat? Zixu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Mr. Mingjing said, it's diarrhea. They went hunting in the mountains a while ago, and they started to get sick the next day. Zixu was speechless. Meat is a good thing, but it can't be eaten every meal. Do you need my help? Mr. Mingjing sighed. I've already given them medicine. They should be fine. Okay, no matter what kind of meat it is, it must be cooked thoroughly. It's best to cook it for more than 15 minutes, otherwise the virus in the animal won't be killed. Mr. Mingjing nodded. I'll tell them when I get back. Bailihan asked, don't you know how to treat illnesses? Zixu immediately felt guilty, as he did say so last time. Bailihan snorted, you're really hiding your abilities. Tell me, what else can you do? Do you want to confess? Seeing her expression changing constantly, Mr. Mingjing became curious. Girl, how many skills do you have hidden? Zixu tapped her little finger with her thumb, just a little. Bailihan glanced sideways. Then what do you say this little thing is? Zixu immediately hit the nail on the head. Actually not much, it's just taking a pulse, but I don't have much experience, so I said I can't do it. Mr. Mingjing smiled. I knew it was like this. You said you learned all kinds of herbs. Since you learned to identify all kinds of herbs, how could you not take a pulse? Can you prescribe medicine? I know prescriptions. I have memorized a lot of them, but I didn't see many people when I was learning from my master. You also know my identity. It was impossible for me to go outside the mansion to take people's pulses to accumulate experience at that time. I have memorized the prescriptions and pulse books, but I just lack practice. Mr. Mingjing laughed. This is a small matter. Follow me later. There are plenty of people in the military camp for you to practice with. Zixu felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Wouldn't he be exhausted to death after taking the pulse of so many people? Mingjing said, just check the pulse. I will help you record the prescription. If I make a mistake, I will remind you. Zixu nodded. Okay, please teach me. Mr. Mingjing believed that his medical skills were unparalleled, and he had no pressure to teach Zixu. Then the four of them ate and drank, and Zixu followed them to the military camp. Li Shito was now Bailihan's personal soldier, guarding outside the tent. When he saw Zixu, he immediately smiled and said, Sister. Well, why do you look so bad? Zixu frowned. The sunny young man now has a sallow complexion and is a little shaky when he walks. This is not right. Li Shito smiled innocently. I have a stomachache, it's okay. Come in, I'll check your pulse, I'm here to practice. The first person to check the pulse was an acquaintance, so she was not that nervous. Li Shito looked at Bailihan and followed him in when he nodded. Zixu sat down and after checking his pulse, The result and the corresponding prescription automatically appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but shudder. This is not ordinary diarrhea. Mr. Mingjing asked, "Li Shito, have you taken the medicine?" "I've taken 2 doses, and it's been 2/4 of an hour. Ouch, my stomach hurts." He ran away while holding his stomach. Zixu stood up and looked at Mr. Mingjing and said seriously, "Let all the sick people line up. This is not ordinary diarrhea." Seeing that she was serious, Mr. Mingjing did not argue and ordered people to organize. Bailey Han asked, "What do you think is the disease?" Zixu bit her lip. Based on the pulse and the prescription that popped up in her mind, she was sure that this was not the same planet as the world she lived in. Maybe it was a balanced space, a different world. "My master calls this disease animal poison, which is caused by eating uncooked animal meat, and it is contagious, equivalent to an epidemic." Mr. Mingjing almost jumped up. "How is it contagious?" "Saliva, excrement, and blood are all fine. I will write a prescription first, and you order people to boil the medicine. No matter whether they are sick or not, they must drink it. In addition, this disease may show different symptoms, and the medicine should be prescribed according to different symptoms. By the way, help me record what kind of meat they eat and where they are caught." Mr. Mingjing put away his fan and nodded. "Got it." Bailey Han asked, "How can I help?" Zixu glanced. "Sit down. No one dares to make trouble when you are here." It seems that there is no place for him to use his skills. Soon, a long line formed outside. Zixu checked one by one and wrote a total of 3 prescriptions. Bailey Han asked, "How long will it take to recover?" Zixu thought for a while. 7 days. The first portion of the soup came out. Zixu drank a bowl and then asked for the herbs to boil back. After all, Bailey Han and Mr. Mingjing had been to her home, and she had been to Auntie Fat and the Yu family, so she had to take precautions. When she returned just after dawn, she boiled the medicine and ordered everyone to drink it. Only Yu despised it and secretly poured it out. Zixu was not prepared and threw herself into the military camp. "Second aunt, the medicine can be boiled once more. I can't come back at night. Remember to drink it once before meals." Liu Wanru asked worriedly, "Is there an epidemic in the military camp?" Nodded. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to the mountains to collect herbs. You won't be afraid of infection if you drink the medicine, but it's better to bring a face towel to avoid being sprayed by other people's saliva." Liu Wanru nodded. "I know. I will tell them." "Okay." Zixu ate a mouthful of food and went up the mountain to collect herbs. This time was the time she used the scanner the most. After using it 100 times, she felt a little dizzy and sat down on the hillside. "Tiantian, what's wrong with me?" Tiantian said, "Your body is too weak. You need to exercise more. Don't use the detection technique today." Zixu slapped his forehead. "There are still restrictions?" "When will there be no restrictions?" At least I have to be stronger than Bailey Han. It will be achieved in a long time." Tiantian said, "You should grow some medicinal herbs." Zixu wiped his sweat. "I know. Isn't this too busy?" Tiantian was helpless. This host was really busy like a spinning top. Zixu rested for a while and continued to look for medicine. This time she could only think seriously about the characteristics of the medicinal herbs and the environment in which they grow. It was so painful without cheating. She didn't rest for long and continued to look for herbs. "There are many herbs here that are different from that world. They don't exist in that world. I don't know if they are extinct because of environmental damage or because they don't exist at all." After collecting a basket of herbs, Zixu went to the military camp and found that the atmosphere there was a little tense. Mr. Mingjing saw her carrying a large basket of herbs and asked happily, "You are really foresighted. The herbs in the barracks have run out." Zixu put down the basket and said, "My strength alone is too small. Let those who are not sick in the army go to collect herbs." Mr. Mingjing frowned and said, "The only ones who are not sick in the Bide army are me and the general." "Oh, and you." Zixu frowned. She found that she had made a very big mistake. She should have thought about isolating the sick people yesterday, but it was too late now. "Forget it. I'll go and boil the herbs." Mr. Mingjing nodded. "I'll help you." The two worked together to boil 3 kinds of decoctions, because although the cause of the disease is the same, different physical conditions will show different symptoms. In this way, they have to be treated separately. While boiling the herbs, Zixu wrote some disinfection methods and nursing methods. When she wrote about hand washing, she remembered the soap she made, so she asked people to collect plant ash and grease to make soap liquid for hand washing and disinfection. The meal system is implemented separately. Each person has a wooden plate and is responsible for washing and disinfecting it. Zixu sent some medicinal herbs to the old lady, just in case. She felt that the people here were very obedient and did not need special attention, so she devoted herself to the military camp. When the situation in the military camp stabilized, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was very tired, but she did not complain. While treating patients and saving lives, she accumulated a lot of experience. But just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the second aunt came to see her. "Zixu, Yu is sick, go back and see him." Zixu frowned. "What are the symptoms?" He said he had diarrhea for 3 days, but he didn't say it because he was shy. Zixu was anxious. "Where are the others?" "The rest of them are fine. Everyone wears veils, washes hands frequently, and eats separately as you said." Zixu nodded. "Okay, I'll get some medicine." Mr. Mingjing is not handsome anymore, with unshaven beard and dark circles under his eyes. He said tiredly, "There is nothing wrong here. You go back and have a good rest." Zixu nodded. "Okay, you still can't stop taking the medicine until you are all well." "Understood." Zixu hurriedly left with Liu Wanru. Bailey Han walked in from outside. He could not see the fatigue on his face, but only pale lips. "Zixu left? Is everything okay here?" Mr. Mingjing nodded. "No problem. Now we just have to wait for the soldiers to recover." "Did something happen to her?" Bailey Han pretended to be indifferent and asked. Mr. Mingjing smiled slightly. "Someone is sick. She can handle it." Bailey Han's eyes were stern. "You won't go to help?" Mr. Mingjing jumped up from his chair. "Look, how can I help in this state? What I need most now is sleep." Bailey Han said nothing. He didn't know medical skills and couldn't help. The only thing he could do was to calm the situation. Recently, he observed that the people on Zixu's side were relatively well behaved, so he was not too worried. When Zixu returned, she saw Yu moving into her room. She tried her best to hold back her anger. "Who let her in?" "Second," Aunt said. "I didn't dare to stop her. She didn't bring a face towel and refused to drink medicine. She poured out all the medicine I gave her." Zixu smiled coldly. "Isn't it easy to die? Just let her wait to die in there." Yu Hotu knelt down to Zixu. "Please save my daughter. It's my fault for not taking good care of her." Yu Linshan didn't speak, but squatted at the door and shook his head and sighed. Zixu shook his head. "I cannot treat those who don't listen. She is not harming herself, but you." Yu Hotu said awkwardly, "Isn't it okay? She is the only one who didn't take medicine." Zixu was amused. "Do you think taking medicine and wearing a face towel can completely avoid it? Did you touch anything she touched? Did her saliva get into your eyes when she talked to you? These may be contagious. It's unreasonable for you to still hold a fluke mentality now." Liu Wanru was a little nervous. "What should we do? Are we all in danger?" Nodded. "Hurry to the yard, I'll check one by one." Yu, who was hiding in the house, had no strength to get up. When she heard that Zixu didn't save her, she was so angry that her teeth itched. "Let's die together. I won't let you go." Zixu outside began to check everyone. Fortunately, only Yu Hotu and his wife Li had symptoms, and the rest were fine. "Lock Yu Hotu and Li in my room and don't let them come out." Yu Hotu and Li were pale and wanted to refute. Yu Linshan directly pushed the two into the house. He was very smart and wrapped straw on his hands. Zixu frowned and immediately boiled the medicine. Yu Linshan asked, "What can I do?" Zixu glanced at him and said, "Burn lime and disinfect the room." "What is lime?" It's just burning stones and cracking them, smashing them into ash, which can have a certain disinfecting effect." Yu Linshan nodded. "I see, it's the same as wood ash, so is mugwort useful?" It's useful. Zixu slapped her forehead. "Sure, enough. The crash course can't be compared with others who have walked step by step." She actually forgot something as important as mugwort. Everyone divided the work and cooperated. Zixu delivered medicine to the family in the house and put the medicine bowl on the table after entering. "Your symptoms are the same. Drink it quickly. You will be cured in 3 days, but you have to go out for 7 days." Yu Hotu squatted on the ground without saying a word. Li bit her lip and asked, "Can you help my daughter? She is very uncomfortable." Zixu walked to the bed. Yu's resistance was still very strong, but now she was seriously dehydrated. But she didn't expect Yu to quickly pull off her face towel and spit at her, then grinned. "Let's die together." Zixu was speechless. Her current physical condition would not be infected by the virus. Wearing a face towel was just to comfort others. Zixu raised his hand and pinched her neck. "Wanna die? I'll help you." Yu rolled her eyes because of being pinched. Li grabbed Zixu's arm and beat her hand. Let go. Yu Hotu was also panicked. "I'm sorry, I will scold her. Please show mercy." Zixu threw the person away in disgust. "Killing her dirty my hands." Yu looked at her coldly. "You must have deliberately poisoned her, and then stood up and pretended to be a good person." Zixu was speechless. She could think of this, and she was also a talent. "I still disdain to do that, and I don't need to do that at all. You can drink those medicines if you want." After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. She saw that the box on the table seemed to have been touched. She opened it and checked it. It was touched, but nothing was missing. When she thought that her things had been touched by others, she felt uncomfortable, so she simply took away everything that could be taken away from the house. After taking them out, she disinfected them with medicine because they had been touched by patients. After disinfection, she put them in the old lady's room. Fortunately, the threshold was already in the old lady's room, otherwise they would definitely be dragged out and touched. Zixu was in a very bad mood now. She tried her best to treat these people, but they doubted her. Sometimes she really wanted to give up saving these 3 people, but after all, they were patients, and she had to cure them first if she wanted to punish them. Another point is that their saliva could be a source of infection, and if they were not cured, more people would be harmed. Linger ran in from outside and shouted, "Oh no, people on the other side of the river are also sick. They were driven to the river by the valley master. Is the river water still drinkable?" Zixu held his forehead. "Why is there an outbreak over there? Have our people been there?" Linger thought for a while. Yu has been going to the river these days, and it seems that he is talking to the Yu family on the other side. Zixu was speechless. This woman is so annoying. She came to the riverside. A single plank bridge had been built here at some point. The valley master was carried here. He pointed at Zixu and said angrily, "It's all your fault, the disease you had spread to us." Zixu did not get angry. "Now we have to treat the disease. Put aside our personal grudges. Can you do it?" The valley master had no choice now. The doctors in the valley could not cure it. Although he wanted to kill Zixu, he could not really watch the people in the valley die. "Forget it. You come and treat them. I won't touch you during this period." Zixu nodded. "Okay, let all the doctors come." The valley master frowned. "What if they get infected too? If you don't want to die, come and help me save people. Otherwise, many people can't be treated in time." No matter how bad the valley master was, he knew that the people in the valley were the foundation. He waved his hand. "Go, find all the doctors." Soon 8 people were found. Each of them carried a large medicine box and a basket with herbs in his hand. Zixu nodded with satisfaction. The valley master was angry. "Why are there only a few of you? Aren't there more than a dozen?" One of the old doctors said, "We are old and have more experience. Those young people should stay to treat those who don't have this disease." Zixu's anger completely dissipated after hearing this. Yes, it is impossible to mobilize all the doctors to one place. Otherwise, if non-communicable diseases appear in other areas, won't they be unable to receive timely treatment? She bowed deeply to several doctors. "Zixu thanks you again. Now I will take the pulse and prescribe the medicine. You are responsible for picking and boiling the medicine." "Okay," the old doctor said with a smile. "Okay, I heard that you cured the people in the military camp." Zixu was startled. "People from the military camp are here?" The old doctor shook his head. "No," General Bailey shouted, "otherwise we wouldn't know that this disease is so fierce." Zixu said, "Oh, is that guy trying to boost her momentum?" She didn't think too much and immediately took the pulse and prescribed medicine for the sick. During this time, she asked people to drag out the 3 people living in her house and throw them into the pile of patients by the river. Yu drank the medicine and ate the meal, regaining some strength. She pointed at Zixu's nose and cursed, "Bitch, you poisoned us and created an epidemic in order to improve your reputation." Looking at the expressions of the people, it was obvious that some people believed her words. Zixu was too lazy to explain now. She just wanted to cure the disease and block it. After the source of infection was gone, she would settle the matter one by one. However, not everyone could remain calm. Some people with mild symptoms surrounded her. The eyes of these people contained knives, as if they wanted to skin Zixu alive. The old doctor stood up to dissuade them. "Don't get excited. General Bailey has already said that it was caused by someone eating uncooked animal meat. This matter has nothing to do with her." Zixu knew that no matter what reason, it would be impossible to persuade these irrational people. She picked up a fist-sized stone and crushed it easily. "If anyone thinks his bones are harder than stone, come and try to move me." Sure enough, extraordinary measures were more appropriate in extraordinary times, and these guys immediately shrank into quails. The master of the valley was also a patient. He closed his eyes and rested on the sedan chair after drinking the medicine. He just lifted his eyelids and ignored Zixu's actions. He didn't care how the disease came from, nor did he care about others. As long as his body was healed, it was fine. Zixu glanced at him and sneered in his heart. Is such a person worthy of being the master of the valley? The doctors worked diligently. Two of them who were infected did not rest. After drinking the medicine, they put on gloves made of linen to check the fire of the medicine. Looking at them, Zixu's heart warmed up. No matter what, there are still many good people. Everyone will be safe. At the same time, he was relieved and a little sad. If he didn't have a system and didn't learn medical knowledge such as pulse books, what would happen now? Just thinking about it, Zifei covered her face with a veil and called from a distance. Zixu, come here. Zixu frowned. She should not remember looking for him that day. What's the matter? Zifei glanced at the tree in the distance. Let's go over there to talk. Zixu nodded and followed her under the tree. Zifei asked, I have come to you several times. Have you thought about my proposal? Zixu pretended to be stupid. Didn't you come to me only once? I just want to let things take their own course and don't want to form any group. Zifei paused. Only once? Zixu was happy. She really didn't remember it, but she was a little uncertain. Now she was just testing. Just once. Later someone said you came to see me, but I wasn't at home. Oh. Zifei was a little confused. Zixu asked, you said you were reborn. Did you have this disease in your previous life? Zifei nodded. Yes, but it wasn't so serious. It was just a stomachache and collective diarrhea. Oh, Zixu didn't expect it to be true. No one died? Zifei thought for a while. It seems that no one died. It was all mentioned in passing. What? Zixu pretended not to know. Zifei immediately coughed dryly. Nothing. How can people not get sick if they eat grains and cereals? It's okay. Oh, I have to go back to make medicine. Is there anything else? I'll wait for you to cooperate with me anytime. Zixu shook his head. Didn't you surrender to the Valley Master? I dare not cooperate with you. Now the Valley Master is waiting for me to cure the disease because he is afraid of death. If he gets better, he will definitely tear me down. Zifei immediately assured, No, I'm here. Zixu sneered in his heart, I'm afraid because you are here. But he just smiled faintly. Let's talk about it later. Zifei looked at Zixu's back and bit her lip. Why didn't it make sense? A soft bun-like person couldn't become so powerful all of a sudden. Could it be that she is the same as herself? Do you know what will happen next? She stomped her feet and saw Bai Lihan coming to the river in a white dress. Obsession appeared in her eyes. Only she is worthy of such a person. Who is Zixu? Why is he so good to Bai Lihan? No, since she can't be controlled by me, I have to cut the Gordian knot quickly so as not to turn her into a disaster. Zixu was reporting her condition to Bai Lihan. Bai Lihan asked, Do you have enough herbs? Zixu shook her head. I'll go collect herbs tomorrow. Bai Lihan glared at her, and Zixu didn't dare to breathe. Go back and rest. You haven't closed your eyes for several days. Zixu laughed. You can still hold on. I'm in good health. Before he finished speaking, Bai Lihan picked her up and crossed the river in front of everyone. Zixu nestled in Bai Lihan's arms, confused the whole time. When did this guy become so familiar with her? He hugged her as soon as he said it. Resist? Why should I resist? It's quite comfortable. Bai Lihan took her back home, but Zixu's room was being disinfected. Zixu said irritably, I don't want to live in that room anymore. Bai Lihan asked, What happened? Zixu told him what happened. The old lady coughed dryly. Can you put the person down first and then talk? Zixu jumped from Bai Lihan's arms to the ground, her face red. Bai Lihan's eyes flashed, feeling a little funny. Zixu wanted to go into the old lady's room. I'll go and rest first. Bai Lihan pulled her. Go wash yourself. You've been outside for so long. Zixu nodded. Yes, we can't be careless. She went to disinfect herself with medicine and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, this bacteria is not strong. It can be completely controlled. Tianqian said, Isn't it because you learned the prescription and pulse book? Otherwise, do you think it can be suppressed so easily? Zixu thought about it and felt that it was true. After all, it takes a long time to study the right medicine. After the research is done, it still needs to be clinically tested, and it can only be made public after it is confirmed to be effective. In that case, I don't know how many people will be infected, but this process has to go through. If I didn't have Tianqian, I would probably be a headless fly now. Tianqian asked, What should we do now? Are we not going to eat meat anymore? Zixu shook her head. No, I will catch wild boars and feed them some Chinese medicine to kill the germs in their bodies. In fact, the most important thing is not what kind of meat to eat, but to cook it thoroughly. High temperature is the key to killing viruses. Tianqian replied, Yes, and hygiene is also the key. Zixu sighed. It's a pity that not many people listen to me now, otherwise I would let everyone in the valley pay attention to hygiene. Tianqian asked, Aren't you going to compete for the position of Valley Master? Compete? Of course I will compete. I want to turn this place into a paradise. There is no peach tree. How can it be a paradise? Zixu slapped her forehead. I had a seed, but I forgot it. After taking a shower, She went to the yard, but didn't see a good place to plant trees, so she had to plant them outside the wall first. After returning, she had a good sleep. The next day, when I went to the river, the people's illnesses had improved a lot, but now the temperature is not high at night, and they can only make a bonfire to keep warm. Zixu checked and asked if there were any new patients. She was very pleased with the answer she got. The old doctor asked, "Is there no problem now?" Zixu nodded. "No big problem, but some people are disobedient and still drink cold water directly." Zixu frowned. "They can't drink cold water, otherwise there is a possibility of secondary disease. They can't relieve themselves near the water source, otherwise the water is full of diseases." The old doctor shook his head. "I can't control them." Zixu was thinking about whether to use some extraordinary means. At this time, Bailihan came with 10 people. He looked at Zixu and asked, "How is the situation?" Zixu said, "It's okay, but I can't control them from drinking cold water. Unboiled water can easily cause diseases." Bailihan nodded. "You tell me what to do. I'll let them watch. You have to come with me today." It felt like she was summoned and dismissed at will. However, she still told them to pay attention to hygiene, not to drink raw water, and not to pollute the water source. The soldiers immediately took out their steel knives and patrolled everywhere, and the disobedient ones were as obedient as quails. Zixu followed Bailihan to the military camp and couldn't help asking, "What happened?" Bailihan nodded. "Someone poisoned me this time." "Poisoned?" Zixu was stunned. Was it not typhoid fever? If not, how could her prescription work? Bailihan said in a heavy voice, "I was careless. A while ago, a group of disaster victims passed by here and wanted to enter the Valley of Sinners. I didn't agree at the time, but who knew they would poison the guards?" "How did they poison them?" Zixu asked. "Let the sick people deliberately scratch the guards, and some deliberately coughed. In short, we were careless." Zixu pondered for a moment. "Then what do you want me to do?" Bailihan glanced at her. "I know you have a lot of tricks. Go to the entrance of the valley to see how to prevent it." "Thank you for your compliment." The two came to the entrance of the valley. In fact, there are 2 layers of defense here: inner defense and outer defense. The inner defense is not far from the military camp, and the outer defense is at the entrance of the valley. Zixu went out with them last time to see it. The outer defense is in the shape of a trumpet mouth, with guards spread out in an 8-shaped pattern, with 1 post every 10 meters. There are also 2 5-meter-high sentry towers at the entrance. In fact, there are also secret sentries on the mountain, but they are invisible. Bailihan said worriedly, "These guards are replaced every 2 hours, and they often come into contact with passers-by." Zixu was a little puzzled. "Isn't this the Valley of Sinners? It's a bitter and cold place, right? Why are there still people passing by here?" Bailihan explained patiently, "There is a border city to the south of the Valley of Sinners, and there is an epidemic there. And to the north is the fiefdom of King Qing, a king of a different surname. King Qing is currently guarding his own city and living a good life. He doesn't listen to anyone's orders and only cares about the people in his own city. So for now, this area of northern Xinjiang is still relatively prosperous." "Northern Xinjiang? Do we belong to northern Xinjiang here?" "Yes, but the Valley of Sinners is not his business, and he doesn't want to care." Zixu nodded. "I can understand his thoughts. Are the victims going to northern Xinjiang city?" "I'm afraid they will be infected there." Bailihan said, "I have sent a letter to King Qing by carrier pigeon. I don't know if he believes it or not." Zixu bit his lip. "Give him the prescription too." Bailihan was a little surprised. "I thought you would sell it to him. In fact, we can negotiate the conditions. It's not bad to ask for some food." Zixu didn't know that. He was testing her. But she just spoke according to her conscience. "Talk about it. We don't know how many people will be infected during the negotiation. Give him the prescription first and control the spread of the disease as soon as possible." Bailihan smiled with relief. "Maybe he will give you some food as a thank you later, or he may not give it. If he doesn't give it, won't you feel uncomfortable?" Zixu looked sideways. "Why feel uncomfortable? He has the food, and it's his decision whether to give it or not. There is a saying that goes, 'Don't do good things for small things, and don't do evil things for small things.'" Bailihan nodded repeatedly. "I have always underestimated you." Zixu looked sideways. "My small size doesn't prove that I am incompetent. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. Let's talk about the deployment of defenses." Bailihan nodded. "There are victims coming. Let's go to the sentry tower and see clearly what the guards are doing." Zixu nodded, and the 2 went up to one of the sentry towers. The soldiers on it did not move and stood quietly. Zixu saw a team of about 200 people slowly approaching, including the elderly, the weak, women and children. Bailihan said, They all came from the border town, which will soon become an empty city. He paused and continued. These people are quite wealthy, with a lot of cattle and horses. Zixu looked over and saw that there were indeed a lot of ox carts and horse carts. It seemed that they were in good spirits. The leader was riding a horse and looked like a young man. Soon, the team came closer. The young man rode his horse to the bottom of the sentry tower. He looked up and saw Bailey Han, and said with a bow, "Is it the ghost-faced general?" Zixu muttered, "He looks pretty good. I didn't expect the leader to be so young." Bailey Han glanced at her and looked down. "That's right." Zixu asked, "Why don't you ask his name?" Isn't there a normal conversation with the sentence, "Who is coming?" Bailey Han snorted coldly and said nothing. Zixu felt puzzled and simply looked at the handsome guy. The man was about 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a smile on his lips of moderate thickness. He looked even more heroic in his green riding suit. He said, "I am Qi Xiangyi. Can I borrow the precious place at the door to take a rest?" Bailey Han frowned. "I'll give you 2 hours and clean up when you leave." "Thank you." Qi Xiangyi turned his horse around to arrange for the team to rest. Zixu saw the guards retreating, not wanting to have contact with these people. "That won't work. I suggest that the guards wear masks and clean themselves every time they change shifts. Also, drink a bowl of medicinal soup before going to work, and be careful not to rub your eyes with your hands. If you can't help it, wash your hands first." Bailey Han nodded. "These are all fine, but there are not enough medicinal herbs." Zixu smiled and said, "That's okay, I'll go get some. In fact, preventive medicinal herbs are very common." "Well, let the military doctor follow, you just command." Zixu asked jokingly. "I command? Then I will become a small manager?" Bailey Han curled his lips. "Let you be." Zixu didn't take this to heart. She got off the sentry tower and went back to the barracks. As a result, Qixing turned back and passed by Zixu, and the strong wind took off her veil. "Huh? What a beautiful young lady. May I ask your name?" Zixu raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people on the horse. The one asking the question was another one, who looked 70% similar to Qi Xiangyi but younger, about 15 or 16 years old. Qi Xiangyi frowned. "Second brother, don't be unreasonable. Let's go find the general." "Big brother, you go. I'll talk to this girl." As he said that, he jumped off the horse. Zixu picked up the veil. If he hadn't seen that the two were not sick, he would have kicked them. The boy was still unconscious and opened his arms to block her way. Zixu felt that he was getting more and more impatient and wanted to slap him. Qi Xiangyi stretched out his hand and lifted the boy onto the horse. "Girl, I'm sorry for being presumptuous." After that, he rode away. Zixu raised his eyebrows. "You are lucky to run fast." Back to the military camp, Zixu found Mr. Mingjing, who was still waving his fan. He saw Zixu coming over and said with a smile, "Bailey Han took you there. What bad idea did you give?" Zixu looked sideways. "Bad idea? Okay, don't look for me in the future, lest I be the one giving bad ideas." Mr. Mingjing put away his fan and poked it on his waist. "Come on, I'll take you to see something." Zixu looked at him suspiciously. "What to see? Do you have any treasures here? I've seen a lot of good things." Mr. Mingjing was so angry that he took out his fan and hit her head again. "Stinky girl, do you think I'm offering you treasures?" Zixu followed him, muttering. There was a warehouse in the military camp. They entered Bailey Han's special warehouse, a stone house without windows. After entering, you can see the night pearls embedded in the wall, and the room is as bright as day. The wall is embedded with shelves, with various boxes placed on it, and there are several boxes piled on the ground. I didn't see anything taken out of the secret room in the mountain. I guess it's hidden. There was a half-person high bathtub at the entrance, filled with black loaches and crucian carp. She pulled it out and found a few eels, but they were smaller and were mistaken for loaches. "What's wrong with these? What's so special about common things?" Mr. Mingjing said as if he was presenting a treasure. "This fish is best fried and eaten with wine. I spent a lot of money to have it shipped here. Cook it for me." Zixu rolled his eyes. "Isn't there any of this in the valley?" Mr. Mingjing nodded. "Of course not, it was shipped from the southern water town." "Sure enough, foodies are invincible." She picked up the tub. "Let's go, I'm confiscating this fish." "What?" Mr. Mingjing's eyes widened. "You can't eat it all by yourself." Zixu turned around and asked, "Bailey Han has brought all his family members here, right? You will definitely not leave in the next few years, so do you want to eat fried loaches and drink wine every day in the future?" "Yes." Mr. Mingjing nodded seriously. Zixu smiled. "So I want to raise these fish and eat as many as I want in the future. Can this fish be raised? Some people have raised them, but they couldn't keep them alive." "How did you raise them?" "I used a pond, and after raising them for a while, all the loaches disappeared, and there were only a few water snakes. Is that a water snake in your house? It's obviously an eel. The eels ate all the loaches. Who can I blame? She took the tub outside. Find 2 basins, big ones, so I can divide the fish here. They are of different species. Oh, Mr. Mingjing went to find the basins himself. Zixu separated the loaches and eels, and finally the loaches were divided into 2 basins, and the eels were divided into 1 basin. Mr. Mingjing found a branch to poke the eels. Isn't this a loach? They look almost the same. Zixu nodded. No, that's called an eel. I guess those who raise loaches don't know to put these 2 kinds of fish together. Eels are very ferocious. They not only eat loaches, but also other fish. Mr. Mingjing suddenly realized. So that's why those who raise loaches can't tell the difference, and they are eaten by it in the end. Zixu nodded. Yes, in fact, this loach is very easy to raise. I plan to put it in the rice field. Can these bad guys be eaten? Mr. Mingjing looked like he was drooling. Zixu laughed. They can't be eaten. I can make some loaches for you today. The eels also need to be raised, but not in the rice fields. Why? Oh, I'm afraid they will eat the loaches. It's because I'm afraid they will dig holes and let the water in the fields run away. Oh. Zixu put the loaches back in the bucket. You can put them in the rice fields now. I'll put them first. Mr. Mingjing nodded. Leave more for me. Got it. After dealing with the loaches, Zixu went to the mountain to collect some medicinal herbs. She specially took some whole herbs and gave them to Mr. Mingjing. Mr. Mingjing looked at the herbs and asked, "What for me? You want me to collect herbs?" Zixu shook his head. "There is a group of people coming outside. You give them some, let them collect some on the way and boil water to drink so as not to get sick." Mr. Mingjing asked, "Why are you so nice to them? I know, the leader is the eldest daughter of the Lord of Biancheng. You are not in love with her, are you?" Zixu was furious. What the hell, didn't Bailihan send a letter to King Qing? King Qing will definitely not let anyone into the city casually. So the last wave of infected people gathered outside the city. It is hard to guarantee that these people will not be infected if they go there. Whether they are infected or not is none of our business, Mr. Mingjing said indifferently. Zixu grabbed the fan and knocked on Mr. Mingjing's head. "What kind of military advisor are you? Don't you know how terrible this disease is? Just because we have medicine here doesn't mean that other places have medicine. 1 person spreads it to 10, 10 spreads it to 100, 100 spreads it to thousands. Do you want everyone to be infected?" Mr. Mingjing ignored her anger. "I know. I'll send someone right away." Zixu rolled his eyes at him. This man is a military advisor, short-sighted. Little did he know that this was also a test from Mr. Mingjing. He now felt that Zixu was more and more capable of being the general's wife. Tiantian asked, "What to do now? Continue to look for medicinal materials?" Zixu thought for a while. "Well, it's better to prepare more medicinal materials. In fact, the situation in the valley was discovered early, and the prescriptions were in place, and the typhoid fever was quickly suppressed. I just don't know how it is with King Qing. I hope those prescriptions work for them." Tiantian said, "I didn't expect typhoid fever to be so hateful that you don't even have time to farm." Zixu sighed. "It's only been a few days. It can be suppressed in such a short time because Bailihan is vigilant and not careless. Another reason is that the pulse book and other books were exchanged in time, so I know how to treat this disease. Otherwise, our Sinner Valley will become a valley of the dead." Tiantian said in surprise, "Is it true or not?" Zixu patiently told it. "In fact, no matter what disease it is, early detection and early verification, and then ensuring that medicinal, materials, and other supplies are in place in time will quickly suppress the virus. What I'm afraid of is that I found it but didn't see it, and I found out that there are no supplies. Without supplies, I can only watch the virus raging." Tiantian asked blankly, "Are there many such diseases?" Zixu thought for a while. "In this era, there is still a shortage of doctors and medicines, but I can get penicillin and salicylic acid, but both have side effects. Some people can't use penicillin and salicylic acid, which is equivalent to allergies. But it doesn't matter if you boil tea with the inner pink bark of the willow tree, it can relieve pain." Tiantian exclaimed, "You know so much. Did you learn it all from books?" Zixu shook his head. "No, but it reminded me that I can get some willow bark to make medicine." Tiantian muttered, "Last time you said you would make a new golden wound medicine, but now I don't know where you fell asleep." He didn't remember anything like that at all. Tiantian said again, "You are a good doctor now, and nothing will be difficult for you in the future." Zixu paused and said dimly, "The patient must cooperate. If he doesn't cooperate, you have to scare him. If he still can't do it, you have to detain him. Otherwise, it's like a rat's shit spoiling the whole pot of soup." Tiantian didn't say anything, but he agreed with this very much. Zixu put the loach into the rice field and went up the mountain to collect medicinal herbs. When he came down the mountain, he found a wounded wild boar and took it back, just in time to raise it. The people by the river recovered well, and Zixu checked them and went back. The house had been disinfected, and all the fabrics such as bedding and bed curtains were replaced with new ones. The old ones were disinfected in wormwood water. When Lu Wanru saw her carrying a lame wild boar back, she asked, "This is too small, why catch it?" Zixu replied, "I'll fix its bones later and keep it. It would be best if it can survive, but there's nothing we can do if it can't." "Okay, I'll get you some food." Zixu nodded. "Thank you, second aunt." Lu Wanru smiled and went to the kitchen. Third aunt came over with a package. "I took away everything in your room. These are new ones I made. No one has touched them except me. You can use them without worry." Zixu saw the package and knew that it contained sanitary belts. Her face blushed. "Thank you, third aunt." Zheng Shuli smiled and said, "We women just don't like others to touch our things. I understand." Zixu took the things and carried the wild boar into the house. The little guy was weak and had no energy. The bone was dislocated, probably caused by rolling down the mountain. After it was fixed, it was wrapped with a little cloth to fix it. She took a handful of Panax notoginseng from the medicine basket and stuffed it into the piglet's mouth. This guy was quite greedy and ate it up in a slurp. When she went out, she saw a big basket in the corner and put the piglet in the basket. Linger came over with Xiaobao in her arms and asked, "Sister, is this a pet?" Zixu nodded, "Yes, but I don't know what it eats." "It should be similar to a domestic pig, eating pig grass." "Well, how about you raise it? When it grows up, you have the right to deal with it." Linger asked, "What is the right to deal with it?" "It means you decide whether to kill it or not. If you kill it, you have the right to decide who to feed it to and who not to feed it to." "Really? I raised pigs for 2 years, but I never ate them." Zixu laughed. "Why? You can't bear to part with it." Linger was a little embarrassed. "I don't have the right to eat it." Zixu really felt sorry for this girl and raised her hand to touch her hair. "Whoever raises it here has the right to deal with it. Don't worry." "Well," Linger smiled. Xiaobao also imitated Zixu to touch Linger's head, and both children laughed. "Shuer, come and eat." Second aunt brought a bowl of noodles into the house. Zixu responded and went to eat. Linger took Xiaobao and started to get busy, preparing meals for the piglets. After dinner, Zixu went back to the house to deal with the medicinal materials, which had to be dried tomorrow. As a result, Mr. Mingjing came to the house early the next morning, and he also brought the pot of eels. "Girl, if you leave this thing with me, I will get it to eat." Zixu got up in a daze. There was already hot water in the house, so she simply washed up. Then he just threw the water out. "What do you want to do, little girl?" Zixu sneered. "You come here so early in the morning and scream. Aren't you annoying?" Mr. Mingjing snorted. "I sent you the eel with good intentions, but you threw water at me. If I had known, I would have fried it and eaten it directly." Zixu looked at him lazily. "Eat it, whatever you want." Mingjing was furious. Wasn't he doing this so that he could eat it in the future? Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her the loach and eel. Zixu was too lazy to pay attention to him. After having breakfast, she went to the river to check on the patients. When she saw that nothing was wrong, she went back to get the eel. Mr. Mingjing chased out and asked, "Where do you keep these fish?" Zixu pondered for a moment and couldn't think of a good place. Bailey-Han walked in from outside and said, "I know a good place." Zixu glanced sideways. These two guys must have known each other because of eating. Mr. Mingjing asked, "Where should we put it?" Bailey-Han said calmly, "Let's go on horseback and take the fish with us." Zixu nodded, put the fish in a bucket, divided it into 2 buckets and hung them on the horse's back. Mr. Mingjing asked with resentment, "Why are you hanging it on my horse?" Bailey-Han glanced sideways. "I want to take people with me." Zixu was still, looking left and right for a third horse, but was pulled onto Bailey-Han's horseback and imprisoned in his arms. "Are we familiar with each other?" The two of them galloped on their horses until they reached the wasteland and came to the swamp. Zixu stared blankly at the swamp. It was a huge area, covered with grass half a person tall. There were many puddles on the periphery, and the light was connected in the distance, which should be a lot of water. Zixu frowned. "Put it here? It will be difficult to catch it when the time comes." Bailey-Han smiled and said, "Of course not here." He turned his horse's head and ran to the mountain on the right. There was a pool of water at the foot of the mountain. The water was very clear and some small fish could be seen swimming. Zixu was still a little worried. If the bottom is connected to the swamp, the eels will run away. Bailey-Han said, "No, this place is a distance away from the swamp, and the water comes from the Mountain. Zixu didn't have any good place to choose now, so she nodded and said, "Okay, put it here." After putting the eel fry, Zixu looked up at the mountain, which was lush and green, and her mood was much better. Mr. Mingjing shouted, "There are ducks over there!" Zixu turned around and saw the grass pond moving, but didn't see any ducks. "Go and have a look? Maybe there are wild duck eggs, which are delicious when pickled with salt." Mr. Mingjing asked, "Duck eggs are either boiled or fried. How to pickle them with salt?" Zixu glanced. "I'm sure they'll taste good if I make them." Okay, you make it, and I'll be responsible for finding it, okay?" There were just 2 wooden barrels to put it in, and Zixu followed to find it, getting covered in mud. She found that there were a lot of wild duck eggs here, and there were also many newly hatched ducklings, so she took them all. "Take the ducklings home to raise, and catch a few big ones to take back, otherwise they will be scared if they are all ducklings. There are also many medicinal herbs in the swamp, and you can never collect them all. However, there are many dangers in the swamp, and you will sink into it if you are not careful. There are also many water snakes and other things. It is a bit difficult to make a ranch here, but it is not bad to cut some grass manually and take it back as feed." Bailey Han saw Zixu staring at the grass in a daze, so he asked, "What's wrong with the grass?" Zixu asked, "How many horses do you have?" Bailey Han immediately understood Zixu's thoughts and smiled. "Not many horses, only more than 3,000. Zixu touched his chin. "The gestation period of a horse is 11 months, and the foal can mature when it grows to 18 months. It's a pity that this place is not suitable for raising horses. Otherwise, 3,000 would become 6,000. Bailey Han laughed. "How can there be so many? Most of the war horses are castrated. Let's not talk about it." Zixu understood immediately. "Can't you get some stallions? There is abundant water and grass here, so we can afford to raise them. Besides, my oats can be harvested as fodder, so we can grow them for 2 seasons. We can grow them again when it's not too cold in winter, and use them directly as fodder this time, which is enough to build a ranch." Bailey Han pondered for a moment and said, "I will send someone to tidy up a ranch." Zixu nodded. "I want cattle. You can't ask me to be a cattle in the future." Hearing this, Bailey Han looked Zixu up and down, and found it funny for some reason. "What are you laughing at?" Zixu glared with a fierce look. However, in Bailey Han's eyes, she was just a little kitten, cute and fierce. Mr. Mingjing watched from a distance and didn't disturb them from flirting. At noon, Zixu saw Mr. Mingjing dealing with a few ducks, so she picked some antiseptic herbs and went over. She crushed the herbs and smeared them on the ducks, and also stuffed some into their stomachs. Mr. Mingjing frowned. "How can we eat it like this? It smells like medicine." Zixu looked sideways. "These medicines can kill parasites and other things. You can choose not to eat them if you dislike them, but you will cry if you get sick." Bailey Han took off a small saddlebag from the horse's back and took out salt and other seasonings from it. Zixu coated the duck with seasoning and handed it to Mr. Hare. "Come here, I'll get something." "Oh, what if it gets burnt?" "If it gets burnt, you can eat it." Mr. Mingjing rolled his eyes. This girl is not cute at all. Zixu just saw a beehive on the poles of several tall reeds. This kind of beehive is not big, but small. After cleaning it out, it is almost like a lollipop. She collected 2 and stopped. After all, it is still difficult to compete with bees in speed in the swamp. Back to the campfire, Zixu cleaned the honey and smeared it on the duck. Honey roast duck is delicious at any time. Since the outbreak of typhoid fever, Zixu has been very concerned about what he eats. No matter what he eats, he must cook it very well before eating. In extraordinary times, don't worry about taste. After eating, the 3 of them took the duck eggs and the captured ducks back home. Bailey Han delivered the food and left with Mr. Mingjing. He left Mr. Mingjing's horse to Zixu. The old lady was very happy. She felt that raising chickens and ducks would make the house lively. However, the yard was not very big to begin with, and now that the Yu family was living there, it seemed even smaller. Zixu looked at the sky and went to build a chicken coop next to it, raising the chickens and ducks together. The pheasants have already adapted to the life of being fed, but I don't know if these ducks can adapt. Yulin Shan came over and took a look. The ducks are fine. You can tell at a glance that they grew up eating fish. Looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Yulin Shan laughed. "The fur color of the ducks that grew up eating fish is different from that of the ducks that grew up eating grain. You haven't raised them before, so you don't know the difference." "But," he didn't continue. Zixu asked, "But what? Just say it." Yulin Shan nodded. "The big ones may not be used to eating grain, so we have to let them accept it slowly." Zixu nodded. She had not thought about these. If she had known earlier, she should have gone to the swamp to catch some small fish. Does Grandma have a dense fishing net? It can catch small fish as big as a finger. Yulinshan nodded. Yes, but not too big. Okay, give it to me. I'll go catch some fish. Yulinshan asked, Are there small fish in the river? Zixu laughed. Not in the river, but in the swamp. It's a bit far to ride there. Oh, then I won't go. Zixu nodded. It's better to go out less now. I dare to go out only after I drink. Preventive medicine. Yulinshan smiled embarrassedly. It's calm here. I forgot about it. Zixu, your eldest son's family is being treated by the river. How could you forget? She took a fishing net, a leather bag, and a swamp water ski she made and went out. She rode the horse left by Bailey Han to the edge of the swamp and stepped on the water ski to the depths of the swamp. There are several large ponds here, and there are many small fish in each pond. The largest is only the size of a palm. She caught a lot with one net, and when she pulled up the third net, she was stunned. There were other creatures in it. Zixu picked out the fish first. The largest swamp fish was only the size of a palm, and those smaller than a finger were released. As for the creature in the net, Zixu asked Tiantian, Do you know it? Tiantian replied, No, I only know wild boars, horses, chickens, and ducks. Stop. It's better to ask it than to ask you. Tiantian was furious. Ask it, and see if it can answer you. Zixu rolled his eyes, squatted down, and looked at the creature and asked, What are you? The creature, Quack. Look, it answered me. It's called Quack. Tiantian was autistic. Who on earth was she following? Just as the two of them were talking, the quacking creature opened its mouth and showed its sharp teeth. Zixu stepped back in horror. It looked like a dark green giant frog, but with a mouth full of sharp fangs, she couldn't recognize it. In her memory, there was a kind of foreign bullfrog with teeth, but the shape of the teeth was not like this. Tiantian said, Catch a few more nets and see if there is any more of this thing. Zixu used the detection technique. Perhaps this detection technique did not include special creatures in it, so it could only detect whether it was poisonous or non-toxic, and the names of the creatures were all question marks. She carefully shook off the guy and then continued fishing until the leather bag was filled with 2/3 of the small fish, and she couldn't catch the strange thing again. Tiantian said, It doesn't seem to hurt you. Zixu was startled. I didn't notice. How did you figure it out? Look, when you catch fish and put them into the bag, it uses its tongue to poke the fish and eats it. It has snatched the fish from your hand several times but didn't hurt you. Maybe it knows that I'm too big to swallow. That makes sense. Almost all the small fish were caught, and Zixu stuffed the fishing net into her backpack, but accidentally brought out the fish egg. When she went to pick up the fish eggs, the monster's tongue also pierced Zixu's finger. Hiss! And you said it wouldn't hurt me. Her fingers were covered with blood, which dripped onto the fish eggs. The guy jumped over and swallowed the eggs in one gulp, then quickly entered the water and disappeared. Zixu. Next time I catch it, I'll just roast it. She simply treated the wound and took the fish back. After returning, she kept the fish in the bathtub she got from Mr. Mingjing last time. There was half a bathtub, enough for the duckling to eat for a few days. Zixu fished out some, cleaned them, marinated them with seasoning, and then rolled them in flour and fried them. I don't know if the fish smelled too good, or if Mr. Mingjing's nose was too long, because this guy jumped in as soon as the fish was served. Oh, it smells so good! You actually fried fish behind my back! Zixu gritted her teeth. Is the house yours? No. Is the oil yours? No. Look carefully. Is this fish yours? No. This is obviously not a loach. Zixu yelled, I'm in my own home, using my own oil, frying the fish I caught myself. How can it be called stealing? Mr. Mingjing shrank back, showing a pitiful expression. I was wrong. Bailey Han reached out at the door, grabbed him, and threw him out. Why didn't you eat the beef last time? The weather is getting warmer and it can't be kept. Zixu was convinced by the two of them, took a deep breath and said, I made it into beef jerky and I'll have it as a snack when I'm free. Can beef still be eaten if it's made into jerky? Mr. Mingjing was absolutely shameless in order to fry fish. He lay down at the door with a flattering smile. Zixu was helpless. Come in and eat. The small fish I caught from the swamp were originally meant to feed the ducks, so now you are competing with the ducks for food. Mr. Mingjing didn't care about these. He immediately sat down and picked up the chopsticks. I don't care. I want to eat. Bailey Han glanced at him and asked, Didn't you say that the beef jerky is edible? Zixu simply took out some, all of which were strips, 2 fingers long and 1.5 fingers thick. Bailey Han took it in his hand and sniffed it. It had a faint smell of mutton and a strong fragrance. He took a bite, and it was not as hard as he imagined, but very elastic. Although it was a small piece, the more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. Mr. Mingjing also took one and said with disdain, I gave you so much meat. Why did you only give us these few? Zixu glared at him. A pound of meat only yields 3 taels. I can only make less than 10 pounds out of the 30 pounds you gave me. Bailihan asked, is it troublesome to make this? If it's not troublesome, I can get beef and you can help me make it into jerky. This thing is very good as military rations. This small piece can be a meal. Zixu nodded. It's not a big deal. You can make it yourself. Just add the ingredients and braise the meat and then dry it. Bailihan nodded. Okay. Mr. Mingjing looked at her with a smile. Don't you want to keep something for yourself? Maybe tomorrow the world will be peaceful. When you leave here, this skill of making dried meat can help you spend the rest of your life. Zixu looked at him like an idiot. Uncle, you think too much. Mr. Mingjing responded shamelessly. In his heart, he was more than qualified to be Zixu's uncle. Bailihan coughed dryly. Zixu was really too good to him and always responded to his requests. Zixu picked up the small fish and threw it into his mouth to chew. It was not as fresh as sea fish, but it was also delicious. Small fish can also be made into dried fish, spicy and fragrant, and it goes well with rice. Mr. Mingjing's eyes immediately widened. Really? I love fish the most. You make it for me. Zixu chuckled. You wish I'm not your cook. Mr. Mingjing pondered for a moment. If you make it for me, I will accept Zijunrui as my last disciple. Zixu would not be fooled. Whether he wants to accept it or not is none of my business. Besides, if you teach him, he may become an imperial teacher in the future. Stinky girl. Bailihan ate the small fish elegantly and stopped after eating half of the plate. Fried fish is crispy and not suitable to carry with you. Zixu nodded. I know, but I can't catch many fish by myself, and the weather is not hot enough now, so it can't be dried quickly. Bailihan thought for a while. Tell me when you can do it, and I will send someone to help you. Okay. Mr. Mingjing dragged the plate in front of him, his face full of unhappiness. Why do you do it just because he asks you to? Do you think he is handsome? Let me tell you, he is an ugly freak. Bailihan immediately became nervous, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes when he looked at Zixu. Zixu looked at Bailihan and then at Mr. Mingjing. What does my kindness to him have to do with his face? Besides, I haven't seen what he looks like until now, so what does it matter if he is ugly or not? Bailihan was tempted to take off the mask and let Zixu take a good look at him. But there was another voice in his mind telling him not to take it off. What if Zixu was scared away and ignored him? Although Bailihan was the most disdainful of pleasing women, Zixu was an exception. She was so cute that she was trying hard to act well-behaved even though she was about to explode. If she hated him, then this little fun would never be found again. Mr. Mingjing saw what Bailihan was thinking, and he was helpless. When would these two people be able to meet each other honestly? Looking at Zixu again, she didn't care what Bailihan looked like at all. He touched his face again. Did he not look to her liking? Only Bailihan's pretending to be mysterious could make her obey him? While he was thinking, he ate all the fish. Zixu stared at the empty plate, her heart full of resentment. After wasting half a day's effort, she only got one fish. She was kind of looking forward to Dabai growing up and looking good. Dabai? Where did you go again? Seeing her in a daze, Mr. Mingjing chatted with Bailihan. You said you were going to find beef. Are you planning to attack the mountain stronghold? Zixu quickly came back to her senses. Go to the mountain stronghold? Take me with you. Bailihan shook his head. No need to take you this time. I received news that there is a mountain stronghold that wants to snatch the tribute cattle. We will eat those cattle later. Zixu frowned. Tribute cattle? So far to the capital? Are you sick? Mr. Mingjing explained to her. It is beef cattle snatched from neighboring countries. The meat of this kind of cattle is very good and fragrant. After being transported to the capital, it has to be fed with wine and food every day for 1 or 3 months before being slaughtered. At that time, the beef is very tender and has a faint aroma of wine. Zixu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Is this kind of cattle difficult to raise? Mr. Mingjing shook his head. Not difficult. They can survive with grass, but they will get a diarrhea disease. So they must eat a kind of white flour that is unique to the neighboring country. Well, can you leave them alive? I'll try to raise them. Zixu asked. Bailihan agreed immediately. Okay. Mr. Mingjing looked sideways. Who said not to leave any alive, so as not to delay the return journey when driving them away? Zixu stood up immediately. I'll go build a cowshed now. The little wild boar is growing well and it should have a separate pig pen. After saying that, she ran out. Bailihan curled his lips. The little girl was still so impatient. Mr. Mingjing poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and then said, You are 18 years old. It's time to start some worldly desires. Doesn't the old man put any pressure on you? Bailihan said indifferently, I have already told grandfather about Zixu. Grandpa said that I can get married when I am 20. Mr. Mingjing said, he is still so open-minded, but your little cousins don't seem to think so. Ballyhoned indifferently. Don't worry about them. In their hearts, they are not interested in me, but my status. Mr. Mingjing agreed. What would they do if you didn't have that status and were just a small general now? Ballyhoned smiled self-deprecatingly. What would they do? They would just let me get out of their sight. Mr. Mingjing touched his chin. The little wild cat is much cuter than them. Ballyhoned glanced at him with a cold look. Mr. Mingjing was unaware of this and stood up and said, I'll go help that girl. Ballyhoned stood up. I'll go too. Mr. Mingjing looked at him. You're dressed so neatly to help with the rough work? Ballyhoned straightened his back. Why? Can't I? Yes, of course. It's absolutely fine anyway. It's not my money that's being wasted. Mr. Mingjing took out his fan and waved it. Ballyhoned ignored him and went out to see Zixu building a cowshed. The left side of her house is relatively flat with a 30-degree slope. From the back of the house to the bottom of the mountain, the area is not bad. But there are houses on the flat land at the bottom of the mountain, and the fat aunt acted quickly, and the basic houses were built. If you raise animals on the hillside, then when it rains, the sewage will flow into the living area, which is absolutely not possible. The slope on the right is not suitable, so the farm must be located elsewhere. Ballyhoned could see what she was thinking and asked, why not build a ranch directly on the other side of the swamp and make it bigger? Zixu nodded. That's the only way, but we have to build a road there first. Otherwise, the hidden pits underneath will be annoying. Ballyhoned frowned. If we divert the river, we can reduce the swamp by half. Zixu looked at the river. I'll go take a look downstream. Ballyhoned followed him out. Zixu hadn't looked at the end of the river carefully yet. Following the river, Zixu saw the river water enter a large natural cave. In front of the cave was a huge rock that was inserted directly into the mountain like a sleeping dragon. The two sides of the valley were clearly divided, and it would be more difficult to divert the river than to fill the swamp. Tiantian said, in this case, we have to dig a new river channel. Zixu nodded. If we dig a river channel, will we occupy the land of the valley master or my land? Tiantian thought for a while and said, it is more appropriate to occupy that land, but the valley master will definitely not agree to it. Zixu sighed secretly. This is for sure. That guy is very stingy, and it is even more impossible for him to occupy his land now. Tiantian said, there is another way. Before Zixu could ask what the way was, Ballyhoned caught up and said, what are you thinking about? Nothing. It's a little difficult to change the river course. Ballyhoned nodded. It's a little difficult. The water has nowhere to go and will spread up, unless the flow of water in the water source is reduced. Zixu thought about it and felt that it wouldn't work. You have also seen the water in the waterfall. If the amount of water flowing out is reduced, the mountain will be filled with water. Over time, the whole mountain is in danger of mudslides. Ballyhoned thought about it and felt that what Zixu said made sense. Then we can only try to fill those dark pits with sand and gravel. This is a big project. Zixu shook her head. She stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. The river water formed a waterfall and rumbled down. You can even see a lot of fish being washed down by the water. The diameter of this big hole is about 300 meters. It is very round and has a certain slope. Could this be caused by a rock falling from the sky? Ballyhoned shook his head. I'm not sure. Mr. Mingjing should know. Zixu stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go back. I've thought of a way. Ballyhoned asked, what way? This river is 3,000 or 4,000 feet long. It is straight, which leads to rapid water flow. I want to make it a few turns and make it into a curved dragon shape so that the river water will flow slowly and the speed of injecting into the ground will not be so fast. The formation of a swamp is that the amount of water consumed by the underground soil is less than the amount of water poured in, so that the underground water and the consumed water reach a balance. Ballyhoned analyzed her words carefully and felt that it made sense. If the experiment here was successful, then the swamp in Shuiza City would be turned into fertile land. Okay, how many people do you need? Zixu waved his hand. Let's not talk about artificiality first. Is that river natural or dug by man? Ballyhoned thought about it and didn't have any impression. It's better to go back and ask Mr. Mingjing. Zixu knew that Ballyhoned would not care about these small details, so he rode back with. Mr. Mingjing coaxed beef jerky from the old lady and ate it while drinking tea. There was no good tea, just the vanilla tea that Zixu got. When he saw the two of them coming back, he smiled and said, how did it look? Ballyhoned sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and frowned. As soon as Zixu sat down, Aunt San brought her a bowl of brown sugar ginger water. Thank you, Aunt San. Mr. Mingjing looked sideways. I said, third sister, why don't you give us sugar water? Aunt San looked sideways. Why should a grown man drink sugar water? Drink plain water. Is there anyone who protects his child so much? Zixu finished the sugar water and asked, is that river natural or dug by humans? Mr. Mingjing shook his head and said nothing. Bai Lihan said indifferently, don't offend anyone who can cook delicious food. Mr. Mingjing's mouth twitched and said, in fact, the Sinner Valley was not a valley originally. There were continuous mountains here, and people lived in groups. Later one day, the gods fought, and a god's magic gourd was knocked down and fell directly here. Then there was the Sinner Valley. Zixu looked sideways. She was asking about the river, not the legend of the Sinner Valley. Mr. Mingjing continued, as for this river being a crack, it was not so big originally. Did you see the hole at the end of the river? I saw it. It was very deep and went down diagonally. Zixu nodded. Well, it was a god wearing purple gold armor who poked the ground with his spear when he came down to get the magic gourd. After who knows how many years, water flowed in the mountain, and the water flow gradually enlarged the crack. Later, this place was chosen as a place to detain prisoners, and someone dug the river a little deeper. The purpose was to prevent wild beasts from passing through here. Zixu asked in confusion. This is surrounded by mountains. Don't the beasts go to the other side of the river? Why do they come down from here? Mr. Mingjing laughed. The beasts basically gather on this side. There are hot springs on the mountain here, and there are many snakes on the other side. Oh, or send someone to change the river course once and for all. Zixu tapped the table with her fingers. Mr. Mingjing asked, do we need to change the river course? How do we change it? Zixu stood up to get the pen and ink. Fortunately, this body was very familiar with the pen and ink, so she didn't make a fool of herself. She changed the straight river course into two S-shaped series. We need to dig 4 bends. Is there a problem? Mr. Mingjing took a look and said, no problem. Do you have any other requirements? Well, the dam should not be straight up and down. It needs to have a slope, and it must be inlaid with stones to fix it. Bai Lihan asked, why, are you afraid of rising water? Zixu shook his head. The slope can slow down the impact of the water flow, and the stones are to protect soil loss. Another point is that both deep water fish and shallow water fish can have a home. Mr. Mingjing asked, you still want to raise fish? Aren't you afraid that they will all be caught by the Valley Master? Zixu shook his head. I don't raise them. As long as the water flow is not so turbulent, there will be more fish. Mr. Mingjing nodded. Okay, but the Valley Master has to share half of this river. I suggest that we find a way to take over the ownership of the river. Zixu smiled sarcastically. It's useless even if you get the ownership. Is the Valley Master the kind of person who has a face? Mr. Mingjing and Bai Lihan looked at each other, and they already had the answer in their hearts. Zixu said, now I'm afraid that he won't allow us to dig the land opposite. Mr. Mingjing shook his head. No, I'll go and tell him. If he hears that there will be more fish in the future, he will definitely agree. Bai Lihan nodded. We'll take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Zixu touched her nose. It was good not to have to do anything. She looked outside. It was still early, so she said hello and went to the river to see those people. As a result, she saw some strangers. Several women with luxurious clothes and jewelry walked around in the crowd with thin veils. Everyone was holding a food box in their hands, as if they were distributing snacks. Zixu was too lazy to care. She came to the old doctor and saw that he looked bad, so she asked, are you tired? The old doctor was helpless. I don't know where these people came from. They are all disobedient. I don't have much strength in my old arms and legs. I'm old. Zixu raised her hand to check his pulse. The old doctor was a little tired and malnourished. It seemed that he didn't eat well. It's been so many days and I haven't asked for your name. The old doctor waved his hand. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. Just call me Old Man Fu. Zixu laughed. Are you interested in living with me? The old doctor's eyes lit up. Is it possible? Zixu nodded. Of course. As long as you are someone I recognize, you can bring your family to live with me. We have grown a lot of food, so you won't starve in the future. The old doctor smiled. I am a lonely man, and I am not popular here. Look over there. Zixu looked over there and saw 4 or 5 doctors chatting happily. They are a family, and they are xenophobic. Besides, I can't go to collect herbs at my age, so few people come to me for medical treatment. Zixu nodded. Don't worry about them. You are welcome to my place. If there are people with good character who are willing to go with you, you can take them with you. The old doctor thought for a while. Okay, I'll ask, but I don't know if the Valley Master is willing to let them go. Zixu curled his lips. Just say you will give me food, and he will definitely let you go. I will give you the food when you go there. Okay, I know what to do. Zixu didn't want to stay any longer, so she stood up and prepared to leave. A girl in a yellow skirt saw her and asked, "Are you Zixu?" "It's me. Who are you?" The woman in yellow looked Zixu up and down. "You don't look that good, and you still want to enter the general's mansion. It's really a foolish dream." Zixu's face sank. "Who are you?" "Me. I'm Bailey Han's cousin." Zixu's mouth twitched. Bailey Han seemed to have a lot of cousins, but didn't he dislike people from his mother's family? "Zixu, I'm back!" A loud shout came. Zixu turned around and saw Bailey Shuang, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She shouted happily, "Sister Shuang!" But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a strong wind coming and immediately turned sideways to avoid it. The yellow-clothed woman's slap missed and looked at her angrily. "You think you can call me Sister Shuang?" Zixu took a deep breath and endured it for Bailey Han's sake. Bailey Shuang ran closer and asked, "Why are they here?" The yellow-clothed woman immediately approached her affectionately. "Sister Shuang, my cousin brought us all here. He said that there is a group of servants in this valley who grow food and can ensure that we have enough food and clothing. But it's so dirty here, I have to ask my cousin to build a new house quickly." But Bailey Shuang shook her arm. "You think you are worthy of calling me Sister Shuang? Who are you?" Zixu couldn't help laughing out loud, a typical retribution in this life. The yellow-clothed girl was very embarrassed and a little at a loss. They seemed to be more afraid of Bailey Shuang. Zixu said seriously, "Your thin cotton yarn can't stop the virus at all. Go back quickly and drink some preventive medicine. If the disease is spread because of you, can you bear the responsibility?" The woman in yellow raised her chin. "We have the best doctor. He said it's okay. Don't be alarmist here." Bailey Shuang looked at Zixu. "I didn't bring a face towel. What should I do?" Zixu laughed. "Come back with me. I have medicine, but you'd better cover your mouth and nose with a handkerchief." Bailey Shuang nodded and took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Seeing Bailey Shuang's serious look, the girls were also a little scared. They looked at each other and left. Zixu took Bailey Shuang back home, gave her preventive medicine, and then carefully examined her pulse. She found that she was in good health, but she had signs of chronic poisoning like Bailey Han. However, this poison is different from Bailey Han's. Her poison is a cold poison, which makes women unable to have children. Bailey Shuang saw that she looked at her with a strange look in her eyes and asked nervously, "Am I sick?" Zixu shook his head. "Not sick, but there is a cold poison in your body. I think it has accumulated for several years. If it lasts another year, you will never be able to have a child in your life." "What? How could I be poisoned by that kind of poison?" Bailey Shuang did not disbelieve Zixu, but she could not figure it out. Zixu asked, "Do you have any special jewelry on you, or is there something you eat for several years, every day without interruption?" Bailey Shuang is a smart person. She quickly took out all the things on her body. "I am very lazy. Sometimes I don't eat or drink for several days. I won't do anything with food." Zixu carefully checked her jewelry. This girl is basically a tomboy. Other girls wear flowers, pearls, and so on. She actually wears a wolf tooth necklace, a tiger claw forbidden step, and a bracelet of unknown bone. These things were checked by the detection technique and everything was normal. "Anything else?" Zixu asked. "Are these okay?" "No problem." Bailey Shuang checked her body. Fortunately, there were only 2 people in the room. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Zixu stood up and walked behind her. He saw a delicate little wooden comb stuck on the back of her head. The wooden comb was in the shape of a crescent moon, and the arched back of the crescent moon was inlaid with small red beads. It didn't look very valuable. This thing can be used as a hair accessory at ordinary times. It can also be used as a wooden comb when the hair is messy. This kind of comb is usually worn by women. She reached out and took it down. After scanning it, she found that it was red sandalwood, but it had been processed by someone. That is, after carving, it was placed in the juice of the yang-eating grass and soaked for a year. After that, it will slowly absorb the wearer's yang energy, making the body more yin. Men who touch it will become weak and prone to illness. Women will not get sick if they wear it, but they will lose their fertility. Add the red Cabernet Sauvignon on it, and it will be even more powerful. Come on, this is it. Who gave it to you? Bailey Shuang looked at the comb with a strange expression. This was given to me by my senior brother. Ah? Zixu was dumbfounded. Bailey Han gave it to me? Bailey Shuang nodded. 4 years ago, when I was 12 years old, my master asked me not to dress like a man anymore. My senior brother gave me this comb when he saw me wearing women's clothes. I didn't like it at first, but with this thing, I can quickly comb my messy hair to avoid being scolded by my master. That's why I always wear it. Let's go and ask Bai Han what this means. Zixu didn't think Bai Han had the intention to harm others. If he did, no matter if he had a backer or not, he would be beaten up first. Bai Shuang also wanted to find out what was going on. The two of them put on their face scarves and went to the military camp. However, when they entered the military tent, they didn't see anyone. Mr. Mingjing walked out from behind the bookshelf and fanned him a few times with his fan. "It's you guys. You scared me to death," Zixu asked blankly. "What's wrong?" Mr. Mingjing sighed. "It's all those cousins of Bai Han. They are so annoying." Bai Shuang glanced at him. "You can be our father. Who would want to take advantage of you? You are so poor that you only have a broken fan." Mr. Mingjing glared and roared. "What do you mean you are so poor that you only have a broken fan? I still have 2 boxes. More than 100 fans." It turns out that he is a useless person. Bai Shuang was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Where's my senior brother?" "He ran away. He deserves it." Mr. Mingjing sat on the chair and laughed sarcastically. Zixu asked, "Doesn't he dislike people from his mother's family? Why did he bring so many cousins here?" Mr. Mingjing sneered, "He doesn't like them, but he can't stand them following him. After all, they are from his mother's family. He can't chase them away. His grandfather can make him lose face with just a word of filial piety." Zixu could understand Bai Han's helplessness. "Where do they all live? I didn't see them in the military camp." Mr. Mingjing smiled and said, "In the number 7 mountain stronghold. There are complete houses there and enough for them to live in." "Oh, I didn't expect to be arranged to the mountain stronghold." Mr. Mingjing asked, "Do you have something to do with him?" Zixu looked at Bai Shuang, who put the comb on the table. "No big deal. Just want to ask where he bought this comb." Zixu nodded. "Yes, I like it very much. I want to buy one." Mr. Mingjing picked up the comb and played with it. He sniffed it with his nose. "This thing has been tampered with. Don't touch it. It's not good." Bai Shuang looked at him pale. "I've worn it for 4 years. Mr. Mingjing hurriedly took her pulse, frowned, and said, "The poison has entered the meridians. If it takes another year, it will enter the bone, marrow." He looked at Zixu again. "That's not right. You have good medical skills. How can you not see that this thing has been tampered with?" Zixu curled his lips and said nothing. Mr. Mingjing suddenly realized and said, "I see. You are here to trace the origin of this thing. According to the situation that you came in to find Bai Han, this thing was given to her by Bai Han, right?" Zixu nodded. "I have not dishonored your title of military advisor." Mr. Mingjing looked at Bai Shuang. "Girl, you should know that your senior brother will not harm you." Bai Shuang nodded. "I know. I just want to ask how he got this thing. I changed back into women's clothes that year and saw him playing with it. Later, when he saw me, he gave it to me directly." Mr. Mingjing touched his chin. Could it be that his confidant gave it to him, or an enemy? At this time, Bai Han walked in from outside, looking a little tired. He asked, "What confidante?" Immediately stood up and pointed at the comb and asked, "Senior brother, do you still remember this? Can you remember who gave it to you?" Bai Han took a look and his eyes were blank. Bai Shuang said, "When I was 12, Master asked me to change back to women's clothes. You gave me this when you saw me change clothes. At that time, you were in Master's study, holding this comb in your hand and looking at it. Do you remember?" Bai Han seemed to remember it, and he nodded. "I remember it now. My second cousin gave it to me and asked me to give it to my sweetheart. I don't have a sweetheart, so I don't know who to give it to. Just in time for you to come in, I gave it to you if I thought you could use it." Zixu glanced at him, and someone was thinking about the 14-year-old boy. "Zhao Yi? Why did she give you such a comb?" Bai Shuang asked. Bai Han shook his head. "I don't know. She said she bought it and gave it to me so that I could give it to my sweetheart in the future." After saying that, he glanced at Zixu and silently reached out to take the comb. "Junior sister, don't like it? Then I'll give it to you." Zixu's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to smash the comb on his face. Bai Shuang looked at Zixu and then at Bai Han, and her eyes showed understanding, but she was a little worried, because the disgust in Zixu's eyes was too obvious. Senior brother still has to work harder. Mr. Mingjing couldn't bear it anymore and said directly, "That comb is poisonous. Men will become weak if they wear it, and women will not be able to have children if they wear it." Upon hearing this, Bai Han quickly took the comb back from Zixu. "How did you find out?" Bai Shuang said, "Zixu examined me and found that something was wrong with my body, so he checked my accessories and found this." Mr. Mingjing smiled. "Why didn't you give it to your second cousin at that time?" Bai Han glanced. "You said you gave it to your sweetheart. Why did you give it to her? Zixu looked at Baili Shuang. You guys check it out yourselves. I'll go back and see if I can get some medicine to improve your physique. Thank you. My life would be over without you, but you have to believe me. I'm not interested in senior brother. He is my real brother. Baili Shuang hugged Zixu excitedly. Baili Han reached out and grabbed her, putting her aside. I thought you didn't plan to get married in this life, but I didn't expect you would worry about not being able to have children. Zixu's mouth twitched and she ignored them. It was getting late outside, so she went out to go home. Baili Han followed her out. That horse is for you to use temporarily, and you can choose a better one in the future. Got it, thank you. She was still very happy to get a horse for nothing. Baili Han saw her get on the horse and said again, It's not typhoid fever this time, but the prescription you gave is effective. It's not typhoid fever? What is it? Zixu had little experience after all, so she could only feel that there was a little difference, but she didn't know the details. Baili Han said, The king of Qing sent a reply. It is a new poison developed by the Wu tribe between our country and the neighboring country. They will make people sick if they sprinkle the powder. Ah, then the lime disinfection and face towel I made are useless? Baili Han shook his head. It is useful. If it weren't for the suggestions you gave, the poison powder would be even more powerful. The people of the Wu tribe are very powerful in poison. They once killed people from 3 cities in the neighboring country at once. Zixu frowned. Then why did they do it this time? Did the people in the border town offend them? Baili Han nodded. Yes, a wealthy businessman in the border town stole a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum from their tribe through a transaction. Misfortunes caused by heaven can be forgiven, but those caused by oneself cannot be forgiven. Anything else? I'll go back if I'm fine. Baili Han laughed. Next time, untie the reins before riding. After that, he personally stepped forward to help untie the reins and handed them to Zixu. Zixu blushed. I think that comb was made by someone with a purpose. If it wasn't your second cousin, it must have been given to her by someone very close to her. I see that all your cousins are very charming and wealthy, and they would never spend money to buy jewelry with such ordinary patterns. Baili Han pursed his lips and nodded. Zixu turned the horse's head and saw the guard arguing with 3 people at the door. She stepped forward and said, Make way, I want to go out. The right guard said, They are blocking the way, you have to wait for a while. The left guard said, It's so annoying, if you don't leave, I will do it. Zixu looked over and saw an old man with a sharp face standing in the middle. He had an extraordinary temperament and a natural arrogance. On the left stood a middle-aged uncle with copper bell eyes, a beard, and a fierce look on his face. The man on the right was thin and tall with a mustache. Where did these 3 great gods come from? The right guard said, They said they were the general's grandfather and uncle. Zixu immediately criticized the 3 people. She patted the horse's neck, stepped back a little, and then rushed over. The horse jumped directly over the 3 people's heads. The bearded man glared and raised his hand to grab the horse's hoof. Zixu was already on guard. She shot a slingshot, and the bearded man's hand was pierced by a stone. The old man's eyes lit up, and he jumped up and pounced on Zixu, his big hand like a claw to catch her. Zixu's slingshot fired continuously. The old man's internal strength was very high, and he was not injured, but he didn't get any benefits either. His face was very bad. Girl, give me what you have in your hand, Zixu sneered. Why? That's my ancestral artifact, the meteor bow. How dare you steal it? The old man lied without blushing. Zixu almost choked to death. The Valley Master is much better than this old man. At least he will grab what he wants directly without making excuses. Bah, you shameless old man, you said it's yours, and I said your clothes are mine. Take them off. The old man said angrily, Little thief, if you don't leave your slingshot today, I will leave your life. The 2 guards were dumbfounded. What's going on? They have all seen Zixu's slingshot, and sometimes they would borrow it to touch it. When did it become the old man's ancestral treasure? The left guard whispered, You watch it. I'll report to the general. Go, go! Zixu was out there alone. If she didn't have the slingshot, she would have been caught by the 3 men long ago. They all used killing moves, and they were determined to kill her. The old man suddenly threw out a handful of powder, choking Zixu and making her cough. Her throat felt acrid. The detection technique scanned it and found that it was actually corrosive plant powder. If it weren't for her high body toughness, this handful of powder would have already begun to corrode her internal organs. Zixu was really angry this time. Just as she was about to take out the axe to fight, she was hugged tightly in someone's arms. Her first thought was, It's over, I'm caught. However, the familiar bamboo fragrance entered her nostrils. She looked up and met Bai Lihan's eyes. There were two balls of fire in his eyes, as if they could melt everything. Then a roar came out of his mouth. "What are you going to do?" The old man looked at him coldly. "That little thief stole our ancestral meteor bow. Let her hand it over." Bai Lihan's eyes were confused, and Zixu raised the slingshot and shook it. "This is what he said." Bai Lihan's mouth twitched. This slingshot belonged to Zixu, and he knew it better than anyone else. As for where it came from, he really didn't know. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not the old man's heirloom. He saw the powder on Zixu's clothes, and his pupils shrank. "Take out the antidote." The old man sneered. The little thief must die to atone for his crime. Mr. Mingjing walked out of the barracks. His hair was still dripping with water, probably just taking a bath. He came to Zixu, took her pulse, and then asked her to open her mouth to take a look before he breathed a sigh of relief. "The girl is fine. She is naturally not afraid of poison." Bai Lihan's wildly beating heart finally returned to normal. "I'm glad she's okay." Zixu asked, "Can you put me down?" He hugs her at every turn, which is depressing. Bai Lihan put her down and thought to himself, "She seems to have gained some weight, but she is still too thin." Mr. Mingjing said, "What are you going to do?" Zixu curled his lips and said, "That old man said that my slingshot is his family's heirloom and asked me to give it to him." The old man snorted, "That's right. Why don't you give it back to me?" Mr. Mingjing laughed. "Oh, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year." He reached out and took the slingshot and shook it. "Look at this handle. I cut the black gold wood myself, and Bai Lihan carved it myself. This rubber band is a bit rare. It's the tendon of a golden dragon and the pattern on the leather in the middle. I painted it red, and it would be so beautiful for girls to play with. But Bai Lihan said that black is stable, and he wanted black, so we painted it, and it became like this. You said this is your family's heirloom, so wouldn't we be your ancestors?" I want to laugh so much, but I'm holding it back. Bai Lihan nodded seriously. "That's right, the criminals in the valley are not allowed to use weapons, so we made this for her to hunt." The old man frowned. "Where is the black gold wood?" Mr. Mingjing took out a fan and fanned it, shaking his head and said, "It's on the top of the mountain, but the miasma is so thick now that you can't go up at all. If you want, just wait. Maybe when the miasma is not so thick, you can go up." Zixu has a whole book of herbal medicine in his mind. He tried to retrieve his memory and really found the record about black gold wood. Black gold wood is also called black dragon bone. It is a mysterious existence. It grows 1 inch every 100 years. It has a hard texture. It can purify toxins when made into a bracelet and worn close to the body for a long time. But this toxin is limited to those extracted from animals and plants. If it is a mineral poison, it cannot be purified. It can be said that this thing is very precious. An inch-long one as thick as a finger is worth 1,000,000 gold. If I sell this, won't I have no worries for several lifetimes? Tian came out to spoil the fun. Don't dream, that's not the so-called black gold wood. It's just carbonized wood, not worth much. If it's not worth much, why do you want so many points from me? A lot? Bai Lihan looked at the old man and said, "Grandfather, I don't want you to come to the military camp, and I won't let you in even if you come." The old man glanced at Zixu's slingshot, still unwilling to give up the idea that it was a divine weapon. A little girl can't shoot through your third uncle's hand with a slingshot. He practices iron sand palm. Do you think you can make me believe it by saying this? Anyway, the slingshot must be given to me. Zixu looked at Bai Lihan. "Is this your grandfather? Your mother is not his biological daughter, right?" Bai Lihan was startled. He had never thought about this question. Recalling carefully what his grandparents did to him and his mother, this is really possible. His face immediately turned cold. "I will conduct a detailed investigation on this matter." A trace of panic flashed in the old man's eyes, and a deliberately disguised smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Han, you are my grandson. This is an ironclad fact. Forget it. I don't want it, but your grandmother misses you. Find time to go back and see her." Bai Lihan suddenly pulled Zixu into his arms. "She is my fiancée, so those cousins should give up." The old man stared at Zixu with murderous intent in his eyes and asked with a fake smile, "Are you serious?" Bai Lihan nodded. "Yes, if you dare to touch her, I will let you know what it means to be unfilial." Zixu looked at Bai Lihan. He was so handsome when he said this. It seems a little heartbeat. The old man coughed lightly, a little uncomfortable. "How could it be? She is just a little girl. We won't embarrass her. We will go back first, and you can go back more often when you have time." They exited the entrance of the military camp and walked out of the valley along the mainland. Zixu pouted. "Why let them in?" Mr. Mingjing nodded. "They shouldn't come in. I'll give the order when I get back." Zixu looked at Bailihan. And his cousins, don't come in to make trouble if you have nothing to do. It will be bad if the Valley Master takes a fancy to them. Bailihan said lightly, it doesn't matter. You don't have to push them into the fire pit even if you don't like them. Mr. Mingjing returned the slingshot to her. Put it away. Those guys will definitely not give up. Zixu quickly put the slingshot into her backpack, but actually put it into the warehouse. She secretly asked, Tiantian, is there any weapon that can be used as a whip? I've wanted to make one for a long time. Tiantian thought for a while. I'm not sure about the characteristics of the plants here. Zixu was worried. You said you didn't get any rewards after you upgraded to the next level. Isn't it a rip-off? Tiantian shouted, Why? Didn't I get any rewards after I upgraded? Zixu scratched her ears. This guy was more excited than her. Mr. Mingjing said, You go back. Come over tomorrow and I'll give you a token. Oh, Zixu looked at the horse. Although she was frightened, she didn't run far. The horse ran over to her and rubbed her shoulder when she saw her passing by. Zixu liked it and asked, Can I have this horse? Mr. Mingjing looked at her sideways and said, The little beast actually rebelled. I have raised it for 2 years. Zixu laughed and said, Name a price. 10 roast ducks. Mr. Mingjing looked at Bailihan. If he was smart, he would definitely not want anything and give it away for free. Didn't he give him a chance to show off? Deal. Zixu agreed immediately. Anyway, there was no need to buy the ducks, just go and catch them. Bailihan said lightly, This horse belongs to the army. Mr. Mingjing looked at him sideways. Is this kid really smart? Add 10 more. Words almost made Mr. Mingjing's fan fall to the ground. Zixu got on the horse and said, Okay, 20 is 20. Do you want them all at once or in batches? Mr. Mingjing, starting tomorrow, 2 a day. Got it. Zixu squeezed the horse's belly and left the military camp. Mr. Mingjing looked at Bailihan. Why are you so stingy? Do you want to give it away for free? Bailihan looked at him and said calmly, She didn't ask me. After that, he strode into the military camp. Mr. Mingjing shook his head. If he can't please girls, how can he succeed? Just after walking a few steps, he suddenly saw an object in the bushes and his face changed instantly. He bent down to pick it up. It was a small token in an oval shape. There was a ferocious wolf head on the front and some ghostly symbols on the back. He held it tightly in his hand and walked quickly into the military camp. On the other side, Zixu named the horse Baoli when he returned home. First, it is a female. Second, its body is clean gray. Its mane and tail are black, and there is a star mark on its butt. Of course, it is far from the real Baoli, but she just likes it. The old lady came out and asked, Are you still building a chicken coop? Zixu shook her head. Not for the time being. Bailihan will build a big one somewhere else. Our yard is too small now, and we can make room when the house of the royal family is built. The old lady nodded. Before dark, Zixu went to the river again. The condition of these people was stable and not contagious. The old doctor saw her and immediately came over and said, I plan to wait until these patients are well before leaving. Zixu asked, Isn't there a doctor? Now they are fine, just take medicine. The old doctor shook his head. After all, I have already started, and I have to see them all healed before I can feel at ease. Zixu was in awe. This was the true benevolence of a doctor, and she felt ashamed of herself. Well, I understand. Are you going alone or with someone? The old doctor said, I don't have many relatives. I just want to take a little girl with me. Her parents have given birth to a boy and don't want her anymore. Then you can just give some food to buy her. After all, you are old and need someone to take care of you. If you have talent, you can take her as your apprentice. The old doctor smiled. I think so too, but I don't have that much food now. I need 100 kilograms. Oh, that's enough. Do you want wild ducks and duck eggs? I can get them. Zixu asked. The old doctor nodded. 50 kilograms of meat. If they are alive, I will give you 6 ducks. Okay, let me know when you need them. Zixu said and rode to the field to patrol. The seedlings are growing well. It seems that the fertilizer has worked. There are no loaches in the water. I don't know where they have gone. She came to the lower reaches of the river and looked into the cave. Tiantian, it would be great if we could go down and take a look. Tiantian replied, Then go down. You have air-conditioned clothes and it won't get wet. What are you afraid of? Zixu slapped his forehead. I forgot, but the rocks below are too slippery. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up after going down. Oh. Tiantian paused for a moment and said, I found it. Take a look for yourself. Zixu turned on the light screen suspiciously, and Tiantian recommended a pair of shoes. The sole was half an inch high, a bit like those flannel boots. She was a little tempted by the introduction next to it. After putting on these boots, you can walk steadily in slippery places. The sole looks flat, but it is actually made up of countless tentacles. You can hold the ground firmly when walking in slippery places, but it doesn't work on soft soil and sandy land. It's obvious that this thing is not from this world. Can you exchange it for items from other planets? Tiantian said, the materials of this thing are all from this world, but the craftsmanship is not yet available in this world. Also, this is an agricultural tool to prevent slipping when transplanting rice. Can it be used for transplanting rice? There's mud under my feet. Anyway, it can be used. It's fine for wet and hard ground, but it's useless for dry sand and dust. It still has disadvantages. Zixu nodded. Why doesn't it say how many points it costs? Tiantian said weakly. This costs 800,000 points. Can I curse? Zixu held her forehead. The oats had already been planted. Because it was not for raising rice seedlings, she didn't plant much, so she only gave more than 80,000 points. At present, she only has more than 220,000 points. Tiantian smiled and said, well, there are also disposable ones that can be used for 24 hours. What are they? Tiantian said. Shoe covers, but they cost 80,000 points. What a pit. It costs 80,000 points to dig a hole. It's not worth it. No, Mr. Mingjing and his men will change the river course anyway. Tiantian said, actually you can buy a toy to explore the mouse hole. Huh? Can you stop breathing so hard when you talk? It's just a mirror and a ball. You throw the ball into the hole, and the scene inside the hole will appear on the mirror. But the battery can only last for 2 hours. It's not expensive, only 10,000 points. This thing is really tempting, and she said, okay, let's buy one and see. When Zixu got the thing, she felt it was very novel. There was a button on the ball, and it started to glow when you pressed it. Zixu threw it into the hole, and it was washed into the water. The scene in the mirror was a little hard to accept, just like riding a roller coaster, which made people dizzy. It took a long time to stabilize. Unexpectedly, there was a meteorite underneath, but Zixu was not interested. What interested her was the pool below, which was densely packed with fish, and they were all big, because small fish more than a foot long would be swallowed by big fish when they went down. But the water flow is too fast. It is impossible to go down to catch fish. There is no return. The water flow is bifurcated, one into the pool and one into the hole next to it. Zixu moved the light of the ball on the mirror. Entering the hole next to it, you can see the underground forest. There are many stalactites, and the water will not be consumed at all. The flying speed of the ball is 1 meter per second. After flying for more than an hour, you can see a big bubble. The height here is less than 3 feet, and the soil is like a sponge full of water. It should be a swamp. If the speed of water entering becomes slower, there will be much less water turning into here. The swamp will eventually leave a wetland, but the periphery can become fertile fields or pastures. The remaining wetlands can also raise ducks and the like. Zixu controlled the ball to swing, left and right, and suddenly the ball was hit by something and fell into the puddle. When the ball came out, he saw 2 blood-red eyeballs, and Zixu was scared and let go. I didn't expect the mirror to be so fragile, and it broke into pieces in an instant. Ah, it's broken. Tiantian came back to her senses. What was that just now? A monster? I don't know. If there is a monster underground, our ranch will be in danger. Tian asked. What should we do then? Zixu touched his chin. We still have to open it. When the time comes, we can raise a few dogs. If something comes out to eat the livestock, the dogs will definitely be alert. Oh, there are not enough people raising dogs. How about we dig out a den of wolves? Zixu shook her head quickly. No, if I steal the wolf cubs, the wolves on the mountain will remember the grudge and may come down the mountain. She picked up the mirror and looked at the cracks on it with regret. At this moment, the picture appeared again. The mirror instantly turned into a fly's eye. Each fragment was a screen. The densely packed content made it difficult for her to understand what the ball had captured for a while. After looking for a long time, Zixu finally saw clearly that the ball was bitten by something and was moving quickly. She chose a large fragment and stared at it, hoping to see what it was. Unfortunately, the ball was bitten in the mouth of that thing, and only the sharp teeth could be seen. Tiantian said, I always feel something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Zixu frowned. I have the same feeling. Tiantian thought for a while. Look, the ball is bitten in its mouth. Zixu was speechless. Of course I saw it. I mean it bit the ball, but its mouth was not closed, which means its mouth is not big. Zixu slapped his forehead. I understand, because the ball is only 2 centimeters in diameter, which is very small. The size of the eye I saw just now is about the same as its size, which means that the creature as a whole is not too big. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to close its mouth while biting the ball. Tiantian immediately said, Yes, yes, that's what's wrong. We were all scared by the perspective just now. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably so big. What is it? Mole? Mole teeth are not like this. She looked at the teeth carefully and found two big front teeth. Oh my god, it's a mouse! The size of this mouse is definitely as big as an adult cat. It's already very big, okay? But then she thought that there were rats that big in the world. There was a kind of water rat that was very big. But the next moment her heart was lifted up again. This was not just one rat, but a large nest of rats. Several little rats felt curious and bit the small ball. Zixu's mirror was immediately scrapped, and she threw it into the pit. There are so many rats. This is the biggest hidden danger if we open a ranch. Tiantian hummed. The fish must have fattened them up. Zixu nodded. Go back. We have to study how to make rat poison. It was time to eat when she got home. Zixu ate a bowl of rice and went back to the house to draw a blueprint. The ranch still needs to be built, and it needs to be planned well. She looked at the underground situation, so she predicted the location and scope of the border town wetland. The ranch was built around the wetland. Now there are few animals that can be raised, so the circle is divided into two halves. Build cow sheds, pig pens, and other places in suitable places first, and build chicken coops. Ducks are not considered for the time being. There are natural conservation sites, so you don't have to worry about it yourself. After drawing the picture, she put it on the table and had a good night's rest. When it was daybreak, she roasted 2 ducks and then took the picture to the military camp. Bailey Han was not there, and Mr. Mingjing yawned, lazily. Why are you here so early? His nose moved. It smells good. The roast duck is delivered. Zixu put the basket on the table and stuffed the picture to him first. This is a map of the ranch with the location and size marked. It can only be this big now. When the river channel is improved, the swamp will slowly recede, leaving a small wetland. That wetland is used to raise ducks, and some fish food should be put in when nothing is done. When the wetland becomes smaller, there will be fewer insects, so the small fish will have to be raised by ourselves. Why raise small fish? Although dried small fish are very fragrant, you can't eat them every day. Zixu glanced sideways. Small fish are used to raise ducks. Well, you have the final say. Anyway, Bailey Han has put all his backup plans on you. I still hope that the future will be bright. Zixu thought for a while and asked, what if the land in the Sinner Valley is not enough for me to plant? Mr. Mingjing laughed. How could that be? The current manpower can only plant so much. Zixu thought about it and felt that it was true. For now, he could only plant these. If he ran for the Valley Master, he could expand some arable land. After all, there are still many wastelands on the other side of the river. Okay, let's do this for now. Mr. Mingjing laughed. You look reluctant. It's great that you don't have to pay taxes here. Zixu looked sideways. Are you sure you don't want to? You are more cruel than the tax collectors. Ahem. Isn't this cooperation? If it weren't cooperation, do you think I would be happy? Zixu said and walked out of the tent. Baoli! Mr. Mingjing followed him out. Did you name the horse? It's only been 1 day. It's impossible for it to listen to you. Baoli, go home! Zixu shouted again. The horse came running over with a clattering sound, biting a handful of hay in its mouth, which it had pulled from somewhere. Zixu jumped on the horse, smiled proudly at Mr. Mingjing, and rode away. Mr. Mingjing touched his chin and said, Good little girl, you tamed it so quickly. I trained it for 2 days back then, but it still didn't obey. Bailey Han's voice came from the other side. That's because it has never submitted to you. Mr. Mingjing glanced at him. You're back. How's your grandfather? The situation is not good. I want my grandfather to stay with Zixu for a few days. What happened? Mingjing was surprised. Bailey Han entered the tent and sat down at the table. Grandfather's health is not very good. Let him have more contact with Zixu. Maybe that girl can find a way. What about your grandmother? Don't bring it. Mr. Mingjing reached out and took out the roast duck. While removing the lotus leaves on it, he said, It's difficult. You'd better talk to Zixu. Bailey Han frowned. I have said that she is my fiancée and my grandfather is her grandfather. What else do I have to say? Mr. Mingjing said angrily. Don't you know who your grandmother is? If she is the original wife, I won't say anything. Do you think Zixu will respect this person who got to the position by dishonorable means? Bailey Han looked at him blankly. I'm talking about grandfather. What does it have to do with that woman? Mr. Mingjing was angry and simply ignored him. This guy didn't understand what he was talking about. He wanted to see how long it would take for such an unromantic guy to win Zixu's heart. Zixu didn't know Bailey Han's thoughts yet. She returned home and found that the Yu family was moving. Have you finished building your house? Yu Linshan nodded. It's finished. I've been ventilating it these days. Now that the weather is warm, it's just right to move over and start a vegetable garden. Zixu nodded. If you need any rapeseed, ask my grandma. She keeps some at home. I guess there aren't many? Yulinshan smiled and said, It's okay. Little will do. After they moved out, Zixu measured the yard and decided to build a chicken coop at the door. There are not many pheasants at present, so we need to breed more. When the ranch is built in the future, they will all move to the ranch to breed. When the wild boar grows up, we will also build a small pig pen next to the chickens and ducks. Dig a stone trough near the wall to let the sewage flow through the stone trough to the pit outside the yard. You can pour wood ash into the pit, which is a good fertilizer. When she was about to start the construction, she hesitated again. She always felt uneasy and something was going to happen. In the end, she decided not to do it at home, but to repair the gentle slope next to it and build it up. A door was opened on the wall to go to the other side, so that the big stones in the yard would not be dirty. After making the plan, she started to work. The ground was not smoothed until the afternoon. When she went back to drink water, a carriage came to the door. The carriage was unusually luxurious. Who could it be? The carriage stopped and 3 people got out. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was a ruddy old man with white hair and beard, and he looked a bit like an immortal. The middle-aged man was a lady, a little fat, with extremely sharp eyes, looking at the door with disdain. The young one was a girl, about 17 or 18 years old. Judging by her clothes, she should be a maid. Her expression was the same as the woman's, full of disdain. Zixu came to the door and asked with a bow, "Excuse me, old sir, what business do you have here?" The old man looked at Zixu and nodded with satisfaction. "Girl, I am Bai Li Han's grandfather. You can also call me grandfather." Zixu hurriedly shook his head. "That won't do. My grandmother is here. If I call you grandfather, it will just add to the misunderstanding. I don't want to make things difficult for my grandmother." The old man was not angry at being rejected and laughed. "I am rude, so just call me Grandpa Bai Li." Zixu continued to shake his head. "No, Bai Li Han and I are buddies. If you are all here, I will feel that he is taking advantage of me if I call him Grandpa Bai Li." After 2 rejections, the old man did not give up and smiled. "Then call me whatever you think is good. My full name is Bai Li Weiman." Before Zixu could speak, the lady said in a cold voice, "Little girl, you are shameless. I asked you to call me grandfather, but you are trying to climb up, but you still refuse." The girl also responded, "That's right. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and give up your best room. My master and mistress want to rest." Zixu's face turned cold. "May I ask if you bought this land? Did you build the house? Or did I sign a slave contract with you? Although we were sent here and cannot go out, anyone who wants to take advantage of us must ask my fist if it agrees." The lady raised her fat finger and pointed at her nose and scolded, "Stinky girl, you are so rampant even though you are guilty. Be careful that my grandson will come and confiscate your house. By then, you will have no place to live and no place to cry." Zixu was too lazy to pay attention to her and looked at the old man. "You are Bai Li Han's grandfather, and I also respectfully call you Grandpa Weiman. Please tell me your purpose." The more Bai Li Weiman looked at Zixu, the more satisfied he was. He was not afraid of power and defended his relatives. He was a good child. "I just came here to recuperate." Zixu frowned. "What about them?" "If you want to come in together, you are not welcome." Bai Li Weiman smiled and said, "They are here to see me off. They won't live with me." "Oh, do you have any packages or something?" The driver carried out 2 boxes from the back of the car. "The master's clothes and daily necessities are all here." Zixu went over and stacked the 2 large boxes together and held them. "Grandpa Weiman, come in with me. The rest of you stop." She carried the boxes in, and Bai Li Weiman followed. The lady and the girl also wanted to squeeze in, but Zixu used the box to push them away and closed the door with her toes. The fat lady cursed. "Stinky girl, you dare to do this to me. I will sell you to a brothel." Zixu looked at Bai Li Weiman sideways. "Your wife? Not your original wife." Bai Li Weiman's eyes lit up. "You can see this. Amazing." He gave a thumbs up. Zixu's mouth twitched. There were more people, and he was right to decide not to build a chicken shed here. "You live in my room first. I will build you a new room in the yard. It will take at least a few days." "Okay, no problem." The 2 people outside the door yelled and cursed for a while, and soon they heard the girl scream and fell silent. Bai Li Weiman was stunned. "I'll go and take a look." Zixu said calmly, "No need to see. It is estimated that it will climb the wall and be stung by the poisonous grass on the wall. It won't die." Bai Li Weiman immediately stopped and followed Zixu into the house, no longer paying attention to the people outside. Because the house was occupied once, Zixu put all the important things in the old lady's room. She rolled up the items on the bed, and there were no personal belongings belonging to her in the room. The old man asked, "I live here. Where do you live?" "I see that there are many people here." Zixu waved his hand, opened the box, and made a bed for him. "It's okay. When the weather is warm, I can sleep in a tree." The old man nodded secretly. He was not hypocritical, not squeamish, and had a straightforward personality. No wonder his unenlightened grandson liked it. Zixu made the bed and asked, "What's wrong with you? Do you need me to take a look?" "Yes, I got sick when I sat down on the battlefield when I was young." Zixu checked his pulse and found that he had many hidden injuries. It would not be easy to recover, but it would be better if he suffered less. "Can I see the prescription you are taking now?" The old man smiled and said, "There is no prescription. If it doesn't work, I will just stop taking it." Zixu raised his eyebrows and said, "Grandpa Wayman, you have too many hidden injuries. It is not easy to get rid of them. You must take medicine for long-term conditioning. You fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. I can't help you." The old man raised his eyebrows and said, "What? If I listen to you, can you make my hidden injuries heal?" Zixu shook his head and said, "No, but I can make you sleep well even on rainy and cloudy days." "Really? What do you think I should do?" Zixu glanced sideways and said, "It's useless to say anything without medicine. I'll go to work first. You can do whatever you want." She took her things and went to the old lady's room. "Grandma Bailey Han's grandfather lives next door. I'll leave my things here with you first. I'll stay at Aunt Fat's place at night." The old lady nodded. "You arrange it, but I don't know if he can get used to our meals." Zixu didn't plan to cook for him. He would eat whatever was available. Eat normally, just add an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. The old lady listened to Zixu now. "Well, his young wife didn't come with him?" Zixu pouted. "She came with him, but I locked her out. She's nothing." The old lady laughed. If it weren't for the imperial edict, Wyman wouldn't marry her. "Okay, I'll go say hello." Zixu glanced. "Are you familiar with each other? He and your grandfather are sworn brothers, but they have less contact since they retired, but he has never stopped sending gifts during the new year. He is a caring person." In this case, Zixu decided to be nice to the old man. He has a lot of hidden injuries, so he needs to be cured slowly. There is nothing to avoid in terms of food. "Okay, got it." Zixu went out, walked around the mountain, and cut down suitable trees to build a house. She was a little puzzled about how wooden boards were made in ancient times. She could only chop them up and down with an axe. The thickness of the wooden boards was uneven, and there were burrs. There were too few tools. After dinner at home in the evening, Zixu took her bedding and went to the fat aunt's house. Their houses were all built very large, and Zixu lived in the guest room. After dark, the fat aunt knocked on the door. "Girl, can I come in?" Zixu said, "Come in." The fat aunt came in and sat down at the table. "I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" The fat aunt said. "Don't you have a scoring system over there? Can we participate?" Zixu slapped her forehead. "I forgot about this. It's okay." Before she finished speaking, someone knocked on the gate outside. "Sister, an old witch came to the house and beat Grandma." The old lady was Zixu's closest person. She jumped up and ran out. "Linger, what's going on?" Linger was so anxious that tears flowed down her face. "A fat old woman came in and beat Grandma. You should go back quickly." Zixu knew who it was, and she ran back immediately. When she arrived at the door of the house, she could still hear chaotic sounds coming from inside. There were men's roars, women's screams, and crying. Zixu's heart tightened. Could Grandma be beaten? She rushed into the door and was stunned after seeing everything in front of her. The fat old woman was Bailey Wayman's second wife, but now she was sitting in the yard with her hair disheveled and crying. Grandma's hair was only a little messy, and Bailey Wayman protected her behind her. The one who screamed was the maid, with a bruised face and nose being held down by 2 ants. "I want to laugh!" Bailey Wyman was so angry that he was panting and pointing at the fat woman and scolding. "Where do you think this place is? You come here to act wild. Do you really think I dare not divorce you?" The fat woman cried, "I was granted marriage by the emperor. You can't divorce me, otherwise you will be disrespectful." Bailey Wyman sneered. "Granted marriage? It was granted to you by the emperor? Don't forget who Sky is now." The fat woman's crying stopped abruptly, and she looked at Bailey Wyman tremblingly. You are heartless and ungrateful." "I am heartless and ungrateful? If I was really heartless and ungrateful, I wouldn't bring you here. What is our status now? Do you think we are still a century-old family? We are now dogs without a home, do you understand?" The fat woman dared not say a word. Bailey Wayman yelled, "Get out! Don't let me see you, or I'll get you out of the valley." The fat woman immediately got up and walked out. The 2 ants let go of the maid, who followed them. Zixu pulled the old lady over to check carefully. Did Grandma get hurt? The old lady smiled. It's okay, just her hair was grabbed. Your grandpa Wayman is protecting her. Zixu gave the old man a thumbs up. Well done. Biley Wayman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was all because of me. If I couldn't protect your grandma, I'm afraid I would have gotten out. Zixu laughed. I'm glad you're okay. It would be strange if she was okay, you old woman, just wait. Biley Wayman knew what she was going to do by looking at Zixu's eyes, but he didn't point it out. Okay, do whatever you want. I'm old and need to sleep. As expected, people become smarter as they get older. The old lady said, go to bed, don't mess around, I'm fine. Zixu nodded. Got it, I'm going to bed. Passing by Linger, Zixu rubbed her head and stuffed 2 mutant fruits into her hands. Be good, go to bed early. Linger grinned, and this fruit was just right for her and Xiaobao. She didn't go back to Aunt Fat, but went to the military camp in the dark. The guard at the door looked at her in surprise. Zixu said, Can I go in? The guard asked, Where's the token? Mr. Mingjing hasn't given it to me yet. I guess he forgot. Zixu forgot about it himself. The left guard said, Then I'll go in and report it. Zixu nodded. Go ahead. The right guard smiled. Miss Shu never makes things difficult for us. Zixu thought the address was strange. How old are you? I'm 18. The right guard replied. Then you call me sister. It doesn't sound weird to call me miss. Okay, Sister Zixu, is there something urgent that you come here so late? Zixu shook her head. It's not an urgent matter. It's a personal matter. Do you need help? I'm on guard and can't leave now, but brothers can come if you call. Zixu shook his head. No need. I can solve it myself. Just ask for the address of the dead old woman. The right guard understood immediately. That fat guy, I know. He is crying in the military camp now. He won't leave tonight. Touched his chin and chatted with Tianqian secretly. Do you still have the diarrhea medicine you mentioned last time? No. You should prepare some yourself and collect it when you pick herbs. The dead old woman is in the military camp. It's not easy to kill her. Tianqian thought for a while. I should have kept the nonsense pill earlier. Then are there any cheap and easy-to-use pills? No, all pills can only be obtained in the form of rewards. You can buy a few random treasure boxes and try. Zixu thought about it. 10 low-level random treasure boxes only cost 1,000 points, so he could buy them. Give me 10. 99 in a group, and the price of a group is 8,008. Are there any higher-level ones? Are the things in the higher-level ones good? Tiantian replied, Unless it is a god-level treasure box, the 3 types of low, medium, and high will not give out good things 100%. The low-level ones are 50%, the medium ones are 60%, and the high-level ones are 70%. What about the price? 100 for the low level, 1,000 for the medium, and 10,000 for the high level. Ahem, a group of low-level ones. 50 to 50, as long as half of them are good. Put in the warehouse. Just in time, the left guard came back. Mr. Mingjing asked you to go in quickly. That old woman is threatening the general to take your house. Zixu sneered. Take your house? Then I'll take her life. The left guard said quickly, Don't worry, sister. This matter can't be done openly. If you really want to do it, we can help you get her secretly. Zixu felt warm in her heart. No, I'm just talking. Killing her would be too easy for her. The left guard nodded. Okay, if you really want that, just tell us. We can always make her fall to death while walking or choke to death while eating. Zixu nodded. Okay, thank you in advance. Entering the military camp, Zixu looked at her warehouse grid. She sorted out the items and left 4 grids empty. Open 4 first. 3 real objects were opened from the 4 boxes, and an unknown thing disappeared. Tianqian, what did you open the other one? Snake! Snake! Zixu hurriedly searched on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see it. The 3 items were not big. A gray purse, a bunch of grapes, and a wooden ring. What are these? Tianqian said. I'm lucky. The purse contains itching powder, grapes are fruits, and the wooden ring is not ordinary wood. It can emit the disgusting smell of poisonous insects and plague. Zixu thought about it and put the ring on her hand. It was a bit big and could only be worn on the thumb. It's fine if it's thin. She sprinkled the itching powder on her sleeves, and then she remembered something. Tianqian, will I be poisoned? No, this is too low level and useless to you. If you get contaminated, just wash it with wine. Oh. She got ready and continued to move forward. When she entered Bailihan's military tent, she saw the fat old woman sitting opposite Bailihan, crying in a pretentious manner. Mr. Mingjing sat next to her, fanning her with a fan, very impatient. When he saw Zixu, his eyes lit up. Girl, now that you're here, you can tell the general how you beat her. Zixu looked at Bailihan. She said I beat her? Bailihan nodded. Yes. What do you want if I hit her? Baileyhan said indifferently. I didn't see it. One-sided words are not credible. Zixu smiled and came to the fat old woman and raised his hand to slap her. The crisp slap sounded, and the fat old woman and the maid were stunned. Zixu calmly watched the itching powder sprinkled on them. That's how you hit her. Baileyhan's face sank. No. Zixu asked, what's wrong? There was no injury on her face when she came. Oh, I forgot. That's how you hit her. Zixu grabbed the fat old woman's hair with one hand, pulled it towards him, and then kneed her twice. The fat old woman immediately held her stomach and opened her mouth, and she didn't dare to breathe because of the pain. That's how you hit her. Baileyhan shook his head again. It's still not right. She didn't say you hit her stomach, and this wouldn't make her hair so messy. Then let me think. It might be another way to hit her. Zixu stared at the fat old woman with a smile. She finally caught her breath and yelled, You dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you. Oh, I remember how I hit you. She stretched out her hand sinisterly. The fat old woman rolled hard and got under the table. No, you didn't hit me. Ah, didn't I hit you? Then why did you say I hit you? You didn't hit me at your house, but you hit me just now. This is a fact. Zixu laughed. Yeah, that's what the general wants to see. How dare I, a commoner, fight with an official? I will do whatever the official wants to see. Do you have an official position? Can you be on an equal footing with Baileyhan? I'm his mother. Mother? Did you give birth to him or raise him? I think the toxins in Baileyhan's body were all put in by you. The fat old woman's face changed instantly, and she said nothing. Baileyhan was not surprised. He just asked calmly, Anything else? Now that we know for sure that she didn't hit you, you should leave the barracks. The fat old woman was very happy this time. She crawled out and ran out. Zixu curled her lips. I haven't hit you enough. Mr. Mingjing laughed, and after laughing for a long time, he wiped his tears and said, You are awesome. Baileyhan looked at Zixu. What do you want to ask me? Zixu did not hide his purpose. I originally wanted to ask where your old woman lives, but now I don't need it. If you have nothing to do, go back to bed early. Baileyhan started to chase people away. Zixu snorted and turned to leave. Mr. Mingjing called out, Girl, take this token. You will enter the barracks with the Ger token in the future. Can I use it to leave the valley? No. Oh. Zixu put the golden token in his backpack, but actually put it in the warehouse. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a scream. Ah, she turned around. I haven't left yet. This is definitely not my hand. Baileyhan hesitated for a moment and got up and walked out. Zixu and Mr. Mingjing followed with the mentality of watching the show. It turned out that the fat old woman was bitten by a snake. Zixu curled his lips and left the military camp. Tiantian said, You released the snake. What a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence, and she deserves it. Zixu played with the wooden ring on her hand. There was a faint fragrance on it, which smelled good. For her, it is more suitable as a pendant. It is inconvenient to wear it on the thumb. While playing with it, the wooden ring in her hand disappeared. Where is it? It's with me. The sudden voice scared Zixu. Jump! Fortunately, I have become accustomed to Baileyhan's masked face, otherwise it would scare away the soul. Why are you following me? Baileyhan did not answer but raised the ring. This is a man's ring. Who gave it to you? My own. Zixu reached out to take it but was avoided. Baileyhan's voice sank. Really? Someone else didn't give it to you? Of course not. That ring can protect you from poisonous insects. Give it back to me. Oh. Baileyhan didn't avoid it this time. Zixu snatched it back in a bad mood and put it on her thumb. Baileyhan asked, What does that powder do? What? You got some powder on your sleeve, and I saw you deliberately put it on them. What a scary man. He was found out. Itching powder, it can be washed off with wine. She confessed obediently. Baileyhan nodded. Go back. Oh. Zixu turned around and left, but heard Baileyhan say another sentence. I won't tell them. Zixu paused, and when she turned around, she could no longer see Baileyhan. Won't tell them? Tell what? When she walked to the door of Aunt Fat's house, she remembered that she would not tell the fat old woman that wine could relieve itching powder. Hey, this guy is indeed a man with a snake-like spirit. The fat aunt's voice came from the door. Is it Zixu? It's me, Zixu replied. The fat aunt yawned and opened the door. Are you okay? Zixu shook his head. Nothing, I went to teach someone a lesson and cleaned up. I'm glad you're okay. Go back to sleep. Is there any hot water? I need to wash. The fat aunt said, Yes, I boiled a big pot knowing that you would come back to wash up. Thank you, aunt. The fat aunt rolled her eyes at her and went into the house with a smile. Zixu went to wash up and went back to his room to rest. Tiantian said, Aren't you going to plant those sugar canes yet? Ah, I forgot. Plant them tomorrow. Tiantian chuckled. Now we just have to wait for the harvest. We will get a lot of points. Zixu asked, 1 point for each fruit. What about wheat and rice? 1 point for each grain? Tiantian said with contempt. You wish. Okay, I wish. Zixu also thought it was impossible. As he was talking, it suddenly became bright outside, as if someone was shining a searchlight here. Zixu quickly put on his clothes and went outside. It was a meteor. But this meteor passed very close to the sky above the Valley of Sinners and fell into the mountain. In an instant, the ground began to shake under his feet, and the top of the mountain was ablaze. Zixu frowned. What should he do? There was a big fire on the top of the mountain. It would be terrible if it spread down. Now he couldn't even put out the fire because he couldn't get to the top of the mountain. Why are there so many things? I can't sleep well. Tiantian said there are similar electromagnetic fluctuations. Who? Your kind? Yes, but definitely not at my level. Much lower than me. Zixu frowned, asked, Can you feel where it is? It was too weak just now. I just felt it for a moment. Maybe the meteor pierced it. Zixu thought about it and took out her nightgown from her backpack and put it on. She hid in the tree across the river. There were already many people watching the excitement outside. The Valley Master's face was not good. He was mumbling something. And the puzzling thing was Zifei. She seemed to have expected the meteor to fall a long time ago. Her eyes were full of excitement and joy. Zixu immediately said to Tiantian, Keep an eye on Zifei. I suspect that the system is on her. Okay. Tiantian replied after 2/4 of an hour. Yes, the system is on her, but it's a little strange. What's wrong? Zixu had a bad feeling in her heart. Tiantian said, That system is different from mine. Mine allows you to farm and earn points, and you can exchange points for items. Her system requires a man's admiration points. The upper limit of a man's admiration points is 10,000. If it reaches 10,000, he will obey her in everything, but she doesn't seem to want just one man. Then do you know what she can exchange for? This is what Zixu cares about most. What if she can exchange for an amazing item? Will she be able to afford a meal for him? Tiantian said, It's hard to tell for now. They rarely communicate with each other. I just heard Zifei say that the main line has not changed and the world must be hers. What an ambitious woman. Compared with Zifei, am I too unambitious? I just want to farm and live a peaceful life. Tiantian complained, Such a low-level thing will appear. I really don't know who researched it. Zixu doesn't care about this. If this is a book and Zifei is the heroine of this book, then I will stay away from her. Just live your own life and she can do whatever she wants. Huh? That meteor seemed to be carrying something. Zifei went up the mountain. Shu looked over and saw Zifei walking up the mountain. She immediately followed quietly. The miasma on the mountain disappeared. Could this be the day Zifei mentioned? To be honest, Zixu didn't even know what day it was today. This was also her first time to the top of the mountain. The scenery on the mountain was completely different. This was a tropical terrain. No wonder there were coconuts on the mountainside. This was not in line with common sense. The meteorite was not located at the top of the mountain. After climbing for a while, you can see burning trees. Zifei was blocked by the flames and cursed, Damn it, what should I do if I can't go up? Zixu couldn't hear the system talking, so she had to ask Tiantian. What did they say? Tiantian said, The system is very cautious and arrogant. It seems to be very dissatisfied with the host and doesn't talk much. Zixu laughed, remembering that when she first talked to Tiantian, it also didn't like her. Zifei knew that she couldn't go up, so she started to go down the mountain. Zixu didn't want to give up. The air-conditioning clothes she was wearing made her not afraid of the heat. She quietly went up and found the meteorite. The crater was surrounded by charcoal and no flames. The crater was more than 1 person high. She climbed down carefully and watched the large meteorite cool down to the size of a basketball. It was very round and smooth with a mark in the middle like a closed walnut. Tiantian, do you know what this is? Tiantian replied, I don't know. If you bring a seed to ask me, I might know. Zixu was speechless, feeling the horror of ignorance and hated that she didn't learn well enough. The meteorite was still very hot and couldn't be touched. Zixu took out her axe and chopped it, making a loud metal collision sound. She checked the axe and it was not broken, but there was no trace of the meteorite. I'll put it away and try it? Zixu did it as she said. However, the warehouse refused. Tip, there are radioactive materials which cannot be collected. Zixu was shocked. There are radioactive materials? Will it damage the human body? Tiantian said, You can do a self-examination. Zixu checked her pulse and found nothing wrong, so she turned on the light screen to check. The information above was normal, probably because of the short time. Since she couldn't take the things away and there was unknown radiation, Zixu decided to leave immediately. As soon as she climbed up the pit, she saw Zifei looking at her with an expression of, I knew it was like this. Zixu frowned. Why are you here? Zifei laughed. You said you are different from me, but I think we are the same. Tell me, are you reincarnated or have you traveled through time? I don't know what you are talking about. I am who I am. Zixu wanted to bypass her and leave. Unexpectedly, Zifei took out a rope and quickly wrapped it around Zixu's wrist, and Zixu couldn't move instantly. What are you doing? Zifei sneered. No matter how you came, I have observed you for so long. You are a person with great luck. I will take away your luck. Zixu screamed in his heart. Tiantian, what should I do? Don't worry, watch me. Watch you? What can you do? Unfortunately, Tiantian didn't answer her. Zifei tied the other end of the rope to her wrist. The rope was extraordinary at first glance, with 7 colors and a layer of fluorescence. After she tied the rope, she said, Start extracting luck. Zixu felt that something was draining from her body, and an inexplicable panic rose from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, no matter how she called Tiantian, Tiantian did not answer. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Zifei smiled triumphantly. Now I will take away all your luck, and you will not be loved by everyone in the future. Zixu stared. She is loved by everyone? That's strange. Zifei raised her hand, and the rope disappeared, strangely in front of the two of them. It's done. Now you can't threaten me at all. Zixu's body still couldn't move. Did you deliberately lead me here? What is that meteorite? You still said you didn't travel through time, do you know? In this world, meteorites are called sky stones. Zixu snorted, and he was still exposed after all his calculations, so there was nothing to pretend. Since you know, I won't fight you. What do you want? Zifei raised her hand and patted her face. Of course, I want to get this world and become the overlord. Did I come here with so much effort just to be a supporting role? Zixu rolled his eyes. Is it so easy to be the protagonist? I just don't know if I will die in Zifei's hands. At present, she has no intention of killing herself. Zifei went to the meteorite to take a look. She wanted to lift it, but she didn't have enough strength. It seems that we have to find someone to take it down. Zixu asked without giving up. What is that? Zifei is a little too proud now. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a safe. There are good things inside after opening it. It's written in the book? Why didn't I see it? Zixu also pretended to be a book traveler. Zifei raised her eyebrows. You didn't read it carefully, that's right. This is a male-oriented book, you just skimmed through it. The hero in the book only started to dominate after getting the things in this safe. Zixu asked in astonishment. Isn't this a fantasy novel? Zifei sneered. How is it possible? This is a loser's counterattack novel. Now I want that loser to continue to be a loser, and I want to be the queen. He shook his head. What the hell is going on? Zifei couldn't move the meteorite, so she looked at Zixu and left. Her look contained thousands of things, and she looked at Zixu as if she was looking at a dead person. Zixu felt very uncomfortable and roared, Tiantian, what's wrong with me? Tiantian finally spoke. It's okay, I can move in a while. Why can't I move? What the hell is that rope? Tiantian said impatiently, Shut up, I won't talk, and you don't talk either. Broken system, it's mean to me again. She waited obediently, and after a cup of tea, Tiantian finally spoke. Okay, just finished it. Zixu asked, what did you do? I planted a parasitic seed in Zifei, and I can receive her conversation with the system. Zixu's first reaction was, Did you touch my points? Tiantian screamed. Points are more important, or life is more important? I felt murderous intent from that woman. She wants to kill you. Do you understand? Zixu snorted. What's so fierce about it? Can't even ask? Seeing that she didn't speak, Tiantian softened her tone. It didn't take much. I just spent 100,000 to buy a compressed fertilizer. The seeds have to be planted to stimulate growth. Compressed fertilizer is a slow release, and the most important thing is that it won't be discovered. Zixu suddenly thought of a movie she had seen before, where plant vines grew in people's bodies. She shuddered. Wasn't Zifei a parasite? Tiantian smiled. How can it be so scary? I planted it in the hair follicles of the scalp, and it will grow into hair in the future. Human hair will fall off and be replaced regularly. Tiantian snorted. I know, so it's planted in the hair follicles. Okay, then why didn't you say anything just now and let me talk? Oh, they were talking just now. You were so noisy that I couldn't hear clearly. What were they talking about? Zifei wanted to seduce Bai Li Han, to control the army, and then conquer all the mountain strongholds. The progress of conquering the Valley Master has reached 60%. No wonder the Valley Master doesn't provoke her. Zixu asked, How is she going to seduce people? Tiantian said blankly, How should I know? Mating. It was really ugly. She found that she could move, and immediately stretched her muscles. My luck was taken away by her. Am I so unlucky that even drinking cold water can make my teeth stick? Tiantian asked. Do you feel as heavy as carrying a mountain on your back now? Zixu jumped, raised his hand, and then shook his head. No, that should be fine. After all, I repaired your soul when I was following you. Your soul cannot be moved by a system that is not higher than my level. Zixu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but I feel like something in my body has been sucked away. Oh, I'll use some points to scan you. How much? Only 1,000 at a time. Oh, use it. Tiantian scanned Zixu and said, Congratulations. What? Zixu was confused. Tiantian laughed. Your soul was 20% incompatible with this body before, but now it is 100% integrated, which means that you have complete control over this body. So this means I'm a blessing in disguise? Yes, Zixu patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She then performed a set of military boxing on the spot and found that both her speed and body reaction had returned to the level of her previous life. The sluggish feeling like a machine lacking oil disappeared. Hey, I didn't expect her to help me. Could it be that the thing has drained the luck of this body? There is a possibility. By the way, didn't she say that this thing is a safe? You have a key. Try it. Zixu took out the key and jumped into the pit. How to use it? There is no keyhole. Tiantian said, Put it on it and silently say to unlock it. Zixu did as she was told, and the thing actually opened like a clamshell. There was nothing strange inside. It was a poppy flower, alone in a red flower pot the size of a fist. Are you kidding me? I thought it was something extraordinary, but it actually harms people. Tiantian said, This thing is poisonous. Zixu nodded. Yes, although it has certain medicinal uses, it is also harmful to people and must be destroyed. Tiantian asked, How can it harm people if it is just a flower? There is no such thing in your world. Do you really not want to keep it? Zixu thought for a while. In terms of medicinal properties, the Jiao flower in this world is similar to it, and it is not addictive, so this flower must be destroyed. No wonder Zifei wants to get it. With it, she can really control the world. Tiantian was shocked. It's very dangerous, but if you destroy it, Zifei will find out. I'm afraid she will be angry. Zixu thought for a while. Are there any seeds of Jiao flower? Tiantian immediately searched. Yes. It's a pity that there is no discount. It costs 10,000 points. Zixu didn't care about that. Give me one. She pulled out the poppy and crushed it into slag, making it deader than dead. The residue was buried in a pit nearby. She didn't dare to change the flower pot, although it looked nice, but she was afraid that